Chapter 1. The Divine Physician Lin. In the repository of the mind. In the Great Yu Dynasty, Yinshan City. As the first snow descends, the citizens suffer from the biting cold. This cursed weather is truly unbearable. Indeed, they said it would snow, and here it is, falling heavily without any warning. My child cried all night this morning. He awoke with a fever. Thank goodness for Divine Physician Lin, otherwise we would be at a loss. Thanks to Divine Physician Lin, who knows how many lives would have been lost after this snow. It is a pity, though, that such a remarkable person as him. Sigh, the heavens are envious of talent. I also heard that the Gu family annulled their engagement with Divine Physician Lin yesterday. Why? Wasn't the engagement with the eldest daughter of the Gu family already established? Because the Gu family despises that Divine Physician Lin is blind. At the entrance of the Yinshan Healing Hall, a long line of citizens patiently awaits their turn for consultation. Despite the frigid wind, there are no complaints nor any attempts to cut in line. Everything is orderly. Inside the clinic, a young man of striking appearance and exceptional demeanor has his eyes closed, gently placing his fingers on the wrist of a woman before him to diagnose her. Pulse. Miss, your pulse is strong and vigorous, showing no signs of weakness. Are you truly unwell? Lin Mu inquired softly, his brow slightly furrowed. The woman's cheeks flushed, her eyes shimmering upon hearing this. She quickly lowered her head and stammered, I do feel somewhat unwell at the moment, as if I can hardly breathe. After saying this, she lifted her head again, secretly surveying Lin Mu's handsome face. Divine Physician Lin is indeed remarkably handsome. You cannot breathe because your undergarment is on inside out. At that moment, a teenage apprentice, around 14 or 15 years old, could no longer bear the sight and exclaimed, Are you sick or not? If you're not ill, kindly step aside, there are many others waiting behind you. Guxing, do not be rude. Lin Mu rebuked, then turned back to the woman, saying, Miss, if you have no further issues, please allow the next person to proceed. Oh, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes as she slowly stood up to leave. However, before exiting the clinic, she couldn't help but cast a fierce glare at Guxing. It was all his fault for interrupting her chance to converse with Divine Physician Lin. Master, that woman is taking advantage of your blindness, just like the Gu family. Guxing was about to complain when he suddenly seemed to recall something, promptly closing his mouth. The matter of the Gu family's annulment was indeed a disgrace. It would be best for him to refrain from mentioning it in front of his master to avoid causing him distress. Yet Lin Mu merely smiled gently, showing no signs of displeasure. Guxing, how is a medicinal broth I asked you to prepare? You had me rise in the middle of the night to brew it, so of course I have it ready. Guxing boasted proudly. That is splendid. Lin Mu nodded slowly, remarking, Today, you shall exert yourself a bit more and distribute the medicinal broth to the beggars in the city. The heavy snowfall poses a grave risk of catching a chill. It could be life-threatening. I understand, Master. Guxing responded with enthusiasm. As he spoke, a glimmer of admiration flickered in his gaze towards Lin Mu. After Guxing departed, a woman approached, extending her wrist. Lin, I find my breathing somewhat labored. Could you please take a look at me? Have you perhaps worn your undergarments incorrectly? Lin Mu interjected decisively. Would you like to conduct a personal examination, Lin? The woman smiled shyly, her eyes shimmering with allure. Lin Mu was immediately flustered. Perhaps another day. In the eyes of the blind, the passage of time had long ceased to hold significance. By the time Lin Mu concluded his consultations, darkness had enveloped the sky, casting the entire medical hall into shadow. Only the faint, rhythmic sound of his breath echoed softly within the hall. Being blind can be rather pleasant indeed. At the very least, it alleviates many troubles. Lin Mu reclined in his rocking chair, teetering on the brink of slumber. He relished his current way of life. In truth, Lin Mu was not originally blind. He was not even a denizen of this world. Once, Lin Mu was an outstanding doctoral candidate in traditional Chinese medicine on the Blue Planet, but before he could graduate, he was transported to this realm by a construction vehicle that he transformed into an infant abandoned at the entrance of a medical hall. The benevolent owner of the hall took him in, imparting medical knowledge and martial arts. Indeed, the old master was skilled in martial arts and possessed considerable prowess. In this world, martial artists are classified into 10 ranks, from weakest to strongest. the 9th rank, 8th rank, 7th rank, all the way to the 1st rank. Above the 1st rank lies the realm of the Grandmaster. Though the old master had not reached the status of Grandmaster, he was a formidable 1st-rank warrior, once wielding great influence in the martial world. However, he eventually grew weary of the bloodshed in the martial realm, retreating to this secluded life, establishing a medical hall. Upon arriving in this new world, Lin Mu was more captivated by martial arts, diligently honing his skills. Moreover, due to his exceptional talent, he achieved the rank of a 9th-rank warrior at the tender age of 10, earning the title of an unparalleled genius in martial arts. Later, while foraging for herbs in the mountains, Lin Mu fortuitously encountered a young maiden poisoned and on the brink of death. In a desperate bid to save her, he resorted to the technique of silver needles, removing her garments to apply the needles and expel the poison. However, he inadvertently succumbed to the toxic gas, gradually losing his sight. According to the old master, this poison was a form of internal energy toxin, which obstructed the meridians in Lin Mu's eyes. The location was particularly tricky, and the method of silver needles alone proved insufficient for its removal. Yet, once Lin Mu attained the Grandmaster level, he would be able to heal himself and restore his vision. Alas, this was no easy feat. When Gu Xing returned, Lin Mu was deep in slumber, blissfully unaware. Ah, how peculiar! Listening to Lin Mu's snores, Gu Xing scratched his head in confusion. In the past, whenever he returned late, Lin Mu could immediately sense Su's awakening. What was different today? After lighting the candles in the medical hall, Gu Xing slowly approached Lin Mu, gently shaking his shoulder. Master, wake up. Are you hungry? It is you who must be hungry, you rascal. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Mu mumbled and, with Gu Xing's assistance, rose to inquire, "What time is it? It is the hour of the dog. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it at once." "Never mind, it's too late. Just go buy some wine and dishes." "Understood." Excited by the response, Gu Xing dashed towards the counter, retrieved some silver coins, and hurried outside. Currently, it was not wartime, and there were no curfews in Yanshan City. Despite the howling winds and blinding snow outside, with few pedestrians in sight, he felt no reluctance whatsoever. In Gu Xing's eyes, Lin Mu was the epitome of kindness, and his master's commands held the utmost significance. After all, were it not for Lin Mu, he would have perished long ago while begging. Even his name was bestowed upon him by Lin Mu. Once, after the death of his parents, Gu Xing was deemed a harbinger of misfortune, said to have cursed his own parents to their demise. Other beggars even nicknamed him Lonely Star. However, Lin Mu unhesitatingly took him into the medical hall, granted him the name Gu Xing, and imparted the art of healing. It could be said that even if Lin Mu commanded him to perish at that moment, Gu Xing would not hesitate in the slightest. "Stop!" Suddenly, a delicate voice called out sharply from behind the rushing Gu Xing. Chapter 2. The Snow Demon. Upon hearing the words, Gu Xing immediately halted his steps and turned to look back. He beheld a graceful figure clad in a flowing white dress, adorned with a conical hat and veiled face, standing defiantly against the wind. Although her features remained obscured, Gu Xing's intuition suggested that she possessed extraordinary beauty. However, amidst the swirling snow and biting winds, even a striking beauty appeared ghostly and fearsome, evoking trepidation. "Who are you? What do you want?" Gu Xing stammered, his voice trembling. In the tales recounted by the elders, it was said that the snow demon relished snowy nights, luring unsuspecting men to drain their lifeblood. Could it be that such creatures truly existed, and he had the misfortune to encounter one? No, I must resolutely maintain my composure and not be ensnared by the allure of this demon's beauty. Gu Xing silently encouraged himself. I must inquire. Is there a young man of exceptional medical skill in Yanshan City? The woman's voice was soft yet frigid, devoid of any emotion. Though she posed a question, her tone brooked no denial or evasion. And no, I don't know. Gu Xing shouted through gritted teeth, attempting to attract the attention of nearby residents. Unfortunately, the tempestuous snowstorm had rendered every household's doors and windows tightly shut, and the streets were deserted, leaving no one to hear his cries. "You are deceiving me." The woman's delicate brows furrowed, and a hint of anger flickered beneath her veil, revealing a glimpse of her stunning visage. "And no, I truly do not know." "Then why do you stutter?" "It's sea cold." Gu Xing continued to argue, trying to evade the inquiry. The young man of remarkable medical prowess she sought was none other than his master, Lin Mu. At that moment, Gu Xing remained oblivious to the reason the snow demon sought Lin Mu, yet he was certain it boded ill. Thus, he had resolved that even if the snow demon were to tear his throat out, he would never divulge the location of the clinic. What is mere lifeblood to her? Let her have it. Stubborn fool. The woman's fury intensified as she raised her hand and unleashed a powerful strike, sending Gu Xing hurtling through the air, crashing through a nearby window. The commotion roused the inhabitants within, illuminating their surroundings with flickering candlelight. Isn't that Gu Xing, the apprentice of the Jishir Hall? How did he suddenly come flying through the window? Oh no, he is unconscious. Quickly, carry him to the clinic. We must not let his life slip away. Amidst the flurry of activity, a tall man hoisted Gu Xing onto his back and hurried toward the Jishir Hall. The Jishir Hall? The woman stood atop a rooftop, a smile creeping onto her lips. I knew you were deceiving me, little imp. With that, she lightly stamped her feet, and like a wraith, she silently followed in pursuit. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, a frantic knocking echoed, accompanied by the shouts of a man. Lin, the divine physician, your apprentice, is in trouble. Come quickly and take a look. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu furrowed his brow and swiftly opened the door to the clinic. What happened? I don't know. Gu Xing suddenly crashed through my window and fell into the room. Now he's unconscious. Please, check if there's still hope. The man spoke anxiously as he laid Gu Xing on the ground. Lin Mu, without uttering much, reached out to check Gu Xing's breath and pulse. Fortunately, it seemed that he had merely suffered a fright and had fainted. You've been through a lot, but there's no serious harm, Gu Xing. Lin Mu chuckled softly and gestured for the man to leave, saying, You should head back. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone to repair your window. No need, Lin Shini. You are too courteous. I am a carpenter. I can fix the window myself when I return. The man replied, not lingering any longer. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he hurried homeward, concerned about his wife being caught in the fierce snowstorm. Once the man departed, Lin Mu retrieved a silver needle and gently pricked Gu Xing's wrist. In the next moment, Gu Xing awoke with a start. Master, he exclaimed, sitting up in terror. There's a snow demon. A beautiful snow demon is looking for you. You must run. Child, you speak nonsense. There are no such creatures in this world. Lin Mu patted Gu Xing's back to help him steady his breath, adding, besides, at this point, it would be too late to escape. Lin Mu's ears were particularly sharp. He had already heard someone standing on the roof. This was why he had asked the man to leave, to avoid bringing danger to him. The wind is strong outside. Since you have come, why not step inside? As soon as he finished speaking, a woman leaped down from the roof into the courtyard, her expression alight with excitement. Though a decade had passed since they last met, she recognized Lin Mu at once, the child who had saved her life. It truly is you, the woman said, her lips parting as she stepped into the room. In an instant, a subtle fragrance wafted into Lin Mu's nose. This scent evoked a sense of familiarity, though he could not recall when he had encountered it before. Do you know me? 10 years ago, in the purple bamboo forest. It's you. Lin Mu suddenly realized, smiling. Gu Xing, go and boil some hot water. And bring some tea leaves. Once he had sent Gu Xing away under the pretense, a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. He cleared his throat and said, My lady, the events of that day were so sudden. I could only remove your clothing. I understand you did it to save me, the woman interjected, her voice melodious and enchanting. I have come to Yinshan City to find you and repay the debt of gratitude for saving my life that day. At this point, the woman suddenly noticed that Lin Mu had kept his eyes tightly closed, leaving her with a sense of curiosity. Your eyes. On the day I saved you, I was afflicted by toxic gas, which has led to this unfortunate outcome. I am truly sorry. It was my fault that you suffered. To exchange a pair of eyes for a single life is a bargain in my favor. Lin Mu smiled with ease, offering comfort. Do not dwell on it, my lady. Upon hearing this, the woman turned her gaze towards Lin Mu, and seeing the sincerity in his expression, her gratitude deepened. After a moment of silence, she seemed to resolve herself, rising abruptly. Rest assured, I shall find a way to restore your sight. Until then, I shall take responsibility for your daily needs. Saintess? Lin Mu astutely noted the title she bestowed upon herself and inquired, May I ask for your esteemed name? Saintess of the demon sect, Ji Wudong. The woman did not conceal her identity. This was her display of sincerity towards her savior. Naturally, it also served as a subtle threat. It appears that refusal is not an option. After learning of Ji Wudong's origins, Lin Mu wore an expression of resignation. Chapter 3. Ji Wudong, the Demon Sect. An organization birthed from the remnants of a fallen dynasty, carries the surname Ji, a lineage of the former imperial family. Although the dynasty has been extinguished for centuries, its adherents are relentlessly scheming for a resurgence. The royal family and officials of the Dayu dynasty have expended countless efforts, yet they have been unable to eradicate these factions entirely. In recent years, as the Dayu dynasty has waned, the demon sect has intriguingly begun to resurface, with an increasing number of martial artists clandestinely joining their ranks. Consequently, those who offer assistance to the demon sect are pursued by the Dayu authorities with a policy of better to mistakenly execute than to let escape, leading to their systematic apprehension. Lin Mu not only saved a member of the demon sect, but also the sect's holy maiden, which compounds his transgression. Should the authorities become aware of this, it would be tantamount to treason, resulting in certain death. If you refuse me, I shall reveal to all of Yinshan City by tomorrow that you rescued the holy maiden of the demon sect. Ji Wudong's eyes glinted with cunning as she softly threatened. Ah, what a predicament this is, Lin Mu replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. A holy maiden of the demon sect, here to tend to a blind man. What madness is this? I wonder if my medical skills could cure the affliction of foolishness. Perhaps I should administer a few acupuncture needles? What do you mean by that? Ji Wudong's brow furrowed, her icy demeanor sending a shiver down Lin Mu's spine. Nothing. I'm merely worried you might catch a chill. Lin Mu laughed heartily, relinquishing his train of thought. It was better to endure a bit of insanity than to face certain death. Master, the tea has arrived. Before long, Gu Xing entered with a tray of tea, casting a wary glance at Ji Wudong. Master, her? Miss Wudong is my patient, requiring a brief stay for treatment. You need not fear. Lin Mu fabricated a soothing explanation. Ah, seeking medical attention. What a relief. Gu Xing exhaled, regaining his composure. Master, I shall continue to procure wine and dishes. If I delay any longer, the tavern may close. Go on, buy plenty. Be swift and return. Lin Mu waved him off, realizing he was indeed a bit famished. Creak. Not long after Gu Xing's departure, the door of the clinic swung open once more. Accompanied by the swirling snow, a fragrance distinct from Ji Wudong's wafted in. Are you here for treatment? Lin Mu inquired. Eyes still closed as he slowly rose. I have come to see you, the young woman replied, biting her lip. Her beauty was striking, with a round face and bright eyes framed by white teeth. She wore a fitted blue dress, holding an unsheathed longsword, a quintessential image of a heroine. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Mu froze momentarily, tentatively asking, Yuling? It is I. Gu Yuling nodded in affirmation. The young lady of the Gu family, Gu Yueling, has been exceptionally intelligent since her early years, with remarkable talent in martial arts. 3 years ago, she was taken as a disciple by the leader of the Ame sect, and since then, she had not crossed paths with Lin Mu. Yet, unexpectedly, she appeared tonight. As she spoke, Gu Yueling entered the room, only to discover that there was another person seated in the corner of the clinic. This was a woman, her demeanor as pure as a snow lotus, reminiscent of a celestial fairy, noble and elegant. Ji Wudong, lifting her veil, calmly sipped her tea, not sparing a glance at Gu Yueling. However, Gu Yueling, following the motion of the lifted veil, caught a glimpse of her exquisite visage. How beautiful! Gu Yueling couldn't help but marvel internally. This was the first time she encountered a woman whose beauty surpassed her own. A flicker of discontent stirred within her, and she instinctively pointed at Ji Wudong, questioning. Who are you? Why are you here drinking tea in the clinic so late? She is my patient and will be residing here for a few days to recuperate. Lin Mu interjected quickly, eager to clarify. He was cautious about Ji Wudong's sensitive identity and wished to avoid adding another victim to the fray. I see it's a case of keeping a concubine hidden away. Gu Yueling shot a glance at Lin Mu, silently scoffing. Although she was aware of Lin Mu's charm among women, the fact that someone as stunning as Ji Wudong was enamored with him still took her by surprise. Nevertheless, this was no longer her concern. I was unaware of the engagement circumstances at first, Gu Yueling spoke slowly, but my family's decision aligns with my own feelings. I shall not marry you. Of course, this has nothing to do with your appearance. I simply refuse to marry someone I do not love. The sound of Ji Wudong sipping her tea resonated once more, yet for some reason, Lin Mu felt that it seemed louder than before. almost as if it were intentional. "You certainly did not express such sentiments previously," Lin Mu remarked with a hint of a smile, teasing her. Before his blindness, Gu Yueling had persistently clung to him. Even her foundational martial arts training, such as stance and posture, had been learned under his guidance. At that time, her greatest wish was to mature swiftly and marry him. Thus, upon hearing Lin Mu's teasing, a flicker of embarrassment and anger crossed Gu Yueling's face. Still, she feigned composure and retorted, "Those were merely childish words from my youth. Not to be taken seriously." "Understood," Lin Mu nodded, a non-committal smile gracing his lips. Since losing his sight, he had grown accustomed to the fickle nature of human relationships. Most notably, the Gu family, a martial arts clan closely allied with the old clinic's master. According to the agreement between the two families, once Lin Mu and Gu Yueling both reached the age of 16, they were to be wed. However, upon learning that Lin Mu had become blind, the Gu family gradually grew distant from the medical establishment. By the time the two reached the age of 16, their engagement was postponed indefinitely. This delay extended for a staggering 5 years. Now, at the age of 20, Lin Mu received the news of the Gu family's decision to withdraw from the engagement. Losing his sight at 10 and seeing the engagement annulled at 20, truthfully, the Gu family's patience exceeded Lin Mu's expectations by far. He harbored no resentment in his heart. In fact, upon learning of the annulment, Lin Mu felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, exhaling a sigh of relief. There truly was no emotional bond between him and Gu Yuling. In Lin Mu's memories, Gu Yuling was merely a 10-year-old girl. It would be unjust to tether her to a marriage with a blind man simply due to an engagement. Furthermore, no one could predict when, or if, his eyesight would ever be restored. The prospect of remaining blind for a lifetime was not out of the question. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Lin Mu's indifferent demeanor, Gu Yuling found herself inexplicably agitated. In her mind, Lin Mu should have been pleading with her, urging her to reconsider, or perhaps vehemently condemning the Gu family's perceived cruelty. Regardless, his current aloofness was utterly unexpected. Was Lin Mu merely feigning strength? Or was it because of that woman? Chapter 4. Which one do you desire? Chapter 5. Inquire. Due to a recent heavy snowfall, the number of fish vendors today has significantly diminished. Nonetheless, a few establishments can still be found, albeit at slightly elevated prices. Are you not a local? The fishmonger scrutinized the young woman before him, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his gaze. Clad in an immaculate white dress and veiled, she exuded both nobility and mystery. It was perplexing, however, that in such frigid weather, she donned such delicate attire without a hint of discomfort. Impressive discernment, sir. How did you come to that conclusion? Ji Wudong inquired softly as she awaited the fishmonger to prepare her catch. Isn't it obvious? The vendor continued his work with deft hands, chuckling. Yinshan City lies in the northern region, where the climate is harsh and dry. Just take a look at your hands, so delicate and fair. Realizing his words might have been inappropriate, the vendor hastily added, "Please do not take offense, my lady. I merely meant." "I understand your meaning," Ji Wudong replied, her expression impassive as she waved her hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. The fishmonger, relieved by her response, tentatively asked, "You must be from the south. What brings you to Yinshan City?" "I am here in search of someone." "Are you looking for a husband?" the fishmonger remarked, struck by the thought of which fortunate man could claim such a virtuous woman. "Unlike my own wife, who wouldn't even venture out to find me if I were to be gone for 3 days." No, you misunderstand." Ji Wudong's cheeks flushed slightly, a rare glimmer of fluster in her eyes. "I am merely here to consult with Dr. Lin." "Ah, now it makes sense," the fishmonger exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "You've come to the right person. Dr. Lin's medical prowess surpasses that of the county's physician." Intrigued by the mention of Lin Mu, Ji Wudong pressed further. "Is Dr. Lin truly that skilled?" "Without a doubt," the vendor declared, raising his thumb in admiration. "I have never encountered anyone as remarkable as Dr. Lin. Especially his mastery of silver needles. It is simply extraordinary. I have often heard that with Dr. Lin around, even those on the brink of death can be brought back. What is even more commendable is Dr. Lin's benevolent heart. Do you see that group of beggars?" The fishmonger gestured towards a cluster of beggars huddled together in the distance. If it weren't for Dr. Lin providing them with medicinal soup every winter, they would surely have perished from the cold long ago. Such a noble person, yet his eyes. The fishmonger shook his head, letting out a sigh. He then presented 2 freshly cleaned fish before Ji Wudong. Upon hearing the vendor's praises for Lin Mu, an inexplicable sense of pride and contentment swelled within her. As if basking in glory, a subtle smile unconsciously graced her features. Should the members of the demonic sect witness this, they would surely drop their jaws in astonishment. The holy maiden, smiling? Oh, what a charming young lady. At that moment, a group of ruffians happened to pass by, and their leader's gaze fixated on the slender figure of Ji Wudong, approaching her with a lewd grin. Whose daughter is this? Why is she veiled? How about you remove it so that your elder brother may take a look? As he spoke, the man reached out, intent on unveiling Ji Wudong's face. Blind as a bat, Nyo-san. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as the fishmonger slammed his cleaver onto the chopping board, bellowing in fury. This young lady is a valued guest of the esteemed physician Lin. If you wish to find yourself without aid in a brawl, then go ahead and lay a finger on her. Physician Lin? Nyo-san paused, turning to the fishmonger. Oldly, is what you say truly the case? The old man merely shrugged. I've warned you. Believe it or not is entirely your affair. He dismissed Nyo-san, returning to his task of polishing the cleaver. Cowed by the reputation of Lin Mu, Nyo-san dared not overstep any further. For a ruffian like him, who spent his days in brawls, offending anyone was risky. But offending Lin Mu was unthinkable. He was their savior. At that moment, the fishmonger subtly gestured to Ji Wudong, urging her to depart quickly. Observing this, Ji Wudong couldn't help but chuckle to herself as she turned to leave the stall. She never anticipated that merely the mention of her benefactor's name could scare off such rogues. Strolling through the streets of Yanshan City, Ji Wudong felt her spirits lift. Yet, the more joy she felt, the deeper her guilt towards Lin Mu grew. Had it not been for his selfless act saving her life, he would not have suffered the loss of his sight. Such a monumental sacrifice concerning one's future could not be compensated by merely finding a wife for Lin Mu. Once the country is restored, I shall ensure my benefactor is bestowed with a grand title. Determined, she returned to the medical clinic without realizing it. By now, the patients seeking consultation had significantly dwindled compared to the morning. Only a few individuals remained, their arms dislocated from slips on the slick streets. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Lin Mu skillfully set one person's south arm back in place. His movements were so swift that one would hardly guess he was blind. Thank you, Physician Lin. How much is it? It's merely a trifling matter. No payment is necessary. Just refrain from exerting your arm too much in the coming days, and you shall heal swiftly. Very well. Thank you, Physician Lin. The man nodded repeatedly, and, while the clerk was distracted, discreetly placed a small piece of silver on the counter. Lin Mu's ears perked at the sound, and a resigned smile spread across his face. After all, he was just a blind man. Perhaps it was best to pretend he didn't notice. As the sun set, the patients in the clinic gradually departed. Ji Wudong emerged from the kitchen, gracefully carrying a pot of fish soup along with several plates of side dishes. In an instant, the savory aroma of the meal enveloped the medicinal scents that lingered in the clinic. Wow, we have fish soup and braised fish today? Gu Xing exclaimed, rushing over with eyes brimming with delight. Lin Mu and Gu Xing seldom indulged in fish, primarily because Lin Mu found it cumbersome due to his eyesight, and secondly, Gu Xing's culinary skills were rather limited, preventing him from crafting such intricate delicacies. You can actually cook? That's truly remarkable, Lin Mu remarked, taken aback by the enticing fragrance of the dishes. While Gu Xing remained oblivious to Ji Wudong's true identity, Lin Mu was fully aware. This woman was the holy maiden of the demon sect, a member of the former imperial family, essentially a princess of the palace, of unparalleled status. To his astonishment, she possessed such culinary prowess. These are merely a few dishes, but if you enjoy them, I can certainly learn more, Ji Wudong replied earnestly, nodding in response to Lin Mu's praise. Gu Xing's surprise deepened. The woman before him was nothing like the cold, combative figure from the previous night who had resorted to violence over a mere disagreement. Chapter 6. Chopsticks. Could it be that I am to gain yet another master's wife? Gu Xing scrutinized the two individuals before him, and as he recalled the women from the medical hall earlier that day, who feigned illness in hopes of seeking refuge, but were resolutely dismissed by Lin Mu, his eyes widened in astonishment. This woman has indeed orchestrated a grand scheme. Furthermore, his master's demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar. With this thought in mind, Gu Xing hurriedly retrieved two empty bowls, filling one with fish soup and the other with an array of dishes. What are you doing? Ji Wudong inquired curiously. observing Gu Xing's actions. "You shall dine here, while I take my meal at the counter to avoid being interrupted by patients who might arrive." Gu Xing replied with a chuckle, hastily making his way toward the counter. His master was somewhat shy, and thus he sought an excuse to leave, ensuring the two could enjoy their time alone. "This lad is remarkably industrious today, unlike his usual self." Lin Mu harbored no doubts and felt a surge of contentment. Surely, Gu Xing was merely responding to the influx of patients today, which was indeed a positive development. In Yinshan City, Lin Mu had no relatives. Although Gu Xing referred to him as master, Lin Mu regarded Gu Xing as a younger brother. Gu Xing's thoughtfulness brought him joy. "Forget about him. Do try this fish soup. Is it not delightful?" Ji Wudong served a bowl of fish soup before Lin Mu, gently blowing on the steaming surface to cool it, ensuring he would not be scalded. "This fish soup is truly exquisite." Upon tasting the soup, Lin Mu smacked his lips in approval. "Really?" A glimmer of delight sparkled in Ji Wudong's eyes as she quickly selected a piece of braised fish, deftly removing the bones, and placed it into Lin Mu's bowl. "Now try this. This is also delightful. And what about this stir-fried vegetable?" Ji Wudong's chopsticks danced busily, her enthusiasm palpable, while Lin Mu resembled a waiting infant, eagerly opening his mouth, swallowing, and offering praise. The scene unfolded with an unexpected harmony, as if the two had long been accustomed to such an interaction. Gu Xing lay propped at the distant counter, occasionally stealing glances in their direction, his suspicions only growing more resolute. "I recall that Miss Wudong mentioned something about 10 years ago last night. Does this not imply that she and my master have known each other for quite some time?" "My master, truly. How could he keep such significant information from me?" It is no wonder he appeared unaffected after the Gu family's engagement was dissolved. He must have anticipated Miss Wudong's arrival. Furthermore, judging by their demeanor, it would not be long before I would have to address Miss Wudong as my master's wife. The more Gu Xing pondered, the more exhilarated he became, devouring his meal with gusto. His master, so kind and capable, deserved a virtuous partner like Miss Wudong as a wife. The eldest daughter of the Gu family was consumed by martial pursuits and would certainly not be able to prepare such fish soup. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an increasing sourness in the meal before him. "If only someone would treat me with such care." "Another bite," she said, selecting a prime piece of fish, as Ji Wudong gently fed Lin Mu with her chopsticks. Finding Lin Mu's pace of eating rather slow, she decided to take matters into her own hands. Lin Mu, fully supportive of her efforts, devoured whatever Ji Wudong offered without hesitation, showering her with compliments, which only fueled her enthusiasm for feeding him further. "Miss Wudong, aren't you eating?" Lin Mu inquired, feeling rather stuffed and unsure of how much he had consumed. "There's still plenty left," Ji Wudong replied softly, glancing at the nearly empty dishes. "You go ahead and eat." She lamented internally, wishing she had prepared more food. "No, I'm quite full," Lin Mu said, patting his belly and letting out a satisfied burp. Upon seeing this, Ji Wudong filled her bowl with the remaining rice. Yet, even with every grain accounted for, her bowl was only half full. She turned slightly, facing away from Gu Xing, removed her veil, and nibbled at the remnants of the dishes. However, as the first bite of greens entered her mouth, she instinctively widened her eyes. Those chopsticks seemed to be the very same ones she had used to feed Lin Mu. What to do? Should she fetch another pair from the kitchen? Wouldn't that seem overly conspicuous? Ji Wudong was torn. Casting a glance at Lin Mu and then at Gu Xing, she silently shook her head. Forget it, they wouldn't know anyway. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. She picked up another piece of green vegetable and took a bite. As a martial artist, these dishes barely sufficed to satisfy Ji Wudong's hunger. The sound of chopsticks scraping against the plate caught Lin Mu's attention, raising his eyebrows. Moments later, Ji Wudong slowly stood up to clear the dishes. "Gu Xing, you come wash the dishes," Lin Mu called towards the general direction of the counter. Then he turned to Ji Wudong. "I've eaten quite a lot today. Would you accompany me for a stroll in the street?" "Well, all right." Ji Wudong, still somewhat hungry, was initially reluctant to venture out. However, since Lin Mu had suggested it, she felt compelled to agree. "Take it slow. I'll support you," she said, holding on to Lin Mu's arm as she accepted the wooden stick Gu Xing offered, carefully assisting him out of the medical hall. The biting cold wind on the street made Ji Wudong glance at Lin Mu, reassured to see he was adequately bundled up. "Miss Wudong, did you bring luggage this time?" he asked. "Just one package," containing some daily necessities, she replied. I see. Lin Mu mused at the entrance of the medical hall before turning left, relying on his memory. Yin Mountain City was unlike other places, with winters that were both long and frigid. Even with profound internal strength, it would be wise to purchase some warm clothing. As they walked and chatted, guided by Lin Mu, they soon arrived at a clothing store. Isn't this Dr. Lin? If you need to buy clothes, just send someone to let me know. I personally brought it to you. There is no need for you to trouble yourself with such a long journey. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man of somewhat portly stature, warmly welcomed Lin Mu upon his arrival. It is good to see you, Lin Mu, he said, as Lin took a seat. With a light chuckle, Lin Mu replied, I have come this time to purchase some warm clothing for a friend. Could you kindly assist in selecting a few suitable pieces? Of course, of course. The shopkeeper, casting an appreciative glance at Ji Wudong, smiled even more broadly. Such a graceful and exquisite lady would look splendid in anything. It would be no challenge at all to pair her with a few fitting garments. The shop already had ready-made options available. This might not be necessary. Ji Wudong hesitated, as her expression revealed her modest means. Do not be shy. Consider it a token of gratitude for the meal you treated me to. Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. Though blind, his heart was as clear as a mirror, and he instantly discerned the reason for Ji Wudong's reluctance. Then let this be a loan of silver from you, he added, as Ji Wudong pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with gratitude. Chapter 7. I am too beautiful. Manager Hao was remarkably swift in his actions. In a matter of moments, he unearthed 6 or 7 elegantly styled garments. The overall hues were subtly light, perfectly complementing Ji Wudong's ethereal demeanor. Do you like them? Lin Mu inquired with his eyes closed, unable to see, thus seeking Ji Wudong's opinion. I do, she replied, her spirits lifted at the sight of the pristine dresses, her hunger momentarily forgotten. Please have them wrapped up and sent to the medical hall. Lin Mu, encumbered by the garments, instructed, Gu Xing will take care of the payment for me. What payment? Rest assured, Divine Physician Lin. I shall personally deliver them shortly and ensure there are no delays. Thank you, Lin Mu nodded, and with Ji Wudong's assistance, they continued down the street ahead. I recall there is a lamb soup shop nearby, renowned for its delectable lamb soup and flaky pastries. It would be delightful to stop by for a taste. Having resided in Yinshan City for many years, Lin Mu was well acquainted with the surrounding streets and establishments. Thus, even with his eyes closed, he could navigate without error. Sure enough, after walking several hundred steps, Ji Wudong caught a whiff of the distinctive aroma of cooked lamb wafting through the air. Let's also buy a roasted sweet potato. They taste best in winter. After settling at a table, Lin Mu heard the nearby vendors' calls and chuckled. Ji Wudong nodded in agreement and rose to procure a roasted sweet potato, breaking it into 2 halves. Instantly, the fragrant steam of the sweet potato dispersed around them. The golden, tender flesh of the roasted sweet potato was irresistible to Ji Wudong. Here as half for you. Be careful, it's hot. As before, Ji Wudong peeled the skin off the sweet potato for Lin Mu and gently blew on it before handing it to him. She refrained from asking how he knew she had enough to eat, silently committing this detail to memory. Though Ji Wudong was the revered saintess of the demonic sect, her reality was that of a fugitive from a fallen dynasty. A life of such ease as today felt utterly lavish to her, were it not for her bloodline bearing the Ji surname and the burden of restoring her country. There were times she longed to sever ties with the demonic sect and seek a hidden refuge. As she sipped the steaming lamb soup, her gratitude towards Lin Mu deepened. Thank you, benefactor. Just call me Lin Mu. Benefactor feels too distant. Then you may call me Wudong. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Ji Wudong consumed 2 bowls of lamb soup and 2 pastries before finally letting out a satisfied belch. Lin Mu, on the other hand, had barely managed to eat half of his roasted sweet potato. His primary purpose for this outing was to ensure Ji Wudong's hunger was satiated. His own indulgence in the roasted sweet potato was merely a fleeting temptation. Look at you, with your face as dark as a cat's, Ji Wudong remarked, observing Lin Mu's cheeks, reminiscent of a calico cat, her lips curving slightly beneath her veil. He randomly retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, dampened it with tea, and began to gently wipe. The delicate fragrance wafted through the air once more, causing Lin Mu to feel a twinge of discomfort, instinctively recoiling slightly. Stay still, Ji Wudong chided softly, her left hand gently cradling Lin Mu's cheek. At that moment, Lin Mu felt a warm flush on his face, the exquisite, smooth sensation leaving him somewhat entranced. Was Ji Wudong's hand truly so soft and silky? Suddenly, Lin Mu seemed to recall something and curiously inquired. Gu Xing mentioned last night, while we were chatting before bed, that you wear a veil. Why is that? Because I am too beautiful. If I were to remove the veil, it would invite too much trouble, Ji Wudong replied with a calm demeanor. Such audacious words, spoken from her lips, carried an undeniable charm that left no room for doubt. It was as if it were a given. Anyone who encountered her instinctively felt that she must indeed be exceptionally beautiful. You are indeed very beautiful. Lin Mu nodded, involuntarily reminiscing about their brief encounter a decade ago. Though Ji Wudong had not yet reached maturity then, she had already possessed a beauty that could captivate nations. Lin Mu had also glimpsed her visage beneath the veil when he had helped her rid herself of poison. Aside from my master, you are the second person to have seen my face, and the only man, Ji Wudong said, biting her lip as she slowly folded the handkerchief and tucked it away. I apologize, Lin Mu said, feeling a slight warmth on his cheek, his expression somewhat mischievous. Just then, several figures happened to pass by, and upon spotting Lin Mu, one of them strode forward with great urgency. Lin Mu, my sister has just canceled her engagement with you, and here you are flirting with another woman. Do you still hold any regard for the Gu family? The newcomer exclaimed loudly. Have you ever seen anyone flirting in a mutton soup shop? Lin Mu, recognizing the voice immediately, couldn't help but retort with a laugh. Moreover, don't even mention the Gu family. Even the entire world pales in comparison to my eyes. The individual was named Gu Ming, the brother of Gu Yueling and the heir of the Gu family. Possessing above-average talent and having trained in martial arts since childhood, he was now a 6th-grade martial artist. Gu Ming and Lin Mu had grown up together and were once close friends, at least until the engagement was annulled. Following him were Gu Yueling and several servants from the Gu family. Among them was a Taoist clad in purple robes. That woman from yesterday is here too. Should I help you send them away? Ji Wudong rose to stand before Lin Mu and quietly asked. However, upon witnessing this scene, Gu Ming's anger escalated. He had only one sister, whom he had doted on since childhood. Even though the Gu family had annulled the engagement first, he could not allow Lin Mu to be so audacious. Even if he sought a new love, at least a period of 10 days or half a month should be observed. How could one break an engagement one day and stroll out with another woman the very next? Let us not concern ourselves with them. Let us depart, Lin Mu replied, shaking his head, clearly disinclined to engage with Gu Ming. Ever since the Gu family had withdrawn their engagement, he had been reluctant to entangle himself with their affairs, deeming it unnecessary to foster further interaction. Observing this, Ji Wudong promptly rose and extended her hand to support Lin Mu's left arm. Feeling neglected by the two, Gu Ming, in a fit of desperation, shouted and lunged towards Lin Mu, attempting to obstruct his path. Where do you think you are going? Insolence! Another voice thundered, abruptly halting Gu Ming's advance. Ji Wudong retracted her hand, turning to face the figure clad in purple robes. Had it not been for this individual's timely intervention, her prior strike could have claimed Gu Ming's life. Brother, before the esteemed Xian Yun, one must not be disrespectful. Gu Yueling stepped forward, grasping Gu Ming's hand and softly imploring him. As she spoke, she discreetly gestured towards Gu Ming, urging him to heed her warning. Understanding her signal, Gu Ming immediately complied, respectfully approaching the purple-robed elder and bowing deeply. I am unaware of what guidance esteemed Xian Yun might offer. I shall comply unreservedly. Then you shall apologize. What? Gu Ming was taken aback, confusion clouding his features. I command you to kneel. The Taoist Xian Yun's voice pierced the air, resonating with authority as his purple robes fluttered without wind, exuding an imposing presence. Chapter 8. Are you unwell? What? Senior Xian Yun, what is this? Gu Ming was taken aback, his gaze flitting anxiously between Lin Mu and Taoist Xian Yun. Senior Xian Yun, my brother acted out of impulse, Gu Yueling was about to defend him, but was abruptly interrupted by Taoist Xian Yun's furious rebuke. Your brother acted impulsively, then why did you not intervene? Taoist Xian Yun snorted coldly, scrutinizing Gu Yueling with piercing eyes. Do not tell me you were caught off guard. I am not a fool. The questioning from Taoist Xian Yun left Gu Yueling momentarily speechless. For the truth was undeniable. Had she truly wished to stop Gu Ming, her fifth-tier prowess would have easily allowed her to do so. However, she remained motionless after Gu Ming had taken action, revealing her inner thoughts. Nevertheless, Taoist Xian Yun paid little mind to the Gu siblings, instead striding directly to Lin Mu and bowing deeply, saying, Xian Yun pays his respects to the divine healer. Who are you? Lin Mu responded with a frown. This scene astonished the Gu family once more. They had initially believed that Taoist Xian Yun was familiar with the woman in white, which prompted his intervention. However, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that it was Lin Mu, the blind man, who truly captured Taoist Xian Yun's attention. Moreover, it appeared that Taoist Xian Yun was more keen on befriending Lin Mu. Divine healers often forget. It is only natural that you do not remember me. Taoist Xian Yun chuckled, stroking his beard as he explained, 5 years ago, I passed by the entrance of Jishir Hall, gravely injured. The old curator was unwilling to involve himself in the disputes of the martial world, and it was you who treated my wounds. I will never forget the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me. With that, Taoist Xian Yun bowed deeply once more in reverence to Lin Mu. Ah, so it is you. Lin Mu remarked, realization dawning upon him. He smiled and nodded, saying, I recall there was a monk accompanying you at that time. What has become of him? Thanks to the divine healer, my junior brother is quite well, and he is currently within Yinshan City. The monk they spoke of was known as Yi He, a disciple of the same master as Taoist Xian Yun, making their bond quite intriguing. Although they had no formal sect, both were renowned figures in the martial world, each at the second-tier realm. Upon learning of their arrival in Yinshan City, the Gu family sought to befriend them, hosting a banquet and intending for Gu Ming to become their disciple. Gu Ming promptly instructed someone to inform his junior brother, I shall not be attending the banquet. Although Taoist Xian Yun was unaware of the conflict between the Gu family and Lin Mu, he had no intentions of attending the feast. His gaze toward the Gu siblings was filled with distaste. Were it not for Gu Yueling's master's reputation, he would have been disinclined to converse with the Gu family any further. Senior Xian Yun, I was wrong just now. Please, forgive me this once. For you possess a magnanimous heart. Upon witnessing the situation, Gu Ming immediately stepped forward and implored softly, if my father learns that you will not attend the banquet, he will undoubtedly flame my skin. What concern is that of mine? Xian Yun retorted indifferently, a smirk playing on his lips. Beside them, Gu Yuling, quick-witted, hastily urged Gu Ming, you should promptly apologize to Lin Mu. Apologize to Lin Mu? On what grounds? Gu Ming began, only to realize halfway through, his face flushing crimson. However, considering his future in martial arts, he reluctantly approached Lin Mu. Lin Mu, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. Gu Ming cupped his hands, his eyes ablaze with barely contained fury. Yet, Xian Yun remained unmoved, offering no response. Observing this, Gu Yuling recalled Xian Yun's earlier words and reminded, brother, the esteemed Xian Yun just instructed you to kneel. You clever girl. Xian Yun nodded slightly, stating coolly. His remark unequivocally signified his stance. Should Gu Ming fail to kneel and apologize to Lin Mu, Xian Yun would undoubtedly refuse to attend the Gu family banquet. Even the monk Yi He, who arrived early, would take his leave once more. In that moment, Gu Ming found himself in a quandary. In the midst of the biting cold, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. To kneel, or not to kneel? After much deliberation, Gu Ming's knees gradually bent. Witnessing this, a flicker of disappointment unconsciously appeared in Xian Yun's eyes. Just then, Lin Mu spoke up, I am merely a blind man. Even if you kneel, I cannot see. Wudong, let us depart, Lin Mu said, his cane precisely blocking Gu Ming's knees. His disposition was ever so adaptable, seeking merely to enjoy his own humble life. Besides, he shared a modicum of past camaraderie with Gu Ming. He had no desire to serve as Xian Yun's litmus test for Gu Ming. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming exhaled in relief and turned to Xian Yun, only to find that Xian Yun was entirely focused on Lin Mu. Divine Doctor, may I and my junior brother pay you a visit later? Are you ill? Lin Mu inquired bluntly. No? Then why have you come to the clinic? He continued walking, stating, Ji Shi Tang is not an inn. Do not disturb the patient's tranquility. At this point, Lin Mu abruptly halted, as if recalling something, and softly remarked, Gu Ming is actually quite decent. He then resumed his stride forward. Lin Mu's final statement extended a courtesy to Gu Ming. Naturally, Xian Yun could not refuse the invitation to the Gu family banquet. However, taking Gu Ming as a disciple was out of the question. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly addressed Gu Ming. In my lineage, we practice according to our heart's desires. never compromising ourselves. Your disposition is ill-suited to become my disciple." Upon hearing this, Gu Ming's previously blossoming smile faded once more, leaving him somewhat at a loss. However, the subsequent words of the idle cloud Taoist reignited a flicker of hope within him. "If you are willing, I could persuade my junior disciple to accept you as his pupil. The lineage you would join values endurance, which means you would no longer be able to marry. What say you?" "The younger generation is willing," Gu Ming exclaimed without the slightest hesitation. As long as he could achieve success in martial arts, what did it matter whether he married or not? He would even consider sacrificing that prospect if necessary. "Brother Yu." Beside him, Gu Yuling's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Gu Ming was so infatuated with martial arts. If he truly became a disciple under Master Yeha and renounced worldly ties, would their family not be left without heirs? In that moment, Gu Yuling felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she known this would transpire, she would have refrained from advising her brother to apologize to Lin Mu. She could only wonder how their father would react upon learning this news. Chapter 9. The Cabinet. "Do you know who that Taoist Xianyun was?" Ji Wudong asked, astonished. As she walked back, she was still reeling from the shock of the recent encounter. Both Taoist Xianyun and Monk Yeha were renowned figures in the vast Jianghu of Dayu. Not only were they formidable martial artists, but they also roamed the world, upholding justice with the demeanor of ancient heroes. Thus, wherever they went, they were treated with respect and had numerous followers. The demon sect had made vigorous attempts to recruit them, only to be met with rejection. Many elders of the sect had lamented, in moments of drunken honesty, that failing to gain their assistance was one of the greatest regrets of the sect. Who would have imagined that they would be humbled in the small city of Yanshan at the hands of Lin Mu? Are you truly not considering inviting them to stay at the clinic? If they were to agree, no one would dare to trouble the clinic in the future. Ji Wudong persisted, unwilling to give up. "I am merely a doctor, quietly healing and saving lives in this clinic. I am not bothered by anyone. Their prowess has no bearing on me," Lin Mu replied with a chuckle, his tone indifferent. "Since they are not patients, they naturally cannot reside in my clinic." "And what about me?" Ji Wudong instinctively inquired upon hearing Lin Mu's words. "You are an exception." "Well, that is more acceptable. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to leave." "Really?" "Of course not." Ji Wudong scoffed coldly. "You think it would be so easy to rid yourself of me? Not a chance. Until I repay my debt of gratitude for saving my life, I shall never leave this clinic." As night fell, the Gu family mansion was alive with the clinking of glasses. Taoist Xianyun and the head of the Gu family were thoroughly enjoying their drinks, while Gu Ming respectfully surrounded a portly monk. It seemed likely that he was on the verge of becoming a disciple. Alas, head of the Gu family, Gu Matian, sighed deeply, filled with regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would have never entertained the thought of Gu Ming seeking to become a disciple. Now, his son had renounced worldly ties, and his daughter had joined him. What was he to do? Perhaps it would be best for him to find a Taoist temple and dedicate himself to the three pure ones. Moreover, he never imagined that Lin Mu had actually saved Taoist Xianyun's life. Had he not called off the engagement, allowing Gu Yueling to marry Lin Mu according to their agreement, his daughter would not have joined him, and Gu Ming might have easily entered Taoist Xianyun's tutelage with just a word from Lin Mu. Would that not have been a perfect resolution? Alas, Gu Matian sighed once more. "What troubles you, head of the Gu family?" Monk Yeha, noticing Gu Matian's melancholic demeanor, inquired with a smile. "Let me express my gratitude with this humble tea for the remarkable talent you have nurtured for our Buddhist order." Upon hearing these words, Gu Matian's heart sank deeper into despair, and he unconsciously let out a sigh. "Master Yeha, can my son, with his fiery temperament, truly become your disciple?" With a shift in thought, Gu Matian, though reluctant to break his promise, dared to probe further. He wished to withdraw from the agreement, but feared offending both Xianyun and Yeha, leading him to resort to this desperate measure. Such sincerity is rare and commendable. Your son's martial talent may be lacking, yet do not belittle the Gu family. Your son shall surely propagate the Dharma and become a master in his own right. With such words spoken, Gu Matian found no excuse to retract his consent and could only nod helplessly, entrusting his son to Master Yeha henceforth. "Thank you, father." Upon hearing Gu Matian's agreement, Gu Ming was overwhelmed with joy, his face beaming with delight. Observing this scene, Gu Matian drained his cup and, citing discomfort, rose to take his leave. "Gu family head, if you are unwell, perhaps you should visit Jishir Hall." Dr. Lin's medical skills are quite remarkable. Xian Yun, observing the situation, kindly offered this advice. Unbeknownst to him, these words only deepened Gu Matian's inner turmoil. After leaving the gathering, Gu Matian wandered aimlessly into the backyard, only to find Gu Yueling standing under the moonlight, lost in thought. He had heard from the servant accompanying him that Lin Mu was often in the company of an exquisite lady in a white dress. Surely, like many others in the city, she harbored feelings for him. Although Lin Mu was blind, he was never short of admirers. Gu Matian was somewhat aware of his daughter's childhood affection for Lin Mu, yet he was at a loss for how to comfort her in this moment. Sighing for what seemed like the umpteenth time that night, Gu Matian lamented, "Ah, Lin Mu, why must you be blind?" Meanwhile, in the medical hall, Lin Mu and his companions were joyfully gathered around, basking in the warmth of the fire. On the stove, several sweet potatoes were steaming enticingly, stirring their appetites. "By the way, that Xianyan Taoist seems quite impressive, doesn't he?" Gu Xing remarked, toying with a sweet potato while blowing on it. Indeed, Ji Wudong nodded in agreement. Even now, she regretted not persuading Lin Mu to allow Xianyan to stay at the medical hall for a few days. "Can he roast sweet potatoes?" Gu Xing countered, eliciting a momentary pause from Ji Wudong, who rolled her eyes in response. "What do you know, you little brat?" "I'm not a little brat," Gu Xing retorted angrily, rising to declare, "I'm destined to be a great general." "Is that so?" Ji Wudong scoffed, her derision palpable. Observing this, Master Gu Xing approached Lin Mu, seeking his support. Yet, Lin Mu remained silent, simply walking over to a locked cabinet and standing before it. Gu Xing closely followed behind, cautiously supporting Lin Mu, fearful of any misstep. "Gu Xing, open the cabinet." Lin Mu retrieved a key from his pocket and handed it over. "Yes, master." Gu Xing, intrigued, accepted the key and unlocked the padlock. He had long noted the cabinet, dismissing it as merely a medicine cabinet, thus paying it little mind. However, it now appeared that it was far more significant than he had presumed. Ji Wudong leaned in, peering curiously into the cabinet. Within lay the lifelong collection of the late curator, encompassing medical texts and martial arts manuals, along with some medical insights that Lin Mu had personally inscribed. Lin Mu explained slowly to the two, since Gu Xing aspires to become a general, it is essential that he learns martial arts for self-defense. Should he succeed in his training, surpassing the likes of Xian Yun and Yehe would be well within reach. "Wudong, if you are interested, feel free to peruse at your leisure." Upon witnessing the cabinet brimming with medical tomes and martial arts classics, Ji Wudong's eyes widened in astonishment. Many of the rare volumes contained within were ones she had only heard whispers of, never having laid eyes upon them. Who would have imagined that a blind physician like Lin Mu had secretly amassed such a collection? If this were to become known, it could very well stir a tempest of bloodshed throughout the martial world for decades to come. Chapter 10. You are remarkably strong. Thank you, Master Xie. Gu Xing did not ponder much. After expressing his gratitude, he dove headfirst into the cabinet, rummaging through the contents. He alternated his gaze between various items, captivated by each martial arts manual, unable to make a decision. One must avoid the folly of greed and choose only one for study. Lin Mu, with his eyes tightly shut, raised his cane to tap the cabinet, offering a reminder. For Gu Xing, who was just beginning his journey into martial arts, the greatest folly lay in aiming too high. In contrast, Ji Wudong harbored no such concerns. Her foundation in martial arts had long been established, allowing her to benefit from exploring multiple martial techniques. Yet, Ji Wudong's attention was not on the tomes before her. She was increasingly curious about the multitude of secrets Lin Mu possessed, his exceptional medical skills, the amicable relationships he had cultivated with two renowned figures of the martial world, and the box brimming with martial arts manuals. Such a wealth of knowledge belonged to a blind man. If you were not blind, I cannot even fathom how formidable you would be. Ji Wudong couldn't help but exclaim. The more she thought this way, the deeper her feelings of guilt towards Lin Mu grew. Lin Mu seemed to sense her inner turmoil and smiled reassuringly, saying, "Even if I were not blind, I would still merely be a physician. My life remains unchanged." "You are indeed fortunate," Ji Wudong replied, nodding, her expression tinged with melancholy. For someone like her, who bore the weight of national restoration on her shoulders, a commoner's life felt like a distant dream. Thus, she cherished the time spent in the medical clinic all the more. As they spoke, Ji Wudong's gaze was drawn to a handwritten notebook within the cabinet. and she instinctively took it out to peruse its contents. This notebook contained Lin Mu's writings from before his blindness, documenting verses from his past life, methods for ice making, gunpowder, and a plethora of inventions, showcasing a vast array of knowledge. At that time, Lin Mu had recorded these memories to prevent their fading, in preparation for future needs. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. Before he could realize his ambitions, he lost his sight. This notebook had been cast aside in the cabinet, never to be touched again. Through its pages, Ji Wutong glimpsed a previously unknown facet of Lin Mu. Compared to the martial texts, this notebook clearly captivated her more. The spring breeze is swift, and in a day, one can behold all the flowers of Chang'an. Youthful nobles of Wuling gather by the eastern market, riding silver-saddled white horses through the spring breeze. In spirited encounters, we drink for you, tethering horses by the tall buildings, drooping willows. Springtime frolics, apricot blossoms fluttering around. Which family's youth is this, brimming with charm? From these verses, Ji Wudong envisioned a Lin Mu who was spirited, flamboyant, and altogether different from the man before her now. In that moment, she finally understood why Lin Mu was so attentive to Gu Xing. For the present, Gu Xing was the Lin Mu who had yet to lose his sight, mirroring him in both character and age. Perhaps he too yearned to know what his sighted self resembled and what achievements awaited him in the future, Ji Wudong mused, gazing at Lin Mu with eyes filled with regret. Lin Mu, oblivious to her thoughts, reclined back into the rocking chair, slightly intoxicated, and suggested, "Since the heavy snow has yet to completely freeze the lake's surface, shall we go fishing tomorrow?" "Certainly, I shall accompany you," Ji Wudong nodded in agreement. The following morning, after breakfast, Ji Wudong, one hand grasping the fishing gear and the other supporting Lin Mu, strolled leisurely towards the riverside outside the city. Gu Xing was left at home to guard the clinic. "Thanks to your presence, I haven't ventured far for quite some time," Lin Mu remarked with a smile as they walked along the streets of Yanshan City. Since Ji Wudong had resolved to stay, he felt no need for pretense. This opportunity allowed him to explore the outskirts of the city. "If you wish, I can also take you to stroll around Chang'an in the future," Ji Wudong softly spoke, recalling Lin Mu's poetry. Although the Great Yu dynasty differed from the dynasty of Lin Mu's past life, the capital was named Chang'an, which seemed a curious coincidence. "Let it be settled then." "It's a promise," he replied. Amidst their laughter and chatter, they finally arrived at the banks of a tributary outside the city. After clearing away some nearby weeds and laying down a blanket, they promptly sat down. With a splash, Lin Mu casually cast his fishing rod, which plunged directly into the river. Ji Wudong, uninterested in fishing, retrieved Lin Mu's notes from her bosom. Despite the biting cold wind by the riverside, neither was deterred and each focused on their respective tasks. "With your exceptional medical skills, why do you remain in Yanshan City?" Ji Wudong eventually broke the silence, inquiring. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mu explained, "The former head of the clinic once remarked that although the northern frontier is harsh, the hearts of its people are warm. Moreover, I cherish this place. I adore everything about Yanshan City." Ji Wudong, recalling the scenes of the townsfolk greeting Lin Mu along the way, nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, compared to the complex social ties in Chang'an, the people of Yanshan City appeared remarkably genuine. "And what about you? Do you truly intend to remain in the clinic indefinitely?" Lin Mu countered. "My eyes cannot be healed in the short term." Ji Wutong surveyed her surroundings and, noticing the absence of others, slowly replied, "The old emperor of Chang'an is nearing death. Once he passes, the Great Yu dynasty will surely descend into chaos. At that time, it will be the perfect opportunity for my demonic sect to rise." "And how long must we wait?" Lin Mu inquired further. "I do not know." Ji Wudong shook her head. "According to scouts from Chang'an, it could be as short as 6 months or as long as 3 to 5 years. Currently, Chang'an is far from peaceful, and the strife among the princes is growing ever more intense. Perhaps one day, the old emperor will be driven to his demise, meeting his end in a fit of rage. Ah, a fish has taken the bait." At that moment, the fishing rod suddenly tightened, and Ji Wudong promptly alerted him. Lin Mu's reaction was remarkably swift. With a powerful flick of his arm, he hauled a fish, nearly half a foot long, onto the bank. His movements were decisive and efficient, devoid of any hesitation. "You possess quite a bit of strength," Ji Wudong remarked, her expression tinged with skepticism. She had observed others fishing before, where one typically tightens the rod and engages with the fish in the water for a while. waiting until the creature is exhausted before drawing it ashore. It was uncommon for someone like Lin Mu to simply yank the fish onto the bank without a word. Perhaps it is due to my hearty appetite, Lin Mu chuckled lightly, offering no further explanation as he cast the rod back into the water. Ji Wudong paid little mind, arranging the gathered firewood and igniting it. She then took a slender stick and skewered the fish, propping it near the fire. Would you care for some tea? I could brew a bit, she asked, not waiting for Lin Mu's response as she busied herself retrieving the tea set from her backpack. Chapter 11. Kidney deficiency. With a warm cup of tea coursing down her throat, Ji Wudong's face blossomed into a satisfied smile. Unfortunately, this floral smile was obscured by her veil, and with Lin Mu's sight forever lost, no one was fated to witness it. Did you compose all these poems? As she perused the notes in her hand, Ji Wudong's enchanting eyes sparkled, and she said dreamily, though I am not well versed in poetry, I can discern that these verses are quite remarkable. Should they be circulated, the literati who take pride in their poetic prowess would surely feel a pang of shame. Miss Wudong, you flatter me, Lin Mu chuckled, graciously accepting her praise. It was not that Lin Mu possessed an overabundance of bravado. Rather, he feared that declaring the poems as the work of another might lead Ji Wudong to inquire further, causing unnecessary complications. Moreover, these verses were known only to him, so admitting authorship posed no risk of being accused of plagiarism. I wish to traverse the flowers in search of a path, directly into the depths of the white clouds, where the grandeur unfurls like a rainbow. Upon encountering this line, Ji Wudong's admiration for Lin Mu deepened profoundly. To have penned such fervent words, Lin Mu's former aspirations must have soared high. Yet now, as she observed him lazily fishing by the river, he appeared no different from an elderly man, which inevitably stirred her heart with melancholy. Unbeknownst to her, tears welled in Ji Wudong's eyes, and sorrow surged within her. Lin Mu, I vow to restore your sight, she promised again, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. What is the matter? Lin Mu asked, taken aback, tilting his ear to catch her words. He could have sworn he heard a woman's weeping. Surely it must be a figment of his imagination? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. It was merely the two of them by the river. How could the saintess of the demonic cult weep over a book, as if she were Lin Daiyu? I am fine. As if on cue, Ji Wudong's calm and aloof voice reached his ears. The pair did not linger by the river for long. By midday, they had returned to the clinic. Gu Xing, bring the water bucket, Lin Mu called loudly upon entering. Their fishing trip had not been in vain. In addition to grilling 2 fish by the riverside, he had also caught 5 large ones. That should suffice for a meal. This was primarily due to Ji Wudong and Gu Xing's martial training, which endowed them with appetites far exceeding the norm. Otherwise, these few fish would have been ample sustenance for an ordinary family for 3 days. Master, earlier this morning, Nyosen came looking for you, Gu Xing remarked while tidying up the fishing gear. Oh, what does that ruffian want with me? Lin Mu queried. I am not certain. Gu Xing shook his head and continued. He merely mentioned he would return in the afternoon, then departed. At that moment, a boisterous shout echoed from outside. Dr. Lin? Is Dr. Lin at home? Just as Gu Xing mentioned Nyo-san, the man appeared at the door. It is him. Ji Wudong turned around and beheld the rogue, who had once trifled with her at the fish stall, bellowing loudly. A displeased expression crossed her face. Shall I assist you in driving him away? She whispered to Lin Mu. Has he offended you? Not at all. Then why chase him off? Lin Mu chuckled softly and made his way towards the counter. Observing this, Ji Wudong hurried over to offer her support. Nyo-san, witnessing the scene, could not suppress a hint of embarrassment, feeling grateful for heeding the fish vendor's advice that day, which had prevented him from laying hands on Ji Wudong, thus averting a grave mistake. Nyo-san, what brings you here? Lin Mu inquired gently after they took their seats. Well, Nyo-san stammered, struggling to find his words, his demeanor increasingly awkward. Lin Mu understood instantly upon hearing him. Wudong, why don't you rest in the backyard? I can manage things here. All right, just call me if you need anything, Ji Wudong replied, nodding and casting a warning glare at Nyo-san before departing. With such a fair companion, Lin the Divine Doctor is indeed fortunate, Nyo-san remarked, gazing longingly at Ji Wudong's retreating figure. What is it that you truly seek? Lin Mu pressed, not engaging in pleasantries. I have some persistent ailments that I would like you to examine, Nyo-san confessed, scratching his head in utter embarrassment. Without further ado, Lin Mu grasped his wrist to assess his pulse. Do you often sweat at night? Indeed, I have been sweating profusely. Do you experience lower back pain and fatigue? Yes. Yes. I feel utterly drained. What do you think is wrong with me, Lin Shini? You are suffering from kidney deficiency. Impossible. Nyosen leapt from his chair, gasping for breath, his face flushed with anger. Why the haste? I can cure it. Divine doctor. Upon hearing this, Nyosen fell to his knees before Lin Mu, weeping and pleading. Can you truly heal me? Of course. At Lin Mu's affirmation, Nyosen burst into tears. Although he had not taken a wife, his entanglements with the many widows of Yinshan City were far from innocent, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe his life as one of nightly revelry. Consequently, he had increasingly felt drained in recent days, and his relationships with those widows had soured. Thus, after much contemplation, he finally set aside his pride and sought Lin Mu's assistance. Come in. I will administer a few needles. Lin Mu stifled a smile as he entered the back room with Nyosen's help. Soon, the sounds of anguished wails echoed from within, piercing and mournful. Even the cries of neighbors slaughtering pigs could hardly rival Nyosen's lamentations. After a quarter of an hour, Nyosen emerged from the back room, gritting his teeth and trembling with every step. In Lin Mu's eyes, a profound terror was evident. Is this sufficient, Master Lin? It cannot be that simple. Lin Mu retorted with a cold smirk. For the next month, you shall visit me daily at noon. After 1 month, we shall reassess the situation. What? A whole month of treatment? Nyosen's eyes widened, and he felt a wave of excruciating pain wash over him once more. Are you unwilling to proceed with the treatment? Of course, I am willing. I am willing. Nyosen hastily nodded, retrieving a handful of silver coins from his pocket and placing them into Lin Mu's hand. Master Lin, I shall return tomorrow, and regarding my ailment, I will ensure your condition remains confidential. Lin Mu interjected. Thank you, Master Lin. A smile finally graced Nyosen's face as he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. After Nyosen departed, Ji Wudong emerged from the back room, her curiosity piqued. What did you do to him? He sounded so tormented. I merely administered a few dozen more acupuncture needles. After all, he had offended you. Lin Mu chuckled, offering an explanation. You truly are something, Ji Wudong replied, unable to suppress her laughter, which resonated like clear spring water, crisp and delightful. And he dares to call you a master physician. Is this how you treat your patients? Aren't you concerned about him bullying you again in the future? Huh. He would need the capability to do so. Ji Wudong retorted playfully. Come now, let me assist you in getting some tea. Chapter 12. The Notorious Bandit. Old Li Ji Wudong had a profound fondness for tea. As she savored each sip, her eyes narrowed with delight, revealing an expression of utter enjoyment. Although Lin Mu could not see her, the sound of her satisfaction resonated in the air. What shall we have for dinner? Just like yesterday. Is that all you can cook? Why not? Ji Wudong huffed, casting an irritated glare at Lin Mu. In comparison to him and Gu Xing, she at least considered herself a proficient chef. Perhaps we should simply indulge in tea. At that moment, another figure bent low as he entered the clinic, carrying 2 freshly cleaned fish. Lin, old friend, I have come to see you again. Upon entering, the man boomed. Ji Wudong looked up, surprised to find a familiar face. The fishmonger noticed her as well and smiled, nodding, Miss. I trust that the troublemaker Nyosen did not bother you again yesterday? Not at all, Ji Wudong replied, shaking her head. A pungent fishy scent wafted through the air. Lin Mu wrinkled his nose, feigning displeasure. Old Li, have you brought me fish again? Not at all. That is simply the scent of my own attire. Old Li gestured for silence towards Ji Wudong and discreetly handed the fish to Gu Xing. However, this time, Gu Xing did not accept them as before. Instead, he waved his hand. Old Li, there is truly no need this time. My master caught several large fish this morning. It's no trouble. They will taste just as good tomorrow. This fish is fresh and perfect for soup, and the preparation is simple enough for you. Old Li insisted, stubbornly placing the fish into Gu Xing's hands. Old Li, this is the last time. Lin Mu had no choice but to concede with a nod. Gu Xing, grinning, took the fish and headed towards the backyard. Wudong, could you please fetch the fire jar for me? Lin Mu, aware of Old Li's purpose for visiting, turned to Ji Wudong. Wudong, what a beautiful name. Much better than the names of the daughters in my household. Old Li chuckled, supporting Lin Mu as they entered the inner room behind the medicine cabinet. By the time Ji Wudong returned with the fire jar, Old Li had already removed his shoes and socks, rolling up his trousers as he sat on the bed in the inner room. It's getting cold. You should refrain from wading in the river, or I want to be able to treat your legs. Lin Mu pressed on the acupoints on old Li's legs, offering his advice. I have no choice. I must provide for my family. Old Li boomed with laughter, clearly unfazed by Lin Mu's words. Lin Mu, unperturbed, retorted, You, the notorious bandit, lack for money? Upon hearing Lin Mu reveal his past in front of Ji Wudong, Old Li was momentarily taken aback. After casting a glance at Ji Wudong, he slowly inquired. It appears that physician Lin has great trust in this young lady, Wutong? Indeed, she is one of us. Understanding dawned on him. Old Li nodded, then with a playful grin remarked, What physician Lin just said is inaccurate. In my earlier days, I was a benefactor to the impoverished, performing good deeds. To support my family, one must rely on self-sufficiency. Meanwhile, Ji Wutong was utterly bewildered by the exchange between the two. This old fishmonger, Old Li, was once a notorious bandit? No wonder he could easily discern that she was not from the north. And his earlier display of bravado with the kitchen knife to intimidate Niu San was indeed quite formidable. Appearances can be deceiving. Is there anything unusual occurring in Yanshan City lately? Lin Mu casually asked during a moment while cupping Old Li's back. Indeed, there is, Old Li replied, his demeanor turning serious as he ceased his laughter. Recently, many martial arts masters have arrived in the city. Among them, the most renowned are those two old fellows, Xianyun and Yaha. Additionally, the revered Elder Kuti from the Amei sect is said to be arriving in Yanshan City tomorrow. Elder Kuti, a senior elder of the Amei sect and also the master of Gu Yueling, is a second-tier martial artist with extraordinary swordsmanship, making her a formidable presence. Do you know the reason for their arrival? Only some speculation. Old Li pondered for a moment, then continued, I have heard that Chang'an has not been particularly peaceful of late, with the struggle for the throne intensifying. The seventh prince, Qi Wang, who has the backing of the Ministry of Justice, has suddenly departed the capital towards the northern frontier. If Qi Wang has not voluntarily withdrawn from the power struggle, then there is but one possibility. Signs of demonic cult activity have emerged in the northern frontier. Qi Wang aims to use the merit of eradicating the cult to bolster his claim to the throne. The Amei sect and the likes of Xianyun and Yaha are but the vanguard for Qi Wang. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. It is surprising that figures such as the Amei sect and Xianyun and Yaha would choose to align with the court. Lin Mu smiled non-committally at this. We are all mere mortals, not detached sages devoid of desires. As long as the benefits are ample, it is hardly surprising that one would align with the court. No. Physician Lin, you are not a mere mortal. Old Li quickly countered. In my eyes, your realm is akin to that of an otherworldly sage. Spare me the flattery. The medical fees cannot be waived. Lin Mu chuckled, rising to his feet. Next time, there is no need to bring me fish. Just some fine tea will suffice. Do not say that you, Old Li, lack it. Oh, we absolutely have it. Old Li laughed heartily, patting his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Physician Lin, my tea will surely rival that of the Imperial Palace. An hour later, Old Li, stooped and hunched, exited the clinic. Ji Wudong could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked Lin Mu, Who exactly is that Old Li? Why do you possess such an abundance of information? He is merely an old man who has washed his hands of worldly affairs. There is no need to dwell on it. Lin Mu, unwilling to disclose too much about Old Li's identity, deftly shifted the topic. Are you aware of the hidden implications behind King Qi's arrival in the northern frontier? He is clearly here for me, and there are traitors within the demon sect. Ji Wudong's expression grew grave as she articulated each word with precision. Among the members of the demon sect in this northern frontier, her status as the saintess is unparalleled. King Qi would not have gone to such lengths merely to apprehend a few elders. Do you require assistance? Old Li's martial arts are quite commendable. No, I can manage on my own. Ji Wudong shook her head in refusal. It is curious. Although she came to express her gratitude, she increasingly feels as though she owes Lin Mu a growing debt of gratitude. Thank you, Ji Wudong whispered softly. What? I said, thank you for the tea leaves you procured for me. I am glad you like them. Indeed, I do. Chapter 13. The Secret Letter. Are you truly just a physician? After a moment's pause, Ji Wudong finally voiced her long-held doubts. Lin Mushin was shrouded in mystery. His connections, his standing in Yanshan City, and the cabinet brimming with martial arts manuals and medical texts far surpassed what one would expect of an ordinary doctor. Yet, Ji Wudong could find no evidence to substantiate her suspicions regarding Lin Mu's concealed identity. Everything she had experienced and witnessed over the past few days unequivocally indicated that Lin Mushin was merely an ordinary physician. No, he was hardly even a typical doctor, for he was blind. What else would you think I am? Upon hearing Ji Wudong's inquiry, Lin Mushin responded with a smile. Are you not my benefactor or a renowned philanthropist in Yinshan City? Is that not sufficient? Yes, that is sufficient. Ji Wudong laughed lightly and nodded, realizing she had been overthinking. She had come merely to express her gratitude, not to pry into Lin Mushin's secrets. If he chose not to disclose them, it was perfectly reasonable. With this thought, Ji Wudong let out a sigh of relief, though a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart, leaving her in a state of inner conflict. Yet, the reason for her conflicted emotions eluded her. At that moment, Lin Mushin spoke again, his tone calm. I have no intention of concealing anything from you, nor is there any necessity for it. I am indeed just a physician, albeit one who has saved many, and they are simply grateful to me. Moreover, I cannot recall the number of people I have rescued, nor their identities. With a gentle smile, he continued, over the years, there have always been those who discreetly sought assistance from Jishir Hall, only to be turned away by the old master, who then directed them to me for treatment. Among those I have aided are numerous prominent figures from both the court and the martial world. Before they departed, each expressed a debt of gratitude, promising to repay me when the opportunity arose. The notorious bandit, Old Li, is one such individual, as are the wandering monk and the errant priest. However, Lin Mushin had never anticipated repayment from these individuals, just as he had never expected Ji Wudong to repay her kindness. Upon hearing Lin Mushin's explanation, Ji Wudong's sense of disappointment finally dissipated. It turned out he had not deliberately concealed his identity. In the following days, life at the clinic remained unchanged. The patients who came for consultations gradually grew accustomed to Ji Wudong's presence. Indeed, all of Yinshan City had come to know of the enigmatic woman named Wudong, who possessed an extraordinary demeanor and shared a close relationship with Lin Mushin. Could this Wudong be the holy maiden of the demon sect? Within the ancient family estate, the esteemed elder Ku Dai of the Amei sect sat in the courtyard, addressing the two companions, the wandering monk and the errant priest beside her. Under the command of the Qi King, the three of them were tasked with tracking down the whereabouts of the holy maiden of the demon sect in the northern frontier. The final clue pointed to the city of Yinshan. However, upon hearing this, Taoist Xianyun and Monk Yeha spoke in unison, declaring no. The perplexed Master Cudian inquired, "Why are you both so certain?" To be candid, Taoist Xianyun stroked his beard and chuckled. Miss Wudong is the daughter of an old friend of mine. She has suffered from illness since childhood, which is why I recommended her to the Jishitang for treatment. Is that truly the case? Master Cudian, who had known the two men for some time, had never heard Taoist Xianyun mention this before and was thus somewhat skeptical. Ba, a monk does not speak falsely. Monk Yeha nodded in agreement from the side. The words just spoken were entirely those of his senior brother, and he had no involvement in them. After receiving Monk Yeha's assurance, Master Cudian had no choice but to believe Taoist Xianyun's words and temporarily relinquished her pursuit of Ji Wudong. Then where could this holy maiden of the demon sect be hiding? Master Cudian murmured to herself, her brow furrowed. In the dead of night, a secret letter was quietly pinned to the entrance of Jishitang. Ji Wudong, quick to react, retrieved it and brought it into her room before anyone else noticed. She then sought out Lin Mu and read the contents of the letter aloud. It seems that Taoist Xianyun and Monk Yeha have deduced my identity. However, both of them are doing their utmost to protect me. Discarding the letter into the hearth, Ji Wudong could not help but exclaim, I never expected that despite our attempts to recruit them, they would now voluntarily assist me, a holy maiden of the demon sect. Lin Mu, your influence is truly remarkable. You demon sect merely offers temptations, whereas I am providing a genuine act of salvation. They cannot be compared, Lin Mu replied with a chuckle, feigning pride. Yet, to be honest, he was somewhat surprised that Taoist Xianyun and Monk Yeha were willing to help. It appeared that these two brothers were worth befriending. Do you have any leads on that traitor from the demon sect? After the jest, Lin Mu inquired again. None, Ji Wudong replied, shaking her head in resignation. At this moment, countless members of the demon sect are hiding in the northern frontier, including dozens of elders. It is indeed quite challenging to ascertain the identity of the traitor discreetly. Lin Mu, at a loss for an appropriate strategy, could only offer words of comfort. Then do not act hastily. This matter cannot be rushed. Perhaps in time, that traitor will reveal themselves. That is all we can do. Ji Wudong nodded slightly, though her furrowed brow remained unchanged. However, in the next moment, she suddenly stood up, brimming with enthusiasm. By the way, I learned a few new dishes yesterday. Are you hungry? I can prepare them for you. Lin Mu did not respond immediately. Instead, he inclined his ear to listen to the sounds outside, finding a profound silence that suggested it was already deep into the night. Surely it must be quite late, right? Not at all. It's still rather early, Ji Wutong replied, casting a glance at the pitch-black night sky, feeling somewhat guilty as she added, furthermore, the moon is particularly round tonight. Come and enjoy the moonlight with me. Find a blind man to accompany you in moon gazing. You truly have a way with words. But I'm preparing a new dish to make it up to you. Will you eat it? The tone in Ji Wudong's voice had already taken on a hint of menace. I will eat it. Go ahead and prepare it, Lin Mu replied with a resigned smile. Aware that refusing her would mean a sleepless night, Ji Wudong was swift in her actions. Soon, the sound of deft chopping emanated from the kitchen. Tap, tap, tap. Moments later, the enticing aroma of stir-fried dishes wafted through the air. Lin Mu's nostrils twitched, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. This scent felt strangely familiar. As Ji Wudong brought 4 small dishes to the table one by one, Lin Mu became increasingly certain of his suspicion. Did you learn these dishes from my notes? Indeed, Ji Wutong replied, her brows arching in surprise. Your nose is quite perceptive. Chapter 14 Clue in Lin Mu's notes. There are numerous records of dishes from a past life. Although many of the spices are unattainable, he has ingeniously substituted them with others, successfully restoring about 80% of the original flavor. However, ever since his blindness, he has not prepared these dishes again. These dishes are quite delectable, Ji Wutong exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. It's a taste I've never experienced before. You've done exceptionally well, Lin Mu praised with a smile. This was not mere flattery. Ji Wudong's culinary talent was remarkable. The ability to recreate such flavors solely from textual descriptions was no small feat. Even Lin Mu himself would likely struggle to achieve such results. Then I shall indulge a bit more, she said, opening her mouth wide. Ji Wudong sat to his left, sharing a pair of chopsticks with him as they enjoyed the meal together. Before they knew it, the dishes had been devoured completely. Listening to the sound of dishes clattering in the kitchen, Lin Mu was suddenly enveloped in an unprecedented sense of tranquility. If life could persist in this manner, it would be quite agreeable. The following morning, just as the clinic's doors swung open, Gu Xing's exclamation echoed through the hall. Master, someone has collapsed at our doorstep. Upon hearing Gu Xing's call, Lin Mu, leaning on his cane, made his way to the entrance. Master, it's an elderly man. Should I carry him into the clinic? Not yet. Lin Mu waved his hand and squatted down to examine the man's pulse. If the fainting was due to a heart condition, moving the patient indiscriminately could exacerbate the situation. However, when his right hand touched the man's wrist, Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. This man was feigning unconsciousness. Instantly, he felt compelled to probe the man's arm and thigh, further confirming his suspicion. Go fetch the silver needles, Lin Mu instructed Gu Xing with an impassive expression. If one were to inquire what a doctor despises most, it would undoubtedly be those who feign illness. And for this man to pretend to be unwell at the clinic's doorstep, if Lin Mu did not teach him a lesson, how could he honor his lifelong dedication to medicine? Master, I have brought the silver needles, Gu Xing said, handing him the needle pouch. Lin Mu inspected it, then waved his hand dismissively. These needles are too fine. Bring me the thickest ones. Oh, Gu Xing nodded in understanding and turned to retrieve the appropriate needles. Meanwhile, the elderly man, pretending to be unconscious, raised an eyebrow. A sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Before long, Gu Xing returned once more. Lin Mu, pleased with the silver needles in hand, nodded in satisfaction before swiftly extracting one. With lightning speed, he plunged it into the acupuncture point at the back of the elderly man's neck. In that instant, excruciating pain coursed through the man's body. Just as he opened his mouth to scream, he discovered he could not move at all, nor could he produce any sound. Even his tightly closed eyes refused to open. With a cold snort, Lin Mu swiftly unleashed 3 silver needles, which embedded themselves into the old man's back with astonishing speed, betraying no sign of his blindness. The mastery of this enigmatic technique left Gu Xing utterly awestruck. Lin Mu's renown as a divine healer was firmly established through his artful use of these silver needles. The citizens of Yinshan City often remarked that when the silver needles were released, even if the king of hell himself sought a soul, Lin Mu could grant that individual an extra 3 days of life, let alone an ordinary patient. With a series of whooshing sounds, more than a dozen needles struck the old man's limbs, sending him into a state of true unconsciousness from the excruciating pain. After completing this task, Lin Mu clapped his hands, slowly rising to instruct Gu Xing. In a quarter of an hour, remove the needles, and he will awaken on his own. Yes, master, Gu Xing replied, nodding in agreement, and then he assisted Lin Mu as they made their way into the clinic. What is happening outside? At that moment, Ji Wudong, yawning as she emerged from the back room, inquired curiously. Having stayed up too late the previous night, she had overslept by a significant margin that day. Let us discuss over tea. Gu Xing, please stand guard at the clinic entrance. Gu Xing, upon hearing this, did not ask further questions and promptly dashed outside. Once Gu Xing departed, Lin Mu recounted the events at the entrance truthfully. Feigning illness to come to the clinic? What a fool. Ji Wudong chuckled, covering her mouth. It's not that simple. Lin Mu interjected. That individual possesses strong limbs, likely a martial artist. I suspect he is affiliated with a demonic sect and has come for you. What do you mean? Ji Wudong's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Her keen intellect allowed her to quickly grasp the implications of Lin Mu's words. If Lin Mu's suspicions were correct, that man was likely a traitor from the demonic sect, sent specifically to verify Ji Wudong's identity. It was probable that this individual had encountered Ji Wudong before, yet she had no recollection of him. Thus, it seemed that Master Ku Dai had not abandoned her theory that Ji Wudong was the saintess of the demonic sect. The needles I just inserted will cause him relentless itching and agony throughout his body. If you follow the clues, you should be able to uncover the identity of that traitor. Once that traitor is dealt with, the court will have no leads. Ji Wudong nodded appreciatively, already formulating a plan in her mind. Recalling Lin Mu's words from the previous night about the traitors seeking them out, she was astonished at how swiftly the prophecy had come to fruition. Master Ku Dai should also receive a warning to cease her surveillance of the clinic. Otherwise, Wudong would inevitably be exposed one day. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mu silently resolved. In that case, I shall entrust this matter to old Li. As they spoke, the old man who had fainted at the entrance began to stir awake. Seeing this, Gu Xing hurriedly removed each silver needle from his body. However, before Gu Xing could utter a word to the elder, the man's eyes widened with terror, and he fled at a remarkable speed. The excruciating pain, akin to a lingering torment, felt like a waking nightmare. He was utterly averse to experiencing it a second time. In that moment, the elder was unconcerned with any tasks. His only desire was to escape the medical hall, running as far away as possible. Gu Xing, perplexed, shouted in anger, "Hey you! How can you not even utter a simple thank you? It is truly a waste of my master's kind intentions to save you." Ji Wudong, witnessing this scene, could not suppress a chuckle. "I'll follow them, just be cautious. If trouble arises, return to the medical hall. Do not worry, I am not so feeble," Ji Wudong replied, and with a swift motion, she leaped over the wall from the back hall, disappearing from sight. "Dr. Lin, I am coming. And I am here too." Shortly thereafter, Old Li entered the medical hall, carrying 2 large bags of tea leaves, with a cheerful demeanor. Accompanying him was Nyo San, whose gaze towards Lin Mu bore traces of fear, in stark contrast to Old Li's demeanor. So soon, and already back to work? Lin Mu chuckled upon hearing this and called out to Gu Xing. "Gu Xing, please bring me the silver needles from earlier." Chapter 15. A warning. By the time Ji Wudong returned, it was already past midnight. As she stealthily climbed over the wall into the courtyard, she was taken aback to find Lin Mu still awaiting her return within the house. "Why are you not asleep?" Upon entering, Ji Wudong added more firewood to the hearth and quietly inquired, "Were you waiting for me?" "Yes," Lin Mu nodded, though his words were few. The affirmation warmed Ji Wudong's heart. "How goes the investigation? Do you have any leads on that traitor?" "Some progress has been made." Ji Wudong settled beside Lin Mu, pouring herself a cup of hot tea as she recounted the day's events. After following that man, she had departed from Yinshan City and arrived at a small village nestled within the mountains. This was a stronghold for disciples of the demonic sect. In the village, every inhabitant, regardless of age or gender, belonged to the sect. Consequently, upon entering the village, Ji Wudong, wary of exposure, ceased her pursuit. Instead, she sought out several trusted elders of the demonic sect to explain her perilous situation. The elders were immediately incensed and urged Ji Wudong to relocate for her safety. Yet she resolutely declined their advice. With no other option, the elders consented to assist in investigating which elder was responsible for that village. Moreover, because the man had been subjected to Lin Mu's acupuncture and would soon be in agony, he would inevitably seek medical help, potentially even from the traitor of the demonic sect. Thus, they would continue to track him, and upon receiving any news, they would promptly inform Ji Wudong, providing a double layer of assurance. With that, I can rest easy, Lin Mu nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, within the ancient family estate, a hunched figure clad in dark attire and veiled, brandishing 2 kitchen knives, was sprinting across the rooftops. It was none other than the notorious thief, Old Li. Acting under Lin Mu's directive, after a period of searching, he finally located the bedroom of Master Ku Dai. Without hesitation, he stomped down with his right foot, shattering the rooftop and crashing into the room. At that moment, Master Ku Dai was preparing to undress for bed when she was suddenly ambushed, causing her to erupt with fury. In an instant, she drew a long sword from its stand and engaged in combat with Old Li. Perverse scoundrel, meet your end. Master Ku Dai shouted angrily, her sword darting towards Old Li with the agility of a silver serpent, striking from various cunning angles. Old nun, do not speak nonsense. Old Li deftly parried her strikes with his flying kitchen knives. At your age, which Valro would even look at you? If my wife were to hear that, she would surely flay me alive. As they exchanged words, Old Li seized an opportunity and swung a knife, slicing through Master Ku Dai's robe. Had she not dodged in time, the blow might have severed her left arm. In the next moment, her robe fell away, revealing her garments beneath, and Master Ku Dai's embarrassment only deepened. Fortunately, it was the depths of winter. Otherwise, she would have already departed. At that moment, a laugh resonated from nearby. Ha ha. Master Kuti, at your advanced age, do you still indulge in such games with your lover? Xianyun, what nonsense are you spouting? Come help me at once. Master Kuti implored, casting a desperate glance at Xianyun and Yehei. Such impropriety must not be entertained. Yehei, with hands clasped in prayer, silently turned away. Xianyun, however, was free of such reservations and immediately leaped forward. Old Li, like Master Kuti and Xianyun, was also at the second-tier martial artist level. In a one-on-one confrontation, he felt no fear against either, even holding the advantage. Yet, facing 2 opponents, his strength fell short. Nevertheless, he had already achieved his purpose. With a swift strike, he forced both back and coldly declared, "You, old nun, today I merely impart a lesson. Should you dare to plot against Jishitang again, do not blame me for severing your head." With that, Old Li sprang onto the rooftop and, in an instant, jumped away into the distance. As a notorious thief, his agility was unmatched and none could pursue him. Furthermore, Xianyun had no intention of chasing after him at that moment. What is the meaning of this, Master Kuti? Xianyun demanded, brandishing his whisk and standing protectively before her. Have you made a move against Jishitang? Yehei, who had previously remarked on the impropriety, now stood behind Master Kuti, smilingly requesting, "We would appreciate an explanation, Master." Master Kuti was momentarily at a loss for words. The day before, Xianyun had already clarified that Ji Wudong was the daughter of an old acquaintance, not a saint of the demonic sect. Yehei had also provided assurances. Yet, she had still contacted a traitor of the demonic sect to conduct secret inquiries. If this were to reach Xianyun's ears, it would certainly jeopardize the harmony between them. Moreover, Master Kuti was deeply perplexed as to how Jishitang had learned that the individual from the demonic sect was sent by her. However, it was evidently not the time for her to ponder this matter deeply. After a long moment of hesitation, she finally began to explain. "I was merely curious about what capabilities Jishitang possesses to gain such renown in Yinshan City. And do you not find it curious? That Jishitang harbors a second-tier martial artist is no trivial matter. What is so surprising about that?" Xianyun scoffed. Jishitang is the secluded abode of the dual-skilled Lin and Tong. It is only natural for some in the martial world, grateful for his kindness, to offer clandestine protection. Out of goodwill, as a fellow servant of Prince Qi, I advise you to keep your distance. The demonic sect is the demonic sect, and Jishitang is Jishitang. Lin and Tong were the titles of the old master before his retreat. Should you disturb his seclusion, The consequences are all too predictable. At this moment, Master Ku Dai was already stunned into silence by the shocking news. No wonder Taoist Xian Yun would send the daughter of an old friend to Ji Shitang for treatment. It turns out there was a hidden layer to this matter. Grateful for the revelation, Master Ku Dai bowed deeply in gratitude to Taoist Xian Yun. It is enough that you are aware of this. Do not let it be known to others. Otherwise, my brothers and I will be unable to protect you. Taoist Xian Yun warned with a cold snort. He had already deduced the purpose behind Lin Mu's sending of Old Li. It was to exert further pressure on Master Ku Dai, thereby concealing the identity of Ji Wutong. Their suspicions had proven correct. Ji Wutong was indeed the holy maiden of the demon sect. Otherwise, Lin Mu would not have gone to such lengths. Lin, your audacity is truly remarkable. How could you allow the holy maiden of the demon sect to reside in your home? Do you harbor feelings for that woman? Once Master Ku Dai departed, Xian Yun and Yi He exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. Repaying this life-saving grace would indeed prove to be no simple task. Chapter 16. The wayward scholar. Upon returning to their chamber, Xian Yun and Yeha engaged in earnest discussion. They, like Lin Mu, had committed the grave offense of harboring the saintess of the demonic sect. Should Prince Qi discover Ji Wudong's true identity, both they and Lin Mu would meet a dire fate. The only course of action was to swiftly eliminate this looming threat by disposing of the traitor from the demonic sect. Unfortunately, their allegiance to Prince Qi had come rather late, leaving them unaware of the identity of the sect's undercover agent. It seemed their only recourse was to extract information from Master Kuti. With hands joined in prayer, the monk Yeha sighed. Do not fret too much, junior brother. Xian Yun Taoist, upon hearing this, smiled reassuringly. What we can conceive, divine physician Lin can surely fathom as well. Perhaps, at this very moment, he has devised a strategy. We need only to cooperate discreetly. Perhaps the warnings from Old Li and the duo of Xian Yun and Yeha had taken effect. Or perhaps the old nun was intimidated by the reputation of the former curator. During the ensuing days, she refrained from daring to investigate the medical hall, granting Lin Mu several days of peaceful respite. On a particular day, the medical hall was not bustling with patients. Lin Mu, relishing the rare tranquility, reclined in a rocking chair, softly humming a cherished old song from his past life. Yesterday, like the flowing river, departed from me, never to remain. Today, my heart is in disarray, burdened by worries. At that moment, Ji Wudong, carrying a basin of clothes awaiting washing, some belonging to her and some to Lin Mu, happened to pass by him. Upon hearing the melody, she instinctively halted, her brow furrowed in curiosity. This tune is quite peculiar, yet pleasant. Did you compose it? I lack such talent, Lin Mu replied, shaking his head, choosing not to confess. He feared revealing his ignorance of musicality might expose Ji Wudong as a fellow adept in the art. I heard this from a patient long ago. It seems to be a song from his homeland titled The New Dream of the Mandarin Ducks and Butterflies. Ji Wudong nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. In truth, she held little interest in music. Her encounters with Lin Mu often compelled her to engage in conversation, regardless of the topic. Moments later, Ji Wudong sought Lin Mu out again. Compared to before, she appeared somewhat bashful and apprehensive, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her garment, her knuckles paling under the strain, as if she harbored a request but found it difficult to voice. Why the silence? Lin Mu inquired with a smile, reclining in his chair. Ji Wudong's lips parted slightly, her cheeks flushing deeper. Your breathing seems heavy. Have you caught a chill? Instinctively, Lin Mu reached out to grasp Ji Wudong's arm, tracing down to her wrist, intending to check her pulse. However, she recoiled, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. No, it's not that. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Ji Wudong finally mustered the courage to speak softly. Well, I would like to take a bath this evening. Could you assist me with my back? Having been at Jishir Hall for nearly half a month, coupled with the time spent traveling, it had been over a month since she last bathed. For a beautiful woman who cherished cleanliness, this was utterly intolerable. After much contemplation, she found herself seeking Lin Mu's assistance. Aside from Ji Wudong, there were no other women in the medical hall, and the blind Lin Mu became the most suitable choice. Tonight, I will ask Gu Xing to heat some water, Lin Mu replied with a serious expression, attempting to maintain a facade of normalcy. However, the flush on his face betrayed his own embarrassment. Witnessing this, Ji Wudong's shyness dissipated significantly, and she felt a mischievous urge to tease Lin Mu. "Why is your face so red? Are you perhaps feeling shy?" She leaned close to Lin Mu's ear, speaking in a whisper only they could hear. "Don't worry. I won't mind. I am not shy at all," Lin Mu declared, propping himself up in the rocking chair and promptly explaining, "My face is red from the cold." "Is that so?" Ji Wudong queried. "Of course it is." Lin Mu retorted with a cold huff. "I am a doctor. The female form is no different from the earth in my eyes." "Ah, it seems I misjudged you. You're not blushing at all," Ji Wudong interjected, cutting off Lin Mu's defense, and then burst into laughter. Realizing he had fallen into her trap, Lin Mu understood that if he claimed he was not blushing, further explanation would only reveal his unease. Unbeknownst to him, his face had turned as red as a lantern. Whether from anger or embarrassment, he thought, "No, I must regain my dignity. When have I ever suffered such a loss?" Teasing a blind man, "Ji Wudong, are you even human?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu slumped back into the rocking chair. He then muttered in a voice soft enough for Ji Wudong to hear, "I told you I wouldn't blush. I have seen your body before." "You." Ji Wudong's cheeks instantly flushed, her thoughts racing back to 10 years prior in the Zizhu forest, when Lin Mu had indeed removed her clothing to administer acupuncture and detoxify her. "Lecher." Ji Wudong clenched her left fist and, in a fit of embarrassment and indignation, struck Lin Mu's chest to express her displeasure. Throughout the remainder of the afternoon, Ji Wudong did not speak another word to Lin Mu. It was not until night fell that she reluctantly approached him once more. "Come, let's go to my room," Ji Wudong said sharply. Without waiting for Lin Mu's response, she grasped his hand and led him toward the back hall. At that moment, Gu Xing emerged from the kitchen after finishing the heating of water, glancing at the departing figures with a hint of confusion. "Didn't the young lady of the phoenix tree mention her desire for a bath? Why is she still holding on to my master?" However, in the next moment, it seemed she recalled something, and a mischievous grin spread across her face. "Ah, so it is a desire for a romantic bath together." Gu Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the fatigue that had enveloped his body dissipated instantly. "As long as master and mistress are pleased, what does it matter if he must heat a pot of water? Even if it required 10 pots, he would never utter a word of exhaustion. The hour is still early. Perhaps he should practice martial arts a while longer." Gu Xing's excitement surged within him, and he swiftly retrieved a manual of boxing techniques from his bosom, dashing into the courtyard. "Hey, ha! Hey, ha!" There he stood in a horse stance, his fists cutting through the air with vigor, generating a fierce wind. Though he had only been practicing this form for less than half a month, he had already begun to display a certain finesse. Yet, without sufficient internal energy to support him, to seasoned martial artists, his efforts would ultimately be deemed mere ornamentation. The pursuit of martial arts is not something to be accomplished overnight. It demands years of diligent training to achieve any level of mastery. Nevertheless, once one attains the rank of a martial artist, robust internal energy and profound insights into the martial way can effortlessly mitigate any shortcomings in technique. This, indeed, underscores the greatest disparity between martial prodigies and ordinary individuals. Chapter 17. Should I touch again? The room of Ji Wudong, initially merely an idle space, had not seen much habitation over the years. However, after her arrival, this chamber was transformed into a haven of warmth. On the shelf by the window, she had planted several pots of flowers and herbs. Although winter had set in, the growth was promising, with tender green shoots now emerging. As Lin Mu stepped into the room, a refreshing fragrance wafted irresistibly into his senses. "How delightful!" Lin Mu instinctively exclaimed, only to swiftly silence himself. The aroma was all too familiar, reminiscent of Ji Wudong's own scent. To openly praise a woman's fragrance without restraint was hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Fortunately, Ji Wudong seemed oblivious, as if she had not heard him. "Please sit here for a moment. I'll prepare the bath," Ji Wudong said softly, biting her lip as she guided Lin Mu to sit at the edge of the bed. "May I assist you?" he inquired. "No. It would be sufficient if you simply do not create any trouble," she replied with a hint of disdain, rejecting his offer, and promptly turned away. Before long, Lin Mu heard the sound of water being poured from a wooden bucket. Ji Wudong, effortlessly lifting a steaming bucket, poured its contents into the bathtub. After several trips back and forth, the tub was filled to the brim. Then, she retrieved a cloth bag from her vanity, containing petals she had purchased in advance. As they mingled with the warm water, they released a delightful fragrance. Once she completed her preparations, a satisfied smile graced Ji Wudong's face. After ensuring the door was securely locked, she gently disrobed. Lin Mu could only hear the soft rustling of fabric and the splash of water, followed by her gentle call. Please come over slowly. Be careful not to bump into the tub. Ji Wudong's head emerged from the water, her words slightly muffled. At her request, Lin Mu felt his way up, inching toward the bathtub. Although he was blind, the vivid imagery conjured in his mind could easily stir his emotions. Fortunately, years of cultivating a tranquil mind had kept him composed, sparing him any embarrassment. Just help me dry my back, Ji Wudong said, handing him a damp towel. Her voice barely above a whisper, her face flushing from neck to forehead. Lin Mu remained silent, accepting the towel with a nod. In such circumstances, maintaining silence was undoubtedly the wisest choice. As he wiped her back, his fingers inevitably brushed against her neck. With each touch, she instinctively let out a soft gasp, quickly covering her mouth thereafter. Lin Mu found himself captivated, his heart racing with thoughts. It seemed she was also feigning composure. Lin Mu pondered inwardly, letting out a long breath. As long as everyone felt awkward, it equated to no one feeling awkward at all. Despite being a martial artist, Ji Wudong's skin was exquisitely maintained. It felt as soft and smooth as silk, and as warm and delicate as jade. Lin Mu couldn't help but touch it a little more. Was it slippery? Suddenly, the sound of splashing water echoed as Ji Wudong turned to face Lin Mu, her eyes sparkling as they met his gaze. He had his eyes tightly shut, his expression unchanged, as if the one who had just taken the liberty to touch was not him at all. What are you saying? Lin Mu feigned ignorance. Do you want to touch again? That is an insult to a disabled person and a humiliation to my character. Lin Mu was seething with anger, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Fine, I won't touch. Ji Wudong coldly huffed and turned back to sit in the tub. Are you serious? What do you think? After Ji Wudong spoke, she fell silent, her cheeks already flushed a deep crimson. She herself could not comprehend why she had uttered such suggestive words. It was simply that upon seeing Lin Mu's face, she could not resist the urge to tease him. At that moment, Lin Mu was filled with regret. Had he just missed an opportunity? Woman, you are playing with fire. In a fit of pique, Lin Mu grasped a towel and rubbed it vigorously, until he heard Ji Wudong's yelp of pain, at which point he smugly remarked, My apologies, I must have used too much force. You did that on purpose. How could I? I couldn't bear to. You did it intentionally, Ji Wudong retorted, snatching the towel from him with a playful tone. You go sit on the bed. You needn't dry me. With no other choice, Lin Mu groped his way back to the bed. After a while, he changed positions to lie down, his ears filled with the enticing sounds of water. Bathing in winter, once begun, one was loath to stop. Ji Wudong felt the same. She had no idea how long she had been washing, only that when she finally emerged from the tub, the water had grown completely cold. Meanwhile, Lin Mu had fallen into a deep slumber, even snoring lightly. How can you possibly sleep with a beauty like me bathing nearby? Ji Wudong muttered in dissatisfaction. She then donned a bathrobe and socks, approaching the bed to give Lin Mu's palm a gentle kick. When he did not respond, she pressed down harder. Lin Mu was instantly awakened, feeling as if something soft and delicate had swiftly glided across his palm. Instinctively, he grasped at the air, but caught nothing. Was it an illusion? Lin Mu placed his hand to his nose, puzzled. Why is it so wet? And where does this fragrance come from? What are you sniffing? Ji Wudong, feeling both shy and annoyed, pouted and inquired. Such a delicate, daughter-like demeanor, if seen by the elders of the demonic sect, would surely leave them astounded. They might even suspect that the holy maiden had been swapped. However, Lin Mu gave it little thought. As he spoke, he casually grabbed a nearby blanket to wipe the moisture from his palms, likely a result of sweating during his sleep, which had infused the bedding with a fragrant aroma. I've finished bathing, Ji Wudong said, biting her lips, her voice quivering slightly. You should return to your own room to rest. Oh, Lin Mu replied, shaking his head, stifling a yawn as he strolled slowly out of the room. Ji Wudong's gaze followed him intently, only resuming her activities once she confirmed that Lin Mu had safely returned to his quarters. She then closed the door and sat back down on her bed. Feeling the lingering warmth of the bedding, her complexion grew increasingly flushed, resembling a water lily emerging from the depths, strikingly beautiful. Regrettably, such a captivating sight was devoid of any appreciative eyes to behold it. This scoundrel, were he not my benefactor, I would surely strike him down with a single blow. Recalling Lin Mu's gesture of inhaling the fragrance from his palm, Ji Wutong felt a blend of embarrassment and curiosity. It should not have an unpleasant odor, right? With this thought, she leaned slightly forward, taking a gentle sniff, and only then did she feel at ease. It was fragrant. Chapter 18, Master's Wife? The following day, Lin Mu indulged in a rare moment of lingering in bed. Although he could not ascertain the hour at which he opened his eyes, the boisterous sounds of martial practice emanating from the courtyard made it evident that he had risen late. Upon seeing Lin Mu emerge from his chamber, Gu Xing was momentarily taken aback, yet quickly approached with a greeting. "Master, you are awake." "You rascal," Lin Mu chided lightly, tapping Gu Xing's thigh with his cane. "You spend every waking moment fixated on training, yet you forget to assist your master in getting dressed. How am I to know in which room you slept?" At this, Gu Xing mumbled softly under his breath. "What did you say?" Lin Mu inquired, unable to catch his words. "Nothing." Gu Xing hastily waved his hands, chuckling. "I said I was wrong and shall never dare again. Master, please don't be angry. Should there be a next time, I shall see how I can punish you." Lin Mu snorted dismissively before asking again. "Is today the first day of the month?" "Yes, it is the day when Uncle Meng delivers the medicinal herbs." Gu Xing replied with a grin. The vast Jishir Hall, a prominent medical establishment, typically bore the brunt of responsibilities on Gu Xing alone, making it quite a handful. Therefore, Lin Mu entrusted the procurement and delivery of herbs to a patient he had once treated. This individual, a robust middle-aged man with only one arm, remained nameless save for his surname, Meng, hence Gu Xing affectionately referred to him as Uncle Meng. Without fail, on the first day of each month, he would deliver the collected herbs to the clinic, rain or shine, for over a year. Yet, Lin Mu was the sole bearer of his true identity within the entire Diyu dynasty. "Let us have Wutong prepare a larger meal today," Lin Mu instructed Gu Xing. Just then, Ji Wutong happened to emerge from her room. Upon catching sight of Lin Mu standing in the courtyard, her charming face flushed beneath her veil. After Lin Mu's departure the previous day, Ji Wutong had tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. It was not until dawn, when fatigue finally overtook her, that she managed to doze off briefly, only to become the last to awaken. Ji Wutong glanced at Lin Mu once more, her voice barely above a whisper. "Are you all hungry? I shall prepare breakfast now. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, mistress," Gu Xing interjected, raising his hand. "When I got up this morning, I already had porridge simmering in the pot. It will be ready shortly." With that, a look of immense pride illuminated his face. Though still young, he had surmised that Lin Mu and Ji Wutong would undoubtedly sleep in today. Thus, he had prepared breakfast in advance, even making extra porridge. However, Lin Mu and Ji Wutong were oblivious to the latter part of his statement, their focus entirely captured by Gu Xing's address of Ji Wutong as mistress. "Mistress," Ji Wutong murmured, repeating the term as her cheeks blushed a deeper shade of pink, her earlobes particularly prominent. "You impudent boy. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback, then raised the wooden stick in his hand and struck Gu Xing on the forehead. "How dare you tarnish the reputation of Miss Wudong, who is yet unmarried?" As he spoke, Lin Mu struck several more blows. Gu Xing yelped and ran about in a frenzy. Yet, no matter how he dodged, Lin Mu's stick seemed to anticipate his movements, always blocking his path. "Master, please stop hitting me. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake." After receiving another blow to his backside, Gu Xing cried out in desperation. "What was my mistake? Was it because I called Yushizhang too early?" Gu Xing blinked innocently, tentatively asking. Haha. Upon hearing Gu Xing's response, Ji Wudong couldn't help but laugh heartily, completely forgetting her anger and embarrassment, and even neglecting to retort. Her demeanor only served to further confirm Gu Xing's inner suspicions. Even Lin Mu was momentarily bewildered by Ji Wudong's laughter. This woman is not angry. Truly, she embodies the spirit of a wanderer, unconcerned with trifles. Lin Mu silently commended Ji Wudong in his heart. Meanwhile, at the Gu family estate, the air was thick with sighs of discontent. "Stop parading in front of me. It's making my eyes hurt." Gu Motian kicked Gu Ming in the rear, his eyes filled with disdain. Gu Ming, sporting a shiny bald head, remained oblivious and continued to inquire of his sister, Gu Yuling. "How do I look, little sister? Am I still handsome?" After which, he rubbed his bald head, growing increasingly pleased with himself. From this day forth, he would truly be a disciple of Master Yi He, with the Buddhist name Su He. Elder brother, are you really not going to reconsider? Gu Yuling, somewhat helpless, asked once more, do you really intend to shave your head and become a monk? Once your hair is gone, there's no turning back. Gu Ming chuckled, pulling out a volume of scripture to flaunt. See this? This is my master's gift. My master said that as long as I diligently practice Buddhism and refine my character, this scripture will enable me to ascend to the second rank of martial artist. Father, from now on, we shall each follow our own paths. I shall call you Father, and you will call me Master Su He. How does that sound? I'd rather not. Gu Mo Tian exclaimed in exasperation, suddenly striking out with a powerful palm. His formidable internal energy sent Gu Ming flying, landing him in a disheveled heap. Turning to Gu Yuling, Gu Mo Tian's eyes were filled with pleading. Yuling, why not withdraw from Amei? Look at your father. He's no longer young. Surely, I cannot grow old alone and die in this Yinshan city. My request is not too demanding. Find someone to marry and bear me a grandchild. After that, whether you wish to join Amei or Shaolin, I shall not interfere. What do you say? In recent days, Gu Mo Tian had been troubled to the point of graying hair. Who would have thought that despite having both children, he would be deprived of the joys of family in his twilight years? Are you afraid of offending Master Yi He, yet not fearful of upsetting my master and the Amei sect? Gu Yuling did not directly respond to her father's plea. Instead, she smiled and posed a counter-question. This left Gu Mo Tian momentarily speechless. Indeed, it was true that one could not offend the wild crane monk, but was the Amei sect so easily trifled with? Had he known this, he would not have sought to annul the engagement with Lin Mu at the Jishir Hall. When Gu Yuling became a disciple of the Amei sect's leader, she was already bound by a marriage contract, a fact well known to the sect, which had not opposed it. After all, Gu Yuling and Lin Mu were not only childhood sweethearts, but also united by the arrangements of their parents. The Amei sect would certainly not be so unfeeling as to forcibly separate a destined pair. However, the news of Gu Yuling's annulment with Lin Mu had long since reached the Amei sect. Now, to seek their consent for her to marry another seemed highly improbable. Perhaps she could negotiate with Lin Mu to restore their engagement? Gu Mo Tian pondered privately, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it appeared. His daughter marrying Lin Mu. Surely the Amei sect could not interfere with that, could they? Gu Mo Tian's expectations were modest. He simply wished for the couple to grant him a grandchild, nothing more. Yuling, what are your thoughts on Lin Mu? Gu Mo Tian cautiously inquired. Chapter 19, Is it Lin Mu? Upon hearing her father mention Lin Mu, Gu Yuling pressed her lips together and sincerely praised. He is truly a remarkable person. And do you believe there is still a possibility between you and Lin Mu? Gu Ma Tian, upon hearing this, was filled with joy and continued to inquire. Father you. Gu Yuling was taken aback, instantly discerning Gu Ma Tian's thoughts. However, rather than immediately dismissing the notion, she pondered for a moment before revealing a bitter expression and said, It is impossible. Lin Mu would never agree. Gu Yuling understood Lin Mu well. Apart from the late old curator, she was the one who had known Lin Mu the longest and shared the most time with him. She never doubted his character or talent. In his youth, Lin Mu was extraordinarily gifted, as if born with innate wisdom, a natural sage. While other children were still playing and learning to read, Lin Mu had already earned the title of child prodigy, thanks to his remarkable composure and talent that far surpassed his peers. The verses he casually composed at the tender age of 7 or 8 rivaled those of contemporary scholars. Unfortunately, this fact was known only to the old curator and Gu Yuling. Had it been otherwise, Lin Mu might have been recognized by great scholars and ushered into the political arena, thereby avoiding the misfortune that led to his blindness. After the old curator imparted medical and martial arts knowledge to Lin Mu, his gifts were further unleashed. By the age of 10, he had entered the realm of martial arts, becoming a 9th-rank martial artist. His mastery of silver needle techniques garnered unending praise even from the old curator. Thus, the former Lin Mu was the person Gu Yuling admired most. Had he not lost his sight, she would have undoubtedly married him without hesitation. Even now, a trace of youthful affection still lingered in her heart for Lin Mu. However, since the Gu family took the initiative to call off the engagement, there was no longer any possibility between them. Moreover, Lin Mu was now accompanied by Ji Wudong. Every time she recalled that fateful night when she first caught a glimpse of Ji Wudong, Gu Yuling could not help but feel a pang of inferiority. How could there exist such an exquisitely beautiful woman in this world? And why would such a person take an interest in a blind man like Lin Mu? Gu Yueling was perplexed. What a pity it was. Upon hearing Gu Yueling's response, Gu Matian sighed, his heart filled with regret. Setting aside the Amei sect's stance, he should not have acted so impulsively based solely on Lin Mu's friendship with the likes of Xianyun and Yeha. But who could have foreseen that Lin Mu, merely a blind physician, possessed such formidable connections? Yuelin, so you are here. You've made it difficult for my master to find you. At that moment, the long-absent Master Kuti suddenly appeared. She had been preoccupied with searching for the whereabouts of the demon sect Saintis, but had unfortunately found nothing. Moreover, there had been no news from the traitor of the demon sect, and after suffering a setback at the hands of old Li, the accumulation of troubles only heightened her agitation. Until today, she inadvertently learned from an old servant of the Gu family that the venerable master of Jishir Hall had long since passed away. This revelation rekindled the scheming thoughts of Master Kuti. Lin Hetong, a paragon of both medicine and martial arts, had long been a renowned figure within the martial world. Although he had lived in seclusion for 2 decades, he was now deceased. Nevertheless, countless individuals in the martial realm still benefited from his benevolence, many of whom had ascended to the status of esteemed masters. If she could persuade Lin Mu to lead these individuals to submit to Prince Qi, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. Though Master Kuti harbored a fear of the late master, she believed that manipulating a blind Lin Mu, who was merely 20 years old, would be well within her grasp. Thus, she sought out Gu Yueling, intending to have her act as an intermediary. Master, have you summoned me for something? Gu Yueling, unaware of Master Kuti's scheming, promptly rose to inquire. Well, Master Kuti smiled faintly, concocting a casual excuse. I have not been sleeping well lately, and I would like you to accompany me to a medical hall. I have heard that Jishir Hall in Yanshan City has capable physicians. Gu Yueling hesitated upon hearing this. The thought of returning to Jishir Hall was somewhat awkward for her. However, given Master Kuti's ailing health, she felt it was her duty as a junior to assist. Very well, Gu Yueling finally replied after some contemplation, forcing a faint smile. Please wait a moment, Master. I shall have the servants prepare a sedan. No. Master Kuti, eager to make her mark, quickly waved her hand in refusal. As a practitioner of martial arts, I am unaccustomed to riding in a sedan. Let us walk, it will be quicker. Unable to sway her, Gu Yueling nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Mu was seated at a tea table in the medical hall, engaged in casual conversation with a one-armed man. Gu Xing was bustling between the back hall of the medical center and the carriage, directing the team to lift the medicinal herbs. Gently. Be careful not to crush these herbs. The one-armed man chuckled, observing, that lad is growing increasingly robust. Have you been teaching him martial arts? Lin Mu shook his head with a smile, saying, I lack the ability for that. I merely provided him with a manual on boxing techniques. As for his progress, that is beyond my control. There's no one quite like you as a teacher. The one-armed man laughed heartily. Just then, Ji Wudong approached, carrying a pot of tea, and naturally seated herself beside Lin Mu. She thoughtfully poured a cup for him and handed it to him, cautioning, be careful, it's hot. This is my sister-in-law? The one-armed man's eyes lit up, and he playfully nudged Lin Mu's leg under the table. Like you, she is one of my patients. You may call her Wudong. Wudong, this is Brother Meng. We all refer to him as Old Meng. And he is currently gathering medicinal herbs for me in the mountains. Lin Mu introduced the 2 individuals, thus establishing their acquaintance. Is she truly not a sister-in-law? Old Meng lifted his teacup, recalling the moment when Ji Wudong served tea to Lin Mu, and a sense of confusion enveloped him. However, he refrained from further inquiries, opting instead to observe the pair discreetly. Sitting so closely, and with Ji Wudong casting a shy, bashful gaze towards Lin Mu, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. It was only Lin Mu, being blind, who could mistake her for a patient, he mused. A sudden clarity dawned upon Old Meng, and a smug expression of enlightenment crept onto his face, as if he were the only one sober amidst a sea of inebriation. Meanwhile, Lin Mu remained oblivious to Old Meng's peculiar demeanor, casually inquiring, how is the tea? Excellent tea. Where did you acquire it? Old Li gifted it to me. He probably pilfered it from somewhere, Lin Mu replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Old Meng nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that Ji Wudong was indeed an ally, allowing him to speak with greater abandon. This old coot. I always knew he had treasures. He wouldn't share with me when I asked before. If it weren't for me, he would have long been slain by those seeking revenge. Chapter 20. The distinguished one. Old Ming's words left Ji Wutong in a state of surprise. Who would have thought that this one-armed giant was, in fact, a martial artist? Yet, his level of expertise could not be very high. Otherwise, how could he have allowed someone to sever one of his hands? As for Old Li, he likely fell short of even Old Ming's abilities. Ji Wutong mused silently. Let us stay at the clinic today. I shall invite Old Li to join us for dinner later, Lin Mu said with a smile towards Old Ming. Unlike the carefree companions, Old Ming and Old Li were among Lin Mu's few friends in Yanshan City. Alas, these two men perpetually regarded Lin Mu as their benefactor, treating him with utmost reverence, which often vexed Lin Mu. Then I shall follow your wishes, Old Ming exclaimed, a flicker of delight crossing his face as he eagerly nodded in agreement. At that moment, two more individuals entered the clinic, prompting Gu Xing to promptly welcome them. Ji Wudong cast a glance at the newcomers, a cold smile gracing her lips. It is your former fiancé Yi, along with an old nun, presumably Master Ku Dai, she whispered softly, audible only to Lin Mu and Old Ming. Lin Mu, however, paid little heed, his expression remaining unchanged. Yet Old Ming was captivated by Ji Wudong's mention of the broken engagement, and he suddenly recalled that Lin Mu had an engagement to a lady from the prominent Gu family. What happened? Lin Shini, have you been jilted? Old Ming inquired softly, casting a furtive glance at Ji Wudong. Could it be that this woman had captured Lin Mu's affections? Yet, Ji Wudong did not seem like the type. It is due to my eyes, Lin Mu chuckled, having anticipated Old Ming's misunderstanding, and he clarified, in fact, I was inclined to agree to the Gu family's request for a broken engagement. Ah, I see. Old Ming nodded, though he remained skeptical of Lin Mu's explanation. Based on his understanding of Lin Mu, it was plausible that he harbored intentions of ending the engagement. However, the primary reason must surely be the Gu family's disdain for Lin Mu's eyes. With this thought, Old Ming snorted softly, and his gaze towards Gu Yueling and Master Ku Dai lost any semblance of warmth. Master, this nun claims to have urgent business with you, Gu Xing announced, having guided the two to Lin Mu's side. To ensure clarity, he emphasized the term nun. Master Ku Dai smiled, her eyes roving over Lin Mu and Ji Wudong. As for the one-armed Old Ming, she dismissed him at first glance, mistaking him for merely a patient seeking treatment. Is this blind man truly the disciple of Lin Hetong? He possesses quite a handsome visage. Yet how could Lin Hetong have chosen a blind man as his successor? Surely, he must be losing his faculties. However, this is advantageous. A blind man's limited perspective should make it easy to persuade him to yield to Prince Qi. The woman exuded an elegant and refined demeanor, unlike those of the demonic sect. Xianyun must not have deceived me. She is indeed the daughter of an old acquaintance, here to seek medical attention. In mere seconds, Master Kuti had formed her initial impressions of the two, feeling increasingly confident in her assessment. Meanwhile, Gu Yueling observed Ji Wudong. Compared to their first encounter that night, Ji Wudong's daytime presence was tinged with less aloofness and more of a worldly warmth. Nonetheless, she remained stunningly beautiful. Any woman in her presence would likely feel inferior. Her attire appeared quite new. Was it purchased for her by Lin Mu? A fleeting shadow passed through Gu Yueling's eyes before she regained her composure. Apart from Ji Wudong, no one noticed her change in expression. Ji Wutong smirked inwardly, sipping her tea nonchalantly. She dismissed the woman as insignificant, unworthy of concern. What brings you to me today, Master? Lin Mu asked with a smile, his eyes gently closed. My recent sleep has been troubled, and I seek your healing touch, she replied sincerely. This was indeed true. Master Kuti had been struggling with sleep due to matters concerning the demonic sect. Lin Mu did not refuse. He casually checked her pulse and asked Gu Xing to prepare 3 doses of medicine, which he handed to Master Kuti. The entire consultation took less than 5 minutes. Lin, your medical skills are truly miraculous, Master Kuti exclaimed, holding the medicine pouch. Just the scent of this concoction is already lulling me to sleep. That is because I added a sedative, Lin Mu replied candidly. Master Kuti's smile faded instantly, leaving her momentarily speechless with the pouch in hand. She felt a surge of frustration but could find no justification for her anger. After all, Lin Mu had merely prescribed a remedy to aid her sleeplessness. Meanwhile, Old Ming laughed heartily without restraint, tears of mirth streaming down his face. Lin, You truly amaze me. This is an eye-opener. Quickly, dear nun, take this medicine back. With these sedatives, you are guaranteed to sleep until dawn. Though he did not understand Lin Mu's motives towards Master Kuti, he found the situation ripe for mockery. Yet, Master Kuti was no ordinary person. Her practice of reciting scriptures had cultivated her composure. Taking a deep breath, she once again smiled at Lin Mu and said, "With your remarkable skills, wouldn't it be a waste to remain in Yin Mountain City? The Prince of Qi is eager for talent. If you wish to align yourself with him, I would gladly recommend you. This way, you can further the legacy of the esteemed Lin Hetong's medical expertise." What do you say? Upon hearing Master Kuti mention the name of the old master, Lin Mu's brow furrowed. The old master had always despised dealings with court officials. How could he possibly align himself with the Prince of Qi? Thank you for your kind intentions, Master Kudai, but I harbor no such thoughts. Gu Xing, see our guest out. Lin Mu, unwilling to prolong the conversation, issued an expulsion order. Upon hearing this, Master Kudai's fury erupted, her eyes widening as she shouted, "Lin Mu, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Even if Lin Hetong were to rise from the dead, he would scarcely dare to refuse the invitation of His Highness. The Prince, you, Old Meng." Before Master Kudai could finish her words, Lin Mu interrupted her with a loud shout. Upon hearing this, Old Meng understood his intent and abruptly rose, striking out with his palm. Master Kudai, seeing this, also met his attack with her own. Bang! In the clash of inner forces, the medical hall erupted with a tremendous sound. In the next moment, Master Kudai's body was uncontrollably sent flying, crashing through the door of the hall and landing squarely in the street. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, her eyes were filled with terror. A first-grade warrior. This one-armed man is actually a first-grade martial artist. Chapter 21. Another reason to be grateful for my present self. Old Meng stepped out of the medical hall, a cold smirk on his lips. If it were a year ago, that old nun would have perished long ago. While Lin, the divine doctor, has yet to unleash his true wrath, you should make yourself scarce. Who are you exactly? Master Kudai, undeterred, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and rose to inquire. Renowned martial artists in the realm are always known by name. Yet I have never encountered one such as you. Upon hearing this, Old Meng instinctively cast a glance at his empty right arm before responding in a somber tone. I am merely a man who has tasted death once. I am of little significance. However, should you further provoke Lin, the divine doctor, I would not hesitate to grant you another taste of death. I wonder, do you possess the luck to crawl back from the underworld again? Old Meng's words carried an ominous chill, causing Master Kudai to shudder involuntarily. Master, cease your words. At that moment, Gu Yuling hurried to Master Kudai's side, softly advising, a wise man does not court immediate disaster. Let us depart. Unlike the stubborn Master Kudai, who persisted in her defiance despite knowing she was outmatched, Gu Yuling recognized the imminent danger posed by Old Meng, who could strike at any moment. He dares. I am a disciple of Amei, Master Kudai retorted. But sensing that the Amei sect might not intimidate Old Meng, she added, the Amei sect has now allied with Prince Qi. I refuse to believe he would dare commit murder in plain sight. If I were to die, the authorities would surely not let him off easily. And that Lin Mu from Jishir Hall would not escape unscathed either. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent in Old Meng's eyes surged to an almost palpable degree. A mere glance exchanged with Master Kudai sent her legs trembling in fear. How many lives must one extinguish to emanate such a thick aura of death? What was even more terrifying was that Old Meng was advancing toward the two of them, each step a potential prelude to violence. Lin Mu. Gu Yuling called out urgently to the Jishir Hall. My master has acknowledged her mistake. I beg you, spare her. Even for the sake of our past friendship, I implore you. As soon as she uttered these words, her expression darkened. Throughout her life, she had always been the favored daughter of destiny, never once having to plead for anything. Yet, Master Kudai had always shown her unparalleled affection, even more than her own master. Therefore, she could not bear to witness her beloved master in peril while remaining an indifferent bystander. In the medical hall, Lin Mu's voice resonated slowly. Let it go. Allow them to leave. What? Have you softened your heart? Ji Wu Tong inquired softly, setting down her teacup. She had observed closely as Lin Mu had been provoked by Master Kudai, yet now he was permitting them to depart. Could it truly be due to Gu Yuling's plea? Ji Wu Tong clenched her dress tightly, her lips pursed. Committing murder in public would be detrimental to Old Ming. Lin Mu shook his head and explained, "Moreover, Old Ming has sworn not to kill anyone again. I cannot allow him to violate his vow because of me." Upon hearing this, Ji Wutong relaxed her furrowed brows and lifted her teacup once more. With a sidelong glance at the nun, she thought to herself, "Since Old Ming cannot take a life, then I shall do the deed on his behalf." Ji Wutong is not merely the holy maiden of the demon sect due to her lineage, she possesses strength beyond mere blood ties. After receiving Lin Mu's command, the murderous intent in Old Ming's eyes gradually dissipated, and without uttering a word, he turned and entered the medical hall. Seeing this, Master Ku Dai let out a breath of relief, secretly thankful to have survived. "Master Uncle, let us depart," Gui Welling said as she supported Master Ku Dai and slowly made her exit. She understood that after today, the enmity between Master Ku Dai and the Jishur Hall had been firmly established. How foolish she had been to boast to Lin Mu that she could offer assistance from herself and the Amei sect in times of trouble. In retrospect, it seemed nothing short of a jest. "Lin Mu, how could you possess such a background? Why was I unaware of this before?" Gu Yueling's heart grew heavier. She had thought she understood Lin Mu well, but now she realized she was no different from anyone else. Until today, she had not even known that Lin Mu was acquainted with someone like Old Ming. Meanwhile, within the medical hall, Old Ming returned to the tea table and resumed his seat. "Is this matter truly settled? If you remain aggrieved, I shall go and kill that old nun right now." Old Ming expressed his lingering wrath, declaring, "You need not concern yourself with my oath. I have sworn not to kill numerous times, yet never have I upheld it to the end. If need be, I can kill that old nun and simply swear anew. This time is different." Lin Mu shook his head, exasperated. "You severed your own arm precisely to uphold your promise, did you not? If you break your vow, what guarantee will you have next time? Your left arm? Or perhaps a leg? I painstakingly pulled you back from the brink of death. I do not wish to squander so many medicinal resources in vain." Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Old Ming snorted and ceased to insist. "Let that old nun count herself fortunate. She has escaped my wrath. When Old Li comes by tonight, I shall indulge in a few extra drinks." Perhaps it was the mention of the old master that dampened Lin Mu's spirits. Thus, during dinner that evening, he, Old Ming, and Old Li consumed more than their fair share of wine. Ji Wutong and Gu Xing exerted considerable effort to carry them back to their rooms before returning to their own quarters to retire for the night. After an indeterminate period, a shadow clad in black stealthily emerged from Ji Wutong's chamber, leaping onto the rooftop. With swift strides, it darted toward the Gu family estate. Even in the depths of night, the Gu family residence remained ablaze with light. The venerable Master Ku Dai had yet to succumb to slumber, diligently practicing her healing techniques alone within her chamber. As dusk descended, the duo of idle clouds and wild cranes became aware of Master Ku Dai's visit to the Jishur Hall and engaged her in a fierce quarrel. Enraged, she expelled another mouthful of blood, her injuries inflicted by Old Ming worsening significantly. If not treated promptly, she risked plummeting in her martial arts realm. After circulating her internal energy for several cycles, Master Ku Dai wiped the sweat from her brow and took a brief respite. "Those two obstinate old fools. They truly infuriate me. When Prince Qi arrives, I shall certainly bring my grievances against them," Master Ku Dai declared with fierce determination. "Just fear that you may not have such an opportunity." A voice, raspy and chilling, echoed from outside the door. "Who?" Master Ku Dai's heart jolted, and she swiftly turned to draw her sword. In the next moment, Ji Wutong had burst through the door, her sword aimed directly at Master Ku Dai's throat. In a mere exchange of 3 moves, Master Ku Dai was sent flying by a forceful palm strike from Ji Wutong. Subsequently, she was pierced in the abdomen by Ji Wutong's sword, sustaining yet another grievous wound. Another first-grade warrior. Master Ku Dai was utterly bewildered. Such rare encounters with first-grade martial artists seemed to manifest in succession today, all targeting her. Am I truly so detestable? Chapter 22. The Taste of Identity. Who are you? The withered Master Kuti asked weakly, clutching her abdomen. Weren't you searching for me all along? Ji Wudong replied with a sardonic chuckle, her voice raspy. Now that I am here, why do you still tremble in fear? You are the saintess of the demon sect. Master Kuti was momentarily taken aback, her expression quickly shifting to one of astonishment. She never anticipated that the person before her would be the revered saintess. According to her knowledge, The saintess was merely in her 20s. How could she possibly be a first-tier martial artist? Having lived for decades, Master Kuti had never encountered such prodigious talent. Even Gu Yueling, who was renowned for her extraordinary martial potential and praised by her master as having first-tier capabilities, had only reached the 5th tier at this point. No wonder you have become the saintess of the demon sect. Master Kuti shook her head, a bitter expression crossing her face. Had she known this, she would not have been so brazen in her pursuit of the saintess. Even if she found her, what could she accomplish? In a world devoid of grandmasters, who could vanquish a first-tier martial artist? Even among those of the same tier, without an overwhelming numerical advantage, it would be a futile endeavor. Thus, recognizing her inevitable defeat, Master Kuti discarded her sword, surrendering herself to fate. "Go ahead, kill me," she declared, her voice growing weaker, yet still exhibiting a semblance of defiance. "I know what you are thinking," Ji Wudong replied slowly, without immediately striking. "You fear that I will resort to torture to extract the identity of that traitor from the demon sect, and thus you yearn for death." Master Kuti let out a cold laugh, turning her head away. "So what if you know? I will never speak," she retorted resolutely. "A traitor of the demon sect deserves to die." Seeing her defiance, Ji Wudong felt no anger, having taken matters into her own hands. She was determined to ensure that Master Kuti understood the gravity of her fate. "A mere traitor of the demon sect is not worth my effort. My motive for seeking your life is that you have offended Lin Mu. Therefore, you need not worry about being spared. Today, you shall surely meet your end." With that, Ji Wudong swiftly severed Master Kuti's throat with her sword. "Lin Mu." Master Kuti grasped her throat, her eyes flashing with disbelief and confusion. Why would the blind man warrant such vengeance from the saintess of the demon sect? Regrettably, she would never uncover the answer to her question. After slaying Master Kuti, Ji Wudong did not leave immediately. Instead, she deliberately created some noise to attract nearby individuals, including the carefree duo of Xianyun and Yaha, as well as the siblings Gu Ming and Gu Yueling. Once they discovered Master Kuti's lifeless body, Ji Wudong revealed herself, her hoarse voice ringing out. "If the Amei sect seeks revenge, they should come to the demon sect to find me." The two individuals, akin to carefree clouds and wild cranes, exchanged knowing glances upon hearing the words, and with an unspoken understanding, harmoniously chimed in. "The demon sect. She is one of its members. Could she possibly be the holy maiden of the demon sect? To think the voice of the holy maiden could be so unmelodious." Ji Wudong, observing this pair of senior brothers, found herself secretly amused. Indeed, they were astute. It was no wonder they could discern her true identity. With her objective achieved, Ji Wudong chose not to linger any longer. Casting one last glance at the ancient moon spirit ahead, she turned and leapt onto the distant roof, vanishing into the night. Lin Mu did not wish to take her life. Thus, he would spare this woman, lest he incur Lin Mu's ire and be blamed for it. The death of Master Ku Dai had stirred a considerable uproar within the Gu family. However, Ji Wudong was indifferent to such matters. Her sole desire at that moment was to return to the Jishir Hall swiftly and ascertain whether Lin Mu had awakened from his intoxication. She executed her lightness skill to its utmost, soaring across the rooftops with remarkable speed. Ultimately, she vaulted over the courtyard wall once more, landing in the rear courtyard of the Jishir Hall. After changing out of her night attire, she quietly pushed open Lin Mu's door. "Wudong." As the door creaked open, Lin Mu's voice reached her ears. Ji Wudong, undeterred, smiled and replied, "I merely wish to see how soundly you sleep. Have you sobered up? Shall I prepare a bowl of hangover soup for you?" Lin Mu nodded in response, then caught a whiff of a metallic scent. "Did you kill someone?" "She deserved it." "Master Ku Dai?" Ji Wudong, feeling a tinge of guilt, lowered her gaze and confessed, "She displeased you. And since old men cannot take a life, I—" "Thank you," Lin Mu interjected, interrupting her explanation. "However, given your unique status, you should refrain from such reckless actions in the future. You do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands?" "Blame you for what? It's nothing. I shall go prepare your hangover soup." Ji Wudong's spirits lifted, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face. She herself was unaware that since residing at the Jishir Hall, her smiles had outnumbered those of the past decade combined. Is this woman truly so formidable in martial arts? After Ji Wudong departed, Lin Mu rose from his bed, seated himself at the table, and murmured to himself, He recalled having heard that Master Ku Dai of the Amei sect possessed a second-tier martial prowess. Yet, Ji Wudong had managed to traverse back and forth from the Jishir Hall to the Gu family in such a brief span, and had even slain Master Ku Dai. This was ample evidence of her own remarkable martial skills. She must be at least a second-tier practitioner, if not a first-tier one. Thus, the so-called traitor of the demon sect was unlikely to amount to much. With this realization, the final stone in Lin Mu's heart was lifted. Moreover, he recognized that he could no longer regard Ji Wudong through the lens of a decade past. Over the years, this woman had indeed grown considerably stronger. Before long, Ji Wudong re-entered Lin Mu's room, carrying a bowl of hangover soup, accompanied by the familiar fragrance of flowers that Lin Mu had long cherished. It was during the time she was preparing the soup that Ji Wudong took the opportunity to gently wipe her arms and cheeks with warm water infused with flower petals, thus eliminating the lingering scent of blood from her body. Once seated, she extended her arm close to Lin Mu's nose, playfully inquiring, "What do you think? Can you still detect any odor?" "Yes, I can," he replied. "What? How is that possible?" Ji Wudong exclaimed in surprise, quickly retracting her arm to sniff for herself, muttering in confusion, "But I clearly wiped it off. Where could the scent possibly be? Why can't I smell anything? Can't you detect the fragrance?" "You." Ji Wudong instantly realized, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of crimson. "You scoundrel. I was referring to the aroma of the sobriety soup. Why do you berate me?" Lin Mu feigned ignorance, his expression even tinged with a hint of grievance. Ji Wudong's beautiful eyes widened as she scrutinized Lin Mu's face, yet he kept his eyes tightly shut, his countenance devoid of emotion. After observing him for a lengthy moment without detecting anything amiss, a wave of doubt washed over her. Could it be that she had truly misjudged Lin Mu? Was he not teasing her after all? Chapter 23, I will protect you upon consuming several bowls of hot soup. Lin Mu instantly felt a wave of comfort wash over him. His previously hazy mind began to clear. Burping contentedly, he exclaimed, "Delicious. I know, it's the hangover soup, right?" Ji Wudong rolled her eyes, resolute not to be deceived again. "The hangover soup is all gone. What flavor remains?" Lin Mu playfully twitched his nose and jested. "This time I was referring to you." "You know," Ji Wudong replied, while pouring freshly brewed hot tea for Lin Mu. "If anyone else dared to speak to me this way, I would surely have their nose severed. And what about me?" "Well, you are an exception," Ji Wudong said, handing the teacup to Lin Mu with a smile. "After all, you are my benefactor, and I am someone who repays kindness." Clear in her affections and aversions, Ji Wudong's demeanor had always been this way. Should someone treat her poorly, she would exact double the retribution. Yet, if someone showed her kindness, she would likewise repay it in kind. When I last met with the elders of the demonic sect, I asked them to help me find the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma and the Tianshan snow lotus. Perhaps there is news by now. Ji Wudong gazed at Lin Mu's tightly shut eyes, her tone gentle as she assured him, "Rest assured, I will find a way to heal your eyes." Though she lacked medical knowledge, she was well aware of the esteemed names of the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma and the Tianshan snow lotus. "You are grasping at straws. I don't care about that," Ji Wudong retorted with a dismissive pout. "Even if it doesn't work, it can still nourish your body. There's no harm in it." Lin Mu felt warmth in his heart as he smiled and replied, "Then I must thank you for your kindness. It is I who should be expressing my gratitude." Instead of hastily returning to her room, Ji Wudong used the pretext of drinking tea to continue chatting with Lin Mu. They exchanged stories of their experiences over the years and shared tales from distant lands, spanning from Chang'an to the desert, from towering mountains to the northern borders. Ji Wudong had traveled extensively, yet none of the places she visited evoked the same sense of attachment as the Jishir Hall, making her reluctant to depart. "Have you ever taken a life?" Ji Wudong suddenly inquired. "Never. I have only saved lives." "I have killed," Ji Wudong reflected, glancing at her own hands, murmuring, "many lives." Since her birth, the ambition of restoring the nation had been incessantly echoed in her ears. Yet, the Dakian dynasty had been extinguished by the Dayu for centuries. Which common folk would still care about the restoration? The elders of the demonic sect were merely rebels banded together for their own fame and fortune. Ji Wudong's expression dimmed, her voice growing increasingly soft. "Are there many people with the surname Ji in your demonic sect?" Lin Mu inquired curiously. "There should be several hundred, perhaps even 1,000. Ji Wudong pondered briefly before explaining. "The demonic sect has existed for hundreds of years and is now growing stronger. Those with the surname Ji are no longer scorned as they were at the time of the nation's fall, as the number of individuals naturally increased. Each person developed their own influence, spreading across the vast territories of the Dayu dynasty. Should they rise in rebellion, the ensuing turmoil could engulf the entire realm. At that juncture, the Dayu dynasty would likely find itself powerless to resist. Regarding the impending conflict, Ji Wudong was at a loss as to how to proceed. Moreover, even if the restoration of the nation proved successful, the throne would probably not fall into her hands. In light of this, I find myself wishing that the old emperor in Chang'an could live for a few more years. Lin Mu, aware of Ji Wudong's concerns, jested, if it comes to that. Allow me to enter the palace and treat him. I can surely extend his life by 3 more years. To that, you might face assassination attempts from all members of the demon sect. Ji Wudong retorted. And you? Taken aback by his inquiry, Ji Wudong instinctively replied, I will protect you. Upon uttering those words, both fell into silence, with Ji Wudong's cheeks flushed crimson. She was uncertain of the reason for her declaration. Was it out of gratitude? Perhaps not entirely. Is what you said true? Lin Mu asked after a lengthy pause. This time, Ji Wudong pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, I will protect you. Well then, my life-saving grace seems rather valuable. Lin Mu laughed heartily, his joy evident. However, I am merely blind. Should danger arise, you ought to prioritize your own safety. In that moment, Lin Mu found himself wishing fervently that his eyes were whole. He longed to behold Ji Wudong's visage. Alas, he remained a blind man. With a yawn, Lin Mu groped his way toward the bed. I suddenly feel quite tired. You should return and rest as well. I'll make sure to close the door behind you. Lin Mu interrupted her before she could finish, compelling her to swallow her words. Frustrated, she shot him a resentful glance, a silent expression of her grievances. This man truly lacked understanding of the subtleties of sentiment. Ji Wudong muttered inwardly, turning to exit Lin Mu's chamber. It was only then that she noticed the dawn breaking in the sky. Had she truly spent the entire night conversing with Lin Mu? Time had passed remarkably swiftly. Ji Wudong could hardly fathom how she had so much to discuss. Yet, the particulars of their conversation eluded her memory. She only recalled that she had laughed numerous times that evening. It was indeed remarkable that a saintess of a ruthless demon sect could engage in such prolonged dialogue with a young divine physician devoted to saving lives. Shaking her head, Ji Wudong chose not to dwell on the matter further and instead made her way to the kitchen. In half an hour, the medical clinic would open its doors, and she needed to prepare breakfast for Lin Mu to prevent him from enduring hunger while attending to patients. Before long, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Lin Mu, lying in bed, caught a whiff and his expression grew increasingly resigned. Is there truly no flaw in this woman? A saintess of a demonic cult, spending her days in the kitchen preparing meals for herself. Does this seem reasonable? The challenges of enduring the favors of a beauty are indeed profound, Lin Mu mused, rising once more from his bed. Regardless of the circumstances, breakfast must be consumed. Otherwise, Ji Wudong might erroneously believe that the food did not suit his palate, leading her to feel undeserved guilt. With Gu Xing's assistance, Lin Mu completed a brief morning routine. However, before he could reach the front hall, a resounding crash echoed in his ears. Hey, why are you not using the front door? Gu Xing exclaimed, witnessing a slight man climbing over the wall and tumbling to the ground. You foolish boy, who would steal in broad daylight? Old Meng, having heard the commotion, emerged from his room, scolding, hurry and help him up. He is here to seek treatment from Dr. Lin. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing reacted swiftly, rushing over to carry the man into his own room. Climbing over walls suggests he may be a figure from the martial world, Dr. Lin. Tread carefully to avoid attracting trouble. At this moment, Old Li approached Lin Mu, whispering a warning. Chapter 24. Blessings are you and Old Ming not both individuals of the Jianghu? Besides, with the two of you here, what do I have to fear? Lin Mu chuckled lightly, dismissing Old Li's caution. As a physician, he could not turn a blind eye to someone in peril. As for the various conflicts and grievances surrounding him, as long as they did not involve him directly, they were of no concern to him. This principle had been upheld by the old curator of Jishir Hall throughout the years, and Lin Mu was determined to continue this tradition. However, should this individual repay kindness with malice, Lin Mu would not hesitate to apprehend him and deliver him to the authorities, perhaps even earn a reward in the process. Yet Old Li remained unconvinced, attempting to dissuade Lin Mu from meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Times had changed. The Prince of Qi was ruthlessly hunting down members of the demonic sect. If this person were indeed affiliated with them, Lin Mu's actions would be akin to courting disaster. Unbeknownst to them, the holy maiden of the demonic sect was presently in the kitchen of Jishir Hall, preparing breakfast for them. Old Li, you have known physician Lin the longest. Surely you are aware of his character? At that moment, Old Ming interjected, cutting off Old Li's attempts to persuade further. Let it be. Save your breath. You may need your strength if trouble comes knocking, and you find yourself unable to wield a kitchen knife. Old Li, upon witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation, and he assisted Lin Mu towards the room. Meanwhile, Gu Xing had placed the frail young man on his bed, carefully wiping the dirt and blood from his face. Hey, this lad is rather fair-skinned. He must be from a wealthy background, Gu Xing remarked, examining the young man's features with a teasing grin. The boy appeared to be around the same age as Gu Xing, roughly 14 or 15 years old. Though somewhat slender, he was notably more handsome than Gu Xing. His eyes were tightly shut, yet his brow bore the marks of a valiant spirit. Clad in armor, he would undoubtedly resemble a spirited young warrior. However, after searching the young man's body thoroughly, Gu Xing found no wounds or items that could reveal his identity. Master, this person may have been poisoned, Gu Xing said, glancing at Lin Mu as he entered the room. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded in agreement and examined the young man himself, praising Gu Xing. Indeed, he has been poisoned. Your medical skills have improved. Hee. Gu Xing scratched his head, a hint of pride on his face. I'll go fetch the silver needles and hot water. Having studied medicine under Lin Mu for some time, he was now familiar with the treatment of patients suffering from simple poisoning. Without needing to be told, he dashed out of the room to prepare. This lad is becoming increasingly clever and capable, Old Ming remarked, unable to suppress a smile at Gu Xing's progress. He and Gu Xing arrived at Jishir Hall almost simultaneously, with only a 3-day gap between them, and thus Old Ming felt genuinely happy for Gu Xing's development. On the other side, the astute Old Li discerned that Lin Mu's brow had slightly furrowed, causing him to feel a twinge of concern. Lin, is the poison afflicting this individual difficult to remedy? Not an easy task, Lin Mu replied as he continued to feel the pulse of the young man, his expression growing increasingly grave. If his instincts were correct, the youth was afflicted by more than one type of poison. However, he had yet to ascertain the specific nature of the toxins. Yet, the complexity of the poisoning methods suggested that the young man's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Old Li, I would appreciate your assistance in gathering information outside. Has there been anything noteworthy occurring in the realms of the martial world or the court lately? If this individual is indeed a nefarious criminal, we may have to report him to the authorities. Although Lin Mu understood from Gu Xing's earlier description that the poisoned individual was merely a youth, it was prudent to verify his identity before proceeding. It would be best to ascertain this before the young man regained consciousness. Upon hearing this, Old Li glanced at Old Ming, who was stretching and yawning, saying, I've been weary from my recent travels in the mountains. I think I shall rest here for a few days. Then I shall take my leave. Old Li, now reassured, exited the room. With Old Ming present, Lin Mu's safety should be adequately safeguarded. Before long, Gu Xing returned, carrying a wooden tub filled with warm water and a bundle of silver needles, accompanied by Ji Wudong, who had just learned of the situation and came to witness the unfolding events. Lin Mu accepted the silver needles and casually pricked the young man's arm a dozen times. In an instant, dark blood gushed forth. Gu Xing, quick on his feet, promptly grasped the youth's arm and immersed it into the wooden tub. After several seconds, once the bleeding had ceased, he withdrew the arm and wiped it clean with a cloth. At that moment, the warm water in the tub had turned a pitch black, emitting a foul odor. Lin Mu leaned down, inhaling the scent from the tub, and suddenly understood. Indeed, multiple toxins had amalgamated together. Gu Xing, please prepare some calming tea shortly, Lin Mu instructed after a moment of contemplation. For the next 3 days, he will not awaken. Aside from the calming tea, do not feed him anything else. Yes, master. Gu Xing nodded, casting a glance at the youth on the bed, silently resolving, once you regain consciousness, I shall ensure you compensate for the medical fees. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to my master's life-saving efforts and my diligent care. With the nature of the young man's poison diagnosed, Lin Mu no longer needed to concern himself with the remaining matters. He had been delayed by this youth for quite some time, and with daylight now breaking, several patients had gathered outside the clinic waiting for consultation. Lin Mu reluctantly abandoned his plans for breakfast and decided to open the clinic doors to attend to the neighbors in need. Ji Wudong, witnessing this, felt a flicker of helplessness in her eyes before turning and heading toward the kitchen. Before long, she approached Lin Mu, carrying a bowl of steaming porridge and a plate of pickled fish. An elderly woman with hair as white as snow observed this scene, her face lighting up with a gentle smile, revealing her remaining 3 yellowed teeth. "Miss Wudong, bringing food to Dr. Lin, are you?" she inquired. "Indeed. He hasn't had breakfast yet, and I feared he might be hungry," Ji Wudong replied, nodding toward the elderly woman in explanation. "Dr. Lin is truly fortunate. If you two were to wed, you must be sure to inform this old woman," the elderly woman declared, causing a ripple of laughter among those nearby. Having resided in the Jishur Hall for quite some time, Ji Wudong had become well acquainted with the neighborhood, engaging in conversation without hesitation. However, Ji Wudong seemed unaccustomed to the playful banter of these women, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Granny Lu, please refrain from such talk. Wudong is merely here for treatment." Lin Mu interjected hastily, attempting to clarify, "We are not in the relationship you envision. Not at present, but who can say what the future holds?" Another neighbor chimed in with a laugh. Granny Lu may be advanced in years, yet having served as a matchmaker for so long, her eyes remained sharp. "Indeed, indeed," Granny Lu echoed enthusiastically. Chapter 25. Gossip. Before this gathering of married women and elderly ladies, Ji Wudong's status appeared exceedingly low. It was but a brief moment before they had her blushing, her cheeks aflame, and even her earlobes and neck taking on a rosy hue, reminiscent of a budded rose, vibrant and luscious. However, she maintained a facade of composure, sipping her tea with deliberate grace. As the illustrious holy maiden of the demon sect, having taken countless lives, how could she retreat under the banter of these matrons? Resolving to uphold her aloof persona, Ji Wudong chose silence as her response. Strangely enough, once she ceased to engage, the women truly lost interest in teasing her and redirected their conversation to the wives of others. "Did you hear? The new daughter-in-law of the old Zhang family had a fling before she married. Is that true? It can't be a rumor. I saw it with my own eyes before she came here. Goodness. Oh, this is just the beginning. There's even more." Their discussion grew increasingly scandalous, yet their voices dwindled to hushed tones, as if they wished to guard their secrets from the ears of outsiders. Ji Wudong leaned in, straining to catch snippets of their conversation, her curiosity intensifying. She tilted her body slightly, her head cocked, ear attuned to the women, an anxious expression creeping onto her face. Regrettably, all she could discern were whispers of infidelity and impropriety. "Why are they speaking so softly? Speak up." Ji Wudong clenched the hem of her skirt, urging them silently. Eventually, unable to contain her inquisitiveness any longer, she inched closer. "And what happened next?" she whispered to the group. Although she was unfamiliar with the Zhang family's daughter-in-law, her desire to indulge in gossip remained unquenched. "Oh, I'm almost embarrassed to share. But you mustn't spread this. Please, do tell." Ji Wudong eagerly nodded. Seeing her enthusiasm, the woman began to divulge the tale without reservation. Although Lin Mu had not joined the fray, he was aware that another individual's reputation was being tarnished in the eyes of this gathering. He was also somewhat surprised that Ji Wudong, the seemingly frigid holy maiden, showed interest in such trivial matters. It seems that a penchant for gossip is indeed a woman's nature. Even the proud and aloof holy maiden of the demon sect is not immune to the allure of idle chatter. After attending to the patients, Lin Mu took a moment to sip his tea before calling out, "Next." "There is no next," Ji Wudong replied. "It's nearly noon, and we've seen to most of the patients." At that moment, aside from the personnel of the healing hall, only a few lingering aunties remained, engrossed in their new topic of discussion. "I'll fetch you some tea." Ji Wudong began to rise, but one of the older ladies waved her hand. "No need for trouble, Miss Wudong. We ought to be heading back. Indeed, there remains an abundance of tasks left undone at home." Another person nodded in agreement upon hearing this. But Ji Wudong's eyes were filled with reluctance. "You haven't finished speaking yet. Perhaps there will be another opportunity next time. Let's take our leave." "Ji Wudong, there's no need to see us off." The group laughed as they exited the medical hall, leaving Ji Wudong to accompany them for a while, until she was left alone, wandering back with a heavy heart. At this moment, she sat beside Lin Mu with a cup of tea, utterly devoid of the desire to drink. Before today, Ji Wudong had never imagined that such a small town as Yinshan could harbor so many intriguing tales. If it were possible, she would yearn to engage in a night-long conversation with those women. Although Lin Mu could not see, the occasional sigh that reached his ears led him to deduce her feelings. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mu decided to lend her a hand, and thus spoke slowly. If you haven't had your fill of stories, you might consider visiting the vegetable market tomorrow morning. What purpose would that serve? Isn't buying vegetables a task for Guxing? Ji Wudong inquired with a look of confusion. The secrets of fate must not be divulged. Lin Mu shook his head, feigning mystery, and said, "You'll understand once you go there. Then I shall rise early tomorrow to give it a try." Ji Wudong nodded, choosing to trust Lin Mu's counsel. At dawn the following day, Ji Wudong rose half an hour earlier than usual, carrying a bamboo basket as she made her way to the nearest vegetable market. As she passed by Old Li's fish stall, she discovered only two middle-aged women manning the booth. She approached them to inquire and learned that Old Li had left the town the previous day to visit relatives. These two women were his daughters, Daya and Arya. Both had already established families of their own and were merely assisting during this busy time. Ji Wudong understood that Old Li had been dispatched by Lin Mu to gather news from the rivers and lakes. However, it was somewhat surprising that the daughters of a notorious bandit like Old Li were so ordinary. "You must be Ji Wudong from Jishir Hall, right? My father has spoken of you. Come, take these fish home with you." Daya and Arya, astute as they were, had already guessed Ji Wudong's identity upon their first meeting. They enthusiastically grabbed a few fish from the bucket and swiftly dispatched them. No, that's unnecessary. Ji Wudong naturally declined. Yet, Daya and Arya worked in perfect harmony, one holding her back while the other deftly prepared the fish. "My father is immensely grateful for the care shown by Physician Lin. It is only right that we send some fish in return. Please, do not be polite. Physician Lin enjoys fish, but he has trouble seeing, so he rarely partakes. Now that you, Ji Wudong, are here, it would be splendid for you to prepare a few more meals for him." By the time she finished speaking, 3 large fish had already met their unfortunate end on the cutting board. "That's enough. We cannot possibly consume so much." Upon witnessing this, Ji Wudong had no choice but to accept. Seizing the moment while the two were momentarily distracted, she discreetly placed a small piece of silver on the counter. However, she had not ventured far when a remarkably familiar voice echoed in her ears. "Is that you, Miss Wudong? Are you here to buy vegetables as well?" Ji Wudong turned at the sound and was greeted by the sight of Granny Lu, whom she had encountered at the medical hall the previous day, waving at her. With a cheerful demeanor, Granny Lu approached, glancing around before whispering, "What a coincidence. Come, Miss Wudong, I'll take you to another vendor where the produce is much fresher. The owner of this stall is known for short-changing customers. He is quite unscrupulous. It's no wonder that his wife ran off with another man." In that instant, Ji Wudong finally discerned the true intent behind Lin Mu's suggestion to visit the market. After a brief moment of hesitation, she could not resist the urge to inquire softly, "Granny Lu, what happened with that matter you spoke of yesterday?" Later on, "Ha!" Granny Lu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with understanding, revealing all 3 of her remaining teeth in a wide grin. "Miss Wudong, let us discuss it as we walk." Chapter 26. Su Mao. Ji Wudong returned to Jishitang with a smile, her steps light and her lips humming a tune once sung by Lin Mu. "Yesterday, the flowing water drifted away from me, never to return. Today, my heart is in disarray, burdened with worries." Lin Mu remained as ever, reclining in his rocking chair, drowsy until he heard Ji Wudong's voice, prompting him to sit up slightly and inquire with a smile, "Did you enjoy your conversation?" "Very much," Ji Wudong nodded, pouring herself a cup of tea and sitting down. After chatting with old Madame Lu for over half an hour, she felt a bit parched. "What did you buy?" Lin Mu continued to ask. At his words, Ji Wudong glanced into the bamboo basket, discovering that aside from 3 fish, it contained nothing else. "Oh no, it seems I was too engrossed in conversation and forgot to buy groceries." "Well, we shall have fish today," Ji Wudong decided almost immediately, her mind racing with ideas of steamed fish, braised fish, and fish soup. "All fish. What of it?" Ji Wudong retorted, a hint of defensiveness creeping into her voice as she picked up the bamboo basket and headed towards the kitchen. Lin Mu paid no mind. Knowing full well that Ji Wudong's culinary skills were exceptional, he relished whatever she prepared. With time to spare, Lin Mu rose and wandered towards the backyard. Master. Gu Xing rushed over to assist him, offering a steadying hand. How is the young man? Lin Mu inquired. He had some water, but he is yet to awaken. Gu Xing replied. Nodding thoughtfully, Lin Mu instructed, Go fetch the silver needles. I shall administer some bloodletting. This time, Lin Mu chose a different spot for the acupuncture. He directed Gu Xing to loosen the young man's garments, exposing his chest and abdomen. Carefully, he laid the youth flat in the courtyard and skillfully pierced 3 times at the locations corresponding to the organs. In an instant, dark blood gushed forth like a fine thread. Fortunately, Lin Mu had made prior arrangements. Otherwise, the toxic blood would have stained the bedding. Once the bleeding ceased, he wiped the young man's body dry and then offered him some calming tea. Yes, master. Gu Xing nodded in agreement. Before sunset, Old Li finally returned, foregoing a visit home and heading straight to Jishitang to find Lin Mu. Dr. Lin, trouble has arisen, Old Li exclaimed, his face etched with panic. 7 days ago, the residence of General Zhen Yuan was annihilated by the cult. General Su Zhong is dead, and his son Su Mao is missing. If I am not mistaken, that lad must be the sole heir of General Zhen Yuan, Su Mao. Cult members? Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback, yet his expression remained unchanged as he calmly asked, Are you certain it was the work of cult members? Well, Old Li shook his head, explaining, I only saw the official notice, but as for the truth, we can only wait to hear what those involved have to say. The intentions of Old Li are unmistakable. He wishes to revive Su Mao and subsequently extract the truth from him. After all, Su Zhong, his father, was appointed by the court as the general of Zhen Yuan. Should Lin Mu succeed in saving him, it would indeed be a commendable achievement in the eyes of the court. However, Lin Mu finds himself ensnared in a web of moral quandaries. If it is indeed the demonic sect that has annihilated the Zhen Yuan general's residence, what then shall he do when Su Mao seeks vengeance upon Ji Wudong? Lin Mu is merely a physician, not a sage. In the knowledge that his actions may endanger those around him, it may be wiser to refrain from intervening altogether. Old Li, you have toiled greatly these past few days. It would be prudent for you to return home and assure your safety. After much contemplation, Lin Mu resolves to first seek Ji Wudong's counsel. He thus excuses Old Li. Before seeking out the holy maiden of the demonic sect, who is presently experimenting with new dishes in the kitchen, he discloses Su Mao's identity to her. The Zhen Yuan general's residence? Ji Wudong's brows furrow slightly in perplexity. He harbors no grievances against our sect, nor have I heard of any recent actions targeting the Zhen Yuan general's residence. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding? Are you suggesting we save him first? Ji Wudong wipes her hands, approaching Lin Mu with a hint of menace in her tone. If it is indeed the work of the demonic sect, I shall not hesitate to eliminate him. However, if the true culprits are not of our sect, I am curious to discover who dares to act against us in such a manner. Then let us proceed as you suggest. Lin Mu concedes with a nod, and then calls out to Gu Xing, who is practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Gu Xing, cease your training. Quickly prepare the medicine I left on the counter and administer it to the young man. Right away, master. Gu Xing promptly responds. In truth, Lin Mu had the means to awaken the youth long ago. He merely refrained from acting until he could ascertain the individual's identity. When will he awaken? Ji Wudong has never doubted Lin Mu's medical prowess. If he asserts he can revive the youth, she believes he surely can. Lin Mu ponders for a moment before providing a very specific time frame. By tomorrow morning at the 3rd watch. Then let us dine first. I have newly learned a dish according to your notes, Ji Wudong remarks, winking playfully at Lin Mu, displaying a charming demeanor that starkly contrasts her usual haughty disposition as the holy maiden of the demonic sect. Regrettably, Lin Mu, oblivious to her enchanting expression, misses the opportunity to appreciate her beauty. Meanwhile, 100 miles away in Yinyang City, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, appearing to be in his 30s, stands with his hands clasped behind his back in the garden of the Zhen Yuan general's residence, a smile gracing his lips. I never would have imagined that Su Zhong, a mere warrior, could possess such refinement, nurturing this garden with such charm. Now, with the infusion of fresh blood, these flowers will surely bloom even more vibrantly next year. What you say is indeed true, Your Highness. Behind him, a robust man clad in armor promptly bent down in agreement. His somewhat sickly pale face was adorned with a veneer of obsequiousness. Deputy General Zhao, with Su Zhong now deceased, and the barbarian tribes eyeing our borders hungrily. This Yin County cannot afford to be without a commander for even a single day. Prince Qi, Zhou Su, smiled benignly and declared, I have petitioned my father, the emperor, to appoint you as the acting governor of Yin County, granting you the title of General of Tranquil Defense. Do you possess the confidence to safeguard the northern frontier for the Great Yu? Thank you, Your Highness, Prince Qi, Zhao Shun exclaimed with elation upon hearing this. And he knelt before Prince Zhou Su, proclaiming, From this day forth, I shall follow Your Highness's lead unwaveringly, and shall not betray the trust you have placed in me. Rise, Prince Zhou Su said, gently assisting him up, and chuckled. It is good that you understand my intentions. By the way, have you located Su Zhong's son? Not yet, Zhao Shun replied, shaking his head. It is said that he was seen fleeing through the northern gate. However, that lad has been gravely poisoned. Even with the spirit mushrooms collected by Su Zhong to prolong his life, it is unlikely he will endure for long. Perhaps by now, he has already succumbed. Chapter 27. Examination. Such words are misguided. Zhou Su shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Shun. If you wish to sit securely in the position of the governor of Yin County, Su Mao must not live. Remember, the living must be seen, and the dead must be identified. Zhao Shun was taken aback by these words, feeling a deeper awareness of Zhou Su's ruthless demeanor. It was no wonder he could garner the support of the Ministry of Justice in the court. Your Highness the Prince of Qi has imparted wisdom. This subordinate shall remember it. Seeing this, Zhou Su smiled with satisfaction and inquired further. I have heard that the nun Kuti of the Amei sect was slain by the saintess of the demon cult. Indeed, it is true. The two vagabonds have already sent word. As Zhao Shun recounted the murder of Kuti, disdain filled his countenance, and he could not help but mock. These people of the martial world, who pride themselves on their prowess, pay little heed to the court. Yet, it seems they are not as formidable as they claim. What of their first and second ranks, this sect or that sect? If I were given 5,000 troops, I could annihilate them without leaving a single survivor. In the face of well-trained soldiers, individual valor ultimately proves insufficient. The people of the martial world have their own purposes. Zhou Su, unfazed by Zhao Shun's derision, maintained his cheerful demeanor. In terms of charging into battle and besieging cities, they are indeed no match for General Zhao. However, in matters of stealthy assaults, assassination, or intelligence gathering, they surpass you. Go and send a message to the leader of the Amei sect, urging her to come to Yanshan City to handle this matter herself. Should she require your assistance, do your utmost to help. I obey, Zhao Shun replied, cupping his hands in respect. After discerning that Zhou Su had no further instructions, he took his leave, leaving Zhou Su alone to ponder in the garden. The saintess of the demon cult, a remnant of the previous dynasty. How intriguing. Moments later, an inscrutable thought crossed Zhou Su's mind, prompting a cold chuckle. Achoo! In the Jishir Hall, Ji Wutong sneezed several times in succession, feeling an inexplicable chill enveloping her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. What is happening? Lin Mu, who was seated beside her, inquired, Have you caught a chill? Without waiting for Ji Wutong's response, he instinctively grasped her wrist to check her pulse. At first, Ji Wutong intended to reassure him that she was fine and that he need not worry. Yet, upon feeling his touch on her wrist, she reconsidered. Perhaps I am underdressed. A slight smile graced Ji Wutong's lips as she extended her wrist forward, asking, What do you think? Am I unwell? Lin Mu remained silent, his brow furrowing deeper. Alas, he sighed. Seeing this, Ji Wutong's heart sank. Could it be that she was afflicted by some terminal illness? What is wrong with me? Her voice quivered slightly. Hey, speak up. What is wrong with me? Don't scare me, Ji Wutong exclaimed, increasingly frustrated as she attempted to withdraw her wrist. However, Lin Mu held on tightly. What's the hurry? He scoffed, giving her wrist another gentle squeeze. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour had passed that he finally released Ji Wutong, smiling as he said, There's nothing to worry about. You're in perfect health. And what about earlier? She asked, still perplexed. I merely wanted to conduct a thorough examination to avoid delaying your condition. Lin Mu asserted earnestly. Really? Ji Wutong questioned, rubbing her wrist, now flushed from his grip, with a hint of skepticism. How could I not suspect that you were taking advantage of me, wanting to hold my hand? You are casting doubt on my medical ethics. Lin Mu feigned indignation, turning away as if to leave. Observing his exaggerated reaction, Ji Wutong realized her suspicions were indeed correct. Yet, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Lin Mu, could you please take another look at me? I'm really feeling unwell. These words were borrowed from the female patients she had witnessed at Jishir Hall, who often used such excuses to engage Lin Mu in conversation. Yet, they could fool him for only a short while before he would unmask their ruse. She wondered how long she could deceive him this time. Are you truly unwell? Lin Mu inquired, feeling the tug at his garment, compelling him to sit once more. Indeed. How could I possibly sneeze otherwise? Ji Wudong nodded, grasping his right hand with both of hers. She immediately felt the warmth and weight of his palm, akin to a furnace. Let me examine you again. Lin Mu held her wrist, a twinge of concern creeping into his heart. Could it be that she was genuinely ill? This was no trivial matter. Yet, despite his thorough examination, he found no signs of illness in Ji Wudong's body. Does your head hurt at the back? It does, she replied. And around your eyes? It hurts as well. What about your temples? Oh, it hurts terribly. Lin Mu scoffed at her response. Forcefully releasing her wrist and feigning disdain, there's nothing I can do. You might as well wait to die. To feign illness to this extent is truly reckless. Please don't say that, Ji Wudong interjected, knowing he was jesting. She placed a hand on his shoulder and implored with a faux pitiful tone, Dr. Lin, could you please think of another solution? I am still young and unmarried. I do not wish to meet my end so soon. Besides, you have saved me once already. You cannot turn a blind eye this time, or else your previous sacrifice would be in vain. Such is the nature of humanity. Upon realizing that Ji Wudong was not truly ill, Lin Mu found himself devising excuses to linger a while longer, holding her wrist gently. However, when her subtle intentions were unveiled, Ji Wudong took the initiative to draw closer. Lin Mu, in response, became more reserved, adopting the guise of a virtuous gentleman. Yet, the more he behaved this way, the more Ji Wudong was inclined to tease him. As their playful tug-of-war intensified, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly intimate. Sensing Ji Wudong's warm, fragrant breath near his ear, Lin Mu inexplicably felt a rising heat within his body, his breaths becoming noticeably heavier. Why is your face so red? Ji Wudong observed, raising her hand to gently touch Lin Mu's forehead with the back of her hand, then comparing it to her own. Fortunately, we share the same temperature. It seems you are not feverish. Unbeknownst to her, her own cheeks had already turned a deep crimson. Lin Mu cleared his throat, attempting to shift the conversation. If someone were to impersonate the name of the demon sect to annihilate the Jinyuan general's residence, what would you intend to do? Did you not previously state that your sect remains dormant and would not act recklessly? The demon sect would not suffer such a silent loss. Ji Wudong pondered for a moment before explaining. General Su Zhong of Jinyuan has defended against foreign enemies in the northern frontier for over 20 years and is deeply cherished by the people. If the demon sect were to bear this unjust blame, it would jeopardize our future plans for uprising. Chapter 28. The truth. Could it be possible that someone intends to use this method to lure individuals from your demonic sect? Lin Mu contemplated another possibility. Ever since he learned from Old Li that Prince Qi was preparing to target the demonic sect, an ominous premonition had lingered in his heart. It was as though an invisible hand was reaching out towards Ji Wudong. Rest assured, my sect has thrived for centuries amidst the onslaught of the Dayu dynasty. We are not as feeble as you might imagine. Ji Wudong, however, was not overly concerned about her own safety. Her sole focus was on one matter, whether there was a remedy to restore Lin Mu's eyesight. Beyond that, she wished to involve herself in nothing else. The next morning, precisely at the third watch, the youth indeed awoke as Lin Mu had anticipated. Upon witnessing this, Ji Wudong gained a renewed appreciation for Lin Mu's medical prowess. Yet, she could not find joy in the revelation. If Lin Mu, with his remarkable skills, was unable to cure the ailment of his eyes, what hope did she have? What is your name? Why have you come to the Jishir Hall? Meanwhile, upon the youth's awakening, Old Ming had begun to inquire on Lin Mu's behalf. The youth, still in a daze, instinctively responded, I am Su Mao, the only son of General Su Zhong of Jinyuan. I am seeking Dr. Lin Mu. My father said only he can save me. Where is Lin Mu? I must see him. As he spoke, the youth attempted to rise from the bed, but his supporting arm gave way, causing him to tumble to the floor. Fortunately, Gu Xing was quick enough to assist him. You seek me? Lin Mu, seated quietly, remained silent, yet his mind was racing. From the youth's words, it could be inferred that General Su Zhong must be aware of his circumstances, which is why, in a time of peril, he had sent Su Mao to the Jishir Hall for refuge. Could it be that this Su Zhong was once his patient? How did your father come to know of the renowned Lin Shini? As if sensing Lin Mu's curiosity, old Ming boldly inquired. Su Mao, slumped on the bed, weakly explained. 2 years ago, a man named Lin Hatong informed my father. Old master. Lin Mu was taken aback and promptly pressed for further details. Clarify the matter for me. You are Lin Mu. Su Mao scrutinized Lin Mu, noting his tightly shut eyes, and was filled with doubt. Could such a blind man truly save his life? Nonetheless, he continued, at that time, Lin Hatong visited the residence of General Su Zhong, and my father welcomed him as an esteemed guest. During the banquet, Lin Hatong spoke of his impending demise and expressed a desire for my father to look after Lin Mu after his passing. My father agreed. A few days prior, in a moment of peril, my father entrusted me with a mission to seek the aid of Lin Mu at the Jishir Hall in Yanshan City, assuring me that merely mentioning Lin Hatong would compel Lin Mu to save my life. Lin Mu inhaled deeply, gingerly lifting the teacup to sip. It appears that 2 years ago, the old curator had foreseen his impending demise and had meticulously arranged his affairs in advance. Regrettably, before Lin Mu could receive Su Zhong's assistance, Su Zhong himself fell victim to calamity, meeting a tragic end within his residence. Once composed, Lin Mu slowly inquired, what transpired at the Jinyuan general's residence? I heard from the government announcement that a demonic sect attacked you. Su Mao scoffed at the mention, stating, my father harbors no enmity with the demonic sect. Why would they assault the Jinyuan general's residence? What benefit would it bring them? Su Mao's response echoed Ji Wudong's speculation from the previous day, offering Lin Mu a moment of relief. Then who was responsible? Old Ming asked, curiosity evident on his face. It was Prince Qi, Zhou Su, and my father's deputy, Zhao Shan. Su Mao's teeth clenched, his eyes tinged with crimson fury. The memories of that fateful night ignited within him a desire to devour those 2 men alive, seeking vengeance for everyone in the Jinyuan general's residence. Unable to win over my father, he colluded with Zhao Shan and, under the guise of a welcoming feast, secretly poisoned my father. Protected by the family servants and my father, I managed to flee Yinyang City under the cover of night. It was thanks to my father's treasured Lingji that I could withstand the poison and arrive here. Upon hearing Su Mao's account, the individuals in the room fell into a contemplative silence, their gazes instinctively shifting towards Lin Mu. The implications of Su Mao's connections were immense. Zhou Su, the Prince Qi, was one of the most favored princes at the court of the Dayu dynasty. If Lin Mu were to save Su Mao, it would irrevocably offend Zhou Su, leaving no room for negotiation. Yet Lin Mu recognized that with Ji Wudong present at Jishir Hall, offending Zhou Su had already become a foregone conclusion. If that were the case, what was there to fear? Moreover, out of respect for the bond between the old curator and Su Zhong, he could not stand idly by. Su Mao, rest and recuperate here. I will do everything in my power to purge the poison from your system, Lin Mu promised, rising slowly to address Su Mao. Upon hearing these words, Old Ming and Ji Wudong understood his decision, yet none attempted to dissuade him. As Jishir Hall was Lin Mu's sanctuary, whatever choices he made would undoubtedly receive unwavering support from the others. You lad are fortunate, Gu Xing remarked, not pondering the gravity of the situation, playfully nudging Su Mao with his elbow. With the master here, no poison can withstand remedy. Then I extend my thanks to the divine physician Lin. Su Mao replied, what thanks? Just provide a more generous consultation fee. Lin Mu jested. Su Mao scratched his head awkwardly, a sheepish expression on his face. At that moment, I was solely focused on fleeing, and I truly have no wealth on me. How about, I work here to repay the debt? Well, you little rascal, how could you be so ungrateful? Gu Xing exclaimed, suddenly springing to his feet and pointing an accusing finger at Su Mao. After I have taken care of you with such goodwill for so many days, you actually intend to snatch my livelihood. You're asking for a beating. Wait a moment. Su Mao interjected, waving his hands frantically. I'm so hungry. Can't you let me eat something before we fight? Fine, just wait. Gu Xing snorted coldly and darted outside. In the backyard of Jishir Hall, where only a few of them usually gathered, it remained a relatively safe haven. Therefore, as long as Su Mao refrained from venturing into the front hall, he was unlikely to be discovered by others. Lin Mu paid no heed to their bickering. Instead, with Ji Wudong's support, he stepped out of the room. I took it upon myself to save Su Mao. You don't mind, do you? Of course not. Ji Wudong nodded. He bore no ill will towards the demonic sect. Whether Su Mao lived or died was of no concern to him. That's good. During this time, let us purchase more meat to help him regain his strength. Ji Wudong nodded in agreement. Isn't it just a trip to the market? She enjoys it immensely. Chapter 29. You laugh. Gu Xing was beaten out by Su Mao. Although Su Mao was young, he had practiced martial arts since childhood and had now attained the strength of an 8th-grade warrior. Even though he was still recovering from serious injuries, defeating Gu Xing was not a difficult task. After satisfying his hunger, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Gu Xing, who cried out in agony. However, Su Mao was mindful not to inflict serious harm, targeting Gu Xing's buttocks and thighs where the flesh was ample. Though the pain was unbearable for Gu Xing, fortunately, he would not be seriously injured. Before long, Gu Xing could no longer endure the onslaught of Su Mao's fists and cried out for mercy. What were they doing? Ji Wudong observed the two, who had just been fighting fiercely, now happily chatting and laughing, feeling somewhat perplexed. Gu Xing was clever. He was simply using his own method to alleviate Su Mao's sorrow. Lin Mu, with his eyes closed, had a clear understanding of the situation, having already deduced Gu Xing's intentions. In the following days, Lin Mu treated Su Mao daily with silver needles and bloodletting, combined with medicinal soups, finally managing to purge the toxins from his body. Old Meng, upon realizing that Su Mao was not a villain, left Jisher Hall the next day to continue his work in the mountain villages, collecting medicinal herbs. Jisher Hall returned to a semblance of tranquility for a few days until Ji Wudong, while buying vegetables, came across a government notice. Are you saying that the authorities have initiated a bounty to search for Su Mao? Upon hearing Lin Mu's inquiry, Ji Wudong nodded. The notice did not conceal Su Mao's identity. Instead, it emphasized that he was the son of General Su Zhong of Jinyuan. Consequently, upon learning this, many citizens began to actively seek Su Mao, claiming they wished to protect him just as Su Zhong had protected them. How infuriating! Su Mao, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. These citizens had no idea that it was the government seeking to kill him. How despicable of Qi Wang Zhou Su to exploit the goodwill of the people towards his father to pursue me. The more Su Mao spoke, the more agitated he became, wishing to confront Zhou Su in a life-and-death battle to avenge his father. Do not act impulsively. Gu Xing patted Su Mao on the shoulder and asked, "What should we do now? You cannot hide in the back courtyard of Jisher Hall forever, can you? I have already thought it through." Su Mao replied with a cold smirk. The most dangerous place is the safest place. As the military texts say, to catch the enemy off guard is to achieve victory. In a few days, it will be time for the recruitment in Yanjun. I plan to conceal my identity and enlist in the army, honing my martial skills while seeking an opportunity for revenge. Lin Mu was taken aback by Su Mao's plan. He had not expected that despite his youth, Su Mao possessed such remarkable fortitude. It seemed that Su Zhong had devoted considerable effort to nurture his son. This course of action is quite perilous. Are you certain about it? Lin Mu inquired. I am certain. Su Mao bowed deeply to Lin Mu, expressing his profound gratitude for the care he had received from the esteemed physician over the past few days. However, he felt it was time to take his leave and would depart early the following morning. Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgement and did not attempt to dissuade him, merely promising, "Should you encounter peril in the future, you may return to Jishitang for my assistance." As night descended, Lin Mu, on the verge of slumber, was suddenly stirred by the sounds of someone practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Curiosity piqued. He rose and made his way outside. Gu Xing, upon noticing, hastily approached and helped Lin Mu to a stone bench. "Master, why are you still awake at such a late hour?" "That question should be directed at you," Lin Mu replied, tapping the bench beside him with his cane, gesturing for Gu Xing to sit. "Why are you practicing at this hour instead of resting?" "I can't sleep," Gu Xing sheepishly admitted, scratching his head and chuckling. "Is it because Su Mao is leaving?" "Indeed. It's rare to find a friend of similar age, and I feel a twinge of reluctance at his departure. Or perhaps it is because you wish to accompany him." Lin Mu smiled slightly, unveiling Gu Xing's hidden thoughts. Gu Xing's ambition was to become a great general, and naturally, the news of Su Mao enlisting stirred his heart. The unspoken reason for his hesitation was likely the concern that Lin Mu would be left without care in his absence. "Should you wish to go, then go," Lin Mu encouraged with a smile. "With Wudong here at Jishitang, you need not worry about me." "But there are no buts," Lin Mu interrupted. "The military is not like Jishitang. It is rife with strict regulations, and the training is far more arduous. I suspect you would not last long before returning." "Master, you underestimate me." Gu Xing retorted, his expression defiant. I will not be a coward. It is merely enlisting, and I shall depart with Su Mao tomorrow. With that declaration, Gu Xing turned to leave, but paused a few paces away, a hint of pride in his voice. Master, your prodding tactics are rather transparent. I saw right through them. Who said this was a prodding tactic? Lin Mu furrowed his brow. What I said was sincere. Gu Xing's previously playful smile abruptly vanished. After a long silence, he finally asked, is it truly sincere? Of course, Lin Mu responded, perhaps fearing Gu Xing's disbelief. If you doubt my words, I can swear. I genuinely believe you would turn back as a coward. Forget it. Gu Xing rolled his eyes and strode back to his room. It's just enlisting. Who is afraid of whom? To assert his determination, Gu Xing hastily packed a few belongings and then summoned the bewildered Su Mao, setting off towards the city gate under the cover of night. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the gate had long since been closed. With no other option, the two young men returned to Jishitang, heads hung low. In the stillness of the night, as you wander with me, Su Maoren, unable to endure any longer, raised his fist and struck Gu Xing once more. Meanwhile, Ji Wudong, seated within the confines of her room, chuckled at the commotion outside. You laughed? Lin Mu inquired, sitting across from her. Upon hearing this, Ji Wudong took another sip of tea and calmly replied, No, I heard you. You must have misheard. Furthermore, why are you here in my room at such an hour? Ji Wudong scrutinized Lin Mu with a puzzled expression. Are you perhaps seeking to take advantage of me? That would be rather presumptuous. Lin Mu, upon hearing her words, cleared his throat and hesitated before saying, I wish to take a bath. So, you want me to assist you in washing your back? Ji Wudong's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze shy. No. Lin Mu waved his hands earnestly. What I truly need is for you to boil some hot water for me. And ideally, pour it into the bathtub. Get out. Ji Wudong's cheeks reddened even more with indignation. Chapter 30. The official's messenger, perhaps fearing the sorrow of parting, Gu Xing rose early the next morning, tugging Su Mao along, leaving without a word before Lin Mu had awakened. Are you truly not going to see him off? Ji Wudong inquired, standing by the window, watching Gu Xing's receding figure with a hint of reluctance. No need. Lin Mu replied, reclining on the rocking chair, his eyes closed, rendering his true thoughts inscrutable. It was not until Old Li arrived at the clinic that he finally stirred from his seat. Did you give him the silver? Lin Mu asked Old Li. I did. Old Li nodded. It turned out that Lin Mu had meticulously arranged everything beforehand, instructing Old Li to wait at the city gate at dawn, ready to deliver the prepared silver upon spotting Gu Xing. Both Gu Xing and Lin Mu understood each other well, and it was only natural that Lin Mu anticipated his departure without a farewell. Once seated, Old Li chuckled. Gu Xing had another message for you. A man of ambition must leave his hometown. I shall not return until I have made a name for myself. This should be a poem, right? It's quite well written, I must say. Who would have thought that lad possessed such talent? Old Li laughed heartily, feeling a sense of nostalgia. It was truly remarkable how, in just over a year, the little beggar Lin Mu had rescued was now embarking on his own adventures. Ji Wudong leaned against the window frame, silently repeating the poetic lines conveyed by Old Li. If she remembered correctly, this poem had been penned by Lin Mu in his notes. Indeed, Lin Mu had nurtured Gu Xing as a reflection of himself. Contemplating this, Ji Wudong couldn't help but feel curious about what achievements Gu Xing would attain by their next encounter. Surely he had blossomed into a spirited young man by now. Old Li sat in the clinic for only a brief moment before preparing to leave. However, before departing, he cheerfully remarked, Lin, I've moved my stall to the corner of this street. If you need anything, just have Miss Wudong call for me. With that, Old Li hunched his back and ambled out of the clinic. The street where Lin Mu resided was not particularly prosperous, nor did it house many residents. Old Li's relocation of his stall would significantly impact his business, yet he felt compelled to do so for Lin Mu's sake. The thought of Lin Mu encountering any trouble would weigh heavily on Old Li's heart. Such kind-hearted individuals, Lin Mu mused as he returned to the rocking chair, relishing the rare tranquility. Kind-hearted? Isn't Old Li a notorious bandit? Ji Wudong questioned, puzzled. He merely robs the rich to aid the poor, and besides, he has always treated me well. In my eyes, he is indeed a benevolent man. Upon finishing his words, Lin Mu's breathing deepened into slumber. The trivialities of life had been relentless, and he found himself weary. Ji Wudong did not disturb him and busied herself with cleaning. After Guxing's departure, the various chores of the clinic naturally fell upon her shoulders. Though it was somewhat laborious, Ji Wudong found joy in the task. She swept here with a broom and wiped there with a cloth, immersed in her work. It was not until a patient arrived that she gently roused Lin Mu, assisting him to sit at the counter. Would you care for some tea? Perhaps a pastry? Are you hungry? What would you like for dinner? Ji Wudong attended to Lin Mu with the devotion of a wife, ensuring his every need was met. This scene elicited quiet chuckles from the patients in the clinic. Most of the patients visiting Jishitang were neighbors from the vicinity, having known Lin Mu since childhood, thus their relationship was naturally close. At that moment, a group of officials suddenly burst into the clinic, led by a man with a dark face and a fierce demeanor. Step aside. We are here to find someone. Who is the proprietor here? Two officials forcefully pushed aside the obstructing citizens and approached the counter, immediately captivated by Ji Wudong's presence. The faint outline of her face behind the veil sparked their curiosity even further. One of the officials, with a frivolous expression, slammed his hand on the counter and exclaimed, "How dare you conceal your face before us, bold physician? Are you perhaps a fugitive on the run?" The other official quickly caught on, chiming in, "You should remove that veil at once, so we can verify your identity." Without waiting for Ji Wudong's response, he reached out to pull the veil from her face. However, in the next moment, a scabbard soared through the air, striking the arm of that official with a resounding thud. Instantly, a sharp crack echoed, and the official fell to the ground, clutching his arm and howling in agony. "Have you lost your senses? The friend of divine Dr. Lin is not someone you can offend." The dark-faced man stepped forward slowly, clasping his hands in salute towards Lin Mu, saying, "I apologize for my lax supervision, which allowed my subordinate to offend divine Dr. Lin. Please do not hold it against you." He then kicked the other official, scolding, "Quickly take this fool away. What nonsense is he babbling here?" Upon hearing this, the official hastily picked up his companion and made for the exit. "Wait." Lin Mu interjected suddenly. "This is a clinic. Where do you intend to take him?" Indeed. How foolish of me." The dark-faced man slapped his forehead and turned back to command, "Take him to the back room at once. Do not delay the treatment." His urgent concern for his subordinate was striking, as if the injured official had not been harmed at all. The patients in the clinic were left in a state of confusion, entirely unaware of the man's true intentions. There is no need for such trouble. With the assistance of Ji Wudong, Lin Mu gradually rose to his feet and approached the official. He grasped the man's arm and applied a firm pressure. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed throughout the medical hall. "Does it hurt? It hurts, it hurts." The official continued to wail. "How about this?" A cold smile crept across Lin Mu's lips as he pressed down once more with considerable force. "Does it still hurt?" This time, the official finally fell silent, having succumbed to unconsciousness from the overwhelming pain. Nevertheless, Lin Mu pressed down a couple more times to ensure that this unfortunate official was not merely feigning his state. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and stood up, instructing, "Bring 2 wooden boards and bind his arm with cloth strips. In about 3 months, it should heal." The burly man with the dark complexion watched in dismay, his expression darkening further. It became evident to him that Lin Mu was clearly enacting revenge on his subordinate for the earlier inappropriate actions towards the woman. After all, as a physician, would his methods of treatment be so brutally harsh? Moreover, would it require his instruction to use wooden boards and cloth strips for such a straightforward remedy? Any person with a modicum of common sense would surely know such things. Chapter 31. Yinyang City despite the circumstances. The burly man with a dark complexion forcibly suppressed his anger and complimented, "Dr. Lin, your miraculous skills are truly admirable. Such a trifling matter. Just remember to pay the consultation fee." Lin Mu resumed his seat and inquired of the burly man, "Who might you be, and what brings you here? Are you perhaps suffering from a chronic ailment and seeking treatment?" The burly man, visibly embarrassed, clasped his hands and replied, "To speak candidly, there is indeed someone gravely ill, but it is not I." At this juncture, he exchanged glances with several other officials, who promptly ushered all the patients out of the clinic, carried away the unconscious officer, and subsequently closed the doors. This left only the burly man, Lin Mu, and Ji Wudong inside. Initially, the officials had intended to expel Ji Wudong as well, but upon recalling the fate of their colleague, they wisely abandoned that notion. "My name is Chun Zong," he introduced himself. "I was once a lieutenant in the Yin Army, and I currently serve in the Yinshan City government. I have come here with a request. Once everyone had vacated the premises, the burly man pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and imploring, "I beseech you, Dr. Lin, to save my general's life." "What is the matter?" Upon hearing that a life was at stake, Lin Mu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he sat upright. "My general is Zhao Shun, the governor of Yanjun and the newly appointed general of Zhenyuan. A few days ago, the demonic cult attacked the Zhenyuan general's residence, resulting in the death of the old General Su Zhong. General Zhao has also sustained severe injuries and shows no signs of recovery. Therefore, I, Chen Zong, earnestly request that you go to Yanyang City to treat General Zhao. The soldiers of Yanjun now depend on General Zhao to avenge General Su and eradicate the demonic cult. He absolutely must not come to harm." Having spent considerable time in the Yanshan city government, Chen Zong had long heard of Lin Mu's exceptional medical skills. Today, he had come for this very purpose. "Zhao Shun." Lin Mu silently repeated the name, suppressing a smile. He then forced himself to maintain a serious expression, shaking his head in refusal. "I am but a humble practitioner with limited skills. I fear I am unqualified for such a task. With so many renowned physicians in Yanyang City, I am certain General Zhao's injuries will heal. Dr. Lin, please do not decline." Chen Zong's expression grew stern, and he stepped forward, hand resting on his weapon. "I am merely a rough man, lacking in etiquette. Should I inadvertently harm you, it would not bode well for anyone." From the moment he entered the clinic, Chen Zong had been considerate towards Lin Mu, even going so far as to break the arm of one of his subordinates to demonstrate his seriousness. However, if Lin Mu continued to be uncooperative, he would not hesitate to show the man his true capabilities. Upon hearing Chen Zong's veiled threat, Ji Wudong's expression also turned cold. Since Lin Mu was unwilling to go, she would not allow Chen Zong to take him away. A cold snort escaped Ji Wudong's lips as she was about to speak, only to realize that Lin Mu had grasped her hand, compelling her to fall silent and step back. Since Captain Chun had expressed his sentiments so clearly, Lin Mu had no choice but to acquiesce and accompany her to Yanyang City. With a smile, Lin Mu requested Captain Chun to wait a moment, as he needed to prepare. "Please proceed, esteemed physician Lin." Upon hearing Lin Mu's agreement to accompany him, Chen Zong's expression softened slightly, and he nodded, saying, "However, I kindly urge you to hasten, as we must travel through the night to reach Yanyang City by dawn." With that, Chen Zong turned and exited the Jishir Hall to await outside. "If you do not wish to go, I can take you away." Ji Wudong instinctively held Lin Mu's hand, asserting that a mere rabble could not hinder them. "Why not go?" Lin Mu retorted. "Since that fellow Zhao Shun has willingly sought death, I see no harm in fulfilling his wish. Su Zhong and the old curator were friends, so my actions do not contravene the old curator's principles. Consider it a tribute to their spirits. But might this course of action be too perilous?" Ji Wudong inquired further. "Rest assured," Lin Mu replied with a reassuring smile. "I am well versed in the art of healing. Taking a life is not a challenge that eludes me, nor will it be perceived by others." As he spoke, he gently squeezed Ji Wudong's hand, causing her delicate face to flush, prompting her to withdraw her hand hastily. She had been so preoccupied with worrying about Lin Mu's safety that she had forgotten they were holding hands. Under Lin Mu's guidance, Ji Wudong packed silver needles into her satchel before assisting him in exiting the clinic. Initially, Lin Mu had not intended to take Ji Wudong along, but he found himself unable to resist her insistence and reluctantly agreed. "Physician Lin, please take your seat." Chen Zong nodded with satisfaction upon Lin Mu's emergence. He then ordered his men to bring forth the carriage, assisting both of them to board, while he rode alongside the other officials as their protector. "What has befallen Physician Lin? Why is he being escorted by officials? Surely he has not committed an offense." "Nonsense. Physician Lin spends all his time in the clinic, and he is blind. How could he possibly commit a crime? I suspect some official has fallen ill and requested his services at their residence. That makes sense. Otherwise, why would he be in a carriage? Moreover, Miss Wudong is accompanying him, so it must not be anything serious. Ah, I pity my own ailment. I shall have to wait several days for treatment." The onlookers around the clinic engaged in lively discussions. However, it was not long before they dispersed, returning home, as Lin Mu was no longer present in the clinic, rendering their presence futile. Only the elderly Li, who had just arrived, remained behind, convinced that Lin Mu would leave him a letter. Sure enough, upon entering the clinic, old Li discovered an envelope on the counter, the elegant handwriting indicating it was penned by Ji Wudong. In the letter, Lin Mu did not elaborate much, merely outlining his whereabouts and stating that he would return in a few days. He requested Old Li to keep an eye on the medical clinic to prevent any theft. Old Li meticulously read the contents of the letter multiple times, ensuring there were no hidden meanings or cryptic messages, before finally feeling at ease. It appeared that for the next few days, he would be residing at the clinic. He planned to procure some wine shortly, anticipating a few days of tranquility ahead. The thought of not having to return home to face his wife instantly lifted Old Li's spirits. He fetched a wine jug from the kitchen, locked the clinic's door, and hummed a tune as he made his way to the nearest tavern. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away in Yinyang City, General Zhao lay on the grand bed of the Jinyuan general's residence, repeatedly coughing up blood. The physician beside him, witnessing the scene, was instantly struck with terror and fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. "General, you have sustained internal injuries. I am utterly powerless to assist you," the physician stammered, pleading for mercy. "Are you implying that you cannot treat me?" Zhao Shun grasped the hem of a nearby maid's dress, wiping the blood from his mouth, his eyes emanating a murderous intent. "If you cannot heal me, what purpose do you serve?" With that, two soldiers stepped forward and dragged the physician away. Chapter 32. Zhao Shun. After executing the physician, Zhao Shun's mood considerably improved, prompting him to inquire, "How many has it been?" 17, General, softly replied a nearby maid. In the brief span of 7 days, Zhao Shun had ordered the execution of 17 physicians in Yinyang City, a clear indication of his profound anger. Yet, he could not afford to remain patient. Despite his self-proclaimed erudition and martial prowess, he had languished in Yin County for over 20 years, persistently denied any opportunity for promotion. This stagnation was primarily due to Su Zhong's overwhelming influence in the region. As long as Su Zhong lived, Zhao Shun remained hindered in his ambitions. Consequently, he betrayed Su Zhong, clandestinely aligning himself with Prince Qi, Zhou Su, and ultimately took the drastic step of slaying the very man who had once valued him. At long last, he achieved his desires, seizing control of Yin County. However, he had not anticipated that Su Zhong's final blow would leave him gravely injured. In recent days, while serving Zhou Su, Zhao Shun had endured the physical torment quietly, but now that Zhou Su had departed, he could no longer withstand the pain. Despite seeking the assistance of numerous physicians, all efforts proved futile. Some had even proclaimed that his days were numbered, a notion Zhao Shun found intolerable. "Continue searching. Bring every physician in Yin County to me. If they cannot heal my wounds, I shall ensure they all accompany me to the grave." Zhao Shun shouted in exasperation from his bed. He could not fathom that in the vastness of Yin County, there was not a single healer capable of saving his life. By noon the following day, Lin Mu hurriedly arrived in Yinyang City via carriage. Gazing upon the familiar skyline, Chunzong was filled with nostalgia. 5 years prior, he had fallen out of favor with Zhao Shun's relatives and was relegated to a post in Yin Mountain City. He had resigned himself to the belief that he would never regain Zhao Shun's esteem. However, fortune smiled upon him when he learned from a trusted acquaintance that Zhao Shun had sustained grave injuries and was desperately seeking physicians in Yinyang City. His thoughts immediately turned to the renowned healer Lin Mu. The earlier claims he made at the Jishir Hall about seeking to heal Zhao Shun and avenge Su Zhong were mere fabrications, concocted solely to manipulate Lin Mu into exerting his utmost efforts to treat Zhao Shun. Alas, Lin Mu was not deceived, forcing Chunzong to resort to threats of violence. Chunzong had always been preoccupied with his own ambitions. The feud with Su Zhong was of no concern to him. "Lin, when we reach the general's residence, you must dedicate yourself entirely to healing General Zhao," Chunzong warned, leading a splendid steed alongside the carriage with a grave expression. "Do not say I did not caution you. Any physician who fails to heal General Zhao in these days has met with execution. Should you falter, the exquisite beauty by your side will have no one to protect her." Having spoken, Chunzong glanced through the gap in the carriage curtain at Ji Wudong within. Such an enchanting and ethereal woman, accompanying the blind Lin Mu, seemed a lamentable waste. Rather, once Lin Mu cured Zhao Shun, he would personally see him on his way. By then, this beauty would be his. The more Chunzong pondered, the more exhilarated he became, and his pace quickened accordingly. An hour later, the group finally arrived before the general's residence in Jinyuan. Chunzong promptly approached to announce their arrival. Having learned from his previous experience of being demoted to Yinshan City, He treated even the servants of the manor with utmost respect. "I beg your pardon, dear brother." In the end, he retrieved a silver coin from his pocket and slipped it into the servant's hand. "Certainly, certainly." Upon receiving the silver, the servant's face lit up with joy. "Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall inform the steward at once." With that, the servant closed the manor door and hurriedly conveyed Chunzong's arrival to the steward. Upon hearing that a physician had come to visit, the steward did not dare to delay. He quickly ran to find Zhao Shun, recounting the situation outside the manor in full detail. "Chunzong, that name sounds remarkably familiar," Zhao Shun murmured from his bed, coughing a few times after speaking. Noticing this, the steward promptly poured a cup of tea and gently reminded him, "My lord, do you not recall? 5 years ago, this Chunzong offended your nephew and was secretly demoted to Yinshan City by the madam. The physician accompanying him must be from there." Realizing it was indeed him, Zhao Shun's memory stirred, and he instantly deduced Chunzong's purpose for coming. "Let them in." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Shun nodded and commanded the steward. Since Chunzong dared to come forth, he was likely a capable physician. Moreover, the manor currently had no doctor. It would be prudent to allow him to examine the situation. Shortly thereafter, the steward led Lin Mu, Ji Wudong, and Chunzong into Zhao Shun's chamber. The moment they entered, Zhao Shun's gaze was captivated by the ethereal Ji Wudong, who seemed like a celestial being descended to earth. His eyes fixated upon her, and he instinctively licked his lips. In all his years, he had never encountered a woman of such haughty elegance. At that moment, Zhao Shun had already resolved within himself. Even if this woman could not heal his ailments, he would not harm her. Instead, he intended to keep Ji Wudong by his side for a night of indulgence. "Is this young lady the physician who has traveled from afar?" Zhao Shun exclaimed, waving his hands eagerly. "Steward, quickly, provide her a seat." So overcome with emotion was he that he coughed several times, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The steward, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and swiftly brought a chair to place before Ji Wudong. However, in the next moment, Lin Mu was assisted by Ji Wudong to sit down, much to the astonishment of Zhao Shun and his servant. Is this individual truly a physician? And is this woman his wife? Furthermore, why does he keep his eyes closed? Could it be that he is blind? In an instant, Zhao Shun and the steward exchanged a knowing glance, their minds simultaneously inundated with a flurry of questions. Lin Mu sat in his chair, harboring a private smirk. Although he could not see, he had already discerned from Zhao Shun's tone that something was amiss. It was evident that this man had been captivated by Ji Wudong's beauty and grace, perhaps harboring ulterior motives. How brazen it was to entertain such thoughts whilst on the brink of death. Thus, Lin Mu resolved that he could not allow Zhao Shun an easy fate. Such was Lin Mu's nature. He would not instigate conflict unless provoked, finding contentment in his circumstances, yet ever vigilant for retribution. The previous official and the earlier incident with Nyosen both served as reminders of the consequences of offending Ji Wudong, leading to Lin Mu's vengeance. Meanwhile, Zhao Shun scrutinized Lin Mu, pondering the age-old adage that one should not judge by appearances. Could this blind man truly possess the ability to heal himself? Chapter 33. Torment General Zhao. This is Lin Mu, the most formidable physician in Yinshan City, possessing divine medical skills. Surely he can heal your wounds. Sensing Zhao Shun's skepticism, Chunzong hurriedly stepped forward to clarify. Zhao Shun nodded in acknowledgement, but uttered no further words, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Ji Wudong. Chunzong's heart sank. It seemed Zhao Shun had also taken an interest in this woman, complicating his plans. Had he known this would happen, he would have never permitted Ji Wudong to accompany them. "General, shall we attend to your injuries first?" Chunzong hesitated, bending forward to inquire once more. "Come then." At last, Zhao Shun spoke, extending his arm toward Lin Mu. "What caused General Zhao's injuries?" Lin Mu inquired with a smile, taking the opportunity to pulse check. Attacked by the demonic sect, Zhao Shun replied tersely, unwilling to divulge more about his injuries. "Can you heal me or not? Do not conceal the truth." With that, Zhao Shun signaled the steward. Should Lin Mu declare his inability to treat him, the steward would immediately seize him, allowing Zhao Shun to leverage Lin Mu as a bargaining chip to compel Ji Wudong to submit. Unaware of Zhao Shun's intentions, Lin Mu merely chuckled and reassured him. "The general is a man of great strength and skill. Your internal injuries are certainly treatable." Zhao Shun was taken aback. "Is that true? I would never deceive General Zhao." Lin Mu nodded. However, The treatment may be somewhat troublesome and will require at least 3 months. He spoke the truth. Zhao Shun's injuries were caused by Su Zhong's internal energy. Though they had damaged his organs and meridians, Zhao Shun's martial prowess was commendable, and Lin Mu could fully restore him within 3 months. Those unfortunate physicians who had met their demise at Zhao Shun's hands lacked Lin Mu's expertise and, being untrained in martial arts, were incapable of understanding the matter. With that, Lin Mu extracted a set of silver needles from his bag and deftly began to insert them into Zhao Shun's acupoints. His movements were swift and skilled, betraying no hint of his blindness. This remarkable acupoint technique astonished the onlookers once again. Suddenly, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted throughout the estate. Zhao Shun felt as if the needles were penetrating not merely his acupoints, but his very bones, the spaces in between them. The excruciating pain that coursed through him was unbearable, forcing him to cry out. Zhao Shun, a battle-hardened warrior who had faced countless foes over decades, had never feared pain. Even when pierced through the chest by enemy blades, he had remained silent, wielding his sword against his adversaries. Yet now, he felt as though every bone in his body was being ground to dust, suffering an agony beyond compare. "Hold him down," Lin Mu commanded coldly, directing his orders at the steward and Shenzong. The two exchanged glances, resigned to obey, and leaped onto Zhao Shun, pinning him firmly. Despite Zhao Shun writhing in torment upon the bed, Lin Mu continued his work without pause. With each silver needle piercing through, Zhao Shun rolled and bent them into his flesh. "You bastards, I will kill you. Let me go?" Zhao Shun shouted, his eyes aflame with fury. Upon hearing his outburst, Shenzong and the steward were instantly taken aback, their hands instinctively loosening their grip. However, to release him would mean all their prior efforts would be in vain. Lin Mu, with his eyes closed, sensed the looming threat and declared, "If General Zhao suffers in vain and his injuries remain untreated, our fates will be sealed." Hearing this, both Shenzong and the steward recognized the wisdom in Lin Mu's words, disregarding any notions of insubordination, and once more applied their strength to restrain Zhao Shun, exerting every ounce of their might. The cries of agony continued for half an hour before gradually subsiding, not because Zhao Shun felt no pain, but because he had exhausted his voice. The prolonged cries indicated that the general's vitality was still robust. He bore no semblance of someone on the brink of death. Lin Mu removed his earplugs, mockingly extracting the silver needles one by one. As the excruciating pain dissipated, Zhao Shun felt an unbearable itch, as if ants were crawling all over his body. No matter how fiercely he scratched, he could not alleviate the itch that clung to his very bones. Within just a few breaths, his skin bore the marks of his frantic scratching, oozing dark blood. With a chuckle, Lin Mu pressed down on his back twice. Instantly, Zhao Shun coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, soaking the cotton blanket before him. In the next moment, a wave of comfort washed over him. The intense pain and itchiness vanished entirely. Especially, the constriction in his chest eased, allowing him to breathe freely as if he had never been injured. Gasping for air, Zhao Shun lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, secretly relieved to still be alive. "You possess some skill," he said, taking a deep breath and casting a sidelong glance at Lin Mu. His eyes mirrored astonishment and fear. Realizing that this physician from a small town could genuinely heal his wounds, albeit through an unbearably painful process. Consequently, he refrained from entertaining any thoughts about Ji Wudong for the time being. The last thing he wanted was to provoke Lin Mu to the point of refusing treatment or inflicting further pain with more needles. Such outcomes would be disastrous. He understood that not only must he refrain from pursuing Ji Wudong, but also that he needed to treat Lin Mu with utmost respect over the next 3 months. Hoping for the physician's full commitment to his recovery, "Steward, arrange for an exquisite bedroom for Master Lin to reside in," Zhao Shun commanded, forcing a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. "No need. No need." Lin Mu quickly gestured to decline, insisting that all he required was to administer a needle once every half-month to General Zhao, supplemented with herbal remedies. There was no necessity for him to stay in the estate. What a jest! To reside in the general's residence in Jinyuan would be tantamount to leading Ji Wudong into the jaws of a tiger. He certainly does not wish for Ji Wudong to suffer even the slightest harm at Zhao Shun's hands. What? Needles must be administered as well. Zhao Shun, in a moment of sheer terror, sprang from the bed, his countenance a picture of fright. However, upon further contemplation, He found himself helpless and could only feign nonchalance. Nodding slightly, then let it be as the esteemed physician Lin suggests. Henceforth, every fortnight, I shall have Chunzong escort you here. Chunzong, during this interval, you must be diligent and ensure the safety of physician Lin. No unforeseen mishaps must befall him. Do you comprehend my meaning? Zhao Shun winked at Chunzong. As you command. Chunzong, understanding Zhao Shun's intent, immediately acquiesced. Zhao Shun's true aim was not merely to protect Lin Mu. He clearly sought to keep a watchful eye on him, lest this fellow escape. Yet, perhaps this would also serve as an opportunity to foster a closer bond with Ji Wudong, to savor the sweetness of her affection before Zhao Shun could act. Thus, with their ulterior motives, the group erupted into laughter in unison. Only Ji Wudong rubbed her arms, a shiver running through her. This group finds amusement in such a perverse manner. Lin Mu felt the same. Chapter 34. The couple steward. Fetch 100 taels of silver to present to physician Lin. Once my injuries are healed, there shall be a substantial reward. With his condition improving, Zhao Shun was in high spirits and generous in his demeanor. He gazed at Chunzong with a hint of admiration, recognizing his discernment. Once this matter concludes, I shall assign him to serve by my side. Thank you, General. Faced with the silver offered, Lin Mu graciously accepted it without hesitation. Subsequently, he departed the general's residence under the escort of Chunzong. Ji Wudong had initially intended to persuade Lin Mu to spend a night in Yinyang City, exploring its bustling markets. Yet, the presence of Chunzong dampened her enthusiasm. Lieutenant Chun, let us return. Ji Wudong's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. Not so fast. Chunzong chuckled at her words. It was already afternoon, and considering that physician Lin had tirelessly treated General Zhao's wounds through the night, he must be utterly exhausted. I propose we rest at an inn in Yinyang City for the night. Tomorrow morning, I shall ensure both of you return home safely. What do you think? Ji Wudong furrowed her brow, poised to retort, but noticed Lin Mu subtly tugging at her sleeve. Let us heed Lieutenant Chen's suggestion, Lin Mu said with a smile. Chunzong's reasoning was not without merit. With Old Li overseeing the Jishir Hall, it would be reasonable to rest here for a night. Guided by Chunzong, they arrived at a reasonably tidy inn. Please reserve a room for us, Ji Wudong said softly to the innkeeper, her face flushed beneath her veil. Upon hearing her words, those present cast envious glances at Lin Mu, their hearts brimming with jealousy. Such a beauty, and yet she is bestowed upon a blind man. It was truly a waste. Even Lin Mu himself was taken aback by Ji Wudong's words. I merely wish to care for you more conveniently, Ji Wudong explained softly, her head slightly tilted towards Lin Mu, ensuring only they could hear. The intimate exchange reignited envy among the men present. I cannot bear it any longer. Tonight, I must visit the Baiwa Tower in the city. Otherwise, my desires will remain unquenched. Chunzong, his gaze lingering on Ji Wudong's retreating figure, struggled to suppress his impulses as he turned to ascend the stairs. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. He must devise a means to have Ji Wudong willingly embrace him, lest Lin Mu report to Zhao Shun and jeopardize his future. Yinyang City, like Yinshan City, had no curfew at night. After dinner, Ji Wudong felt the evening was still young and resolved to take Lin Mu out for a stroll. Meanwhile, Chunzong had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a few subordinates behind at the inn. This is largely thanks to Lin Mu's lack of intent to flee. Otherwise, by the time these ruffians discovered the two were missing, it would at least be tomorrow morning. Slow down, there are steps ahead. Upon exiting the inn, Ji Wudong felt an uplift in her spirits. Where shall we go? Lin Mu inquired. I shall follow your lead, she replied. Then let us peruse the clothing store, Ji Wudong suggested. During her last visit to meet the elder of the demonic sect, she had acquired a substantial sum of money, and she was now undeniably affluent. This would be an opportune moment to repay Lin Mu for the winter coat he had purchased for her, as it was Ji Wudong's first visit to Yinyang City. And with Lin Mu being blind, they had no choice but to gather directions to the clothing store. Fortunately, their striking appearances and exceptional demeanor prompted passers-by to engage in conversation, allowing them to find a reasonably spacious shop with little effort. Esteemed guests, please come in. Upon seeing Lin Mu and Ji Wudong, the shopkeeper promptly dismissed the eager attendant who had rushed forward to greet them. He approached personally, wearing a beaming smile and exhibiting utmost warmth. Are you two looking to purchase fabric or ready-made garments? The shopkeeper inquired, his gaze appraising the pair. Having owned the store for over a decade, he had encountered many young lords and ladies from affluent families. Yet he had never seen a couple with such remarkable charm and beauty. If they were to adorn themselves in garments from his establishment, it would undoubtedly elevate the shop's reputation. Select a few outfits for him, Ji Wudong casually directed, gesturing towards Lin Mu. For me? Lin Mu responded, taken aback. I do not think that is necessary. Regardless of how splendidly I dress, I cannot see, but I enjoy looking, Ji Wudong retorted, pressing Lin Mu's shoulder and urging him to sit on a chair. However, no buts, Ji Wudong interjected, swiftly retrieving a piece of pastry from a nearby platter and placing it into Lin Mu's mouth. You are not allowed to speak until you finish. With no choice but to comply, Lin Mu dutifully chewed on the unknown pastry, discovering that it was quite delectable. The shopkeeper, observing the playful banter between them, could not help but chuckle to himself. He discerned that, despite the young lord's visual impairment, the young lady exhibited no disdain whatsoever. Such camaraderie was indeed rare. May I be so bold as to inquire about your relationship? The shopkeeper asked, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Friends, Ji Wudong retorted. Does that have any bearing on our clothing purchases? Certainly. The shopkeeper nodded, explaining, we have recently crafted several matching styles for both men and women, suitable for siblings, friends, and couples. If you are indeed friends, I recommend you each select an outfit. They would complement each other beautifully. Oh, such garments exist? Ji Wudong's interest was piqued at this revelation. Lin Mu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the owner of this clothing store possessed a certain business acumen, even developing designs for twin outfits and couple attire. Undoubtedly, with time, this store owner would achieve great success. Quickly, where are the clothes? Bring them out for me to examine. On the other side, Ji Wudong was urging the store owner to present the several outfits. Such innovative designs were a novelty she had never encountered before. However, upon seeing the garments, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in Ji Wudong's eyes. The reason was simple. Although the store owner's ideas were original, the designs themselves were rather ordinary. After comparing the several sets, Ji Wudong could only find satisfaction in the colors and patterns of the clothing. The store owner, noticing her sentiments, promptly clarified, these are the styles for friends. If you desire something more appealing, I recommend you take a look at our couples collection. That is truly our pièce de résistance. Ji Wudong hesitated regarding the couple's attire, yet after a moment's reflection, she thought it would be worth a glance. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Chapter 35, Sharing a Bed Before Long. The proprietor of the clothing store emerged from the back with 4 exquisite garments in hand. 2 cotton maxi dresses and 2 embroidered robes, each more refined in color, pattern, and craftsmanship than the previous selections. Upon merely glancing at them, Ji Wudong was instantly captivated. She hurried forward to take the garments, eagerly inspecting them with great fondness. What do you think? Aren't these the treasures of my store? The shopkeeper boasted with pride. Observing her reaction, Ji Wudong nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, indeed, they truly deserve the title of store treasures. Then I shall have them. Ji Wudong's voice faltered, and she quickly amended, please pack the 2 sets suitable for friends. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, thinking she had favored the couple's styles. Why switch to the friends' designs? However, the next moment, he noticed Ji Wudong wink at him and suddenly understood. Very well, please hold on for a moment. Being astute, the shopkeeper quickly deduced that Ji Wudong, feeling shy, had deliberately referred to the couple's attire as friend styles to keep Lin Mu in the dark. What an amusing pair they were. As he packed the clothes, he couldn't help but reflect on their charming dynamic. Before long, Ji Wudong, supporting Lin Mu, exited the shop, her heart filled with satisfaction. The shopkeeper called out warmly, if you enjoyed these, we'll have a new batch arriving next month. You are always welcome back. Acknowledging him with a wave, Ji Wudong did not look back, eager to return and try on her new purchases. You really don't need to buy anything for me. I have enough clothes. Lin Mu protested. Too late. I've already bought them, so be quiet. He followed her like a puppet on strings. Yet, after uttering a single word, he was silenced by her reprimand, promptly closing his mouth. Upon returning to the inn, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Ji Wudong, however, felt no fatigue. Lighting a candle and closing the door, she turned to Lin Mu and commanded, take off your clothes. What are you planning to do? Lin Mu felt a wave of apprehension. Were they truly to share a room? Of course. Ji Wudong, realizing the implication, felt her cheeks flush yet feigned indifference, adding, "You will sleep on the bed, while I will rest in the chair." "That doesn't seem right," he hesitated. "Stop being so fussy," Ji Wudong huffed, stepping forward to untie Lin Mu's belt. "In our line of life, we are not bound by trivialities. Besides, you are blind, so it's even less of a concern." "Wait," Lin Mu shouted. "Don't move." As Ji Wudong spoke, she gently patted his chest. "I will help you change into your new clothes and see if they fit." Hearing this, Lin Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, my innocence has been preserved." Little did he know, at that moment, Ji Wudong was even more anxious and bashful than he was. Her entire face had flushed a deep crimson, resembling a painted mask. With a flurry of activity, she raised her arms, turned, and finally helped Lin Mu into his new attire, a satisfied expression gracing her features. Lin Mu, tall and handsome, exuded an ethereal charm once clad in the new garments, appearing as if he had stepped out of a painting, which left Ji Wudong momentarily entranced. The only flaw was the lack of spirit in Lin Mu's eyes, which dulled his celestial allure. "How do I look? Is it appealing?" Lin Mu asked, unable to see for himself and seeking Ji Wudong's opinion. "Yes, it looks splendid. It suits you perfectly," Ji Wudong responded, snapping back to reality and nodding. Yet, she soon felt her reply was rather perfunctory, and so she adopted a theatrical tone, exclaiming, "What a handsome young gentleman you are." After saying this, she adjusted the hem of Lin Mu's clothes and the tips of his hair, feeling increasingly pleased. Lin Mu, amused by Ji Wudong's playful tone, smiled and suggested, "Why don't you try on an outfit as well? If the size isn't right, we can return to the shop tomorrow for adjustments." "Yes, I will change right now." Ji Wudong nodded, first helping Lin Mu to sit down before loosening her belt. As Lin Mu listened to the soft rustling sounds of her changing clothes, accompanied by the occasional waft of her fragrance, he couldn't help but recall the day he had helped Ji Wudong scrub her back. Had their relationship grown so intimate that even changing clothes required no hesitance? Ji Wudong moved swiftly, trying on both sets of garments in no time. The shopkeeper had an excellent eye. The clothes fit Ji Wudong perfectly, requiring no alterations whatsoever. Then, she assisted Lin Mu in trying on the second set of robes, which also needed no adjustments. "Tomorrow, you mustn't wear your old clothes. I'll pack them away for you," Ji Wudong said as she began tidying up, her cheeks growing ever rosier. If Granny Lu and Old Man Li were to see them return in such attire, they would surely tease her mercilessly. "I shall simply explain that these are styles worn by friends, not couples. They are unlikely to discern the truth," Ji Wudong reassured herself inwardly. As night deepened, Lin Mu lay in bed, shivering slightly. The weather seemed to grow colder by the moment. Surely, the ground must be even chillier? Ji Wudong, seated on a chair, had unknowingly finished an entire pot of hot tea. "How about this? I'll sit on the chair, and you can sleep in bed?" Lin Mu softly suggested. "No need," Ji Wudong replied, rising to stretch before smiling. "I am a martial artist. My constitution is stronger than yours. You should remain lying down to avoid falling ill. That would only complicate matters for me." "Oh, why are you getting up?" As they conversed, Ji Wudong noticed that Lin Mu had straightened his posture and couldn't help but exclaim with a hint of irritation, "You've let all the warmth from the bed escape." "Struggling to sleep?" she inquired. "Would you like to join me for a moment?" Lin Mu chuckled softly, propping a pillow at his lower back and leaning against the headboard. "Come, sit opposite me, and let us engage in conversation." "Well, very well then," Ji Wudong conceded, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her back. After a moment's contemplation, she removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed, leaning back against the mattress to face Lin Mu. "Could you pass me the other pillow?" she requested, sensing that the foot of the bed was rather firm. The inn's bed was spacious enough to accommodate two grown men comfortably. Thus the proximity of Ji Wudong and Lin Mu did not feel cramped. However, the howling wind outside and the chilling atmosphere of the room compelled them to unconsciously draw their legs closer together. Regarding Zhao Shun, what are your intentions? You wouldn't truly consider saving his life, would you?" Ji Wudong asked, biting her lip as she shifted the topic. Chapter 36. Awakening. Given the relationship between Su Zhong and the old curator, it was impossible for me to save him. Moreover, at this point, Lin Mu's tone faltered. "What about him?" Ji Wudong, puzzled, nudged Lin Mu's thigh with her foot, urging him to continue. "It's nothing." Lin Mu shook his head. Yet images of Zhao Shun's unabashed, lustful grin upon seeing Ji Wudong surfaced in his mind. In any case, I will ensure he has a difficult time over the next few months. A cold smile crept across Lin Mu's lips, for I had added some potent ingredients to the prescription I provided him. You seem quite wicked, Ji Wudong remarked, observing Lin Mu's countenance. Poisoning a patient's prescription is hardly the act of a divine healer. What should I do then? Lin Mu retorted. You ought to tell me the prescription, and I shall convey it to Zhao Shun on your behalf. As the holy maiden of the demon sect, I bear no guilt in performing such deeds. It is entirely justified. After saying this, Ji Wudong couldn't help but stifle a laugh, commending her own cleverness. Fair enough, in that case. I shall leave such matters to you next time. Absolutely. Ji Wudong nodded enthusiastically. Lin Mu, renowned and respected as a divine healer, should leave the more nefarious tasks to her. After discussing Zhao Shun, the two engaged in conversation about many others: Gu Xing, Su Mao, Old Meng, Old Li. None were overlooked. In this unfamiliar city of Yinyang, perhaps this was the only way to find solace within their hearts. As weariness gradually overcame them, they fell silent and drifted into slumber. The following day, Lin Mu slowly awakened, sensing that he was cradling something in his arms. It was soft and fragrant. He instinctively squeezed it, and a gentle hum emanated from below. What is this? Startled, Lin Mu quickly regained his composure. He recalled that the night before, he and Ji Wudong had leaned against the headboard and foot of the bed, seemingly conversing until late. The subsequent events, however, eluded his memory. Could it be that he was? Tentatively, Lin Mu's arms tightened around the object, and he instantly confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, he had spent the night entwined with Ji Wudong. At this very moment, his left hand was clutching Ji Wudong's sock. This was truly unbecoming. Lin Mu felt a wave of shame wash over him, his grip instinctively tightening. For some inexplicable reason, the sensation in his palm felt hauntingly familiar, as if he had touched it not long ago. But how could that be? Was it possible that Ji Wudong had stealthily entered his room in the dead of night and placed her sock into his hand? Lin Mu shook his head, dismissing this absurd notion. Yet, why did this sensation feel so familiar? As Lin Mu pondered, he absently moved his wrist. Unbeknownst to him, at the foot of the bed, Ji Wudong's eyes widened. Her charming face flushed crimson, nearly as if it might bleed. She had awakened a quarter of an hour earlier than Lin Mu. Upon waking, she instantly beheld the intimate and embarrassing sleeping posture shared between herself and Lin Mu, nearly causing her to leap from the bed in fright. Regret gnawed at her heart. How could she have succumbed to drowsiness and slept on this bed last night? Had she foreseen this predicament, she would have preferred to remain seated in the chair, which would have been far better than the awkwardness she now faced. Fortunately, when she had climbed into bed, she had only removed her shoes and retained her outer garments, thus preserving a semblance of dignity. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, Ji Wudong resolved to rise slowly and quietly from the bed, hoping to avoid awakening Lin Mu. After contemplating for a few seconds, she began to shift towards the edge of the bed. However, since she had slept on the inner side and the weather was chilly, she found herself pressed closely against Lin Mu. In her attempt to maneuver, she not only failed to reach the bedside but nearly roused him from slumber. Feeling Lin Mu's body shift, Ji Wudong froze, her breath quickening as she silently implored him to remain asleep. Yet, in the next moment, she felt Lin Mu encircle her with his arms, his hands stirring slightly. A gasp escaped her as her toes curled involuntarily, and she quickly covered her mouth with the blanket, her eyes misting over. To her dismay, Lin Mu showed no signs of restraint, his hands continuing their movement. Embarrassment and indignation welled within her, but she dared not voice her discomfort, opting instead to endure in silence. Could it be that he was already awake and was deliberately taking advantage of her? After a brief interlude, Ji Wudong noticed that Lin Mu's hands showed no intention of ceasing their exploration, leaving her perplexed. She cautiously raised her head to glance at Lin Mu at the head of the bed, only to find him with his eyes firmly shut and breathing steadily, making it impossible to discern whether he was truly awake. In that moment, Ji Wudong found herself caught in a quandary. If Lin Mu was indeed asleep, how awkward would it be to awaken him? Yet if he were already awake, how long would his wandering hands continue their exploration? Fortunately, Lin Mu's wandering was brief, and he soon turned away, presenting his back to Ji Wudong. He resumed his slumber, snoring thunderously. Observing this, Ji Wudong let out a silent sigh of relief. After a cautious observation lasting a quarter of an hour, She finally summoned the courage to descend the bed carefully. Before long, Lin Mu stirred awake, stretching languidly. I saw you asleep yesterday and just sat up. Ji Wudong quickly explained upon noticing his awakening. However, she soon realized how her words might betray her intentions, as if she were attempting to conceal the truth without success. Lin Mu feigned ignorance, nodding thoughtfully as he rose and inquired, "What time is it?" "I'm not quite certain, but dawn has arrived, and we are likely to depart soon," came the reply. "Allow me to assist you with your robe," Ji Wudong said, approaching Lin Mu and tenderly helping him into his long garment. Yet, her mind involuntarily drifted back to the awkward encounter from the morning. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a gentle rap sounded at their door. Outside, Chunzong's voice inquired, "Dr. Lin? Miss Wudong, are you awake?" "We are awake. Please come in," Ji Wudong responded, unlocking the door and returning to Lin Mu's side to continue dressing him. As Chunzong entered the room, he was met with the sight of Ji Wudong assisting Lin Mu. Her eyes, filled with a shyness and gentleness, were fixed intently upon him. In an instant, Chunzong was overwhelmed by a surge of jealousy, his heart consumed by an intense envy. Why would such a virtuous, beautiful, and graceful woman be drawn to Lin Mu, a blind man? Could it be that this fellow had saved her life? Chunzong clenched his teeth, producing a chilling creak. Chapter 37. The Return. Is there a rat? Lin Mu inquired instinctively, his keen ears catching the faintest sound. Upon hearing this, Ji Wudong turned her gaze toward Chunzong, for the sound seemed to have originated from his direction. Perhaps, Chunzong chuckled awkwardly, brushing it off. "Well, we should be heading back." "Understood. Please wait downstairs," Ji Wudong replied impatiently, her expression marred by disdain as she pinched her nose. Ever since Chunzong's arrival, she had been assaulted by an overwhelming and cloying scent of perfume. Even through her veil, this unpleasant aroma relentlessly invaded her senses. Coupled with the fact that Chunzong had been absent since the previous night, it was not difficult to deduce where he had been. Although Chunzong had wished to engage Ji Wudong in further conversation, he felt compelled to comply with her wishes to avoid inciting her irritation. Yet, as they exited their shared quarters, a fierce and lascivious glint flickered in Chunzong's eyes. How dare she show impatience towards me? Once you submit to me, I shall ensure you comprehend my power. The journey back was uneventful, and as the group was not pressed for time, Lin Mu and the others stayed at the relay station for the night. They returned to Yinshan City the following evening. Upon entering the city, Chunzong sought out Lin Mu, his expression a fa of a smile, albeit devoid of warmth. "Lin, during this period, you must refrain from venturing out. Prioritize treating General Zhao's injuries. It is beneficial for both you and the citizens of Yanjun. This will also spare me any further complications. Of course, Miss Wudong is free to do as she pleases." With that, Chunzong showed no inclination to escort Lin Mu to the Jishir Hall, instead escorting his subordinates away. Having been away from Yinshan City for so long, he needed to return to report to the county magistrate. "I detest that man," Ji Wudong remarked, frowning at the retreating figures of Chunzong and his officers. "What if I seize an opportunity to eliminate him?" Lin Mu was momentarily taken aback. "Goodness, has your true nature as the holy maiden of the demonic sect been revealed so soon?" "Not to worry, he only visits us once a month." Despite his surprise, Lin Mu offered a reassuring smile. "Once Zhao Shun is deceased, he will be even less inclined to seek us out. Let us endure a little longer." "All right," Ji Wudong replied with a resigned nod, her demeanor shifting to one of excitement as she mused. "We are finally back. I have missed the bed at Jishir Hall." Yinshan City was modest in size, its shops and streets lacking the vibrancy of Yinyang City. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Ji Wudong found herself more inclined to remain here. It was as if returning to Jishir Hall signified a return home. But how could Jishir Hall, in truth, be considered her home? Perplexed yet unbothered, she thought of old Li, Granny Lu, Aunt Zhao, and so forth. As long as these familiar faces surrounded her, she would never feel lonely or bored. Above all, the most significant presence was Lin Mu. "Let us return," Ji Wudong suggested with a gentle laugh as she linked her arm with Lin Mu's. "We can pass by the tavern and procure some fine wine and dishes to share with old Li." At that moment, she remained blissfully unaware of how drastically her demeanor shifted in Lin Mu's presence compared to her role as the holy maiden of the demon sect. The frequency of her smiles had multiplied tenfold, if not more. It was only when in the company of outsiders like Chun Zong that she would revert to her cool and aloof self, becoming the proud Ji Wudong once again. For the rest of the time, she was simply the kind-hearted Miss Wudong of the Ji Shi Hall. Dr. Lin, Miss Wudong, it has been quite some time, greeted Dia and Arya, old Li's daughters, as they busily attended to customers at the fish stall around the corner. Upon spotting the pair, they immediately offered a warm welcome. Is old Li around? Why are you two manning the stall today? Ji Wudong inquired, concerned that Lin Mu might not have recognized their voices. Lin Mu nodded, admitting he had not. He's at Ji Shi Hall, taking care of things for you. Dia replied with a smile. He has been staying there and hasn't come out to work these past few days. My sister and I have come to help in his absence. He's claiming to be watching over Ji Shi Hall, but really, he's just being lazy. Arya chimed in, unable to contain her remarks. I've seen him buy quite a bit of wine lately. Once we return, I must tell Mother all about it. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Mu said with a hint of apology as he chuckled. Let us dine at Ji Shi Hall. We have brought a plethora of food and drink. Oh, no need. You and Father should enjoy it alone. They protested. This is likely his last chance to indulge in wine this year. Laughter erupted as Ji Wudong and Lin Mu shared a light-hearted moment with Dia and Arya before heading back to Ji Shi Hall. Upon entering the main hall, they were immediately met with the strong aroma of alcohol. It seemed old Li had indeed indulged as Dia and Arya had suggested. Old Li, awaken. We have returned. Ji Wudong called out, gently shaking him from his slumber in the rocking chair. Rubbing his eyes, old Li slowly came to, his gaze sharpening upon seeing Lin Mu and Ji Wudong. Ah, you are finally back. I have missed you dearly. Is that truly the case? Ji Wudong teased, casting a glance at the empty wine jar beside him. Well, missing you does not interfere with my drinking, does it, Dr. Lin? Old Li scratched his head, a sheepish expression crossing his face. Lin Mu chuckled at this, offering the food and drink he had brought. Had I known this, I would not have procured the wine. Such a statement, Old Li exclaimed, quickly accepting the offerings with a grin. At my age, I still look after you both. Would you kindly treat me to a feast? It is only fitting, is it not? The old man chuckled. You speak the truth. Lin Mu laughed heartily and promptly instructed Ji Wudong to fetch the dishes. Old Li, having not seen Lin Mu for several days, was brimming with conversation. Naturally, he could not resist teasing Lin Mu about the matching attire he shared with Ji Wudong. Ji Wudong found herself repeatedly explaining that it was merely a fashionable style among friends, quite popular in Yinyang City. Unfortunately, her efforts bore little fruit, as Old Li remained utterly unconvinced. Miss Wudong, do not let my age deceive you. In my youth, I was quite the figure, having traveled far and wide. What kind of attire have I not encountered? You cannot fool me. After downing a cup of warm wine, Old Li slurred, given your current situation, I can discern everything at a glance. What situation do we find ourselves in? Ji Wudong instinctively glanced at Lin Mu before lowering her head to inquire. This subtle gesture did not escape Old Li's keen observation. Such matters are best left unspoken. If I were to divulge, you would surely feel the need to tread carefully. Old Li chuckled, his heart swelling with delight. Chapter 38. I am the handmaid. The following day, the Ji Shi Hall quietly reopened its doors. Lin Mu reclined as usual in his rocking chair, feigning slumber. Meanwhile, Ji Wudong busily wielded a cloth, diligently cleaning here and there, engrossed in her tasks. You seem quite leisurely. Leaving the upkeep of this vast abode to me alone, Ji Wudong cast a sidelong glance at the serene Lin Mu, playfully flicking his forehead in mock displeasure. Lin Mu was instantly roused, a hint of teasing in his tone as he suggested, why don't we hire a maid and a servant? Absolutely not. Ji Wudong quickly waved her hands. I have no desire to share my space with strangers. As she spoke, she caught sight of the smile curling at Lin Mu's lips and realized she had been jested with. Lin Mu had no intention of hiring a maid. He understood that she would never agree to it. His prior words were merely a playful tease. You are truly excessive, Ji Wudong exclaimed, tossing the cloth at Lin Mu's face with a huff. To think that I, a dignified saint of the demonic sect, am reduced to performing maidservant duties here. Even the emperor does not treat me in such a manner. Aren't you meant to repay your debt of gratitude? Lin Mu chuckled. Initially, he had not cared whether Ji Wudong would repay her life-saving debt. However, after spending considerable time together, he had grown accustomed to her presence and no longer wished for her departure. Indeed, repay my debt by toiling like a beast of burden, Ji Wudong retorted. This is hardly servitude. It resembles the role of a head steward. What? Are you unwilling? Ji Wutong pouted, but soon found herself unable to suppress a laugh. Compared to being a saint of the demonic sect, the role of steward at Jishir Hall evidently pleased her far more. Upon hearing Ji Wutong's laughter, Lin Mu felt increasingly perplexed. What was this woman's peculiar disposition? How could she find joy in such labor? Could it be that she had undergone some form of stimulus? Never mind, it was best to ignore her, lest she swing a broom at his face again. As Lin Mu fell silent, Ji Wutong grew disinterested in teasing him further and resumed her work. Is anyone there? Miss Wutong? At that moment, two voices called out from the entrance. Upon hearing the first inquiry, Ji Wutong initially thought a patient had arrived at the clinic. However, upon hearing the second, her brow furrowed in confusion. Are they looking for me? Moreover, the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Puzzled, Ji Wutong approached the door, only to be greeted by the radiant smile of Chen Zong. It's you? Ji Wutong's expression hardened, her disdain unmasked in her words. What brings you here? General Zhao has tasked me with ensuring the safety of Physician Lin, and I shall fulfill my duty. Chen Zong paid no heed to Ji Wutong's disdain. Smiling as he explained, I have already requested permission from the county magistrate. For the next few months, I will be stationed at Jishir Hall during the day to prevent any nefarious individuals from harming Physician Lin. Of course, if Physician Lin and Miss Wudong permit, I can also stay here at night. Rest assured, Miss Wudong, I have been trained in martial arts since childhood and possess considerable skill. I shall undoubtedly safeguard you. As well as Dr. Lin. With this proclamation, Chen Zong's smile radiated even more brightly. So eager was he that he could scarcely wait for Ji Wutong's reply before attempting to stride into the Jishir Hall. Stop! Ji Wutong, upon witnessing this, abruptly brandished her broom to block Chen Zong's path. The Jishir Hall is not an inn. What gives you the right to stay here? Moreover, Dr. Lin and I do not require your protection, so please return whence you came. Initially, Ji Wutong had merely felt disdain toward Chen Zong, but now her feelings had escalated to outright aversion. Had the timing been more suitable, she would have little patience for further discourse and would have swiftly dealt with him. Miss Wudong, Chen Zong retorted with a cold sneer, gesturing toward his official garb. I am here on the orders of General Zhao to conduct business at the Jishir Hall. Should anything happen to Dr. Lin and his condition deteriorates, can you bear the consequences? Who will protect the hundreds of thousands of citizens of Yanjun? Furthermore, I am an official from Yinshan City myself. Your obstruction is likely unlawful. Are you suggesting that there are heretics of the demonic sect hiding within these walls? His voice boomed like a bell, and his rugged countenance radiated righteousness. He believed that such lofty assertions would compel Ji Wudong to relent. As anticipated, before Ji Wudong could respond, Lin Mu's voice interjected. He reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, gently swaying, clearly at ease. Wudong, do allow Captain Chen to enter. Humph. A glimmer of smugness and disdain flickered in Chen Zong's eyes as he forcefully pushed aside Ji Wutong's broom and strode into the Jishir Hall. Reluctantly, Ji Wutong acquiesced to Lin Mu's request and ceased her opposition. Upon entering, Chen Zong finally noticed that Ji Wutong had been tidying up. No wonder she had been wielding a broom. He had assumed it was merely a tool she had picked up casually. Such a delicate beauty. And yet Lin Mu had her toiling like a servant. What a waste of such grace. With a grin, Chen Zong felt a renewed confidence in winning Ji Wudong's affections. Clearing his throat, he sat nonchalantly at the tea table, pouring himself a cup of tea and speaking with a tone dripping with sarcasm. Miss Wudong, you truly are a paragon of virtue. Unlike my own wife, who is utterly inept and depends on a plethora of servants. Thankfully, I possess ample wealth. So even if she were to hire 10 or 8 more maidservants, it would be of no concern. A man must have such capabilities, otherwise, he would be unworthy of a woman's heartfelt devotion. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Lin? Chen Zong directed this mockery at Lin Mu, expecting to provoke a furious response. Yet, the only reply he received was the sound of loud snoring. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Mu had once again succumbed to a deep slumber, entirely oblivious to his words. At that moment, Chen Zong felt as though he had struck a punch against cotton, nearly choking with frustration. However, seeing that his initial ploy had failed, he narrowed his eyes, a new scheme igniting within him. He then turned to Ji Wudong, inquiring with a smile, My dear Wudong, how much truth do you find in my earlier remarks? I am but a maidservant hired by Lin Mu. Ji Wudong, disinterested, offered a retort that rendered Chen Zong speechless. After a prolonged silence, he awkwardly chuckled. Ah, dear Wutong, you truly have a way with words. Where in this vast world could one find a maid as exceptional as you? To which Ji Wutong, with a light dismissal, countered, your position is merely too humble, your perspective too narrow. Thus, it is understandable that you remain unaware. Her words struck Qinzong with a searing blow, leaving him utterly demoralized. Was this woman's tongue not excessively sharp? Was there no room for meaningful discourse? Had it not been for his ulterior motives towards Ji Wudong, Qinzong would have likely erupted in fury, demolishing the establishment of Jishir Hall. Chapter 39. Incense. As patients began to arrive, Lin Mu could no longer feign sleep. He reluctantly stretched and rose to his feet. Ji Wutong, witnessing this, hurried to assist him toward the counter. Are you truly going to allow him to linger at Jishir Hall? Ji Wudong inquired softly. What else can we do? This is a medical establishment. It would be improper to simply chase him away, Lin Mu replied. I find him insufferable. He is quite bothersome, she remarked. Just wait. I shall prepare something splendid to avenge you, Lin Mu reassured, patting Ji Wudong's arm. Thus far, it marked the second occasion Ji Wudong had openly expressed her disdain for Qinzong in Lin Mu's presence. Lin Mu could no longer tolerate Qinzong's harassment of Ji Wudong. Otherwise, it would tarnish his reputation as a divine healer. With Lin Mu's promise, a smile returned to Ji Wudong's lips. In truth, had Lin Mu not intervened, she had already contemplated taking matters into her own hands to deal with Qinzong. A mere junior officer, Ji Wudong possessed numerous methods to ensure his disappearance. Meanwhile, with Lin Mu attending to patients in the inner chamber, the back hall was devoid of interruptions. Qinzong seemed to revive like a vulture spotting its prey, brimming with renewed energy. He adjusted his attire, puffed out his chest, and strode confidently to Ji Wudong. In an instant, Ji Wudong was enveloped by an overpowering scent of powder, nearly rendering her unable to open her eyes, her delicate brows instinctively knitting together. Without doubt, Qinzong had frequented the city's pleasure quarters once more the previous evening. Oh dear, Qinzong exclaimed, feigning surprise as he observed Ji Wudong wringing out a cloth. Miss Wudong, with such tender hands, how can you engage in such rough work? Do put down that cloth. He then procured a porcelain vial from his bosom, brandishing it before Ji Wudong. This is a fragrant balm I specifically purchased for you in Yinyang City a couple of days ago. Apply it and see. Your lovely hands will surely become even fairer and softer. As he spoke, Qinzong's large hand reached for Ji Wudong's wrist, seemingly intending to apply the balm himself. Seeking death, Ji Wudong's gaze hardened, her left hand poised to strike. Wudong, come here and light this incense. At that opportune moment, Lin Mu's voice resonated from the inner chamber. Coming, Ji Wudong replied, pivoting to Lin Mu's side and taking the incense from his hand. Light this in the back hall. It will invigorate and aid your sleep. Remember, it must be done in the back hall, Lin Mu advised with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ji Wudong immediately understood. Before long, the incense began to burn slowly, filling the back hall with a gentle, refreshing fragrance. Ji Wudong noticed that the overpowering scent of Qinzong's powder had significantly diminished. Miss Wudong, do accept this balm. It is the finest fragrance in the entire Yanjun. Qinzong persisted, trailing behind Ji Wudong, unwavering in his attempts to persuade her. However, as the incense burned away, he felt an increasing restlessness within his heart. His gaze towards Ji Wudong became increasingly lascivious. Particularly when he beheld her silhouette, he could hardly restrain the urge to rush forward and embrace her. What has come over me? Qinzong shook his head, filled with inner turmoil. Could it be that my desire for Ji Wudong has awakened the latent cravings within me? This woman is indeed a seductress. Qinzong's yearning to win Ji Wudong's heart grew more fervent. Yet, he was acutely aware that it was still not noon. Even if he harbored ill intentions, it would be impossible to act upon them in the presence of Lin Mu and the many patients. Huff, huff. Qinzong gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot and filled with desire. Nevertheless, the remnants of his reason compelled him to suppress his impulses, and he fled from Jishir Hall. He headed straight for the nearest brothel. Observing Qinzong's staggering departure, Ji Wudong wore a puzzled expression and approached Lin Mu, whispering, "What is wrong with him? Who knows? Perhaps it is the approach of spring." Lin Mu chuckled, offering little explanation. Ji Wudong, however, grew increasingly bewildered at his words. Wasn't it just the onset of winter? How could spring be near? But with patients present, She understood that it was not the time for probing further. She resolved to suppress her curiosity until after closing. Meanwhile, Chunzong had already burst through the doors of the brothel. The madam quickly intercepted him, exclaiming, "Ah, good sir, it's still early, and the young ladies are resting. Might you consider returning this evening? Get out of my way," Chunzong bellowed, shoving the madam aside, then producing a stack of silver notes from his pocket, hurling them at her face as he thundered, "Have you lost your senses to dare obstruct me? Quickly summon your most beautiful courtesan." The madam, startled by the silver notes that now lay before her, quickly realized the magnitude of the opportunity before her. Without a moment to spare, she scrambled to her feet, her face blooming with a radiant smile. "Certainly, good sir, please wait a moment." Chunzong nodded in satisfaction, only to suddenly notice that the madam, despite her age, still possessed an enduring allure. He swiftly approached her, lifting her into his arms with a grin. "No need to find anyone else. You will do." In an instant, the attendants of the brothel were left astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief at Chunzong's audacity. This gentleman was rather indiscriminate in his tastes. Though the madam had once been a renowned courtesan in her youth, she had now aged, her beauty diminished. Surely, even in his thirst, he could not be so impatient as to forego the search for a more suitable companion. Such vigor! One attendant exclaimed, his mouth agape in awe. The attendant beside him nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in the sentiment expressed. Indeed, they are exemplars of our kind. Having grown up in this brothel, I have yet to encounter such formidable individuals. Should we not find a lady to replace the madam? Are you out of your mind? Did you not see how delightfully the madam smiled? It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Their relationship is consensual, and it is best for us to refrain from meddling. Your reasoning is sound. Shall we proceed to listen in? Let us go. I too wish to witness the prowess of this esteemed gentleman. As night fell, the doors of the Jishir hall slowly closed. Ji Wudong could no longer contain her curiosity and pressed Lin Mu for answers. "What exactly was that incense you had me ignite? Why did Chunzong depart in such a fluster?" Lin Mu, upon hearing her inquiry, ceased to conceal the truth and explained with a smile. "It is merely an aphrodisiac effective for men, but ineffective for women. Its potency is simply rather strong. You truly lack integrity. Have you not heard the phrase, 'Too much rigidity leads to breakage'? Are you implying that?" Ji Wudong's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 40. The young master. As the morning sunlight cascaded down, Chunzong gradually opened his eyes, instantly feeling the unbearable ache in his waist and knees. Beside him, the madam of the brothel had long since awakened, her gaze fixed upon Chunzong with an alluring intensity, her eyes unwavering. "Young master, you are awake." Upon noticing his consciousness, the madam's face blossomed into a radiant smile, her body inching closer to him. After a full day and night, she could scarcely remember the last time she had felt such exhilaration with a man, only knowing that the person before her was her new lover. However, upon seeing her, Chunzong's face contorted in terror. Without uttering a word, he swiftly turned and leaped to the ground. The next moment, the chill of the air sent a shiver through his bare form. It was only at this instant that his mind truly cleared, and he began to recall the absurd events of the previous day. Incense, Ji Wudong, the brothel, the madam. Gazing at the woman who appeared to be nearing 50, Chunzong felt a wave of nausea rise within him, nearly retching. He could not dare to continue that train of thought, his eyes now filled with despair and confusion. "Young master, come back to bed. The floor is so cold." The madam's voice, tinged with a teasing lilt, beckoned as she patted the bed beneath her. "Silence!" Chunzong shouted in anger, hastily gathering the scattered clothes around him and donning them. "Get out of here." "What?" The madam was taken aback, disbelief etched on her face. Just last night, he had affectionately called her little sweetheart, and yet today he was demanding her departure? Men were indeed fickle. "If anyone should leave, it is you. This is my territory." With her hands on her hips, the madam unleashed a torrent of curses upon him. "You ungrateful scoundrel. If it weren't for the silver, do you think I would willingly?" The madam continued her tirade, but Chunzong felt a wave of irritation wash over him, and he chose to ignore her. Turning away to leave, only the young servant in the brothel remained, admiring his retreating figure with respect. This gentleman was truly remarkable. Ji Wudong was unaware of Chunzong's predicament. She simply noted his absence from the Jishir hall and felt a surge of relief. This bothersome individual had finally ceased to disturb her. "What would you like to eat today?" Ji Wudong gracefully approached Lin Mu, her voice sweet as she proposed. I could prepare more dishes, you decide. Lin Mu remained as usual, lounging in his rocking chair, pretending to doze in the sunlight, resembling an elderly gentleman. Observing him, Ji Wudong felt a twinge of helplessness. She wished for Lin Mu to become more cheerful and lively, but was at a loss for how to achieve it. Though she knew Lin Mu enjoyed fishing, the frigid winter winds had rendered the rivers thickly frozen, making it unlikely he would be inclined to fish. Unless she could find something for him to do at home. A sudden idea struck her. Suddenly, Ji Wudong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Stay at home for a while. I shall step out, she declared. After preparing the tea, she thoughtfully draped a blanket over Lin Mu before hurriedly departing. What could she possibly be up to? Lin Mu pondered, perplexed by Ji Wudong's sudden actions, yet he refrained from questioning her further. Approximately half an hour later, Ji Wudong returned to Jishir Hall, accompanied by a strong odor of fish. Are we having fish for dinner? Lin Mu inquired with a smile. You shall find out shortly, Ji Wudong teased, carefully carrying a dozen small fish towards the backyard. When she emerged again, she had deposited the fish into a wooden basin beside Lin Mu. Here. Ji Wudong skillfully baited the hooks before handing the fishing rod to Lin Mu. As he grasped the rod, Lin Mu began to form a vague suspicion. Cast it a bit to the left. Yes, right there. Ji Wudong guided him as he cast the line into the basin, thus engaging in fishing within the comfort of his own home. What prompted you to set this up here? Lin Mu casually asked during a lull in their fishing. I was merely concerned you might grow bored, Ji Wudong replied, sitting beside him, sipping tea. Today, there were not many patients at Jishir Hall. Only 3 came in the morning. While Lin Mu attended to the patients, Ji Wudong, with time on her hands, had taken up the fishing rod herself, and surprisingly, she managed to catch a few. Gradually, she discovered the joy in it. By the time Lin Mu finished attending to his patients and returned to his recliner, she remained blissfully unaware, lost in her fishing endeavor. Lin Mu chose not to disturb her, instead reaching for a teacup from the table and savoring the tea. For some reason, he felt that today's tea possessed a particularly sweet aroma. Was it due to new tea leaves? He mused internally. Meanwhile, after catching yet another fish, Ji Wudong began to tire of the activity. Just as she was about to take a sip of her tea, she realized with surprise that Lin Mu had taken her teacup. Watching Lin Mu drink from her cup, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, this was not their first time sharing utensils, teacups, bowls, chopsticks. Over the past few days, Ji Wudong had lost count of how many times Lin Mu had mixed up their belongings. Though shy, she chose not to voice her discomfort or snatch it back, hoping to avoid any potential awkwardness. Would you like some tea? Lin Mu, oblivious to Ji Wudong's inner turmoil, cheerfully remarked after finishing her tea. It is delightful today. There is a hint of sweetness and fragrance. Have you switched to a new tea? Upon hearing those words, Ji Wudong's face flushed a deep crimson, and she stammered an explanation. Perhaps it is the well water that makes it so. The winter well water possesses an exceptionally sweet taste, a fact that Lin Mu was well aware of. Hence he refrained from further inquiries. He merely requested Ji Wudong to pour him another cup. Had I known the tea would be so delightful today, I would have indulged more. Please use well water for brewing tomorrow as well. Oh. Ji Wudong paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right. At this instant, her heart brimmed with shyness and regret. Had she foreseen this, she would have abstained from tea today. Now, how would she procure the sweet and fragrant well water for tomorrow's tea? Surely, she could not. Ji Wudong glanced at the teacup in Lin Mu's hand, instinctively licked her lips, and in the next moment, shook her head vigorously. No, that's utterly repulsive. If others were to find out, I might as well dash myself against a pillar. Chapter 41. The letter in the subsequent days. Lin Mu found himself unable to savor the exquisitely sweet and fragrant tea he had grown fond of. According to Ji Wudong, this was likely due to the increasingly frigid weather causing fluctuations in the well water's temperature. Although Lin Mu felt a tinge of regret, he did not dwell on it. Instead, he continued to linger at Jishir Hall, indulging in fishing. Suddenly, the crack of firecrackers erupted, accompanied by the joyful laughter of children echoing from the streets, injecting a vibrant liveliness into the otherwise desolate thoroughfare. Was the new year approaching? Lin Mu, uncertain of the passage of time, turned to Ji Wudong and inquired. Not long now, just under half a month, Ji Wudong replied with a nod. To ensure Lin Mu's well-being, Ji Wudong remained steadfastly by his side whenever she had no pressing matters ready to respond to his needs at a moment's notice. Lin Mu had grown increasingly accustomed to her presence, developing a deeper reliance on her. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he pondered whether this change was for better or for worse. By the way, have there been any updates on that Qinzong fellow in recent days? Lin Mu suddenly recalled and asked again. No, Ji Wudong replied, her eyes betraying a flicker of disdain at the mention of Qinzong. Since her arrival in Yinshan City, she had yet to encounter anyone she loathed more than him. Even the withered Master Dai, whom she had slain with her own hands, was simply a consequence of offending Lin Mu, which had compelled Ji Wudong to act. However, Qinzong incited a genuine desire within her to see him meet his end. How curious, Lin Mu mused, logically speaking. He should have realized his predicament by now and sought revenge. Why had he not made any move at all? The more Lin Mu pondered, the more perplexed he became. Stroking his chin in contemplation without any clarity emerging. Could it be that the incense had failed to take effect? Impossible. Lin Mu shook his head. He held unwavering confidence in his medical skills, convinced that such a scenario could not occur. Once I have the time, I shall ask Old Li to investigate further. I have this nagging feeling that fellow will not rest easily. He murmured to himself. Indeed, I trust your judgment, Ji Wudong replied, nodding in agreement, seemingly unconcerned. Qinzong's absence was, in fact, to her liking. With her presence by Lin Mu's side, even a dozen Qinzongs combined would pose no threat whatsoever. As fate would have it, just as Lin Mu mentioned Old Li, Ji Wudong spotted him approaching from the street corner, 2 large fish in hand. Likely heading to Jishir Hall. Old Li has come to see you, Ji Wudong remarked, and true to her words, Old Li soon arrived at the entrance of Jishir Hall. Lin the Divine Doctor? Miss Wudong? Are you both here? He called out loudly, his voice carrying as he announced, I've brought you a letter from that rascal Gu Xing. Upon hearing Gu Xing's name, Lin Mu immediately straightened in his chair, a smile breaking across his face. Wudong, please open it and read it aloud. Upon hearing this, Ji Wudong took the letter from Old Li's hands and read it meticulously, word for word. Meanwhile, Old Li busied himself, making his way to the kitchen to tend to the fish he had caught. The letter, penned by Gu Xing, was brief, spanning merely a page. It detailed the circumstances surrounding himself and Su Mao. After leaving Yinshan City, the two had journeyed northward, arriving at Shuafang City, the northernmost point of Yanjun. At this juncture, Su Mao had assumed the alias of Gu Mao, claiming to be Gu Xing's cousin, both aspiring to achieve greatness. The city's commander, initially hesitant due to their youth, contemplated denying them entry. However, upon witnessing Su Mao's prowess as he effortlessly broke a wooden stake with a single strike, his opinions swiftly changed, and he welcomed them into his personal guard. Thus, Gu Xing and Su Mao became trusted soldiers under the command of Shuafang City, enjoying favorable treatment. In the concluding lines of the letter, Gu Xing expressed his unwavering determination to prove himself to Lin Mu, vowing to diligently hone his martial skills and return home as a general. This young man possessed quite the ambition. Lin Mu chuckled softly and instructed Ji Wudong to keep the letter safe. After a moment's thought, he requested her to procure ink and paper so that he might compose a reply on his behalf. At the end of the correspondence, Lin Mu responded with a verse. A youth should aspire to soar like a swan, galloping on a steed across the plains. While Gu Xing's literary prowess left much to be desired, Lin Mu opted for these straightforward yet poignant lines to convey his expectations. However, Ji Wudong was acutely aware that Lin Mu's hopes for Gu Xing had always been high. Old Li, I kindly ask you to deliver this letter to the post station, Ji Wudong said softly after folding the letter neatly into an envelope and locating Old Li in the kitchen. Consider it a trifling task, Miss Wudong. Rest assured, Old Li replied, carefully tucking the letter into his bosom, and added with a smile, I shall set off shortly. Thank you kindly, Ji Wudong nodded, then continued, additionally, I need you to inquire about a certain Captain Qinzong from Yinshan City and his recent circumstances. Qinzong? Is he the one who escorted you to Yinyang City that day? Old Li recalled, having a vague impression of the man. This individual had been transferred from Yinyang City 5 years prior, known for his formidable martial skills and ruthless methods. The ruffians in the city, like Niu San, were particularly wary of him. Miss Wudong, if I may be so bold, why do you wish to investigate his affairs? Old Li asked, his brow furrowing as he cautioned. This fellow is not to be trifled with. He harassed me recently and was dealt with by Lin Mu. Ji Wudong did not conceal the truth and recounted the events of that day to Old Li in full detail. "Is that so?" Old Li exclaimed in astonishment, his anger flaring. "This rascal is truly courting disaster." "Fear not, Miss Wudong. I shall handle this matter and ensure he never appears before you again." "That may not be necessary," Ji Wudong replied coolly. "All I require is for you to inform me of his whereabouts, the places he has frequented recently, and the people he has encountered." Since Chunzong was pursuing her, Ji Wudong understood that it was imperative for her to address the situation personally to avoid bringing further trouble to Lin Mu. At first, Old Li hesitated, but upon reflecting on the relationship between Ji Wudong and Lin Mu, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. It seemed that the esteemed physician Lin had other plans, and it would be prudent for him to refrain from meddling further. After ensuring that everything was in order, Old Li did not linger. He exchanged a brief greeting with Lin Mu before departing through the back door of Jishir Hall. "What did you discuss with Old Li?" Lin Mu inquired curiously as soon as Old Li had left. "Nothing much," Ji Wudong replied with a faint smile, intentionally creating an air of mystery. "You will find out in a few days." "All right," Lin Mu nodded, choosing not to press the matter further. Meanwhile, in a residence within Yinshan City, Chen Zongjing was bare-chested, furiously destroying everything in sight. Fragments of vases, teapots, tables, and chairs lay scattered across the floor. On the bed behind him, two young women, their shoulders partially exposed, huddled together, trembling with fear in their eyes. Chapter 42. Thank you. In recent days, Chenzong has been in a state of profound despondency. Ever since that fateful morning when he emerged from the brothel, his demeanor has been markedly diminished. Each time he closes his eyes, the visage of the old matron involuntarily haunts his mind. Chenzong is no fool. He has surmised that the incense ignited by Ji Wudong was indeed tainted. However, in his current state, he finds himself devoid of the motivation to seek vengeance against Lin Mu. Thus, after leaving the brothel, he returned home in a daze. Upon detecting the lingering scent of powder on Chenzong, his wife deduced where he had been the previous night. Yet, after years of enduring his unrepentant ways, she had grown apathetic and ceased to reprimand him, even refraining from uttering a single word. This time, however, something felt different. The instant Chenzong laid eyes on his wife, a spark ignited within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward her, sweeping her up into his arms. "Are you mad? What are you doing?" His wife's startled reaction was accompanied by a glare, but in that fleeting moment, Chenzong beheld a side of her he had never seen before, radiant and enchanting, rivaling even Ji Wudong. Particularly upon hearing her soft gasp, a wave of desire surged within him. With little time for contemplation, he decisively carried her toward their private quarters. Though surprised, his wife offered no resistance, instead burying her head in his embrace, eagerly anticipating her husband's fervent affection. The ensuing moments need not be elaborated. Chenzong, however, found himself overwhelmed at the last moment, with the haunting image of the old matron still vivid in his mind. In despair, he abandoned his intentions and recklessly dashed into the room of a concubine, followed by that of a maid, one after another. On that day, Chenzong traversed the chambers of his wives and dozens of maidservants. Yet none could liberate him from the psychological shadow cast by the brothel's matron. Unyielding, Chenzong sought out several more young and beautiful women from the brothel in the following days, only to meet with failure each time. At that moment, he felt as though struck by lightning, engulfed by despair. Everything around him appeared intolerable. "I will destroy all of this," Chenzong raged, violently smashing anything within his reach. The two women on the bed, witnessing the chaos, dared not utter a sound for fear of retribution. It was only when his wife, alerted by the commotion, rushed in with the servants that she was able to put an end to his frenzied outburst. "Is it truly a display of strength to take your frustrations out on furniture?" she remarked with arms crossed and an expression of disdain, devoid of any sympathy for her husband's plight. Who can blame him for his reckless behavior? This is merely the consequence he deserves. Upon hearing his wife's scornful remarks, Chenzong, unusually, lowered his head, unwilling to offer even the slightest rebuttal. He attributed it all to his own inadequacy. A few jibes from his wife were entirely warranted. As the backbone of a man, Chenzong felt utterly shattered. In truth, even Lin Mu could not have anticipated the depths to which Chenzong had fallen. His plight had deteriorated beyond the remedy of a mere incense stick. Even if Lin Mu were to personally intervene and treat him, It was unlikely to yield a complete cure. This was a malady of the heart, requiring a remedy of the heart. Perhaps the only chance for Chunzong lay in marrying the brothel madam, keeping a vigilant eye on her daily, thus employing poison to combat poison. However, Lin Mu would never divulge this counsel to Chunzong. Days later, Old Li returned to Jishir Hall, sharing the news he had uncovered with Ji Wudong. He also recounted the scandalous liaison between Chunzong and the madam at the brothel. Who could have imagined that Chunzong had a penchant for such women? Old Li couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. With so many young and beautiful maidens in the brothel, he chose a woman nearing 50. There's something amiss with his psyche? It is little wonder that his body suffers. Ji Wudong, upon hearing this, found herself momentarily astonished and even felt a twinge of sympathy for Chunzong. Who would have thought that Lin Mu's mere suggestion to light an incense stick could inflict such profound damage? After a moment of reflection, Old Li ventured to ask, Miss Wudong, there is something I'm hesitant to voice, but should I proceed? Please, do not hold back, Ji Wudong replied, encouraging him to continue. Given Chunzong's current predicament, he will undoubtedly harbor greater resentment towards you and divine physician Lin. Thus, in my humble opinion, for the sake of avoiding future troubles, Chunzong must not be allowed to remain. At this point, a glimmer of malice flickered in Old Li's eyes, followed by a sly grin. If you agree, I can assist you and divine physician Lin in dealing with this troublesome individual. I share your sentiments, Ji Wudong admitted, surprised at their mutual understanding. Had she not feared inciting Lin Mu's wrath, she would have already taken measures to eliminate Chunzong. Shall I act tonight? There is no rush. Let me first consult Lin Mu's thoughts on the matter. With that, Ji Wudong turned to approach Lin Mu, who was currently attending to patients. Once the last patient departed, she divulged her and Old Li's scheme in detail. So, this was the matter you were discussing with Old Li? Lin Mu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He then wore an expression of indifference and replied, do as you see fit. In truth, Lin Mu had never placed much significance on Chunzong. The earlier threat Chunzong posed regarding Zhao Shan's illness was not a grievous offense in his eyes. Moreover, seizing this opportunity, he laid the groundwork for eliminating Zhao Shan, while also acquiring 100 taels of silver, which could be deemed as a gain without any loss. However, Chunzong, under the guise of self-protection, privately harassed Ji Wudong, which transcended mere personal offense. Ji Wudong, with thoughts of avenging herself on Chunzong, found no reason to be restrained by Lin Mu, nor did he wish to impede her. Otherwise, how could he have resorted to incense as a means of clandestine retaliation against Chunzong? Upon receiving Lin Mu's nod of consent, a smile blossomed on Ji Wudong's face. Thank you, Ji Wudong whispered softly, leaning closer to Lin Mu's ear. Thank me for what? Lin Mu asked, puzzled. Thank you for sparing me the burden of humiliation. Since you reside at the Jishir Hall, I naturally stand by your side. What if I am in the wrong? I shall share your error, Lin Mu replied with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing Lin Mu's response, Ji Wudong's smile radiated even more brightly. You are smiling? Lin Mu inquired, somewhat astonished by the sound of her laughter. Indeed, I am smiling. It must be a beautiful sight. Would you like to know? Ji Wudong replied, gently removing her veil and placing Lin Mu's hand against her cheek. Chapter 43. Ji Wudong's cheeks were remarkably soft, her skin smooth and supple. To the touch, it resembled satin, causing Lin Mu to hesitate in withdrawing his hand. Are you curious about my appearance? Ji Wudong asked, a smile gracing her lips as she grasped Lin Mu's hand, guiding it to caress her cheek from top to bottom, from her flawless forehead to her elegant nose, and finally to her tender lips. Lin Mu's fingers explored Ji Wudong's visage, conjuring an image of a stunning beauty in his mind. How do I look? Am I beautiful? Ji Wudong inquired expectantly as Lin Mu's hand withdrew. Beautiful. Lin Mu nodded affirmatively. How beautiful. A painting cannot capture your grace, nor is there a flower that rivals your beauty. At these words, Ji Wudong's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile illuminating her face. She had always held Lin Mu's intellect in high regard, and his poetic praise brought her immense joy. Why did you do that? Lin Mu asked, retracting his hand, puzzled. Because I see you every day, yet you cannot behold my visage. It feels unfair. You are deceiving me. Lin Mu chuckled, teasingly. You wear a veil all day, and countless are those who have never seen your face. Yet, you did not allow them to touch your cheek. I do not care about them, Ji Wudong replied, only to realize she had inadvertently revealed too much, quickly turning her head away. In truth, she herself was uncertain of why she had acted as she did. Upon hearing Lin Mu's compliments, she could not help but entertain the thought of him knowing her appearance. Even if only through the sensation of his fingers, a vague impression would suffice. "Do you remember my face?" Ji Wudong tentatively asked after a moment. "I've nearly forgotten," Lin Mu replied honestly after pondering. It was indeed a challenge for him to recall a person's likeness based solely on touch. As he was not a sculptor of clay, Ji Wudong's expectations had not exceeded what she anticipated. She nodded, her gaze shy as she said, "Then, wait until I smile next time, and I shall grant you another opportunity." "Why must I wait for you to smile to have another chance?" "Because I wish for you to remember me at my happiest and most beautiful." With that, Ji Wudong donned her veil once more and made her way toward the back hall. Old Li was still waiting there, and she did not want to delay matters concerning Qinzong any longer. As Ji Wudong departed, Lin Mu leaned back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously rubbing together. It seemed that the relationship between him and Ji Wudong had transcended the boundaries of mere benefactor and patient. This woman appeared to harbor different feelings toward him, and he found himself feeling similarly. "If only my eyesight could be restored. In that case, I would be able to behold your appearance directly. You must be even more beautiful than in your childhood," Lin Mu murmured to himself. Before encountering Ji Wudong, he had never yearned so fervently for the restoration of his sight. Even the annulment of his engagement with the Gu family had not stirred a single ripple within his heart. In fact, the former Lin Mu had relished his life in blindness. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he realized that his thoughts had been profoundly altered by Ji Wudong. The realm of a grandmaster. Perhaps he should attempt another breakthrough? Lin Mu's breath grew increasingly elongated, and as his chest rose and fell, it emitted a rumbling sound akin to distant thunder. However, this sound was discernible only to Lin Mu himself, while others remained oblivious. Meanwhile, Ji Wudong had devised a plan with Old Li, intending to eliminate the threat posed by Qinzong that very night. "Are you sure you can manage?" Ji Wudong inquired, her apprehension regarding Old Li's capabilities evident. "Do you need my assistance?" Hearing her question, Old Li was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate Ji Wudong was also a practitioner of martial arts. Moreover, from her words, it appeared her cultivation was not trivial. She should have no trouble dealing with Qinzong. Nonetheless, Old Li shook his head, reassuring her with a smile. "Rest assured, Miss Wudong. The likes of Qinzong is hardly worth your efforts. Although I was once a mere thief, I possess genuine skills, and dispatching Qinzong will be a trivial matter. You should stay here to care for Dr. Lin." "All right," Ji Wudong nodded in response. "Then I shall entrust this to you." As night fell, Old Li donned his stealth attire and darted across the rooftops. His speed was such that he seemed to leave behind only fleeting shadows. This was his unique skill. Even the first-tier martial artist, Old Meng, had once admitted his inferiority in the art of agility. In no time, Old Li arrived at the rooftop of a brightly lit building, the very place where Qinzong had taken lodging that night. As a captain of the Yin Mountain City, Qinzong's untimely demise within his own home would undoubtedly create a stir. It might even prompt Zhao Shan, far away in Yinyang City, to dispatch someone to investigate. Thus, to ensure safety, Old Li needed to disguise Qinzong's death as a suicide. The brothel madam was an indispensable figure in this scheme. Old Li patiently concealed himself atop the roof, waiting for the night to deepen and for the guests and servants within the building to fall into slumber before he commenced his actions. He climbed like a gecko beside the windows of the building, searching room by room, level by level. His diligence eventually bore fruit. After searching through dozens of rooms, Old Li finally glimpsed the figure of the madam. She was currently lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Curiously, Old Li stole a glance at her features, nearly losing his grip on the railing in shock. Could it be that there was something amiss with Qinzong's eyes? The heavily made-up old woman. He could actually find her appealing? Old Li shook his head in disbelief. Nevertheless, the predetermined plan must continue to unfold. He discreetly extracted a fragrant powder from his pocket, gently punctured the paper of the window, and blew it into the room. Then, he stealthily entered the dwelling. Approaching the unconscious matron without uttering a word, swiftly wrapping her along with her bedding and making his way directly to Qinzong's residence. At that moment, Qinzong was in his study, drinking alone, with empty wine jars scattered about. "Lin Mu, it's all your fault. I shall undoubtedly kill you and seize Miss Wudong for myself." Qinzong muttered incoherently. "Yes? It must be because other women lack beauty that I am unable to prevail. I must take her away. Miss Wudong will surely allow me to. Hic. Mid-sentence, he could not restrain a drunken hiccup, yet the fury in his gaze intensified. Chapter 44. The demise of Chunzong. Chunzong staggered to his feet, drawing the long knife that hung on the wall before making his way towards the door. Concealed on the rooftop, old Li's eyes sharpened at the sight. A wave of relief washed over him. He had caught every word of Chunzong's inebriated ramblings. It seemed that Miss Wudong's concerns were indeed well-founded. This Chunzong was genuinely intent on taking action against the esteemed Dr. Lin. Old Li snorted coldly. Given the circumstances, he could not allow Chunzong to live through this day. Tightening the cotton quilt under his arm, he swiftly descended and landed at the entrance of Chunzong's study. With a creak, the door to the study slowly opened. Chunzong, gripping the long knife, drunkenly regarded Old Li at the threshold, confusion etched on his face. Who are you? Why are you standing at my door? I've come to deliver a beauty. Old Li sneered, extending the quilt toward Chunzong. A beauty? Chunzong's gaze became increasingly dazed as he looked at the quilt. Under the influence of alcohol, his thoughts grew ever more muddled. He bore no suspicion of Old Li's intentions and instead wore a look of delight. Could it be Miss Wudong? With that thought, Chunzong hastily discarded the long knife. Accepting the quilt and turning to enter the study. Old Li, witnessing this, appeared momentarily flustered. However, after a brief hesitation, he followed Chunzong inside and deftly closed the door behind them. At this point, Chunzong had placed the quilt on his desk, eagerly unfurling it. In the next heartbeat, the face of the brothel matron materialized before him. What? How could it be this old hag? Chunzong was instantly jolted awake, half sober from fright, and turned to Old Li. Are you mocking me? In a fit of rage, Chunzong threw a punch, which Old Li effortlessly blocked. Your fifth-tier martial prowess is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to my experience. Old Li scoffed, and with a swift motion, he produced a hemp rope from his sleeve, ensnaring Chunzong's neck. Without delay, he leapt into the air, looping the rope over the beam, positioning himself behind Chunzong. In the blink of an eye, Old Li yanked with all his might, leaving Chunzong utterly powerless, suspended beneath the beam. Despite his relentless struggles, the combination of intoxication and asphyxiation rendered Chunzong's resistance feeble. As time passed, his struggles grew weaker until, with bulging eyes, he finally succumbed. After completing this grim task, Old Li did not depart immediately. He meticulously arranged the study to fabricate the illusion of a suicide by hanging. He then waved the antidote tantalizingly before the matron's nose, ensuring her awakening would occur only after he had made his escape from Chunzong's residence. Moments later, the brothel matron slowly opened her eyes at the desk, her expression one of bewilderment. Turning around, he discovered the lifeless body of Chunzong, hanging from the beam above, his eyes wide open in fury, staring back at him. The piercing screams echoed throughout the Chun residence, instantly drawing the attention of the servants, who rushed towards the study. The following day, the news of Chunzong's suicide spread throughout the entire Yanshan city. According to the brothel matron, Chunzong had been infatuated with her beauty, which led him to kidnap her. However, the reason for his suicide remained unclear to her. Moreover, a servant from Chunzong's household, while drinking with others, revealed that Chunzong had been rendered a useless man due to an encounter with the matron that lasted throughout the night. Consequently, speculation about the cause of Chunzong's death began to circulate. Many believed he thought that to untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. Hence he kidnapped the brothel matron, foolishly attempting to revive his masculine prowess through this means. Nevertheless, the endeavor ended in failure, plunging him into despair, leading him to hang himself from the beam in his study. Reflecting on this, the citizens of Yanshan City couldn't help but feel a hint of sorrow. Chunzong, once a formidable warrior on the battlefield, met his end in such an undignified manner. It could only be said that his lust had clouded his judgment, leading him to his own downfall. Despite having a wife who still possessed charm and several concubines, he remained unsatisfied, often lingering in the brothels, and thus could hardly blame others for his fate. At the Jishur Hall, Lin Mu treated patients while listening to the chatter around him. Unable to restrain a smile and a shake of his head, Ji Wudong truly exhibited remarkable prowess, not only eliminating Chunzong, but also tarnishing his reputation. It could be said that her methods were ruthless. Indeed, the heart of a woman can be the most venomous. as the saintess of the demonic sect. Her cunning was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Lin Mu did not believe that such a devious scheme could have been devised by old Li. That old fellow was merely a thief, slick in dealings but lacking in guile, incapable of concocting such a brilliant plot. What are you laughing at? Ji Wudong, noticing Lin Mu's quiet amusement, approached him with curiosity. Nothing. I just feel that Qinzong got what he deserved. With others present, Lin Mu refrained from elaborating further. I think so too, Ji Wudong replied, joining him in laughter. Did you just laugh? Lin Mu faintly heard a sound of mirth, but was uncertain, prompting him to inquire softly. He had always remembered Ji Wudong's previous promise. No. Ji Wudong, clearly recalling the moment, shook her head repeatedly. You must have misheard. Are you truly not laughing? What I said is true. I did not laugh, Ji Wudong insisted adamantly, refusing to concede. Ah well. Lin Mu sighed softly, his expression forlorn. What can I do, being blind to it all? Believe what you wish. Ji Wudong rolled her eyes, aware that Lin Mu was feigning a pitiful demeanor and was not to be easily fooled. After a moment's contemplation, she leaned closer to his ear and teased softly. If you wish to touch my face, you need only say so. There is no need to present yourself in such a pitiable manner. I am certainly not that kind of person. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu immediately straightened his posture and waved her off, saying, If you have nothing to do, then please brew me a pot of tea and refrain from disrupting my practice here. You truly do not wish to? Indeed not. Lin Mu responded with unwavering certainty and righteous indignation. Seeing this, Ji Wudong ceased her playful antics and made her way toward the kitchen. However, after taking just a few steps, she abruptly halted, turned back, and inquired, What type of tea would you like? Longjing or pu'er? I desire that fragrant and sweet tea we had last time. Lin Mu replied casually. That does not exist. Ji Wudong's delicate face flushed crimson beneath her veil as she resolutely turned away. A patient in the clinic, intrigued by the conversation, approached Lin Mu and asked, Divine Physician Lin, I am a tea merchant. What is the name of the tea you just described as sweet and fragrant? If you like, I can keep an eye out for it. Forget it. You won't be able to procure it. Lin Mu chuckled and clarified. That is a special blend crafted by Wudong. Aside from her, no one in the entire DU possesses it. Had Ji Wudong still been present, she would have undoubtedly felt even more flustered and indignant. It was evident that Lin Mu had discerned the reason behind the tea's delightful flavor from that day. Chapter 45. You have changed after a brief moment. Ji Wudong gracefully approached, cradling a pot of steaming tea. She first poured a cup for Lin Mu, then tenderly blew on the surface to cool it slightly before handing the cup to him. How does it taste? Be careful, it's hot. Upon hearing her words, Lin Mu accepted the cup and took a small sip. Instantly, a sweet flavor burst upon his palate, but this sweetness, when mingled with the essence of the tea leaves, felt rather peculiar. Did you add sugar? He inquired, grimacing as he swallowed. Didn't tea you want it sweet? Ji Wudong smiled, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief, revealing her satisfaction in her little scheme. I added 3 spoonfuls. Is it good? Delicious. Lin Mu nodded, albeit reluctantly, flattering her against his better judgment. Then you should drink it all, Ji Wudong retorted with a playful scoff, turning to head back to the inner room. When she returned, she held another pot of freshly brewed tea, one that she had prepared just for herself. Sipping delicately, Ji Wudong felt warmth enveloping her entirely. What are you drinking? Lin Mu asked out of curiosity upon hearing her. Just the same as yours. Really? Indeed, Ji Wudong replied, discreetly refilling Lin Mu's cup with sweetened tea. As he savored the oddly flavored brew, Lin Mu couldn't help but reflect. Wudong, you have changed. What do you mean? Ji Wudong asked, puzzled. When you first arrived, you called me your benefactor, worried you might not take good care of me. Lin Mu sighed, his expression filled with resignation. But now, you only bully a blind man. How fickle human hearts can be. Stop, stop, stop. Ji Wudong interjected, feeling overwhelmed by Lin Mu's lamentations. She quickly turned to cover his mouth. After exchanging their cups, she said, drink from this one, all right? Lin Mu took a sip from the new cup and immediately felt refreshed, the taste familiar yet elusive. This cup. Silence. Ji Wudong commanded, slapping the table lightly as a playful threat. Drink it or give it back. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu wisely chose to remain silent, no longer speaking. Thus, the two of them unknowingly finished an entire pot of tea, while the pot with added sugar was ultimately discarded by Ji Wudong without a second thought. With the disturbances from Chunzong now absent, the Jishir Hall returned to its serene routine. Though life was simple, Ji Wudong found immense joy in this lifestyle. Daily chores, chatting with Lin Mu, and taking time to visit the market with Granny Lu to hear some gossip kept her happily occupied and organized. The neighbors had long since grown accustomed to Ji Wudong's presence. When they crossed paths, they would greet one another and exchange homemade pickles and pastries. The current Ji Wudong bore no resemblance to the ruthless saintess of a malevolent cult. She was undeniably a beautiful and virtuous new bride. Although Lin Mu could not perceive the subtle changes in Ji Wudong's aura, he felt a profound sense of reflection stirring within him. Meanwhile, in the distant city of Yinyang, Zhao Shun awoke once again from a nightmarish slumber, drenched in perspiration and gasping for breath. "What is the matter, my lord?" inquired his drowsy concubine, rubbing her eyes sleepily. "Did you have another nightmare?" Nodding in response, Zhao Shun, reluctant to dwell on the horrific visions that plagued him, merely replied, "It's nothing. Go back to sleep. I shall take a stroll." With that, he slowly rose, disregarding his attire, and merely wrapped himself in a blanket before stepping outside. The biting chill of the night air sent a shiver down his spine, sharpening his senses. For over 2 weeks, he had been awakened nightly by the same haunting dream. In his visions, Su Zhong, whom he had personally slain, along with the latter's family, appeared like vengeful specters, clawing towards him with malevolent intent. The terror of those recollections was enough to send waves of dread coursing through Zhao Shun's mind. "I shall consult Lin Mu next time he visits," he mused inwardly. Though he had entertained doubts regarding the efficacy of the prescriptions Lin Mu had provided, his consultations with several physicians yielded no discrepancies in the prescribed remedies, all of which were purported to aid in his recovery. He had even attempted to cease the medication for a few days, yet aside from increasing discomfort in his chest, the nightmares persisted unabated. Thus, he had dismissed further reservations about the prescriptions. Unbeknownst to him, the toxic substances had already infiltrated his mind with the initial doses, inducing vivid hallucinations. Until he received proper treatment, merely halting the medication would not restore his normalcy. In fact, it could exacerbate his condition, compelling Zhao Shun to adhere to Lin Mu's directives. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance. Upon spotting Zhao Shun, the individual paused momentarily before hastening forward to bow respectfully. "My lord, what brings you here?" "Unable to sleep, I decided to take a walk," Zhao Shun replied, glancing curiously at the steward. "Where are you headed?" The steward, sensing the gravity of the moment, replied in a hushed tone, "I have just received word that Chunzong has committed suicide. I intended to document this and inform you in the morning." "Suicide?" Zhao Shun expressed surprise. Though he had only encountered Chunzong once, he had discerned a striking ambition within the man, reminiscent of his own past. Consequently, Zhao Shun had contemplated utilizing Chunzong as an asset, cautious of his potential treachery to avoid a fate akin to that of Su Zhong. Thus, the news of Chunzong's demise caught him off guard. Puzzled, Zhao Shun pressed further, "Are we certain it was suicide? He did not strike me as the type to take his own life." "It is nearly confirmed," the steward replied. The steward nodded, conveying to Zhao Shun the details he had learned regarding Chunzong's demise. It turned out to be linked to a courtesan from a brothel. Zhao Shun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the absurdity of it all, shaking his head in resignation. Death was but a natural end. He found no reason to mourn the passing of Chunzong, a mere sycophantic lieutenant, unworthy of lamentation. However, this development necessitated that he promptly seek someone to safeguard Lin Mu, lest he encounter unforeseen misfortune that might delay the treatment of his own ailment. "Steward, do you have any suitable candidates in mind?" Zhao Shun inquired, revealing his concerns to the steward. The steward pondered for a moment, and a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Given that the lieutenants in the military were all occupied with pressing duties, he realized that their search for protection would have to extend into the realm of the Jianghu. "I have heard that the Gu family of Yinshan City possesses considerable influence. Perhaps you might consider enlisting their assistance to ensure the safety of Dr. Lin." Coincidentally, the eldest daughter of the Gu family, Gu Yueling, is also a disciple of the Amei sect's leader. Isn't the leader of the Amei sect due to arrive shortly? Chapter 46. A shared room. After the demise of Master Ku Dai, Zhao Shun dutifully followed the orders of Prince Qi, Zhou Su, to send a message to the distant Master Ku Yi on Amei Mountain. He commanded her to come to Yin County to investigate the murderer of Master Ku Dai and to take over her responsibilities in seeking the remnants of the demonic sect. It could be roughly estimated that Master Ku Yi would soon arrive. Zhao Shun's steward was well aware that his master had never been fond of interacting with these figures of the martial world. Thus, it was a fortuitous opportunity to have Master Ku Yi accompany Gu Yueling to Yin Mountain City under the pretext of escorting Lin Mu. This arrangement would not only ensure Lin Mu's safety, but also not delay Master Ku Yi's mission. A perfect solution indeed. Having contemplated this, Zhao Shun nodded in agreement upon hearing his steward's suggestion. Let it be so. Write a letter to the head of the Gu family, instructing him to ensure Lin Mu's safety. Furthermore, have his daughter accompany Lin Mu to Yin Yang City. Otherwise, I fear that old Nun Ku Yi will be reluctant to leave. Understood, my lord. The steward replied promptly with a bow and proceeded to his quarters. Naturally, no one dared to delay Zhao Shun's orders. The following morning, a soldier rode swiftly toward Yin Mountain City, and before nightfall, he arrived at the Gu family's residence. Presenting the letter to Gu Motian. After reading the letter, a peculiar expression crossed Gu Motian's face. Did General Zhao not know that the Gu family had previously withdrawn from the engagement with Lin Mu? Now he sought their assistance in protecting Lin Mu, specifically requesting that his daughter accompany him. Was this not courting trouble? However, Gu Motian soon reconsidered. He had been troubled about how to mend the relationship between Lin Mu and his daughter and facilitate their remarriage. Perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity. With this thought in mind, Gu Motian turned to the soldier and smiled, saying, Please convey to General Zhao that our Gu family will spare no effort in ensuring the safety of divine physician Lin. The soldier nodded in acknowledgement and departed without further ado. In the early morning, Ji Wudong had just opened the doors of Jishir Hall when she noticed Gu Yueling and her brother Gu Ming standing outside, evidently having waited for quite some time. Gu Ming, dressed in a vibrant robe of red and yellow, with his prominent bald head, was particularly striking. If it weren't for Ji Wudong's sharp memory, she might not have recognized him. Amit Ba, Gu Ming said, joining his palms in a gesture of reverence, and inquired with a smile, How has the young benefactor been lately? Lin Mu, someone is looking for you. Ji Wutong, uninterested in conversing with Gu Ming, called out and stepped aside to let the siblings enter. At that moment, Lin Mu, leaning on his walking stick, had just located the rocking chair. Hearing Ji Wudong's call, he had no desire to move again and thus sat down contentedly. As Ji Wudong swiftly approached his side, she draped a blanket over Lin Mu's legs and gently handed him a bowl of freshly cooked porridge. Be careful, it's hot. Take your time, she said softly, simultaneously offering him a piece of smoked fish. Lin Mu smiled back, nodding in acknowledgement. Their seamless interaction suggested a profound familiarity with this way of life. Meanwhile, the Gu siblings seemed to fade into the background, entirely overlooked by the duo. Lin Mu. Gu Yueling pursed her lips, unable to restrain herself from speaking. I have an important message for you. Lin Mu replied absent-mindedly, smacking his lips, his thoughts secretly admiring Ji Wudong's culinary skills. If she continued to care for him like this, he feared he might become quite portly in just a few months. My father has received an order from General Zhao of Yinyang City. Following the death of Captain Chun, our Gu family is tasked with ensuring your safety until General Zhao has fully recovered, she explained. Thus, my brother and I will be on duty day and night at Jishitang to prevent any unforeseen incidents. That's unnecessary. Before Lin Mu could respond, Ji Wudong interjected decisively. I will take responsibility for Lin Mu's safety. Her eyes were filled with displeasure. Having just resolved one issue with Chun Zong, the Gu siblings had now arrived, disrupting her hopes of a tranquil life with Lin Mu. Do you possess martial arts skills? Gu Yueling inquired, her brow furrowing at Ji Wudong. However, Ji Wudong ignored the question entirely, unwilling to explain, and simply huffed as she continued her breakfast. This reaction inexplicably irritated Gu Yueling further. Suddenly, she drew her sword and pointed it at Ji Wudong, her voice cold. If you are confident in your martial prowess, let us have a match. If you win, my brother and I will leave immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Wudong stood up, finding Gu Yueling's proposal quite agreeable. However, in the next moment, Gu Ming positioned himself swiftly between the two. He had heard tales of Ji Wudong being the daughter of a former acquaintance of the idol Cloud Taoist. If a fight were to ensue, it could jeopardize the harmony between the Gu family and their master. Amit Ba, esteemed lady, please do not act impulsively. Since becoming a disciple of the wild crane monk, Gu Ming's temperament had grown increasingly gentle. He smiled warmly at Ji Wudong and inquired softly, "May I ask, while you can protect Lin Mu during the day, what about at night? Surely, you cannot share a room with him?" It is crucial to remember that Lin Mu bears the weighty responsibility of healing General Zhao, who in turn is tasked with safeguarding the citizens of Yanjun against external threats. Those adversaries would certainly not wish to see Lin Mu succeed in his healing. Gu Ming felt confident in his reasoning, both emotionally and logically. Ji Wudong had no grounds to refuse. However, Ji Wudong's subsequent response caused Gu Ming's smile to falter abruptly. "Then let us share a room," Ji Wudong remarked indifferently, her tone so unruffled that it seemed she had not taken Gu Ming's inquiry to heart at all. "What?" Gu Yuling exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes widening as she oscillated between Lin Mu and Ji Wudong. "You too?" Gu Yuling found herself at a loss for words. Yet, upon further reflection, she struggled to find grounds to reproach either of them. Firstly, she and Lin Mu had already severed their engagement, leaving no lingering ties. Secondly, Lin Mu and Ji Wudong resided in the Jishir Hall, spending day after day in each other's company, which made the blossoming of feelings entirely plausible. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, this matter had ceased to concern her, and she had no justification to voice any reproaches. Sighing softly, Gu Ming observed the situation with a heavy heart. In truth, ever since Ji Wudong suggested they could share a room, he had been attentively watching Lin Mu's expression. To his disappointment, Lin Mu displayed no discernible change, as if he were already accustomed to such circumstances. Perhaps the two had long been living together, and his inquiry had been utterly superfluous. He could only lament for his sister, hoping she would not be unduly distressed by this turn of events. Chapter 47. A gentle push. Gu Ming cast a glance at his sister, letting out a deep sigh once more. He was acutely aware that within Gu Yueling's heart, there still lingered a trace of the tender feelings she had harbored for Lin Mu during the dawn of her affection. Yet, with circumstances having unfolded thus, what solace could her sorrow bring? "Let us return for now," Gu Ming gently urged, tugging at the seemingly lost Gu Yueling. Gu Yueling nodded, forcing a nonchalant smile. However, the wistful glimmer in her eyes was impossible to conceal. As the two departed, only Lin Mu and Ji Wudong remained within the halls of Jishir Hall. Slurp. Lin Mu, who had remained silent throughout, finished the bowl of thin porridge in one gulp, wiping his mouth before speaking. "Just now, you mentioned we should." Silence. Ji Wudong's calm voice interrupted Lin Mu's inquiry. After a brief pause, she could not help but ask, "Your fiancé, he seemed rather despondent. Wouldn't you consider offering her some comfort?" "That is my former fiancé, E. Our engagement has been dissolved," Lin Mu replied, reclining in his rocking chair, adjusting the blanket with a playful grin. "Besides, it was not I who caused her unhappiness. You should be the one to console her." Naturally, Ji Wudong had no intention of comforting Gu Yueling. In truth, had it not been for Lin Mu, she would not have cast a glance at Gu Yueling even if she were to perish before her. "Would you blame me for taking the initiative?" Ji Wudong asked softly after a moment of silence. "Of course not." Lin Mu chuckled. "Not only would I not reproach you, but I would also commend you for your actions. Jishir Hall is not an inn. How can anyone simply stay as they please? Then why have you not praised me?" Ji Wudong's voice dwindled to a near whisper by the end of her sentence. Were it not for Lin Mu's keen hearing, he might have missed her final words entirely. "You did splendidly," Lin Mu exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up and laughing heartily. Although Ji Wudong did not fully grasp the meaning of the gesture, she understood the compliment. Upon hearing his words, she exhaled in relief and involuntarily let out a chuckle. "Caught you, didn't I? You definitely smiled this time." Upon hearing Ji Wudong's laughter, Lin Mu sprang up from his rocking chair, his face alight with anticipation. Ji Wudong, fully aware of his intent, refrained from denying it as she had before. With a slight smile tugging at the corners of her mouth beneath her veil, she nodded and replied, "Yes, I did smile just now." "Then you promise me." At this moment, Ji Wudong glanced towards the entrance, noticing a patient arriving, and quickly covered Lin Mu's mouth. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, "Later tonight." "All right." Perhaps it was the promise from Ji Wudong that invigorated him. Lin Mu felt an unusual surge of energy that day, and his pace in treating patients quickened considerably. Unbeknownst to them, the last patient had departed with their medicine, leaving only Lin Mu and Ji Wudong in the clinic. "What time was it?" Lin Mu stretched lazily and casually inquired. Although he was unaware of Ji Wudong's exact whereabouts, he was confident that she would respond if he called for her. As dusk fell, darkness enveloped the outside world. True to his intuition, as soon as Lin Mu's words left his lips, Ji Wudong's voice resonated from a distant corner. Following this, a soft rustle of footsteps approached, gradually drawing nearer. Surely no patients would arrive. Should we close the doors? Ji Wudong, standing behind Lin Mu, gently kneaded his shoulders while softly asking. Let us close up. Let us rest early today? Lin Mu replied. Ji Wudong nodded, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. After guiding Lin Mu back to his room, she did not hasten to depart. One reason was that she had yet to fulfill a promise made to Lin Mu, and the other was that she had heard 2 unexpected guests arriving on the rooftop. Ji Wudong's ears perked up, and she quietly said to Lin Mu, Please wait for me here. What is the matter? Lin Mu asked, feigning ignorance. It's nothing. I will be back shortly. With that, Ji Wudong exited the bedroom and swiftly ascended to the rooftop. There, she found the Gu siblings, looking rather awkward and embarrassed as they gazed at her. It's you? Upon recognizing them, Ji Wudong's brows furrowed slightly, and she inquired with a tinge of displeasure, What brings you here again? Ba, Gu Ming said with an awkward smile. Bowing as he explained, the Gu family has received an order from General Zhao to ensure Lin Mu's safety. Although you may not agree, we are left with no choice. We hope you can forgive us. Speaking of this matter, Gu Ming felt a profound sense of helplessness. After returning to the Gu family during the day, his master, the Wild Crane monk, had learned of the situation. Now, with the passing of the revered Master Ku Dai, the 2 remaining disciples of the Wild Crane had severed ties with the traitor of the demonic sect, making it impossible for them to continue their pursuit of the sect's members. Thus, upon learning of the Gu family's mission to protect Lin Mu, they could hardly contain their excitement and wished to reconnect with him, even taking the opportunity to converse with Ji Wudong, the saintess of the demonic sect. However, they were aware that Lin Mu preferred solitude in his healing practice. After some deliberation, they decided Gu Ming should go first to gauge Lin Mu's attitude. As for Gu Yueling, she was skeptical of Ji Wudong's earlier claims and sought to confirm whether she and Lin Mu were indeed living together. Little did she expect to be caught red-handed by Ji Wudong. Your presence is unwelcome here, Ji Wudong remarked, indifferent to any commands from Zhao Shun. Knowing full well that the Gu siblings had intruded upon Lin Mu's life, she firmly declared, You have 3 breaths to vacate the Ji Shirtang, or else. Ji Wudong raised her right hand, adopting an intimidating posture as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Upon witnessing this, Gu Ming felt a moment of inner turmoil. However, after a fleeting instant, he reluctantly nodded and said, Please do not take offense, esteemed lady. We shall take our leave at once. With that, he grasped the unwilling Gu Yueling and leapt towards the distance. Since Ji Wudong was unwilling to allow them to remain at the Jishir Hall, the siblings decided it would be more prudent to seek refuge on the neighboring rooftop, where they could still ensure Lin Mu's safety. Unbeknownst to Ji Wudong, Gu Ming's thoughts were elsewhere. Acknowledging his discretion in departing, she did not linger further, swiftly returning to the courtyard and stepping into Lin Mu's chamber. Yet, in the next moment, another thought crossed her mind. Was she truly to share a room with Lin Mu tonight? If she chose not to, and the Gu siblings were to return, would that not provide them with a reason to remain at the Jishir Hall? However, if they were to share the same quarters, Ji Wudong instinctively glanced at Lin Mu's bed. It was so small, nowhere near as spacious as the inns in Yinyang City, where 2 could comfortably sleep, unless they were to squeeze a little closer together. Chapter 48. I wish to know your feelings. What troubles you? Lin Mu inquired, seated beside the table and gazing toward the door. Ever since Ji Wudong had entered, she had remained silent. Had the individuals on the roof uttered something to her? Were those 2 affiliated with the demonic sect? A sense of unease washed over Lin Mu, fearing that something sinister had transpired within the sect. And no, it's nothing, Ji Wudong stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson, the color spreading to her earlobes and neck. What were you doing just now? As Ji Wudong took a seat opposite Lin Mu, she explained softly, The Gu siblings insisted on protecting you at the Jishir Hall in accordance with Zhao Shun's orders, but I managed to send them away. While speaking, she poured herself a glass of cool water, which provided a momentary relief from the heat that enveloped her face. However, as silence fell between them, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly quiet, an eerie and ambiguous tension gradually permeating the air. After a prolonged silence, Lin Mu was the first to break it. Yet, after uttering just 2 words, he fell silent once more. Ji Wutong, understanding his intent, slightly rose from her seat, moving her chair closer to Lin Mu. With gentle hands, she removed her veil. This time, you must remember my appearance, Ji Wutong said softly, her lips pressed together. In the next moment, her hands tenderly cupped Lin Mu's face. What are you doing? Lin Mu, taken aback by Ji Wutong's actions, hesitated before asking. Did you not ask me to remember your visage? Because I wish to know your feelings, Ji Wutong replied, gradually closing her eyes as her fingers caressed Lin Mu's face. Feeling the cool softness of her touch against his cheek, Lin Mu could not help but smile, lifting his hands in response. Following her lead, he placed his hands on her face as well. Thus they sat at the table, maintaining this peculiar posture of mutual caresses, time slipping away unnoticed. Eventually, Ji Wutong could no longer contain her laughter. Uft! Ha ha ha! Lin Mu, upon hearing her laughter, joined in, chuckling. It seems we both have some sort of ailment. Humph! Ji Wutong withdrew her hands, letting out a huff. If anyone is afflicted, it must be you. I am in perfect health. With that, she stood up and exited the room. A moment later, she returned, carrying a quilt. To demonstrate my capability to protect you and ensure the Jishir Hall remains undisturbed, I shall share a room with you tonight. With this thought, Ji Wutong began to arrange the bedding on the floor. What are you doing? Lin Mu asked, somewhat puzzled by the commotion beside him. I'm sleeping on the floor here tonight. Ji Wutong feigned indifference in her explanation. Is it because of Gu Ming's words during the day? Indeed, he makes some valid points. Ji Wutong nodded, her hands never ceasing their movements. Should a thief wish to prevent you from healing Zhao Shun and decide to launch a night attack, I would be the first to respond here. As she spoke, Ji Wutong had already laid out the bedding. She sat upon it for a moment, finding it somewhat firm, yet bearable for sleep. You are protecting me. How could I possibly allow you to sleep on the floor? Lin Mu, upon hearing this, promptly rose and made his way to Ji Wutong's side. Grasping her arm and insisting, you should sleep on the bed. I will take the floor tonight. There's no need, Ji Wutong replied, pushing Lin Mu's arm away and shaking her head. As a martial artist, my body is more resilient than yours. I shall sleep on the floor. Then let us both sleep on the floor. Lin Mu, realizing he could not outmaneuver Ji Wutong, decided to abandon all pretense and simply lay down atop the bedding. Observing Lin Mu's seemingly audacious behavior, Ji Wutong found herself momentarily at a loss. Who could have imagined that the renowned Dr. Lin from Yinshan City would exhibit such unruly conduct? Get up, Ji Wutong exclaimed, kicking Lin Mu's arm playfully. I will not. Lin Mu rolled over, clutching the quilt to his chest, inhaling deeply and declaring, this quilt smells delightful. I shall sleep here. You must get up now, Ji Wutong urged, tugging at Lin Mu twice, yet to no avail. Ultimately, she could only concede, return my quilt, and I will sleep on the bed. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Very well then. Lin Mu nodded, reluctantly relinquishing the quilt. Ji Wutong, upon witnessing this, huffed lightly, snatched her quilt, and moved to the bedside. She then seized Lin Mu's quilt and hurled it back at him, striking him squarely on the head. Cover yourself with your quilt and go to sleep, Ji Wutong instructed, before shedding her outer garments and reclining on Lin Mu's bed. In an instant, a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs enveloped her, emanating from the pillow that Lin Mu had filled with various herbs known for their calming properties. As Ji Wutong breathed in the scent from the pillow, she felt an unprecedented wave of relaxation wash over her. Within a mere quarter of an hour, she drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Lin Mu, lying on the floor, listened to the soft sounds of Ji Wutong's gentle breathing as she slept. His mind involuntarily recalled the tender moment when Ji Wutong had caressed his cheek, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. What was her appearance? Lin Mu rubbed his fingers together, realizing he was close to forgetting again. It seemed he would need to touch her a few more times, though he wondered if another opportunity would arise. Outside the window, a biting cold wind howled, scattering snowflakes across the night sky. The snowfall was sudden and particularly heavy. The Gu siblings stood atop the roof opposite the Jishir Hall, their eyes wide as they watched Ji Wutong enter Lin Mu's room, clutching her bedding. After that, she did not emerge again. Understanding dawned upon them, particularly for Gu Ming, whose expression turned distinctly peculiar. It appears that Ji Wutong has moved into Lin Mu's room, due to his own words. Does this count as a favor for the two of them, or could it be interpreted as a betrayal of his own sister? Contemplating this, Gu Ming turned to look at Gu Yueling. She stood there, her body blanketed in snowflakes, resembling a statue, undoubtedly affected by a significant blow. Sighing quietly, Gu Ming reflected. Had he known this would be the outcome, would he have acted differently? Indeed, Master Yi was right. Love is a double-edged sword. When wielded wisely, it bestows courage, enabling one to conquer the vast world. Misused, however, it inflicts wounds upon both the giver and receiver, leaving one with lifelong regrets. Amipa. Gu Ming turned back, brushing the snow from Gu Yueling's shoulders, and gently urged, Yueling, let us return. The wind here is fierce, and falling ill would not bode well for your health. Gu Yueling, her heart heavy, managed to nod with feigned strength, forcing a smile as she replied, I am happy for Lin Mu in finding his true companion. Chapter 49. Moving closer in the stillness of midnight, Ji Wudong was roused from her slumber by the howling wind outside. Slowly, she opened her eyes to behold the night. With utmost caution, she tiptoed out of bed and approached the window, gently parting the curtains to gaze outside. Before her lay a vast expanse of glistening white snow. Has it started to snow? Ji Wudong murmured to herself, firmly closing the window and adding a few pieces of charcoal to the fireplace. Turning her gaze towards the bedding on the floor, she noticed Lin Mu tightly cocooned in his quilt, his body slightly curled up. Ji Wudong couldn't help but shake her head in concern. Quietly, she made her way to Lin Mu's side, crouching down and reaching into his warm cocoon. The moment her hand emerged, she touched the cold blue brick floor beneath her. Indeed, the ground and Lin Mu's bedding were both icy, a consequence of the snowfall. If he continued to sleep like this, he would surely catch a chill by morning. A troubled expression crossed Ji Wudong's face. Her heart ached for him. In such frigid weather, the blue bricks felt akin to ice. It was not just Lin Mu who would struggle. Even with her profound internal strength, she would likely falter against the invading cold. Ji Wudong bit her lip, hesitating for a few seconds before finally resolving to gently shake Lin Mu awake. Is it dawn? Lin Mu yawned, still oblivious. It's snowing, the ground is cold. Ji Wudong replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she softly suggested, You should come sleep with me in bed. Before Ji Wudong's reminder, Lin Mu had not noticed the chill. However, now he felt a sudden wave of cold wash over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Let us go. To the bed, Ji Wudong urged, her voice barely above a whisper. Is that appropriate? Lin Mu hesitated, conflicted. It's fine. We can share our quilt and make do for one night, Ji Wudong reassured him. As she spoke, she reached out to help Lin Mu up, guiding him toward the bed. Lin Mu, seeing her resolve, fell silent. In such circumstances, excessive words would only deepen the awkwardness. In the world of martial heroes, one must not be overly concerned with trivialities. Though he was merely a physician, it is often said that where there are people, there exists a realm of martial arts. Thus, he could consider himself at least half a part of that world, and it seemed only fitting. With this justification, Lin Mu nestled into Ji Wudong's still warm bedding. Feeling at ease with his decision, Ji Wudong, blushing even more, said nothing further. Clutching a quilt and a pillow from the floor, she softly instructed him, You move in a bit closer. Lin Mu complied without hesitation. In the next moment, he felt a fragrant breeze as Ji Wudong lay beside him. Unlike their previous encounter at the inn in Yinyang City, both were now clad only in their undergarments, and the bed beneath them was considerably smaller, forcing them to huddle closely together. Though warm, the atmosphere was undeniably ambiguous. Lin Mu could even hear Ji Wudong's slightly flustered breaths beside him. Let's not speak, Ji Wudong said, tightening the quilt around her, a hint of annoyance in her soft exclamation. It's cold today, let us sleep like this for the night. Tomorrow, when it warms up, you can go back to sleeping on the floor. Oh, Lin Mu nodded. Though he had been displaced from the bed, he felt no displeasure. Rather, there was a subtle thrill in his heart. Ji Wudong's words undoubtedly indicated that she would share the same room with him again the following night. Just as Ji Wudong seemed unaware that her feelings for Lin Mu had evolved beyond mere gratitude for saving her life, Lin Mu too was oblivious to the deepening significance Ji Wudong held in his heart. I am merely a blind man. Naturally, I do not covet Wudong's beauty. He consoled himself, fabricating excuses in his mind. At last, he found a plausible justification for their shared bed. Ji Wudong was unaware of Lin Mu's inner thoughts. At that moment, Her heart was filled only with shyness and tension, along with an indescribable joy. The last time it snowed, she had been searching for Lin Mu. Yet this time, she lay in bed with him. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. That night, they both slept exceptionally soundly. However, when Lin Mu awoke, he found Ji Wudong's presence had already vanished. In a fleeting moment, he almost believed that the previous night's events had merely been a dream. Meanwhile, Ji Wudong sat composedly in a nearby chair, gazing at Lin Mu with a calm expression, her hands fidgeting about the bed, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Stop searching," she said. "Since you're awake, it's time to get up. I've prepared warm water for you to wash your face." Lin Mu, upon hearing this, felt a fleeting embarrassment cross his face, but it was only a moment before he returned to his usual demeanor. Moments later, Ji Wudong assisted Lin Mu as they made their way to the main hall. Then, mustering all her strength, she struggled to push open the clinic's heavy door. The snow that had fallen throughout the night had accumulated outside, reaching a depth that nearly surpassed 1/3 of Ji Wudong's calves. "Good morning, Miss Wudong." Upon opening the door, two figures stood at the entrance, greeting her with smiles. Bang! In the next instant, a loud thud echoed as the clinic's door was abruptly shut again. Only the two figures remained outside, exchanging bewildered glances, pondering what offense they might have unwittingly committed against Ji Wudong. "What's wrong?" Lin Mu called out, having heard the voices. "I thought I heard someone speaking outside. Is it a patient?" As Ji Wudong's eyes flickered, she turned to Lin Mu with a smile and inquired. "Given the heavy snowfall yesterday, it seems unlikely that anyone would visit the clinic. Shall we not open the doors today? What do you think?" "Who says so? In fact, it is precisely after a snowfall that the number of patients tends to rise." Lin Mu chuckled, encouraging Ji Wudong, "Do open the door. For today we can expect many neighbors seeking medical attention. We cannot simply disregard their needs." "Oh," Ji Wudong replied reluctantly, before turning back to push open the clinic's grand door once more. Though she was averse to allowing wandering souls, those wayward individuals of the martial world, to intrude upon Lin Mu's sanctuary, she recognized, as he had pointed out, that the kind-hearted neighbors deserved care as well. Otherwise, her own conscience would weigh heavily upon her. However, upon opening the clinic door, Ji Wudong did not extend a warm welcome to the wandering souls. "Please come in." "Thank you, Miss Wudong." "Amitba. We are grateful to the benefactor." The two wandering brothers beamed with joy upon hearing her invitation, expressing their gratitude profusely. Setting aside Ji Wudong's identity as the holy maiden of the demon sect, her prowess in vanquishing Master Ku Dai was enough to earn the sincere admiration of these wanderers. Moreover, given her close relationship with Lin Mu, they understood that they could not afford to offend her. Chapter 50. Silence following the subtle probing from Gu Ming the previous night. Xianyun and Yeha reached a consensus, as long as they did not overtly express their desire to stay at Jishir Hall. Lin Mu and Ji Wudong would not exhibit excessive aloofness towards them. The reason why Xianyun and Yeha were eager to befriend Lin Mu was quite straightforward. They wished to repay their debt of gratitude. Though one pursued the path of Tao and the other adhered to Buddhism, both valued the concept of karma. However, Lin Mu had saved their lives without ever demanding a shred of recompense, which weighed heavily on their consciences. In truth, the mindset of Xianyun and Yeha bore some resemblance to Ji Wudong's. All were intent on repaying Lin Mu's life-saving kindness, and the sooner, the better. Both men were advanced in age, and Xianyun harbored a fear that one day, as his lifespan dwindled, he would be unable to repay Lin Mu, leaving him with eternal regret. Thus, they endeavored to lower their pride, repeatedly seeking to establish a rapport with Lin Mu, hoping to find an opportunity to express their gratitude. "Please, take your time to converse. I shall go clear the snow," Ji Wudong declared, wielding a shovel in one hand and a broom in the other. Addressing Lin Mu and the others, with Xianyun and Yeha present, she felt assured that Lin Mu would be well looked after. This was also an opportune moment to remove the accumulated snow from the courtyard. "Oh no, that won't do." Taoist Xianyun, having just seated himself, promptly rose, attempting to seize the broom from Ji Wudong's grasp, chuckling, "Such a trivial matter. Why should Miss Wudong trouble herself? It is merely snow. Allow us, your humble brothers, to handle it." Amitba. Monk Yeha also stood up, taking the shovel. "What my senior brother says is indeed correct." Ji Wudong hesitated momentarily, glancing towards Lin Mu. "If they are willing to do it, let them." Lin Mu nodded, displaying no reluctance. as if these two were not renowned figures of the martial world, but rather just ordinary old men. With that, Ji Wudong ceased her indecision and allowed the two to proceed to the backyard. Before long, Old Li entered Jishir Hall, broom in hand. However, before he could greet Lin Mu, his eyes fell upon Xian Yun and Yeha, who were busy clearing snow in the backyard. Without a moment's pause, he rushed over. What a jest! He had been sweeping the snow at Jishir Hall for years. How could he relinquish his duties to others? Seated in the chair, Ji Wudong watched the three old men competing to clear the snow and could not suppress a quiet chuckle. Who would have imagined that a humble establishment like Jishir Hall would witness three martial arts masters vying for the task of shoveling snow? Surely, even the palace in Chang would not offer such a spectacle. Under the spirited competition between Xian Yun, Yeha, and Old Li, the snow at Jishir Hall was swiftly cleared. Observing this, Ji Wudong rose and fetched a teapot from the kitchen, pouring a cup of tea for each of them. Thank you, Miss Wudong. The two, known as Idle Cloud and Wild Crane, were taken aback as they lifted their teacups, exclaiming in unison, "The esteemed holy maiden of the demon sect serving them tea. What an honor it would be if this were to spread." However, the old man Li, overhearing this, snorted derisively. After all, it was he who provided the tea leaves, and if thanks were to be given, they ought to extend it to him as well. Earlier, while clearing the snow, he had faced them both alone and, having arrived late, found himself at a disadvantage, feeling somewhat disgruntled. "Who are you, old man?" Idle Cloud inquired, casting a curious glance at Li. He felt an odd familiarity with the man, as if they had crossed paths recently, yet the memory eluded him. Li remained silent, merely drawing a kitchen knife from his waist and flicking it casually. Instantly, Idle Cloud and Wild Crane recognized him. He was the very individual who had infiltrated the Gu residence that fateful night and nearly stripped the venerable Master Ku Dai. Realizing he was indeed a formidable opponent, they decided to treat him as an equal. With this thought, both bowed in respect to Li, who returned the gesture, granting them a modicum of respect. Lin Mu, indifferent to the interaction among the trio, turned to Ji Wudong and inquired, "Isn't the time approaching for our journey to Yanyang City?" "Yes," Ji Wudong nodded. "We shall depart the day after tomorrow." "What? You still intend to go?" Li remarked, surprised. "Didn't Zhao Shun kill Su?" He abruptly ceased his sentence, realizing that Idle Cloud and Wild Crane were present, promptly sealing his lips. Lin Mu, unfazed, chuckled and clarified, "Precisely for that reason, I must persist in treating Zhao Shun. What if he encounters another skilled physician who manages to cure him?" As Idle Cloud and Wild Crane sipped their tea, they exchanged glances, both reflecting the shock in each other's eyes. Lin the healer, is he truly plotting against a high-ranking official of the court? This is indeed a serious matter. Could it be that Lin had allied himself with the demon sect? Idle Cloud discreetly observed the proud Ji Wudong, nodding to himself. It was not beyond the realm of possibility. Wild Crane, wearing a wry smile, lamented that his brotherhood would now be inexorably entwined with Lin Mu and the demon sect. Had they known this would come to pass, they would have refrained from serving the court under the banner of King Qi. After a short while, as more patients filled the clinic, Li and the two brothers decided it was time to take their leave. They rose and departed, while Ji Wudong busied herself around Lin Mu, fully engaged in her tasks. Perhaps due to the recent heavy snowfall, the weather was particularly frigid that day. Ji Wudong added more firewood to the stove, managing only to maintain a modest warmth within the room. Thankfully, both she and Lin Mu were dressed sufficiently warmly, shielded from the biting cold. Ji Wudong glanced at the matching couple's cotton attire they had recently purchased and couldn't help but smile. This clothing was indeed worth the investment. Unbeknownst to them, another day had slipped away in the midst of their busyness. Lin Mu, after a brief wash under the attentive care of Ji Wudong, stepped into his chamber. "Am I to sleep on the floor tonight?" Lin Mu inquired tentatively while seated on a chair. Ji Wudong, upon hearing his question, did not rush to reply. Instead, she bent down to touch the ground, immediately feeling a piercing chill through her fingertips. The night's chill seemed even more severe than the previous evening. "Let us sleep on the bed," Ji Wudong murmured softly, pursing her lips. With the experience of the previous night behind them, the two appeared considerably more composed. Ji Wudong first assisted Lin Mu in removing his cotton coat, and then quietly slipped off her own dress. With a flick of her fingers, a surge of energy emanated from her, extinguishing the distant candle. "You say." Silence. Just as the night prior, Once they lay in bed, Ji Wudong wished to cease conversing with Lin Mu. He had scarcely opened his mouth when Ji Wudong's voice interrupted him. She even reached out to firmly pinch his thigh, eliciting a grimace of pain from Lin Mu. His expression contorted in response. Chapter 51. Rumors. Upon awakening the next day, the bed remained devoid of Ji Wudong's presence. However, having learned from yesterday's experience, Lin Mu refrained from groping around in search of her. Instead, he gently called out, "Wutong?" As anticipated, her voice promptly emanated from beside the table. Yet, it remained a mystery as to when she had risen. The same scenario unfolded on the third day. Following the heavy snowfall, the temperature in Yinshan City continued to plummet. Ji Wudong, therefore, did not allow Lin Mu to sleep on the floor any longer, opting for him to share her bed instead each night. "Today, we should embark on our journey to Yinyang City, correct?" Lin Mu inquired after a brief wash-up. "Indeed," Ji Wudong nodded, her tone tinged with displeasure. "I overheard those two old geezers, Xianyun and Yeha, say that they would accompany the Gu siblings to escort you to Yinyang City. Such meddling. One person is more than sufficient. Your identity must not be exposed, so it is best to refrain from showcasing your martial prowess in front of outsiders." "I understand," Ji Wudong huffed, turning to pack her belongings. With the new year approaching in just a few days, she intended to procure some festive goods during their trip to Yinyang City. As the capital of Yin County, Yinyang City offered a superior selection and quality of New Year goods compared to Yinshan City. Before long, Xianyun, Yeha, and the Gu siblings arrived at Jishir Hall in a horse-drawn carriage, accompanied by the old man Li, who carried a large wine jug. It seemed that after his previous experience of house-sitting for Lin Mu, he had been tempted by the rewards, hence bringing an especially large jug this time. Ji Wudong glanced at the jug and realized that Dia and Arya had not managed to rein in this old drunkard, prompting a helpless smile. Though concealed by her veil, the others could not witness her flower-like expression. "Lin Shini, have you heard the latest news?" Upon their meeting, Daoist Xianyun approached Lin Mu with curiosity. "What news?" Lin Mu was taken aback. He spent his days in the clinic, scarcely attuned to the rumors circulating in the world. "It pertains to Zhao Shun, and it even involves His Highness, Prince Qi." At this moment, the monk Yeha stepped forward, recounting the recent developments with a smile. It turned out that just 3 days prior, a rumor had swept through Yinyang City, alleging that Prince Qi, Zhou Su, had made an unsuccessful bid to recruit Su Zhong and had secretly colluded with his deputy, Zhao Shun, to conspire against Su Zhong's life. Ultimately, leveraging his influence in the court, Zhao Shun usurped Su Zhong's position and took control of the entire Yin County. Due to this rumor, Prince Qi Zhou had been summoned back to Chang'an for an investigation by the Ministry of Justice. However, everyone was aware that this was merely a formality, as the entire ministry had already aligned with Prince Qi, being his loyal supporters. Meanwhile, Zhao Shun was exerting every effort to trace the source of the rumor, but alas, with minimal success. Even the rumors have spread far and wide. Even the citizens of Shuafang City, hundreds of miles away, have heard whispers of it. In just 3 short days, the tales have proliferated extensively. It is evident that a formidable force is stirring the pot behind the scenes. Could it be Su Mao? Lin Mu pondered quietly, only to shake his head a moment later. Impossible. That lad is currently entrenched in the military and surely lacks the capacity for such machinations. It must be the practitioners of the demon sect operating in the shadows. During this time, Ji Wudong has been steadfastly attending to him at the Jishir Hall, never leaving his side. This suggests that it is the elders of the demon sect who are plotting revenge against Zhao Shun. After all, according to the court's narrative, Su Zhong was assassinated by members of the demon sect. Naturally, the elders would not be inclined to swallow such a bitter pill. Yet, unexpectedly, the slanderous rumors they fabricated to tarnish Zhao Shun's reputation have turned out to be alarmingly close to the truth. The demon sect indeed acts swiftly. I had anticipated they would wait until after the new year to take action. Once aboard the carriage, taking advantage of their solitude, Lin Mu teasingly remarked to Ji Wudong. Ji Wudong merely rolled her eyes in response, remaining silent. On this journey to Yinshan City, apart from Lin Mu and Ji Wudong, only the 4 members of the Xianyun and Gu families accompanied them. Each rode on their tall steeds, securely surrounding Lin Mu and Ji Wudong's carriage from all directions. According to Xianyun Daoist's conjecture, given that someone was covertly targeting Zhao Shun, their expedition was destined to be anything but peaceful. The monk Yeko, riding on the left side of the carriage, called out to Gu Ming, who was driving ahead while scouting the path. Su-He, do not let your guard down. Ensure the safety of Physician Lin. Rest assured, Master. Gu Ming replied, patting his bald head with a confident smile. During this time, under the guidance of Monk Yeko, his martial prowess had finally advanced, breaking through to the 5th tier. He was eager for an opportunity to engage in battle and solidify his newfound strength. Alas, to his disappointment, their journey continued until dusk without encountering any adversaries. Master, just ahead lies the relay station. Shall we rest here for the night, or press on? Gu Ming inquired loudly as he stretched his limbs. Hearing this, Monk Yeko glanced up at the sky. The clouds were thick, and the moon was nowhere to be seen. Even with torches in hand, their visibility would be compromised. Perhaps it is best to rest here. What do you think, brother? Monk Yeko asked Xianyun Daoist. It seems we have no other choice. Xianyun Daoist nodded, expressing his reluctance. With darkness and slippery roads, should we be ambushed, safeguarding Physician Lin would become exceedingly difficult. However, we must remain vigilant tonight. I must trouble my junior and nephew to keep watch. Ba, brother, rest assured, Monk Yeko replied with a smile. As they spoke, the group finally arrived at the entrance of the post station. Gu Ming was the first to dismount, rapping sharply on the gate. Is anyone there? We are here on official business for the court, with documents to prove our purpose. Hurry and open the door to receive us. No sooner had he finished speaking than the gate swung open, revealing a somewhat tall post attendant, who greeted them with a broad smile. Ah, here you are. Please, gentlemen, come inside. Gu Ming assessed the attendant, noting his respectful demeanor, and nodded in satisfaction before stepping inside. Meanwhile, the two companions, Xian Yun and Yi He, exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. Xian Yun, lowering his voice, quietly cautioned the monk. He still lacks experience in traversing the world. Indeed, he requires several more years of training, or he will inevitably face misfortune. Yi He nodded in agreement, his expression tinged with concern. The rapid opening of the gate, without the sound of footsteps approaching, could only suggest 3 possibilities. Either the attendant possessed remarkable lightness of foot, or he had been waiting at the door, or he had fortuitously passed by. In unfamiliar surroundings, one must always exercise caution. Thus, the potential dangers implied by the first 2 explanations cannot be overlooked. Chapter 52. Something awry. Under the guidance of the post station attendant, the group entered the inn. The establishment was brightly lit, with the occasional sounds of commotion echoing through the air. This inn is quite crowded, Gu Ming remarked, curiosity piqued as he led the way. Who are all these people? Ah, with the heavy snowfall over the past few days, the attendant chuckled, casually explaining, the distinguished travelers prefer to avoid hardship and have taken refuge here. The number of guests increases daily. Do you have any available rooms? Gu Ming inquired further. Only 2 rooms remain, so a few of you will have to make do and squeeze in. Gu Ming nodded, accepting the situation without suspicion, and continued onward. However, Lin Mu, seated inside the carriage, wore a grave expression. There is something off about this attendant, he whispered to Ji Wudong. The distance from here to Yinshan City and Yinyang City is merely a day's journey. The noble travelers he mentioned have no reason to stay in such a rudimentary inn when there are proper lodgings in the city. Ji Wudong nodded in agreement, then gently lifted the carriage curtain to scrutinize the attendant by the firelight. Indeed, something is amiss, she whispered, lowering the curtain again to share her observations. This attendant's beard appears freshly shaved. The skin on his chin is quite pale, contrasting starkly with his complexion. Moreover, due to the hurried shaving, there are several fine cuts on his chin. The subjects of the Diyu dynasty typically do not grow thick beards. Only the barbaric tribes of the northern plains do. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, surprised. So, if that is the case, the ones who wish to kill me are not your cult members, but rather the barbaric tribes? He had initially presumed that the attendant was an unwitting elder from the cult, secretly orchestrating their circumstances. Now, it seemed far more likely that they were dealing with Zhao Shun and an enemy of the Diyu dynasty. How unfortunate that I cannot reveal that we share a common goal of eliminating Zhao Shun. Otherwise, we might have become allies. Lin Mu quipped with a hint of irony. Ji Wudong chuckled lightly, feigning amusement at his sardonic humor. At that moment, the carriage curtain was gently lifted, and Gu Yuling's voice chimed in. Lin Mu, we have arrived. It is time to disembark. Understood, he replied, slightly raising his hand. Ji Wudong immediately rose to assist him down from the carriage. Observing their familiar and intimate exchange, Gu Yuling's expression darkened. Clearly, Lin Mu and Ji Wudong had long discarded any pretense of modesty between men and women. "What are you thinking?" Gu Ming approached, patting her shoulder to prompt her. "Hurry inside. Are you planning to stand here and catch the northwesterly wind?" "Yes," Gu Yuling murmured, pursing her lips before she absent-mindedly made her way indoors. At this moment, the hall of the post station remained bustling with activity. The arrival of Lin Mu and his companions inevitably drew the attention of the crowd, particularly that of Lin Mu, Ji Wudong, and Gu Yueling, who captivated the most gazes. A young man with his eyes tightly shut was accompanied by two enchanting women. Such an unusual trio, coupled with their exquisite appearances and charming demeanor, made it difficult for onlookers to refrain from speculating about their identities. Could they be the ones? That blind fellow surely fits the description. Humph, a blind man leading two beauties. What incredible fortune. Ha ha ha, what is there to envy? After tonight, those two beauties will belong to us. Indeed. Once we've had our fill of amusement, we can present them to the Khan back on the prairie, and perhaps we'll be rewarded handsomely. You're quite clever, my friend, sharp as a tack. Oh, you flatter me. When did your speech become so flowery? It's quite irritating. I'm simply adapting to local customs. At the furthest table from the entrance, several men gathered, drinking and conversing in hushed tones. The clamor of the hall concealed their voices entirely, and even Lin Mu, with his keen hearing, failed to detect their discussion. However, these men were not in a hurry to act. Instead, they chose to observe, waiting for the opportune moment. After all, the night was long, and they possessed ample patience. "Post attendant, quickly bring us some hot dishes, and prepare some vegetarian dishes and tea as well." Gu Ming called out loudly as he found an empty table. The monk, Yi He, couldn't he help but shake his head at this. This lad, one couldn't he tell whether to commend his audacity or chastise his foolishness. On another side, Taoist Xianyun remained silent, surveying the other patrons within the post station. He roughly calculated that, aside from their own group, there were still over 40 individuals present. Yet, it was unclear how many among them were foes, or if they were all enemies. This was troublesome. Taoist Xianyun sighed inwardly. The opposing force's strength was unknown, and they had the advantage in numbers. Although he and his junior, the monk Yi He, were present, the outcome of a confrontation remained uncertain. Moreover, given the current situation, their group could not simply turn and leave. If there were ambushes ahead, they would find themselves caught between two fronts, trapped with no way to retreat. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate the enemies here first. Just as Taoist Xianyun pondered his strategy, the post attendant arrived with the already prepared dishes. There were both meat and vegetarian options, along with wine and tea, ensuring that none would be left wanting. "Well, the ingredients seem quite generous," Lin Mu remarked, his nose twitching as he caught a whiff of the aromas. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled softly. "What do you mean? Is the food salty?" Gu Ming, puzzled, reached for his chopsticks to sample the dish, only to be sharply pinched by Gu Yueling at his waist. "Ah!" Gu Ming gasped in surprise, finally comprehending the situation. However, he was not entirely foolish. He chose to remain silent, and merely turned to glance at Master Yi He and then at Taoist Xianyun. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Lin Mu. After a day of travel, he felt somewhat parched. Lin Mu smiled and casually remarked, "Wudong, please bring the tea. I need to soothe my throat first." Upon hearing this, Ji Wudong lifted the teapot and placed it before Lin Mu. In just a breath's time, Lin Mu spoke again. "This tea has a delightful aroma. Everyone should have a taste." With that, he instructed Ji Wudong to pour a cup for each person. Taoist Xianyun was the first to take a sip, bursting into hearty laughter as he exclaimed, "Indeed, it is splendid tea. Who would have thought such fine leaves could be found in this humble station?" He continued, "Let me sample the dishes as well to see how they fare." With that, Taoist Xianyun picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily, unrestrained. Seeing this, the others felt reassured and began to enjoy their meals as well. Ji Wudong, as was her habit, shared a pair of chopsticks with Lin Mu. It was only when she caught a glimpse of Gu Yueling's peculiar gaze that she realized her oversight, her face beneath the veil flushing crimson. Yet, given the circumstances, she could only feign ignorance and continued to serve Lin Mu with side dishes. Chapter 53. The drug. During a brief interlude in their meal, Lin Mu seized Ji Wudong's hand and handed her a small porcelain vial. Sprinkle this powder on the candle. Ji Wudong immediately understood his intent and, concealing her actions behind Gu Ming, who was busy serving food, quietly executed Lin Mu's instructions. The group had traveled all day and was ravenous. In no time, they cleared the table of all dishes, consuming even the last drops of tea. After all, they were martial artists with appetites far exceeding those of ordinary folk. Burping contentedly after their feast, Gu Ming rubbed his round belly, unable to suppress a satisfied belch. The others wore expressions of fulfillment as well. However, in the next moment, they felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, only to regain clarity after a few breaths. Exchanging knowing glances, they realized the effects of the drug had kicked in and promptly slumped over the table, feigning unconsciousness. Laughter erupted in the inn's main hall. Idle clouds and wild cranes. What a joke of a martial arts master. With such meager skills, they dare to wander the world? One by one, the bandits within the inn stood up, converging towards Lin Mu and his companions, led by the innkeeper who had received them. I wish to see how this young lady appears, the innkeeper remarked, a cold smile creeping across his face as he reached for Ji Wudong's veil. From the moment Ji Wudong dismounted the carriage, he had taken notice of her, and now his curiosity could no longer be contained. Seeking death, a sudden cold snort pierced the air. The Taoist priest, Xian Yun, leaped into action, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the innkeeper's chest. Despite being taken by surprise, the innkeeper's reflexes were remarkably swift. He immediately withdrew his outstretched left hand and crossed his arms defensively over his chest. With a thud, the impact resonated as the innkeeper was sent flying uncontrollably, tumbling in the air before managing to stabilize his landing. You weren't affected by the drug? The innkeeper brushed off the dust from his sleeves, a hint of astonishment in his eyes, before turning his gaze back to Lin Mu and his companions. As expected, they were gradually regaining consciousness, smiling cheerfully at him. I underestimated you. Though surprised, the innkeeper maintained an air of confidence, dismissing the situation as merely a minor inconvenience. With that, he signaled to a cohort standing at the door. The accomplice immediately dashed outside, igniting a signal firework tied to his arm with swift precision. Showing no sign of hesitation, the firework exploded, illuminating the night sky. Xianyan understood that they were signaling to their ambushers lying in wait ahead. Even if they chose not to enter the inn, they would still encounter an ambush further along the road. This was a meticulously crafted trap, specifically designed to eliminate Lin Mu. Junior brother, let us act swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, Master Xianyan shouted at the monk Wild Crane, and immediately charged towards the leading courier. After their recent skirmish, he discerned that this individual was also of the second rank, a force not to be underestimated. Eliminate them. The courier raised his hand to block Master Xianyun's punch while loudly commanding the others. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. The first assault faced by Lin Mu and his companions was a barrage of hidden projectiles. Fortunately, Gu Yuling wielded her sword, standing protectively in front of the group, intercepting all the arrows. In the next moment, the bandits had closed in. Ji Wutong sheltered Lin Mu in a corner, observing the unfolding situation. Though the bandits were not particularly formidable in martial arts, their teamwork was remarkably synchronized. They were clearly not ordinary assassins, but rather seasoned soldiers, despite their numerical advantage. After merely exchanging a few dozen blows, they had cornered the Gu siblings into a perilous situation, fraught with danger. Had it not been for the Wild Crane monk drawing the majority of the bandits' attacks, the Gu siblings would likely have been captured by now. Do you want to assist? Lin Mu, leaning against the wall, inquired of Ji Wudong. No need. Ji Wudong shook her head, although she was puzzled by how Lin Mu sensed the unfavorable circumstances. It mattered little. Her sole priority was to ensure Lin Mu's safety. Should the situation worsen, she could always shatter the wall behind her and escape with him. Perhaps we should lend a hand. Lin Mu chuckled, stating, the effects of the medicine should be manifesting soon. No sooner had he spoken than one of the bandits nearest to the candle felt his body weaken. His internal energy flowed sluggishly, as if obstructed by mud in a river. The poison Lin Mu had instructed Ji Wudong to sprinkle on the candle had finally taken effect. The potency of this powder was not particularly strong. Its primary function was to clog the meridians and delay the flow of internal energy. He had previously tested it with Old Li, finding that the toxin could diminish the strength of the poisoned individual by approximately 30% for about 15 minutes. The higher the victim's rank, the less effective the poison would be. Seize the opportunity. Time waits for no one. Upon hearing Lin Mu's command, Ji Wudong acted decisively, swiftly severing the throats of the two bandits ahead. Such ruthless efficiency astonished even Master Xianyun and Wild Crane. They thought to themselves, no wonder she is the holy maiden of the demon sect. One would not believe she has not taken countless lives. Not far away, Gu Yuling was taken aback by Ji Wudong's prowess. She had initially believed her martial skills surpassed Ji Wudong's, but it now seemed otherwise. Ji Wudong's martial arts prowess was at least on par with her own, if not superior. The one advantage Gu Yuling had felt confident about was suddenly shattered. I will not be outdone by you. Gu Yuling huffed, her spirit unyielding, and her swordsmanship became increasingly fierce. With the assistance of Lin Mu's powdered poison, they gradually gained the upper hand, and the bandits fell in greater numbers. Those scoundrels, why have they not yet arrived? The courier, who was engaged in battle with Master Xianyun, found himself increasingly anxious as the situation turned dire. Ultimately, he was seized by Master Xianyun's opportunity and was sent flying with a single palm strike. However, before Master Xianyun could catch his breath, the station's door was shattered by a powerful fist. Immediately, over 20 individuals surged in, joining forces with the bandits. At last, reinforcements had arrived. The courier, clutching his chest, slowly rose from the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Yet, he refrained from striking again. Instead, he blocked his eager companions and shouted, "There is something strange inside. We must retreat." The others, believing him without doubt, promptly withdrew, vacating the station's main hall. This fellow is quite astute, the Wild Crane monk remarked as he helped the severely injured Gu Ming, his expression growing increasingly grave. Such opponents are the most troublesome, had it not been for necessity. He would truly prefer not to engage them. Gu Ming, however, scoffed and retorted, if they were truly clever, they would have set the place ablaze. No sooner had he spoken than torches and bundles of thatch were hurled in from every window, igniting the surroundings. Chapter 54, Wudong Cough. A thick cloud of smoke suddenly billowed. Gu Yuling, pinching her nose, turned to her brother with a complaint. Must you always speak such ill-fated words? Upon hearing this, Gu Ming rolled his eyes and pretended to faint from his severe injuries. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the cover of the smoke, the sound of arrows slicing through the air quietly emerged. By the time Xianyun Daoist sensed the danger, the concealed arrows were already upon him. Be careful. Xianyun Daoist could not intercept all the arrows in time and could only dodge while loudly warning the others. In an instant, the room became fraught with peril. One arrow nearly grazed Lin Mu's neck. Had he not inexplicably stepped to the left, he might have met his demise at the hands of that arrow. Even so, his collar was pierced, revealing a swath of cotton beneath. My clothes are ruined. Ji Wudong gazed at the cotton drifting through the air, her expression turning icy. This was her cherished couple's cotton garment, something she held dear. Even a minor stain would cause her heartache, as she meticulously washed it by hand. Yet now, a gaping hole had been torn into it by the arrows of those thieves. And worse, Lin Mu had nearly been harmed. How could Ji Wudong endure such a provocation? Boom. Ji Wudong struck the wall behind her with a fierce palm, shattering it, then stepped forward to confront Gu Yuling, her eyes brimming with lethal intent. Upon meeting Ji Wudong's gaze, Gu Yuling was instantly enveloped in an inexplicable chill. She stammered, What do you intend to do? I require your sword. Ji Wudong replied coldly. Before Gu Yuling could respond, Ji Wudong seized the long sword from her hands, gripping it firmly. Ji Wudong's swordsmanship was remarkably graceful. With deft movements, she deflected every incoming arrow. Take Lin Mu and go. After granting everyone a brief respite, Ji Wudong turned to the others without looking back. Xianyun Daoist hesitated at her words, about to insist on staying to fight alongside her, but was deterred by the fierce look Ji Wudong cast in his direction, silencing him instantly. If even a single hair on Lin Mu is harmed, none of you will escape my wrath. Her voice resonated ominously as Ji Wudong vanished into the smoke like a fleeting shadow. The others exchanged glances, each uncertain of what to do. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Mu let out a heavy sigh. Let us go. Otherwise, she truly might kill you. Lin Mu was not naive enough to believe Ji Wudong's words were mere banter. They were a blatant threat. If anything were to happen to him, there would be no salvation for this group. Even if he personally pleaded for mercy, it was unlikely to be of any use. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Daoist Xianyun could only comply, hastily assisting Lin Mu to emerge through the hole behind the wall. Get up. If you pretend to sleep again, I shall leave you here. Gu Yuling exclaimed, delivering a sharp kick to Gu Ming's rear as a means to vent her frustration. Feeling the sting, Gu Ming could only manage an awkward smile before promptly springing to his feet. Under the cover of night, the group swiftly fled into the woods behind the post station. The howling winds of the night followed closely behind. Lin Mu twitched his ears, faintly discerning the echoes of anguished cries intertwined with the wind. Miss Wu Tong, is everything truly all right? Should my junior brother and I return to assist her? Once momentarily safe, Daoist Xianyun glanced at Lin Mu with a worried expression and whispered his inquiry. The thought of abandoning a woman to save themselves weighed heavily on Daoist Xianyun's conscience. Additionally, a hint of frustration lingered within him. Were it not for the need to protect Lin Mu and the Gu siblings, the two of them could have easily vanquished the bandits without leaving a single one alive. Alas, Lin Mu's presence compelled him to divert his attention. The monk Yihi was similarly affected, continually murmuring Ba under his breath. If Lin Mu had nodded in agreement, he would not have hesitated to contravene his vows and return to exorcise more bandits, ridding the world of their menace. Perhaps it's best to refrain, Lin Mu contemplated, shaking his head in rejection of Daoist Xianyun's suggestion. Miss Ji Wu Tong is not reckless. Her decision to stay behind must be grounded in confidence. Given her capabilities, she should be able to extricate herself should danger arise. Moreover, with our current group, those who are aged and those who are injured, the only young ones, the Gu siblings, are already wounded. Returning would only serve to burden us further. Thus, the group shielded Lin Mu as they navigated through the forest. They managed to reach a distance of several dozen miles from the post station just before dawn. Under the dual pressures of physical and mental strain, Gu Yuling was the first to succumb, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath. Daoist Xianyun, Yihi, and Gu Ming also felt varying degrees of exhaustion and halted their progress. Only Lin Mu appeared unperturbed, as if he had merely enjoyed a restful night's sleep rather than traversed the woods until dawn. How long have we been running? Lin Mu inquired, leaning against a tree with a calm demeanor. Nearly 3 hours. Daoist Xianyun, being of advanced age, had already laid down on the ground, gulping down the accumulated snow nearby to alleviate his dry throat. Yihi was in a similarly dire state, nearly depleted of strength. Lightness of foot was not their forte. Let us head towards the main road. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mu assessed his speed and the distance they had covered, smiling as he spoke. Now that dawn has broken, even if bandits remain ahead, they are unlikely to act against us in broad daylight. Once we reach Yinyang City, we shall be safe. The Daoist Xianyun pondered for a moment, finding merit in Lin Mu's words, and nodded in agreement. Taking the main road was certainly preferable to trudging through the snow-laden woods, allowing them to conserve energy for unforeseen circumstances. By midday, the group finally arrived at the gates of Yinyang City, only to be taken aback by the sight of Ji Wudong, who had been waiting there all along. Standing by the roadside with a long sword in hand, she emanated an aura of aloofness and pride, her demeanor deterring any young gentleman who might have wished to approach her. Miss Wudong, what are the bandits? Upon seeing Ji Wudong, Daoist Xianyun's face lit up with surprise, and he hurriedly inquired. They're dead. Ji Wudong replied nonchalantly, her gaze already drifting past Daoist Xianyun to Lin Mu. Noticing he bore no signs of injury, she finally exhaled in relief. Dead. Ji Wudong's casual statement left the others momentarily stunned. Gu Yuling fixed her gaze on Ji Wudong, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, upon observing her earnest expression, she couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Those were trained warriors from the grasslands, with at least 2 or 3 being second-tier martial artists. To have dispatched them so effortlessly and then arrive ahead of us without a trace, had she revealed such prowess earlier, would we not have spared ourselves the trouble of running? Surely, it would have been better to deal with the bandits, rest at the inn, and then continue our journey. Chapter 55. Do not speak to me again. Ji Wudong paid no heed to the murmurs of discontent from those around her. With a swift motion, she hurled the long sword in her grasp, embedding it at Gu Yueling's feet. She then glided gracefully towards Lin Mu, a smile adorning her lips as she inquired, Are you hungry? Shall we indulge in a bowl of noodles first? Absolutely. Lin Mu responded with a smile, effortlessly dismissing the pungent scent of blood that clung to Ji Wudong. Let me treat you to extra meat. You worked hard last night. No, I prefer roasted sweet potatoes. Ji Wudong replied, shaking her head, and casually offered her support to Lin Mu, her smile radiant. Are you injured? Lin Mu asked with genuine concern. Not at all, Ji Wudong assured him, continuing as they walked. After you left, they attempted to pursue you, so I had no choice but to eliminate them. Impressive. Indeed. Ji Wudong replied with a haughty snort, pride glittering in her eyes. Such seemingly trivial exchanges sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, particularly the Gu siblings, who could not help but speculate about Ji Wudong's origins. How could a woman so young possess such formidable skills? Was she truly just the daughter of the wandering Taoist? What kind of acquaintance could father such an extraordinary daughter? Meanwhile, Lin Mu and Ji Wudong chatted and laughed, completely oblivious to the presence of those behind them. Gu Ming had intended to urge Lin Mu to seek refuge with Zhao Shun at the earliest opportunity, but a mere glance from Gu Yueling silenced him. If you wish to avoid being struck dead by this woman, refrain from speaking, she warned. Immediately, Gu Ming sealed his lips, fearful of interrupting the pair ahead. Once they had satisfied their hunger and sought the assistance of a tailor to mend Lin Mu's collar, time had crept toward noon. As they traversed the streets of Yinyang City, Ji Wudong could not suppress a yawn, having gone without rest since the previous evening. She felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Tired? Yes, a little. Then let us find an inn to rest. And we shall visit the general's residence in Jinyuan tomorrow. Lead the way. The two appeared to be on a leisurely outing, and after tiring from their walk, they turned to enter a nearby inn. They reserved a room, much to the astonishment of those who followed. It seemed Lin Mu and Ji Wudong were entirely unperturbed by the implications of their actions, as though sharing a room was a matter of course. Observing Ji Wudong assist Lin Mu up the stairs, Gu Yueling, though not unfamiliar with the situation, inexplicably felt compelled to murmur a scornful remark. Unacknowledged and without status. Such a breach of moral propriety, truly shameless. Shu, Yueling, mind your words, Gu Ming exclaimed, nearly bowing in fright from his sister's sudden outburst. He quickly covered her mouth, eyes wide with alarm as he cautioned, have you forgotten how I just warned you? With a dismissive roll of her eyes, Gu Yueling let out a cold snort, her determination unwavering. One day, she vowed, she would become a master of martial arts, surpassing that woman. Sister, do not forget that you and Lin Mu have already annulled your engagement. From now on, there is no connection between you. Gu Ming observed the scene, pulling Gu Yueling aside and patiently advising her, even if you still harbor feelings for Lin Mu, it is too late. Unless you are willing to be a concubine. And even then, Lin Mu may not agree. Having known Lin Mu since childhood, Gu Ming understood his character well. Despite appearing indifferent to the world, Lin Mu was, in fact, exceptionally obstinate. Once he had made a decision, even the strongest force could not sway him. The annulment had left a scar on Lin Mu's heart. Moreover, Ji Wudong had appeared just as he faced this setback, sharing in his trials and tribulations, experiencing life and death together. This bond was incomparable to that of any other woman. Not to mention Lin Mu, even Gu Ming, who had renounced worldly ties, might find himself drawn to such a woman, tempted to return to the secular life and marry her. Gu Ming perceived the truth. After last night, there was no longer a glimmer of hope for his sister and Lin Mu. Thus, he wished for Gu Yueling to refrain from provoking Ji Wudong due to her inner turmoil. The annulment was ultimately a fault of the Gu family. Meanwhile, in the bedroom above, Lin Mu and Ji Wudong sat opposite each other at the table. You saved my life yesterday, Lin Mu remarked with a smile after sipping his tea. Now we are even. Your kindness has been repaid, and from this moment forth, you need not feel burdened. Ji Wudong shook her head. Even if I had not intervened yesterday, the idle wanderers would have likely been able to assist you in escaping, though it would have required someone to hold the line. Furthermore, I have yet to restore your sight, nor have I found you a wife. As she concluded, Ji Wudong abruptly slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, You shall not think to send me away. No, that is not my intention, nor do I wish to drive you away. Lin Mu quickly realized that Ji Wudong had misunderstood his meaning and hurried to clarify. I merely want you to stop burdening yourself with thoughts of repayment and to alleviate the pressure you place upon yourself. As for my eyes, I will find a way to heal them myself. Stop lying, Ji Wudong retorted with a scoff, her tone laced with skepticism. If you could heal your sight on your own, would it have taken, all these years? Ji Wudong had always been reluctant to utter the word blind in Lin Mu's presence, opting instead for vague expressions. I have not healed my sight simply because I found nothing worth seeing. And now? Now I wish to see your visage, Lin Mu replied earnestly. You. Ji Wutong hesitated, her voice softening as she gently inquired, and what will you do after seeing me? Then I shall help you wash your back. In an instant, Ji Wutong's cheeks flushed crimson, losing her composure entirely. After muttering a curse at Lin Mu, she turned and walked toward the bed, declaring, I am tired and wish to sleep. You must not speak to me any further. Wait, Lin Mu responded, rising to his feet and groping his way toward the bed. At that moment, Ji Wudong had just removed her shoes and climbed onto the bed. Noticing Lin Mu's movements, she skeptically inquired, what do you intend to do? I haven't slept all night. Naturally, I am weary as well. Quickly, make some room for me. You. Ji Wudong, feeling helpless, could only obediently shift further into the bed. She then covered most of her face with the blanket, revealing only her eyes, and mumbled indistinctly, this bed is quite large. Do not crowd me. I can hardly see, and it is not intentional. Enough of your chatter. If you crowd me again, I shall kick you out. Seeing that softness had failed, Ji Wudong pretended to kick lightly a couple of times, which finally compelled Lin Mu to settle down. Yet, within her heart, there was not a trace of anger, only a sweet, girlish shyness. Chapter 56. Is it fun? Lin Mu could not recall precisely when he awakened. All he knew was that upon regaining consciousness, he felt as if he were ensnared by an octopus, rendering him immobile. This was the first time he had risen before Ji Wudong since they began sharing a bed. And it was also the first occasion he did not feel a sense of solitude upon waking. Although the surroundings remained enveloped in darkness, Lin Mu was acutely aware that he was not alone. Was Ji Wutong's sleeping posture truly so unrestrained? It seemed she must have been genuinely fatigued the previous day. He gently lifted his left hand, exploring until it came to rest upon Ji Wudong's head, where he tenderly massaged her hair. His hand inadvertently glided down to her face, where he playfully pinched her cheeks. Is it fun? However, the next moment, Ji Wutong's voice, as indifferent as water, rang out, startling Lin Mu into retracting his hand hastily. Ah, you're awake? I woke up the moment you touched my head, Ji Wudong replied. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush as she fabricated a small lie. She propped herself up on Lin Mu's chest and slowly sat upright. Unable to suppress a yawn, she asked, what time is it? Ah, never mind. You wouldn't know anyway. Ji Wutong climbed over Lin Mu's body and sat at the edge of the bed. I shall go check for food. I wonder if there is still anything to eat. After a brief moment, Ji Wudong exited the room, leaving Lin Mu alone, still reclining on the bed, his expression peculiar. She just left like that? And what is this inexplicable fluttering in my heart? My pulse races. Time passed, though Lin Mu was unaware of how long he had lingered in this state. Eventually, Ji Wudong returned, carrying a tray with 4 large bowls, each filled with neatly arranged and stacked dishes that she had requested the innkeeper to prepare specifically for them. Both Ji Wudong and Lin Mu had hearty appetites, and the 4 servings would barely suffice to satiate them. Come, try this, she urged, though I doubt it will compare to what I can cook. It should suffice to fill our stomachs. It was a mystery where Ji Wudong derived her confidence, believing that the inn's hired chef could not match her culinary skills. Nevertheless, Lin Mu promptly arose and took a bite, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is not as delicious as what you prepare. That is only natural, Ji Wudong replied, her eyes curving into a radiant smile, a rare expression that only emerged in Lin Mu's company. Once we return, I intend to learn a few more dishes from your notes. I assure you, I will keep you well-fed and plump. Curiously, Ji Wudong pondered aloud. Given how much you eat, how is it that you do not gain weight? As this topic arose, her curiosity deepened. Unlike herself, Lin Mu was not a martial artist. He spent his days either seated at the counter or lounging in a rocking chair, doing nothing yet consuming copiously. Yet, his physique remained impeccably fit, tall, and robust. He appeared even more muscular than the butchers on the streets. Have you ever checked your pulse? Is there something amiss? Ji Wudong inquired further. At this moment, Lin Mu was holding a bowl, eagerly scooping mouthfuls of food into his mouth without regard for its contents. It was only upon hearing Ji Wudong's inquiry that he paused, smiling as he replied, rest assured, I am in splendid health, certainly capable of living to 100. Everyone's constitution is different, so do not overthink it. After finishing his words, he quickly devoured the remaining morsels in his bowl, leaving it spotless, as if it had been licked clean by a dog. This habit, instilled in him by the old curator, meant that despite his blindness, he never wasted even a single grain of rice. Thus, after every meal, he would confirm with Gu Xing or Ji Wudong whether he had finished every last bite. Having satisfied their hunger, the two did not leave the room, but instead sat across from each other at the table, sipping tea and engaging in leisurely conversation. It was only when the night deepened and the room grew cool that they returned to bed to sleep. The following day, Lin Mu finally remembered his important task and led a group towards the general's mansion of Jinyuan. Upon learning of Lin Mu's arrival, Zhao Shun was overwhelmed with excitement and quickly instructed his steward to invite him to the main hall. As for the others, excluding Ji Wudong, they were guided to a side hall. After a month apart, when Ji Wudong saw Zhao Shun again, she noticed that his injuries had improved significantly. He no longer fainted or coughed blood at the slightest provocation. However, his complexion was far from what it once was. His eyes were shadowed, as if he hadn't slept in a long time, and they reflected a deep weariness. The frequent nightmares, compounded by the rumors surrounding Su Zhong's demise at his hands, had left Zhao Shun in a state of turmoil. "Lin Shini, you have finally arrived," Zhao Shun said, his voice heavy as he sat in a chair. "I have been plagued by nightmares lately, and I can neither eat nor sleep well. Do you have any remedies?" After their initial greetings, Zhao Shun bypassed any further pleasantries and directly inquired. "General Zhao, let me take your pulse first," Lin Mu replied with an inward smile, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor as he grasped Zhao Shun's wrist and feigned a medical examination. "General Zhao, it appears you are suffering from a troubled mind. May I ask what sort of dreams you have been experiencing?" "Just some enemies I have slain," Zhao Shun replied after a moment's contemplation. "As soon as I fall asleep, I see them reaching out to me, looking quite fearsome." The fact that such nightmares could frighten a battle-hardened general like Zhao Shun indicated the gruesome nature of those he had faced. Lin Mu chuckled lightly, teasingly remarking on the matter. Zhao Shun, however, felt increasingly embarrassed at this commentary. Fortunately, Lin Mu, being blind, was unaware of his expression and thus spared him the effort of concealment. "Lin Shini, is there any way to cure this?" Zhao Shun pressed earnestly. "That is not difficult. I merely need to prescribe some calming and sleep-inducing herbs," Lin Mu replied with a smile. "However, I must advise you, General Zhao, to use such remedies with caution." "Then please, Lin Shini, write me the prescription." Upon hearing that Lin Mu had a method to facilitate his slumber, Zhao Shun set aside all else and promptly urged him to proceed. After Lin Mu penned the prescription, Zhao Shun eagerly implored the steward to procure the necessary herbs. It was only after arranging everything that he recalled the true purpose of Lin Mu's visit and inquired about his injuries. General Zhao, possessing a robust constitution, required merely 2 more acupuncture sessions to achieve complete recovery. After Lin Mu conveyed this, he instructed Ji Wudong to retrieve the silver needles. As Zhao Shun gazed upon the needles, which were longer than paintbrushes, he could not help but reminisce about the agony he endured when Lin Mu had previously administered acupuncture, causing him to break into a sweat. However, considering his health, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I shall trouble you, divine physician Lin." Fearing that he might not withstand the ensuing pain, he summoned 4 soldiers to assist in restraining him. Moments later, the hall was filled with blood-curdling screams akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The sound was so resounding that it nearly echoed throughout the entire Jinyuan general's residence. It was the voice of General Zhao. In a nearby chamber, an elderly nun clad in a gray robe could not help but exclaim upon hearing the commotion, "Indeed, General Zhao's internal strength is truly remarkable. He is deserving of his reputation as a fierce warrior." Chapter 57. Master the Venerable Master Kai. The current leader of the Amei sect is a celebrated figure in the martial world of the Great Yu dynasty. Even the carefree wanderers, Xianyun and Yeha, find themselves somewhat diminished in her presence. She joined the Amei sect at the tender age of 8, began her martial training at 10, and entered the realm of martial arts at 12. By the age of 30, she achieved a profound enlightenment, ascending to the first-grade level, becoming the youngest first-grade martial artist in the history of the Great Yu dynasty, a record that remains unbroken to this day. However, this is merely the official account. In truth, this record was surpassed earlier this year when Ji Wudong emerged from seclusion, attaining the first-grade level. Nevertheless, Master Kai's journey remains nothing short of legendary. A decade ago, in her quest to transcend to the realm of a master, Master Kai chose to enter a secluded retreat. entrusting the management of the Amei sect to her junior sister, Master Kuti. Under her stewardship, the sect's financial situation declined significantly. It was only 3 years ago, upon Master Kai's ascension to the realm of martial masters and her emergence from seclusion, that the Amei sect began to show signs of resurgence. Congratulations, Master Kai, on your ascension to the realm of masters. Observing the serene, elderly nuns seated across from them, Xianyan Taoist and Yaha monk quickly rose to pay their respects, not daring to show an ounce of disrespect. After all, this was the realm of a master. It has been nearly a century since the Great Yu dynasty has witnessed a martial master. Master Kai undoubtedly stands as the preeminent martial artist of the current era, beyond reproach. Before Master Kai, the most promising candidate for ascension to the realm of a master was Lin Hetong, the teacher of Lin Mu, revered for his dual mastery in medicine and martial arts. Regrettably, the old master favored the study of medicine over martial training, devoting much of his attention to healing arts, which ultimately prevented him from achieving the status of a martial master, leaving many friends with a sense of wistfulness. We are indeed old acquaintances. There is no need for formality between us, Master Kai remarked, devoid of any airs despite her esteemed status. She greeted Xianyun and Yaha with a warm smile. Turning her gaze to her cherished disciple, Gu Yueling, her eyes brimmed with affection. Yueling, during your time at home, I trust your training has not lagged? Disciple dares not. Gu Yueling replied, her face a picture of trepidation as she bowed deeply. I have touched upon the opportunity to break through to the 4th grade. I am merely a step away. Indeed, the path of martial arts is not one that can be traversed in a day. Do not bear too much pressure. Master Kai reassured her, taking Gu Yueling's hand and guiding her to sit beside her. I am still in good health. I can easily live another 20 years. By then, I trust you will have ascended to the 1st grade, and I will be able to pass the Amei sect into your capable hands. Master Kai holds her disciple, Gu Yueling, in particularly high regard, with expectations that far exceed those for her other students. It can be said that as long as Gu Yueling follows the path that Master Kai has meticulously laid out, her future achievements will be immeasurable. Such preferential treatment surely evokes envy among countless elders and disciples of the Amei sect. On your journey here, I hope nothing untoward transpired? After exchanging pleasantries, Master Kai continued to inquire. I cannot conceal from you, Master. We have indeed encountered some trouble. Gu Yueling recalled the harrowing events of the previous night. Shuddering at the memory, she recounted the incident in detail, and as she spoke of Ji Wudong, who single-handedly vanquished the assailants, admiration and a hint of self-doubt crossed her features. With such martial prowess, she must have already transcended the 1st-tier realm, I suppose. After listening to Gu Yueling's narrative, Master Kai murmured to herself before casting a cheerful glance at Taoist Xianyun. You just mentioned that this Miss Wudong is the daughter of an old acquaintance of yours, Taoist? May I inquire as to which esteemed individual has nurtured such an exceptional successor, whom I might know? Upon hearing Master Kai's question, Taoist Xianyun's expression shifted abruptly, but only for a fleeting moment before returning to its usual composure. He smiled and replied, as for that old acquaintance, he is merely a recluse living deep in the mountains. He does not engage with the world, so Master, you are surely unaware of him. Is that so? Master Kai then turned her gaze toward Monk Yaha. Umitba, a monk does not speak falsehoods. Monk Yaha, holding his prayer beads, spoke in a low voice. The recent lie was spun by Brother Xianyun and has nothing to do with me. The Buddha would surely not hold me accountable. Is it true that Ku Dai was slain by the holy maiden of the demon sect? Master Kai nodded, refraining from further inquiries regarding Ji Wudong's identity. Instead, she shifted the conversation to the matter of Ku Dai's murder. Upon hearing this, Taoist Xianyun felt a wave of ominous foreboding rise within him. Yet he still nodded in response. The perpetrator did indeed claim as much. Although Ku Dai's martial talent was not particularly high, she was still of the 2nd-tier realm. At this point, Master Kai lifted her teacup, took a sip, and squinted slightly as she continued. If the holy maiden of the demon sect could so easily extinguish her life, she must be of the same caliber as that Miss Wudong, don't you think? In that moment, both Taoist Xianyun and Monk Yaha felt an icy chill wash over them, one that sent shivers deeper than the harsh winter outside. Master Kai's hypothesis was not without merit. Taoist Xianyun gritted his teeth and said, however, Miss Wudong is absolutely not suddenly. Master Kai chuckled, interrupting Taoist Xianyun before he could finish. At the same time, the inexplicable chill dissipated. I was merely speaking casually. There is no need for you to be so tense. After saying this, Master Kai took another sip of tea and fell silent. Taoist Xianyun and Monk Yeha were left perplexed by her behavior, unable to fathom her thoughts. Before long, Lin Mu had concluded his treatment of Zhao Shun. During their casual conversation, Zhao Shun learned of Lin Mu's ambush by the nomads on the way, and his anger flared instantly. Those despicable nomads have even infiltrated Yanyang City. Is the guard ahead merely a fool? Zhao Shun took a deep breath, inwardly relieved. Fortunately, Lin Mu was unharmed. Otherwise, he himself would likely have faced dire consequences. With this thought in mind, Zhao Shun hastily wiped away the blood on his body and proceeded towards the side hall. He did not believe that Lin Mu had arrived in Yanyang City solely through his own abilities. The true heroes of this endeavor were undoubtedly Xian Yun and Yi He, along with the Gu siblings. Given that these individuals were skilled experts under the command of Prince Qi, it was only fitting that he personally express his gratitude. Thus, Zhao Shun hurriedly made his way into the side hall. Upon his arrival, the occupants rose promptly to greet him, bowing in respect. There is no need for such formalities. Zhao Shun raised his right hand slightly in a gesture of dismissal, then turned his gaze to Xian Yun and Yi He, smiling as he inquired. I have heard that divine Dr. Lin encountered an attack on the way. Surely it was your assistance that ensured his safe arrival here? Rest assured, I am not one to forget a kindness. Substantial rewards will be granted shortly. Chapter 58. The choice upon hearing Zhao Shun's words. Master Xian Yun was nearly drenched in cold sweat. He wished to shield Ji Wudong from suspicion. However, Master Kai stood right beside him. If she were to reveal the truth from the previous night, it would undoubtedly raise Zhao Shun's suspicions about Ji Wudong. At that point, it seemed unlikely that either Lin Mu or Ji Wudong would escape unscathed. Indeed, as Zhao Shun's words echoed, Master Kai burst into laughter. Yet, what followed left Xian Yun momentarily taken aback. The nun expressed her gratitude on behalf of her disciple, Yu Ling, saying, "Thank you, General Zhao." Master Kai offered a slight bow, smiling as she spoke. Her words undeniably acknowledged the contributions of both Gu Yueling and Xian Yun Yeha in protecting Lin Mu, while simultaneously exonerating Ji Wudong, removing her from the fray. Why would this person extend help to me? Ji Wudong cast a glance at the elderly nun she had never encountered before, her heart tinged with intrigue. However, she merely posed the question to herself silently, refraining from voicing it aloud. Lin Mu was determined to prevent her from revealing her martial prowess in front of others. With the cover provided by these individuals, it became impossible for Zhao Shun to cast suspicion upon Ji Wudong. In light of this, it was evident that the elderly nun had rendered her invaluable assistance. Contemplating this, Ji Wudong nodded in gratitude towards Master Kai. Subsequently, Lin Mu declined Zhao Shun's invitation to the banquet, taking with him the reward of 100 taels of silver as he departed once more from the general's residence. Naturally, Xian Yun Yeha and the Gu siblings accompanied him, ensuring Lin Mu's safe return to Yanshan City. General Zhao, I shall take my leave, Master Kai acknowledged with a nod toward Zhao Shun before departing alongside Gu Yueling. She still needed to journey to Yanshan City to investigate the cause of Master Kudi's demise and pursue the whereabouts of the demon sect's holy maiden. Of course, she already harbored her own conclusions. After leaving the general's residence, Lin Mu and his companions returned to the inn where they had stayed the previous night, ordering a grand feast of dishes. This banquet served as Lin Mu's gesture of gratitude towards Xian Yun Yeha and the Gu siblings for their unwavering protection. It also functioned as a welcoming banquet for Master Kai. On their way back, Lin Mu and Ji Wudong had learned of Master Kai's true identity, the leader of the Amei sect and the sole martial arts master of the Deyu dynasty. Regardless of her identity, she was not to be underestimated. Thank you, Senior Kai, for concealing Wudong's martial abilities at the general's residence. As the table was laden with food and drink, Lin Mu stood first, raising his cup in gratitude towards the general direction of Master Kai. Observing this, Ji Wudong also rose, lifting her own cup in solidarity. Although she was not fond of alcohol, she felt compelled to accompany Lin Mu's gesture. As a practitioner of a monastic life, Master Kai responded to Lin Mu's gratitude with tea in lieu of wine, quietly observing the young couple before her, pondering their thoughts. Senior Kai, there is one matter I fail to comprehend, and I hope you might enlighten me. After setting down his wine glass, Lin Mu spoke again. directly inquiring, "Why do you choose to assist Wudong?" "Assist her?" Master Kai chuckled softly, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over Lin Mu's tightly shut eyes. "The reason I offer her my aid is to repay your kindness." "Repay my kindness?" Lin Mu was somewhat perplexed, awaiting Master Kai's elucidation. 10 years ago, I secluded myself on Mount Ame, vowing to break through to the Master Realm. I would not emerge until I succeeded. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Master Kai's eyes as she recounted. "However, breaking through to the Master Realm is no simple feat. I attempted several breakthroughs, each culminating in failure. It was not until 5 years ago that I received a manuscript from your master, Elder Lin." "The old curator?" Lin Mu gasped in astonishment, his heart filled with even greater confusion. The manuscript contained insights from his years of martial cultivation. Master Kai continued, "I cross-referenced Elder Lin's martial insights with my own, and at last, I attained a moment of enlightenment, successfully ascending to the Master Realm. At the conclusion of that manuscript, Elder Lin entrusted me with a task, to assist you in restoring your sight after I achieved mastery. However, upon my arrival in Yinshan City 3 years ago, Elder Lin suddenly altered his directive. He remarked that you seemed disinterested in regaining your vision, advising me to revisit the matter after your marriage to Yuling ultimately. He recommended Yuling to me, suggesting I take her as my disciple. Alas, when I next heard your name, it was in the context of the Gu family's dissolution of your engagement." At this point, Master Kai could not suppress a deep sigh, her expression tinged with regret. Why could the Gu family not honor their vow? Had they done so, perhaps Lin Mu would have been willing to seek treatment for his eyes, thus allowing me to repay my debt of gratitude. Meanwhile, Gu Yueling was utterly astonished. She had never imagined that from her master's ascension to the Master Realm to her own apprenticeship at Ame, the old curator had been secretly aiding her. In that moment, Gu Yueling finally comprehended. No wonder Master Kai had not dissuaded her upon learning of her engagement. Instead, she had remained steadfast in her desire to accept her as a disciple. The old curator genuinely wished for her union with Lin Mu. Yet the Gu family had squandered the curator's heartfelt intentions, leaving them with an immense debt of gratitude. The same could be said for her master, Master Kai. On the other side, Lin Mu sat sorrowfully in a chair, remaining silent for a long time. It turned out, aside from General Jinyuan Suzhong, the old curator had orchestrated such arrangements. He had been secretly plotting for Lin Mu's future from a place he could not perceive. A warm tear silently slipped down his cheek, only to be gently wiped away by Ji Wutong, who sat beside him. "Lin Mu, I shall ask you once more, do you now wish to restore your sight? If you nod, I will lend my strength to expel the toxins from your meridians." The venerable Master Kai drained her cup of tea in one swift motion and subsequently inquired. The individuals beside her simultaneously displayed expressions of astonishment. "Lin Shenshi, what are you still hesitating for? Quickly agree to Master Kai," urged Taoist Xian Yun, rising in urgency and raising his voice. "Lin Mu, speak up." Even Ji Wudong, rarely displaying impatience, gently nudged him. Even Gu Yueling and Gu Ming could not refrain from vocally encouraging him, urging him not to miss this opportune moment. However, Lin Mu's response took everyone by surprise. "There is no need to trouble the esteemed elder with my eyes," he stated, taking a deep breath. And amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he slowly continued, "In comparison to restoring my sight, I would rather hope that Elder Kai could consent to one other matter." "What matter?" Master Kai did not exhibit excessive astonishment at Lin Mu's reply. 3 years prior, he had been reluctant to have his eyes healed. Now, with the Gu family's annulment of their engagement, his resolve may have only strengthened. Although this sentiment may seem contrary to human nature, upon reflection, it holds a certain logic. Chapter 59. The Promise. "What would you like me to promise you?" inquired the elder of withered leaves, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu firmly grasped Ji Wudong's hand, slowly raising it. "I hope that when Wudong finds herself in peril, you will extend your hand to save her life." "Very well." The elder nodded, then could not resist casting a glance at her disciple. "Yueling, how foolish you are. Should you miss such a match, you may regret it for a lifetime." Standing silently beside Lin Mu, Ji Wudong did not voice any objections. She neither rejected Lin Mu's sentiments nor wished for him to dismiss her own. Thus, after a hearty meal, Ji Wutong discreetly invited the elder of withered leaves aside. "Elder, I too have a request I wish you would grant," Ji Wudong earnestly implored. "What is it?" The elder harbored no animosity towards the saintess of the demonic sect. Her agreement to serve Prince Qi was merely a step in a larger scheme. Could you lend me the manuscript belonging to Lin? Ji Wudong's eyes shimmered with determination and hope as she continued. If you agree, I am willing to do something within my capacity for you. The elder of withered leaves, upon hearing her words, cast a peculiar glance at Ji Wudong, a smile gracing her lips. Logically, that manuscript is not mine, but rather Lin's, which I borrowed to achieve a breakthrough. Now that I have succeeded, it rightfully belongs to him. However, your proposition holds value for me as well. Thus, I find myself compelled to act against my conscience and keep the manuscript for myself, granting you this favor. With that, the elder produced a yellowed booklet from her robes and handed it to Ji Wudong, while cautioning her, do not waver in your promise, and do not think to demand it back from Lin once I return it to him. Should you do so, I shall not return it at all, and none shall take it from me. In truth, as Ji Wudong gazed at the manuscript before her, a pang of regret washed over her. She silently berated her normally composed self for being so impulsive in this matter, allowing the elder to outmaneuver her and obligate her to a condition. It was her desperation that Lin's eyes might be healed that had clouded her judgment. Yet, it was too late for remorse. Thank you, elder. Ji Wudong accepted the manuscript with a resigned sigh. Do not thank me. Simply remember today as promise, and that will suffice. Rest assured, though I am a woman, I shall never go back on my word. Ji Wudong nodded, then turned to depart. The elder of withered leaves was too cunning. She had no desire to further entangle herself with the old nun. Lin Mu, do not worry. I will surely break through to the master realm and restore your sight. Judatong discreetly tucked the letter into her bosom, silently reflecting. Shortly thereafter, she adopted an air of nonchalance and returned to Lin Mu's side. Upon catching a familiar scent, Lin Mu felt a slight sense of reassurance, and he curiously inquired, what were you up to just now? Nature calls, of course, Judatong replied, playfully pinching Lin Mu's arm and whispering, what? Do you intend to follow me? That would not be necessary. Lin Mu awkwardly shook his head, choosing not to press further. The following morning, the group set off back to Yinshan City. The journey was uneventful, devoid of any further surprises. After all, this territory belonged to the Great Yu dynasty, and for the prairie tribes to sneak in a few individuals was already no small feat. It was improbable they could orchestrate another ambush within such a short span. Moreover, it was likely that the prairie tribes could not muster many skilled fighters at that moment. As they passed the relay station, Lin Mu and his companions discovered that it had been sealed off by the local soldiers of Yin County, with all unauthorized personnel strictly prohibited from approaching. Thus, the group had no choice but to travel through the night. Finally, by midday on the third day, they caught sight of the outline of Yinshan City. At the city gates, Master Kai turned to Gu Yueling and smiled. Yueling, I have some trivial matters to attend to. You may return home first. Yes, Master. Gu Yueling nodded, not daring to show any defiance. After parting ways with the others, Master Kai circumvented Yinshan City and continued her journey northward. After traversing several more miles, she arrived at a village concealed within a valley. May I ask, young sir, where does Mr. Bai reside? Master Kai inquired of a young man passing by. What business do you have with Mr. Bai? The young man asked, a curious expression crossing his face as he scrutinized Master Kai. Noticing her frail appearance, devoid of any weapons, he felt somewhat reassured. I am an old acquaintance of Mr. Bai, and I have come to pay him a visit, Master Kai explained with a smile. I hope you will not mind leading me to him. Then please follow me. The young man nodded and turned to walk down a narrow path through the village. Mr. Bai, as mentioned by Master Kai, lived on the other side of the village. After walking for about 15 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a private school consisting of 5 or 6 thatched cottages. The young man knocked on the gate and called out loudly, Mr. Bai, someone is looking for you. Come in. The door is unlocked, came a frail voice from within. Upon entering the courtyard, Master Kai beheld an elderly man clad in a gray linen robe, and a smile graced her face. Mr. Bai, it has been a while. Oh, Master Kai, what a pleasant surprise. Please come in. Mr. Bai gestured for her to enter. The young man, seeing this, made his way to another room to busy himself with boiling water and preparing tea. It has been 3 years since we last met. I hope Mr. Bai is well. After taking a seat, Master Kai spoke first, smiling as she inquired. I am managing well enough, Mr. Bai replied, stroking his beard with a chuckle. During your visit, did you happen to see my disciple? Indeed, I did. And what did you think? Mr. Bai pressed on. At the mention of this, Master Kai could not help but conjure the image of Ji Wudong in her mind. Nodding, she responded, she is both beautiful and wise, as if a celestial being graced the mortal realm. Should she one day ascend to the throne as empress, she would surely embody the virtues of motherhood, bringing blessings to the people. That is indeed wonderful news, Mr. Bai exclaimed, his laughter ringing out. Yet, as if recalling something, his expression sobered, and he inquired again. I heard that your junior sister, Master Kuti, was slain by my disciple? That is indeed the case, Master Kai sighed, a sense of resignation in her tone. Master Kuti was too burdened by worldly concerns, and such a calamity was destined for her. One cannot blame Miss Wudong for it. As long as you bear no ill will towards my disciple, Mr. Bai remarked, following suit with a deep sigh. The incident had occurred so abruptly that even he had been caught off guard, rendering him powerless to intervene. Chapter 60. Fireworks in the backyard of Jishir Hall. Lin Mu and Old Li exchanged cups, recounting their recent experiences. Meanwhile, Ji Wudong busied herself in the storeroom, organizing the newly acquired New Year goods. Old Ming should be back soon, right? Lin Mu inquired, emptying his cup with a cheerful smile. Very soon, indeed. I reckon it will be within the next 2 or 3 days. Old Li replied with a hearty laugh, nodding in agreement. As the year-end approached, Old Ming, being alone, would return to celebrate the festivities with Lin Mu. However, it was unfortunate that this year, they would not see that scoundrel Gu Xing, which might diminish the merriment. Old Li savored the inferior liquor, a look of sheer enjoyment on his face. Unlike the fine wines of yesteryears, he preferred the coarse grain liquor brewed by Old Zhao from the corner, whose sharp and tangy flavor offered a unique delight. At that moment, Ji Wudong approached Lin Mu and gently reminded him, drink less. Afterward, she turned and continued her task of sorting the New Year goods. Understood. Lin Mu chuckled helplessly, placing his cup back down. Old Li observed this familiar scene with a tinge of nostalgia, shaking his head reflectively. Once upon a time, his own wife had tenderly urged him to drink less as well. Alas, time had changed, and now his spouse's words were often coarse and unrefined. Strangely, though, he found comfort in her admonitions. If a day passed without her scolding him, he would feel an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Lin, my dear physician, I hope you do not follow in my footsteps. Old Li jested while savoring the taste of his drink, or else finding a hidden spot to enjoy a sip will become a challenge. You old rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Mu reclined in his rocking chair, his tone laced with envy. With the life you have now, countless people would yearn for it. Not to mention, Old Ming had mentioned more than once how he envied Old Li's existence. Unlike himself, who, burdened by youthful bloodshed, now remained hidden in the mountains, eking out a living. As Lin Mu set down his cup, Old Li found his solitary drinking to be rather lackluster. After a brief moment, he wobbled to his feet and headed towards the clinic's entrance. Lin Mu noticed, but chose not to see him off, instead succumbing to slumber in his chair. When Ji Wudong returned, Lin Mu was already deep in sleep. Sleeping so soundly, not afraid of catching a chill, she mused, pursing her lips as she draped a nearby blanket over him gently. She then meticulously tidied the tableware before finally closing the clinic's door. Once she had completed her tasks, Ji Wudong took a blanket for herself and sat opposite Lin Mu, sipping her tea while watching him sleep. Unbeknownst to her, a subtle smile crept upon her lips. How wonderful, she thought. Perhaps this is the tranquility I have always longed for. Crack. The streets outside are intermittently filled with the crackling sounds of firecrackers, accompanied by the joyous laughter of children. Though the noise is somewhat disruptive, it brings an unusual sense of comfort. Lin Mu remains in slumber, having turned onto his side, presenting his back to Ji Wudong. Noticing this, Ji Wudong's brows furrow slightly, her expression revealing a hint of displeasure. How annoying. He cannot even sleep peacefully. It reminds her of their previous moments in bed. Ji Wudong's cheeks flush with warmth. Gradually, she rises and tiptoes to Lin Mu's side, gently nudging him with her hands, hoping to coax him into turning over. However, Lin Mu is snugly nestled in his rocking chair, tightly wrapped in a blanket. After several unsuccessful attempts to rouse him, she reluctantly decides to reposition herself, settling in a chair opposite him, continuing to gaze intently at his sleeping form. Each time Lin Mu shifts, Ji Wudong stands up and moves to sit in the opposing chair, ensuring her eyes are always fixed upon him. Despite the inconvenience, it seems rather enjoyable. And her smile grows ever more radiant. Uncertain of how long he has slept, Lin Mu awakens to find Ji Wudong immediately grasping his hand. Are you awake? She inquires. Lin Mu nods, curiosity piqued as he asks, have you been by my side the whole time? Well, I had nothing else to do. Ji Wudong replies with a soft chuckle, helping him sit up straight. What time is it? It's nearly midnight. Is it not already the dead of night? Aren't you tired? Not at all. Ji Wudong stretches lazily as she speaks. Though sitting for so long has made my backside ache, she refrains from voicing. Feeling a touch of shyness. After stretching her stiff limbs, Lin Mu inquires once more, shall we return to the room? Are you still tired? After sleeping for so long. Of course I'm not. She retorts, then adds, will you accompany me to set off fireworks? As she speaks, Ji Wudong takes Lin Mu's hand, leading him to the courtyard at the back. She retrieves a mat from the room and lays it upon the stone bench. You sit here and watch, while I set them off. All right, I'll listen. Lin Mu chuckles, settling down. Moments later, a resounding bang erupts skyward. Whoosh! Fireworks burst forth, illuminating the vast night sky. Simultaneously, Ji Wudong's unabashed laughter fills the air. Having known her for so long, this is the first time Lin Mu witnesses Ji Wudong laugh so joyously and unrestrained. With a sparkler in hand, she dances and leaps gleefully in the courtyard, her true, unguarded self shining through. It seems as if the entirety of Yinshan City has responded to a silent command, as fireworks ascend one after another into the night sky. The townsfolk ignite their own fireworks in celebration of the impending new year. Lin Mu, do you know? Fireworks are truly beautiful. Ji Wudong stood in the courtyard, calling out to Lin Mu with unwavering determination. Rest assured, I will restore your eyesight. I will spare no effort, regardless of the cost. Lin Mu sat on a stone bench, silent in response, his thoughts drifting to the late curator. Curator, I have encountered a remarkable person, a beauty whose splendor eclipses even the grandest fireworks, a gentle soul unparalleled by any other woman in this world. She far surpasses the bride you selected for me. 1,000-fold. After releasing the fireworks, Ji Wudong approached Lin Mu, gently caressing his cheek, and inquired softly, what occupies your thoughts? Why do you remain silent? I was thinking of the curator, Lin Mu replied candidly. And then, I told him that my discernment surpasses his. Ha ha. Ji Wudong laughed heartily, teasingly responding, then tell me, how many fingers am I holding up? You expect a blind man to see how many fingers you have raised? Did you not say you have good vision? How many? As she spoke, Ji Wudong withdrew her right hand and formed a peace sign. 1. Lin Mu replied casually. Wow, you are amazing. Ji Wudong changed her gesture, giving a thumbs up and playfully pressing it against Lin Mu's face. She recalled how Lin Mu had previously used that very gesture to boast about his own prowess. Chapter 61. The elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. In recent days, the temperature has warmed slightly, and the floor of the room is no longer as frigid as before. However, Lin Mu and Ji Wudong tacitly refrained from mentioning the idea of sleeping on the floor, continuing to squeeze into the rather cramped little bed together. As 2 more days passed, the eve of the Lunar New Year arrived on the 20th day of the 12th month. Old Meng, who had been away for over a month, finally arrived at the entrance of Jishir Hall, driving a donkey cart. Lin, my esteemed healer, guess what delightful treasure I have brought for you, Old Meng exclaimed, effortlessly shouldering a 1/2-gene piece of pork as he strode into the clinic. What delightful treasure? Lin Mu, busy setting a fracture for a patient, replied with a smile upon hearing the voice. A wild boar, which I purchased from the village. Its meat is of exceptional quality, Old Meng declared, as he made his way to the kitchen, intending to wait for the pork to thaw slightly before having oldly cut it into manageable pieces for future use. Unexpectedly, he nearly collided with Ji Wudong. Forgive me, sister-in-law, I did not see you. Old Meng quickly bent down to apologize. It's fine, Ji Wudong nodded. But a moment later, she realized there was an issue with how Old Meng had referred to her. However, explaining it now would likely complicate matters further. Blushing, she chose to act as if she hadn't heard anything and hurried towards the front hall. As the year-end approached, there were not many patients in the clinic. Lin Mu soon finished treating the day's ailments and reclined back into the rocking chair. You can't just lie there all the time, looking like an old man. Ji Wudong chided upon witnessing this scene, shaking her head in disapproval. Immediately, she countered her own thoughts. No, even an old man has more spirit than you. Ji Wudong thought of Old Li. Compared to Lin Mu, the nearly 70-year-old Old Li appeared significantly more vigorous. You wouldn't understand. I am conserving my energy. Lin Mu calmly retorted, a smile gracing his face. Nonsense, I don't believe you. Ji Wudong, having approached Lin Mu, tugged at his arm and pulled him up. Stop lying down. Accompany me to paste the couplets. Me? Lin Mu pointed to himself, thinking she might be overestimating his abilities. Yes, you. Ji Wudong insisted, unwavering. As she pulled him towards the back courtyard, she set the freshly prepared paste and the spring couplets on the table, then called Old Meng inside. Shortly, I will apply the paste to the couplets, and you and Old Meng will go outside to hang them, she instructed. Upon hearing this, both Lin Mu and Old Meng exchanged resigned smiles, knowing better than to defy Ji Wudong's orders, and nodded in agreement. Before long, Lin Mu, holding a pair of couplets, stepped out of the bedroom with the assistance of Old Meng. Move to the left a bit. No, that is too much. Move to the right a little. Gradually now? Oh dear, that is not right. The right side is too high. Outside the clinic, Old Meng stood several meters away, vociferously directing Lin Mu, nearly stamping his feet in frustration, wishing he could just paste the couplets himself. However, upon glancing at the empty sleeve, he could only sigh helplessly. What are you shouting about? Lin Mu stood atop a stool, eyes tightly shut. Am I not aware of it? Otherwise, would I need a reminder? I have lost a hand. Otherwise, I wouldn't require your assistance. Old Meng retorted defiantly. The commotion was so loud that even Ji Wudong, in the back courtyard of the medical hall, could vaguely hear them. However, she chose not to intervene, instead sitting leisurely with a cup of tea, unable to suppress her thoughts. A blind Lin Mu, a disabled Old Meng, an aging Old Li, and a still immature Gu Xing. This Jishir hall was indeed brimming with a diverse array of talents, gathering the old, weak, ill, and disabled. Oh, I almost forgot. There was also me, a frail woman lacking the strength to lift a chicken. If we were to abide by the laws of the previous dynasty, I could have claimed government relief funds. With a slurp, she slowly finished her cup of tea, while Lin Mu and Old Meng finally completed the first couplet and returned to fetch another. Ji Wudong, in less than a minute, had prepared the paste for the couplet and handed it to Lin Mu. Are we heading out again so soon? Lin Mu remarked, unable to contain his sarcasm. Yet Ji Wudong seemed oblivious, picking up a pastry and indulging herself. Seeing this, Old Meng could only assist Lin Mu and head toward the kitchen door. Are you pasting the couplets? After an indeterminate amount of time, Old Li ambled into Jishir Hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Old Meng had never missed Old Li so much. Upon hearing his voice, he couldn't help but rush forward, exclaiming, Quick, come help. That one tea do. Pasting couplets isn't as entertaining as watching the spectacle. Old Li chuckled, shaking off Old Meng's grasp, and went to fetch a pot of wine from the kitchen. He then plopped down on a stone bench in the courtyard, watching the two with a smile. You old rascal, you're quite the character. Old Meng scolded in frustration, returning to direct Lin Mu in pasting the couplets. Before long, the sounds of Lin Mu and Old Meng bickering echoed through the courtyard once more. Only when Old Li could no longer bear to watch did he rise to assist, significantly speeding up the progress of the couplet hanging. After completing the couplets, the three returned to the front hall of the medical hall, gathering around the hearth to chat. So, does this mean Zhao Shun won tea last more than a month? Old Meng exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Lin Mu's words. He might make it to the Lantern Festival. Lin Mu pondered for a moment before explaining. The prescription I provided last time will drive him to madness. The current prescription will induce hallucinations, blurring the lines between dreams and reality. As for how long he will survive, that depends on his luck. Upon hearing this, Old Li clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Zhao Shun, seeking fame at the cost of General Su Zhong's life, deserves such a fate. Yet with his demise, what shall be done when the barbarian hordes of the grasslands launch their grand assault next year? In response to Old Li's concern, Old Meng appeared rather unperturbed. He waved his hand dismissively and remarked, Rest assured, the princes at court are currently embroiled in a fierce struggle. None shall overlook the rich territory of Yanjun. After all, securing the support of the over 200,000 troops in Yanjun could provide a glimmer of hope for those who fail in their bid for the throne to rise again and claim power. Moreover, the old emperor, despite his advanced years and obsession with alchemy, has yet to succumb to folly and will not turn a blind eye to the threats posed by the barbarian tribes. The Great Yu Dynasty. despite its recent decline in strength, remains vast and resourceful. Dealing with the grassland barbarians shall not pose a significant challenge. The true peril lies in the power struggles among the princes at court and the lurking ambitions of the demonic sect. However, once the contest for the throne concludes, the newly enthroned emperor may well possess the capability to rectify the ailments plaguing the Great Yu and emerge as a revitalizing sovereign. After all, the princes nurtured by the old emperor are endowed with considerable acumen, far from being inept rulers. Chapter 62. A wager. Meanwhile, within the General Zhi Yuan's residence, Zhao Shun awoke from his slumber just past noon, feeling invigorated and utterly refreshed. After several days of consuming the medicinal concoctions prescribed by Lin Mu, his affliction of night terrors had finally been alleviated, greatly enhancing his overall disposition. Last night, he had even shared a bed with 2 concubines without feeling fatigued. This Lin Mu certainly possessed remarkable skills. Such talent, I find myself reluctant to order your demise. Zhao Shun mused as he sat in his study. Yet the thought of the ethereal and graceful Ji Wudong ignited a fervor within him, instantly extinguishing any flicker of compassion that had momentarily surfaced. Lin Mu, you must die. However, after your demise, I might extend a measure of kindness and care for Ji Wudong. It is merely a pity that Master Kai is too formidable. Otherwise, I could have claimed that Gu Yueling as well. The more Zhao Shun pondered, the more entranced he became, and in a daze, he truly believed he beheld Ji Wudong standing before him. Master, Ji Wudong stepped forward, bowing and saluting. Though puzzled by her masculine gesture, Zhao Shun dismissed his thoughts and swiftly crossed the desk, leaping forward to embrace the enchanting figure. Master, what are you doing? The Ji Wudong before him began to struggle violently. Ha ha ha, do not move. Allow me to admire you. Zhao Shun laughed heartily, his hands cupping Ji Wudong's face as he scrutinized her closely. Oh, why are you not wearing a veil today? And this visage, why does it seem increasingly familiar? Almost akin to my steward. A wave of confusion washed over Zhao Shun. Could it be that the steward and Ji Wudong shared a kinship? Perhaps they were distant relatives? Master, please do not frighten me. The steward's voice grew ever clearer. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shun shook his head, and the figure before him transformed from Ji Wudong into his steward. Master? Master? The steward continued to call out incessantly. What is the commotion? Zhao Shun pushed the steward away, his face flushed as he turned his back. I merely reflect on your years of diligent service to the Zhao family. It stirs my emotions. I shall have you collect your annual stipend from the storeroom later. Consider it a reward from me. And remember, today's affair must remain confidential. The steward, bewildered, could not fathom Zhao Shun's peculiar behavior. However, with the promise of silver, a brief embrace seemed a trivial matter. Thank you, master. The steward quickly bowed in gratitude. Once the awkwardness began to dissipate, Zhao Shun turned back to the steward and inquired, what is it you wish to discuss? Master, I wanted to ask if we should once again consult a few physicians regarding the diagnosis of Lin Xinshi's prescriptions. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Shun shook his head. No, let us not complicate matters. Regarding those mediocre doctors who are incapable of curing ailments, what understanding could they possess of medicinal prescriptions? Ultimately, they end up appropriating the knowledge of these prescriptions, thus benefiting those incompetent fools. Upon hearing Zhao Shun's words, the steward nodded and promptly turned to take his leave. He still had a year's worth of salary to collect. Should Zhao Shun change his mind, he would suffer a significant loss. Therefore, the pressing matter at hand was to hasten the collection of his silver. As for whether Zhao Shun had been possessed, he couldn't be bothered to care. In Yinshan City, at Jishir Hall, Ji Wudong prepared a lavish feast in honor of Old Ming and Old Li, out of respect for Lin Mu. She had little taste for alcohol. Thus her meal was consumed swiftly. However, after finishing her meal, Ji Wudong did not depart but, as was her custom, tenderly fed Lin Mu. She served him dishes and poured wine without a hint of complaint. Such a display of wifely virtue naturally elicited admiration from Old Ming and Old Li. The two exchanged knowing glances, each reflecting the joy in the other's eyes. Given the current circumstances, it seemed likely that this year they would celebrate the union of Lin Mu and Ji Wudong. Particularly for Old Ming, who had not returned to Jishir Hall for over a month, he noticed significant changes within. The arrangement of the front hall had been meticulously organized by Ji Wudong. The interior was much more orderly, adorned with numerous handcrafted decorative pieces. when he brought pork into the kitchen that morning. He also observed that it was cleaner and tidier than before. One must admit, Jishir Hall now resembled a home more than it did when Gu Xing was in charge. Ji Wudong's contributions were undeniable. It appears that having a woman by one's side is essential, Old Ming mused as he swallowed a mouthful of wine. Alas, he lamented his own misfortune, believing he might never encounter a fair lady to accompany him in this life. As the new year approached, what was there to sigh about? Old Li, sensing Old Ming's mood had soured, quickly interjected, "Drink up. What do you intend to do with that remaining wine in the jar? Are you planning to raise fish for an old man like me? Get lost. What precious fish of yours would require Jishir Hall's aged medicinal wine for sustenance?" Old Ming laughed heartily, raising the jar to finish the remaining wine in one gulp. This wine was Lin Mu's collection, infused with various medicinal herbs, each with distinct properties. The jar Old Ming consumed contained ingredients that cleared heat and dispelled dampness, specifically prepared by Lin Mu for him. As Old Ming often traversed the mountains to procure herbs, where summers were dark and damp, and winters were harsh and freezing, this medicinal wine helped prevent rheumatism. Ji Wudong had her own share, though it had been steeped for too short a time, rendering it unfit for consumption just yet. "Have you all heard?" Old Ming, feeling the effects of the alcohol, slurred. "It seems a band of mountain bandits has emerged over in Beishan. It is likely some corrupt county magistrate has driven the common folk to take up arms." "Who can say for certain?" Old Li retorted. "What if they are refugees or defeated soldiers from some tribe on the grasslands, fleeing to this place? Such occurrences are not unprecedented. With the vastness of Yanjun, relying solely on the frontline city of Shuafang cannot secure all the minor pathways." As Old Li articulated, the scouts at the front could only detect the movements of the large barbarian army from the grasslands. Regarding the smaller groups of 30 or 50 barbarians approaching via forest trails, their discovery would depend entirely on fortune. However, upon hearing Old Li's words, Old Ming scoffed disdainfully. "You always find a way to argue with me. If you don't believe it, why don't we make a wager, Old Li?" "A wager on what?" Old Li, unwilling to back down, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "If those mountain bandits are truly common folk driven to banditry, you must give me all of your treasured jars of palace wine." Old Ming licked his lips, revealing his true intentions. At that moment, he showed no signs of inebriation whatsoever. Old Li, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, understood the gravity of his predicament. Yet, in the presence of Lin Mu and Ji Wudong, he could not concede defeat and had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. He then boldly countered, "And what if you lose?" Chapter 63. The Bandits. What if you lose? Old Li retorted loudly. "Lose? How could I possibly lose?" Old Ming scoffed, turning his head away. "How could you not? Unless you have already investigated the origins of those bandits and set a trap for me, deceiving me out of my wine. I am not that sort of person." Old Ming slammed the table, his expression becoming somewhat flustered. I simply do not know what I could wager against you." This was indeed the truth. Old Ming wandered through the mountain villages daily, possessing very little silver. It was inconceivable for him to stake anything of value against the treasured imperial wine of Old Li. "Then let it be a debt for now." Old Li pondered for a moment, drunkenly declaring, "When I desire something, you shall fetch it for me." "I am not a thief," Old Ming muttered, but he nodded in agreement to Old Li's condition. However, he was aware that this was likely just a casual remark from Old Li. After all, in his current state of indulgence, with no worries of hunger or thirst, and hardly ever leaving Yanshan City, there was little that could catch his eye. "It is settled then." Old Li drained the jar of wine in one gulp, loudly proclaiming, "I request the esteemed Dr. Lin and Miss Wudong to bear witness. No one is allowed to cheat. Only a scoundrel cheats." Old Ming, unwilling to back down, thumped his chest in assurance. With that, the two of them disregarded their drinks and linked arms as they exited. They were determined to venture to the North Mountain and uncover the truth about the bandits. Ji Wudong watched the two depart, silently concerned as she turned to Lin Mu and asked, "Can they manage this?" "Rest assured," Lin Mu replied with a wave of his hand and a smile. "As long as these two have not offended the venerable Master Kai, there is no one in this world who could possibly harm them." Old Ming was a first-rate warrior, and Old Li's lightness of foot was unparalleled. Therefore, as long as they wished to leave, no one could hinder them, save for the masterful Kai. The two men exited Jishir Hall without hiring a carriage, propelled by their intoxication straight to the city gate, and then along the official road heading north. Judging by their determined demeanor, it seemed they intended to traverse the over 100 miles to the North Mountain on foot. As time passed, the sun set and night fell. After walking all afternoon, the two gradually sobered up, and a profound sense of regret began to seep into their hearts. If they were to reach the North Mountain and then return, it would surely be after the New Year's Eve celebrations had concluded. Yet, given the circumstances, neither felt comfortable suggesting postponing their journey. Old Li cast a sidelong glance at Old Ming, noticing his resolute gaze, and could only let out a silent sigh. Well, let it be a venture in the company of a gentleman. As for whether his wife would be angry upon his return from North Mountain, that was no longer his concern. Meanwhile, Old Ming, though outwardly composed, was equally tormented within. Just imagine, during such a festive season, Old Li, despite being alone without his wife, daughter, or grandson, resolutely decided to accompany himself to Beishan. What reason did he have to retreat as a solitary figure? Oh, let it be. He would merely treat it as a bout of drunken folly. Old Ming mused inwardly, quickening his pace. Observing this, Old Li, unwilling to be outdone, hastened to overtake him. In terms of martial prowess, I may not rival you, but in agility, I am your elder. Sensing Old Li's competitive spirit, Old Ming increased his speed once more, almost breaking into a run. Being 20 years younger and possessing a superior martial realm, how could he possibly allow himself to lag behind? Unbeknownst to them, the two on the official road were growing swifter by the moment. Should a passerby have been present, they would likely glimpse two fleeting shadows, one pursuing the other at remarkable speed. At last, after a relentless sprint, they collapsed by the roadside, utterly exhausted. I can't go on. The sun is rising. I must rest for a while. Old Li sat upon a stone by the road, uncorking his wine flask and taking several hearty gulps, finally regaining a modicum of strength. Let me have a sip too. Old Ming snatched the flask, gulping down a generous portion before gasping. You old fellow, you really can run fast. Of course. Otherwise, I would have perished 800 times over. Old Li replied with pride, reclaiming the flask for a hearty drink. In this contest of agility, it was evident that the elder still retained his vigor, gaining a slight edge. Do not celebrate too soon. The true victor has yet to be determined. Old Ming cast a sidelong glance at the faint outline of Beishan ahead, scoffing. At this point, they were merely a few miles from their destination. With their stamina, they could reach it in no more than 15 minutes, considering they had already sprinted all afternoon and through the night. Otherwise, they might have arrived in a mere quarter of an hour. After a brief respite, Old Li brushed off the dirt from his trousers and rose. Old Ming followed suit, and together they pressed on towards Beishan. According to the news Old Ming had received, the bandits' hideout lay just beyond the mountain. Although dubbed a hideout, it was merely a makeshift enclosure formed by a cluster of wooden stakes. The two moved swiftly along the mountain path, soon reaching the summit. Just as they were about to descend, Old Ming suddenly heard a commotion. Hush! Old Ming quickly grasped Old Li's arm, whispering, Do you hear that sound? It seems there is indeed a noise. It resembles cries of battle. Old Li tilted his head to listen for a few moments, and there were screams. They exchanged glances, curiosity igniting within them, and cautiously made their way down the mountain. Meanwhile, within the bandits' encampment, nearly 100 soldiers clad in leather armor were engaged in slaying a group of ragged bandits armed with crude weapons. Among this band of brigands were nearly 100 elderly, weak, women, and children, huddled together, trembling in fear. Kill! The two leading young warriors wielded their long blades, swiftly vanquishing several bandits, which significantly boosted the morale of their comrades. Outnumbered and outmatched in terms of equipment, the mountain thieves stood no chance against these well-trained soldiers. In no time, they were all slain, leaving only the elderly, women, and children they had tried to protect. What shall we do with these people, Gu Mao? Gu Xing, wiping the blood from his face, approached Su Mao, who was known by the alias Gu Mao, and, suppressing his inner discomfort, posed the question. Their military orders were clear: to eradicate this band of brigands completely, ensuring peace for the citizens of Yanjun while honing their own skills. However, the presence of these vulnerable individuals left Gu Xing at a loss regarding how to proceed. Su Mao, upon hearing the inquiry, did not respond directly but instead smiled and countered, It's your first time taking a life. Can you bear it? Yes, it's manageable. Though somewhat nauseating, Gu Xing nodded in acknowledgement. Then you should take a moment to rest. They have instructed me to handle this. Chapter 64. Fishing rod what? Gu Xing, upon hearing the first half of Su Mao's statement, was about to nod in agreement. However, the latter part of Su Mao's words startled him greatly. Gu Mao, are you serious? Gu Xing exclaimed, his face betraying astonishment. Those people are merely women and children. He had intended to issue orders to spare the elderly and vulnerable, but as the vice commander, he lacked the authority to make such unilateral decisions. This was precisely why Gu Xing sought Su Mao's counsel, firmly believing that he would arrive at the same conclusion. To his dismay, Su Mao harbored intentions of total annihilation for these individuals. Are women and children not bandits? Su Mao countered, his expression impassive. Do you think the money and provisions pilfered by those bandits were not spent or consumed by them? Gu Xing was about to retort, but was abruptly silenced by Su Mao's sharp reprimand. Gu Xing, do not forget what I have taught you. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. Our directive is to completely eradicate the bandits, leaving no room for future threats. If you wish to save lives, return to Jishir Hall and be a doctor, and never again utter the desire to become a general. Throughout their time in the military, Su Mao imparted everything he had learned from his father to Gu Xing: encampment, fortification, military strategy, and martial skills. Su Mao held nothing back, treating Gu Xing as his own brother. It was precisely for this reason that Su Mao wished to shield Gu Xing from the potential pitfalls of his overly compassionate nature. After all, his father, Su Zhong, had perished because of such sentiments. Otherwise, Zhao Shun, who repeatedly violated military discipline, might have long since met his end. I understand. After being chastised by Su Mao, Gu Xing lowered his head and nodded in acknowledgement. Witnessing this, Su Mao felt a pang of regret, realizing that his words had perhaps been too harsh. He placed a reassuring hand on Gu Xing's shoulder, speaking with patience. I know this pains you, but it is a reality you must come to terms with. We are both still young, yet we wield swords and blades, are we not? The families of those bandits are no different. Do you believe that if we let them go, they would not deceive and wreak havoc upon others? Even the elderly, women, and children can wield weapons and kill. Gu Xing, listening to Su Mao's words, bit his lip in silence. He was acutely aware that Su Mao spoke the truth. However, having previously followed Lin Mu and been accustomed to saving lives, he had never witnessed killing, especially against defenseless women and children. This was a reality he found difficult to accept. Go, rest over there for a while. Once I have dealt with the matter at hand, we will return together. With that, Su Mao gave Gu Xing's shoulder another reassuring pat before turning towards the group of the elderly and vulnerable. Before long, anguished cries echoed throughout the bandit camp. Ultimately, a great fire consumed everything, leaving no trace behind. On the other side, Lao Ming and Lao Li were concealed among the trees nearby, observing the recent events and the quarrel between Su Mao and Gu Xing. In comparison to Su Mao, Gu Xing appeared almost like a novice. Lao Ming shook his head, lamenting, he is still too kind-hearted. What is wrong with kindness? Lao Li retorted, it is remarkable that Gu Xing has honed such skills in merely a few months. He is still young. He will improve with time. Unlike Lao Ming, Lao Li valued and cherished the changes he saw in Gu Xing. Who would have imagined that the little beggar who once trailed behind Lin Mu would so swiftly evolve into a youthful general capable of leading troops against bandits? If Lin Mu were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be filled with joy. Lao Ming, weary of idle chatter with Lao Li, noticed that Su Mao and Gu Xing had already led their soldiers away. He leapt down from the great tree, rummaging through the ashes of the bandit camp before him, striving to uncover any traces that might reveal the origins of these marauders. Lao Li joined him, though the bandits had occupied this place for over a month, robbing numerous merchants and their goods. As they searched, they discovered not only barbarian artifacts, but also items from the Great Yu. With these finds alone, it was impossible to discern the bandits' lineage unless they sought answers from Gu Xing himself. Let us call it a draw, Lao Ming declared, unwilling to prolong their efforts, and glanced at Lao Li, who nodded in agreement. Let's head back quickly. Perhaps we can still make it in time for the New Year's Eve dinner. With that, Lao Li took the lead towards the official road, and Lao Ming followed closely behind. Meanwhile, in the Jishir Hall, Lin Mu reclined alone in a rocking chair, basking in the warm afternoon sun. With the new year approaching, the neighbors were bustling about tidying their homes. Even though he felt slightly unwell, they refrained from seeking treatment out of superstition, opting instead to prepare for the festive season. Consequently, the Jishir Hall was devoid of visitors. and Lin Mu decided to grant himself a few days of respite. At that moment, Ji Wudong approached Lin Mu with a wooden basin and fishing gear. Smiling as she said, "I've prepared a basin of water for you to fish." Inside the basin, she had placed dozens of small fish, each about the length of a thumb. Seizing the rare opportunity to relax, Ji Wudong encouraged Lin Mu to indulge in his fishing hobby. "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Mu accepted the fishing rod and cast it into the basin with a gentle splash. Almost immediately, a similar sound echoed as Ji Wudong squatted beside him, using a makeshift fishing rod to join in the activity. Is fishing truly so enjoyable? If one desires fish, can't I simply dart one with a throwing knife? Ji Wudong gazed curiously at the water basin and inquired. Su Linmu, upon hearing this, made a gesture for silence and softly explained. The essence of fishing lies in the experience, not merely in the outcome. Is that why you often fish for hours, yet catch nothing? She retorted, her words somewhat harsh. Linmu, reclining in the rocking chair, turned away, unwilling to engage further with Ji Wudong. How could such a melodious voice belong to a woman who spoke so bitterly? Observing this, Ji Wudong let out a cold huff and resumed her fishing, diligently casting her line. For some unknown reason, fortune favored her today. In just a short while, she had caught over 10 fish. In stark contrast, Linmu had yet to hook even a single one. Very well, you may fish alone. As the sound of casting and reeling echoed in his ears, Linmu felt increasingly ashamed and resorted to feigning sleep. Oh, then I shall use your fishing rod. Yours is far sturdier than the one I fashioned from willow branches. As soon as Ji Wudong finished her statement, another small fish was caught. Meanwhile, Linmu could only think of the words willow branch fishing rod, feeling utterly insulted. Chapter 65. Gift-giving. The new year for adults is not as lively as one might imagine, particularly in the spacious Ji Shirtang, where only Lin Mu and Ji Wutong remain. One of them sits silently sipping tea, while the other reclines in a rocking chair, asleep and blind. Even if Ji Wutong wished to create some merriment, she found herself powerless to do so. It wasn't until Old Ming and Old Li returned in the dead of night that the Ji Shirtang regained a semblance of festive spirit. Thank goodness the city gates remain open during the new year. Otherwise, we would have had to sleep outside, exclaimed Old Li as he shed his heavy cotton coat. A look of relief on his face. Old Ming remained silent, quietly making his way to the kitchen to warm up the leftover dishes. For the past couple of days, they had been preoccupied with their journey and had scarcely eaten, leaving them ravenous. Lin Xin-yi, had you seen that rascal Gu Xing, you would have been utterly astonished. And Su Mao, true to his martial lineage, is truly ruthless, nearly rivaling Old Ming. Old Li recounted their recent encounters, particularly with Gu Xing and Su Mao. His words animated and vivid, akin to a storyteller in a tavern. Lin Mu simply sat in the rocking chair, listening quietly, a smile gradually forming on his lips. To hear news of Gu Xing during the new year was a consolation for Lin Mu. The lad, stubborn yet soft-hearted, was understandably struggling to accept things at the moment. By the end of the tale, Lin Mu chuckled and remarked, "But I believe next time, he will no longer be so naive." Meanwhile, Ji Wutong appeared rather indifferent to Gu Xing's growth. Her curiosity lay solely with the outcome of the wager between Old Ming and Old Li. A draw. Old Li waved his hand dismissively, responding with a hint of exasperation. The bandit hideout was completely incinerated by Su Mao. There's no way to discern from where those brigands originated. What a waste of time, dragging this old man around for 2 days. I'm fortunate that my body is still in decent shape. Otherwise, my old limbs might have succumbed to Old Ming's hands. Nonsense. Old Ming's voice echoed from the kitchen. Old limbs. You run faster than a rabbit. As he spoke, he carefully approached with a plate of leftover food in hand. Upon seeing this, Old Li shook his head and hurried to assist him. Lin Mu and Ji Wutong did not join them for the meal. After exchanging pleasantries, they made their way toward the back courtyard and the bedroom. It was getting late. It was time for bed. The two of them, sharing a room? Old Ming cast a casual glance, his face betraying a look of astonishment. Indeed, Old Li also gaped in surprise. This was the first time he had learned of such a matter. Alas, it seems I must acquire more medicinal herbs next year. Otherwise, I shall find myself lacking funds for the customary contributions. As for this old man, I must sell more fish. I cannot allow my offerings to be less than yours. Ha ha ha. The following morning, the door of Jishir Hall was rapped upon by a group of neighbors bearing New Year's gifts. This has become a tradition in the nearby streets. In the past, during festive seasons, the neighbors would present gifts to the esteemed old curator. Though the old curator is no longer with us, the neighbors continue this practice. The gifts varied widely, including homemade pickles, frozen vegetables, cured meats, and handcrafted items. While these gifts may hold little monetary value, the sentiment behind them is truly precious. What surprised everyone was the presence of Gu Ming among the gift bearers. "Young Master Gu, what brings you here?" Old Li inquired with a trace of irritation upon seeing Gu Ming's bald head. "I have come to visit Lin Mu. As we grew up together. Is that a problem?" Gu Ming chuckled lightly as he strode into the house, instructing the servants to bring in the beautifully wrapped boxes. "Lin Mu, some of these gifts are from my family, while the rest are from my master and my uncle. I shall leave them here." With that, Gu Ming did not wait for Lin Mu's consent and instructed the servants to arrange the gifts. By the way, just as Gu Ming was about to depart, he paused, turning back to say, "If you have time, could you?" He hesitated, as his gaze fell upon Ji Wudong approaching from the backyard. Swallowing the words he had nearly uttered, with a resigned sigh, he shook his head and left. Ever since Gu Yueling learned from Master Kai that Lin Mu's eyesight could be restored at any moment, she had become a mere shadow of herself. Consumed by worry and despair, she secluded herself in her room, refusing to see anyone. Gu Ming had passed by her door several times, hearing her sorrowful sighs echoing within. He understood that Gu Yueling was filled with regret. Thus, Gu Ming had intended to take this opportunity to ask Lin Mu to visit the Gu family and comfort his sister. However, upon seeing Ji Wudong, he abandoned this thought. Now, Lin Mu and Ji Wudong were in perfect harmony, deeply in love. How could he possibly intrude? If Ji Wudong were to quarrel with Lin Mu over this matter, it would be his fault. At this point, one could only blame the Gu family for their own misfortunes and not Lin Mu. "Ba," Gu Ming murmured softly, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Fortunately, he had renounced worldly attachments long ago, thus avoiding the entanglements of love. In hindsight, this decision proved to be wise. "What is wrong with him?" Ji Wudong asked, gazing curiously at Gu Ming's retreating figure. "I do not know," Lin Mu replied, shaking his head. He left mid-sentence. Who can say what he meant? Immediately thereafter, he somewhat helplessly retorted, "The Gu family has bestowed so many gifts. What shall we do about it?" In the Great Yu dynasty, known for its emphasis on etiquette, the principle of reciprocity is held in high regard. Despite the unpleasantness between Lin Mu and the Gu family, it is the new year, and they have delivered their congratulatory gifts to his doorstep. Thus, he cannot be without a token of appreciation, otherwise he would appear miserly. Upon hearing this, Ji Wudong pondered for a few moments before softly responding, "Shall I purchase some gifts to send to the Gu family on your behalf?" "That would be splendid." Lin Mu nodded vigorously, for he had awaited this very affirmation. Without Ji Wudong's consent, he would not dare to visit the Gu family to present gifts, fearing that Ji Wudong might misconstrue his intentions, believing he still harbored feelings for Gu Yueling, which would lead to unnecessary complications. Evidently, Ji Wudong discerned Lin Mu's subtle thoughts. Rather than feeling any displeasure, she secretly reveled in her insight. With a smile, she retrieved some silver from the counter and promptly headed outside. Chapter 66. Illusions. Old Li and Old Ming stood to the side, listening intently to the conversation between the two. Ji Wudong had already assumed the demeanor of a true hostess, particularly evident in Lin Mu's attitude, which had clearly conveyed everything. The two old men exchanged glances, genuinely pleased for the couple. Before long, Ji Wudong had procured gifts for everyone, ensuring that no one was overlooked. Gomo Tian, the head of the Gu family, his siblings, the carefree Xianyun Iha, and the venerable Master Kai. Since Lin Mu had placed such trust in her, she could not afford to tarnish his reputation, thus considering every detail meticulously. Subsequently, Ji Wudong summoned a young servant from the shop, who drove a horse-drawn cart to deliver the items to the entrance of the Gu family estate. This marked her second visit to the Gu residence. The first had been for the covert assassination of Master Kai, under the veil of night, when the details had been obscured. This time, however, Ji Wudong beheld a vast and opulent estate. The exterior decorations alone were sufficient to evoke the term luxurious. It was no surprise that this martial arts family had thrived for generations in Yanshan City. Such wealth was rare throughout the entire Yanjun. Ji Wudong cast a sweeping glance over the Gu estate, sighing inwardly at its grandeur. Although Gumo Tian's reputation in the martial world was not as illustrious as that of the Xianyan Iha brothers, he was nonetheless a genuine second-tier warrior. Coupled with such substantial family assets, the choice of Gu Yueling as Lin Mu's fiancée by the old curator seemed entirely justifiable. Indeed, one could argue that if Lin Mu were to wed Gu Yueling, it would not be an exaggeration to say he had climbed to a loftier social rung. Of course, this was contingent upon Lin Mu not revealing his connections. Otherwise, his associations with Old Ming, Old Li, and Xianyan Iha alone would be enough to warrant the Gu family's respectful treatment. Moreover, no one knew the full extent of Lin Mu's relationships beyond these individuals. Perhaps even he himself was not entirely aware of them. "My lady, our master requests your presence." After waiting briefly at the entrance of the Gu estate, the housekeeper hurried to greet her, showing great deference as he ushered Ji Wudong inside. A quarter of an hour earlier, Gumo Tian had been informed by his servant of a visitor from Jishitang, instinctively believing it to be Lin Mu. He promptly instructed the housekeeper to extend a warm welcome and personally sought out Gu Yueling, urging her to come and meet their guest. Upon hearing of Lin Mu's arrival, Gu Yueling had indeed opened the door and followed Gumo Tian towards the grand hall. Yet, upon their arrival, she was suddenly struck by the realization that the visitor was not Lin Mu at all, but Ji Wudong. Gu Yueling's expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively sought to retreat. This reaction was not due to any particular aversion she held towards Ji Wudong, but rather stemmed from a sense of profound inadequacy in the presence of such a flawless woman, leaving her feeling utterly diminished and lacking the courage to compete. Why, in this world, did such perfection exist? "Miss Gu, it has been a long time since we last met." Upon seeing Gu Yueling, Ji Wudong was the first to greet her with a smile. Gu Yueling, feeling somewhat embarrassed, could not simply take her leave and managed a shy smile before settling down to engage in small talk. "By the way, where's Lin Mu?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Yueling could no longer suppress her curiosity and gently inquired. "He stayed up a bit late yesterday and is likely still catching up on his sleep," Ji Wudong replied, recalling the scene of Lin Mu napping in the rocking chair before she left. However, her words caused Gu Yueling's expression to shift dramatically once more. "Staying up late? Goodness. I had thought you came to pay a New Year visit, only to find out you are here to show off." This thought made Gu Yueling inwardly resentful towards Gu Ming, suspecting he must have said something on his way to Jishir Hall that triggered Ji Wudong's dissatisfaction and prompted her to come to the Gu family to assert her presence. "Hee, it seems your relationship is quite good," Gu Yueling said with an awkward smile. Unbeknownst to Ji Wudong, her previous comment had already led Gu Yueling to misunderstand. As she continued to speak to herself, "Lin Mu and I indeed get along quite well. I am here today at his suggestion to present you with gifts." With that, Ji Wudong instructed a servant to bring forth the gifts she had carefully selected, which were of considerable value and suitable as a return gesture. After presenting the gifts, Ji Wudong did not linger any longer and promptly took her leave. Were it not for Lin Mu's reputation, she would have been disinclined to deal with the troublesome business of gift-giving. Gu Matian watched Ji Wudong's departing figure and curiously asked Gu Yueling, "Is she the one who resides at Jishir Hall?" Indeed, Gu Yueling nodded, her mood growing increasingly somber. "She is truly a woman of remarkable grace," Gu Matian remarked, nodding in appreciation. However, realizing that his words might inadvertently add fuel to the fire, he quickly clarified, "Of course, compared to my dear daughter, she pales in comparison. My daughter is a cherished disciple of Master Kai and the future leader of the Amei sect. Even marrying a prince would be more than sufficient." "I will not marry," Gu Yueling suddenly shouted, turning to stride towards the back courtyard. This left Gu Matian standing there, lost in thought and sighing deeply. At that moment, Gu Ming, appearing unexpectedly from nowhere, approached him and quietly asked, "Father, has my sister not improved at all?" Hearing his son's voice, Gu Matian slowly raised his head, only to see Gu Ming's shiny bald head, which instantly sparked his irritation. He raised his hand and slapped it down forcefully. "You ungrateful wretch! Father, what does this have to do with me?" Gu Ming felt aggrieved but dared not evade, enduring the slap stoically. Meanwhile, far away within the walls of the general's residence in Yinshan City, in the morning, after taking his medication, Zhao Shun had just bid farewell to a group of wealthy merchants who had come to pay their respects. As he contemplated the value of the gifts he had received, He suddenly caught sight of Su Zhong's figure appearing before him. Unlike the previous encounter in his dreams, this time Zhao Shun was entirely certain that he was not dreaming. Am I hallucinating? Zhao Shun rubbed his eyes, yet Su Zhong's silhouette drew ever closer. Unbeknownst to him, a long knife had inexplicably materialized in his hand, aimed directly at him with relentless force. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhao Shun swiftly sidestepped, retaliating with a powerful kick. To his astonishment, the once formidable Su Zhong, who had far surpassed him in martial prowess, seemed caught off guard this time, sent flying by his strike. Blood spewed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Wailing in agony, Zhao Shun shook his head, watching as Su Zhong gradually transformed into the estate's humble sweeper. The long knife morphed into a broom. What is happening? Zhao Shun struck his head twice in frustration, only to find Su Zhong's figure reappearing beside him. Without a moment to ponder, he unleashed another punch, shattering the nearby pillar. My lord, what is happening? The butler hurried over, his face a mask of astonishment. Su Zhong. At the sound of his name, Zhao Shun's eyes reddened as he stepped toward the butler. Chapter 67. The trial. Zhao Shun has perished, meeting his end on the very day of the Lunar New Year. By the time Lin Mu received this news, a full week had already elapsed. According to the whispers circulating in the streets, Zhao Shun had succumbed to a sudden bout of madness, ruthlessly slaying over a dozen servants and maids within his household. Even his steward, who had loyally served him for many years, fell victim to his violent outburst. After committing these heinous acts, Zhao Shun plunged himself into a water vat in the kitchen, ultimately drowning himself. What perplexes many, however, is that during his rampage, Zhao Shun repeatedly shouted the name Su Zhong, uttering nonsensical phrases such as Su Zhong, I have killed you, or why haven't you yet perished? This, coupled with the rampant rumors that had previously circulated in Yinshan City, raises troubling questions about whether Su Zhong truly met his demise at Zhao Shun's hands. How could it be that Zhao Shun has departed this world so swiftly and effortlessly? Within the Jishir Hall's medical clinic, Ji Wudong busied herself with cleaning, all the while jesting. Old Ming had departed the day prior, and today, no patients had graced the hall with their presence. Thus, she felt free to speak her mind. Perhaps he has long harbored guilt and shadows over the slaying of Su Zhong, and my medicine has only exacerbated his inner turmoil, leading him to such a swift descent into madness, Lin Mu casually suggested while reclining in a rocking chair. Yet, whether this explanation held any truth, he could not ascertain. Ultimately, if the outcome remained favorable, he deemed it inconsequential. Do you think anyone will cast suspicion upon you regarding Zhao Shun's death? Ji Wudong inquired further. Unlikely, Lin Mu replied, shaking his head. Those close to Zhao Shun are aware that I was the one who treated his injuries. If I had wished him harm, why would I have intervened to save him? Now they can only lament why I was not present in the manner during Zhao Shun's descent into madness. Upon hearing this, Ji Wudong nodded in agreement. Lin Mu's reasoning resonated with her own thoughts. If that were the case, the troubles plaguing the general's residence in Jinyuan seemed resolved, and Lin Mu had provided an explanation for both the old curator and Su Zhong. In the next moment, Ji Wudong casually tossed aside her rag and stepped closer to Lin Mu, gently massaging his shoulders as she tentatively asked, What does it feel like to take a life for the first time? What feeling could there possibly be? Lin Mu chuckled lightly. Zhao Shun was not slain by my own hand. It was his frail mental fortitude that led to his downfall. Besides, you and Old Ming have taken far more lives than I. Compared to you, I am but a novice. Rest assured, I am unharmed. With that, Lin Mu lightly patted Ji Wudong's hand, signaling her to relinquish her worries. Seeing this, she felt a measure of relief, and the words she had intended to offer as comfort remained unspoken. Moments later, Lin Mu appeared to recall something, suddenly sitting upright and asking, Have there been any recent developments regarding that traitor from the demonic sect? None. Ji Wudong shook her head, a hint of frustration lacing her voice as she spoke of the matter. Despite having provided clues to several elders of the dark sect previously, Ji Wudong found herself in a state of anxiety as time passed without any communication from them. Could it be that these elders were inept in their duties and had yet to uncover the identity of the traitor? Or perhaps the traitor held a position of greater authority within the sect than those elders. If that were indeed the case, her situation would be quite precarious. With these thoughts weighing on her mind, Ji Wudong's brow furrowed, yet she maintained a facade of calmness as she softly reassured Lin Mu, Do not worry. A mere traitor of the dark sect cannot stir up significant turmoil. Let us hope so, Lin Mu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, in the private academy where Mr. Bai resided, the withered leaf matriarch sat across from him, a rare hint of anger lacing her voice as she declared, "Zhao Shun is dead." "I am aware," Mr. Bai replied, pouring more tea into the cup before the matriarch. Like his disciple Ji Wudong, he preferred tea over alcohol. "Was it your people from the dark sect who did this? What do you think? You are not so foolish." The matriarch scoffed, quickly refuting her own conjecture. "That is difficult to ascertain." Mr. Bai chuckled lightly, but proceeded to explain earnestly. "The Qi Wang and Zhao Shun conspired to tarnish the reputation of our dark sect. If the elders of the sect were to act out of anger, I would not be able to restrain them." The matriarch recognized Mr. Bai's dissatisfaction with Qi Wang's tactics, as evidenced by his choice of words. Qi Wang is left with no alternative. She pondered for a moment before reluctantly elucidating. "It is exceedingly challenging for him to trace the whereabouts of the dark sect's saintess by his own means, hence he resorts to such desperate measures." "That is of no concern to me," Mr. Bai replied with a smile, taking a delicate sip of his tea. "This is a test from our dark sect for him. If Qi Wang desires our support to ascend to the throne, he must rely on his abilities to find my disciple. And you, too, are forbidden from offering assistance. Otherwise, no matter your status as a master, you shall not coerce our dark sect into submission. Allowing one elder to provide Qi Wang with intelligence is already my utmost concession." Had Ji Wudong been present, she would have been utterly astonished to learn that the very person aiding Qi Wang in his pursuit of the traitor was, in fact, her own master's directive. It was no wonder that the elders of the dark sect had remained silent thus far. They had been intercepted by Mr. Bai. The withered leaf matriarch understood Mr. Bai's stubborn nature and, though resigned, chose not to press the matter further. She could only silently pray that Qi Wang would soon uncover the truth regarding Ji Wudong's concealment within the Jishir Hall. What shall be done about Zhao Shun's demise? Immediately following, the master of withered leaves posed another inquiry. The Prince of Qi has only just managed to establish a foothold in Yanjun. With Zhao Shun's death, his chances of seizing the throne have notably diminished. Furthermore, Yanjun requires a general to safeguard against the incursions of the barbarian tribes from the steppes. Could we not simply support another general? Mr. Bai rolled his eyes, stating that if one lacked even this capacity, it would be prudent to advise the Prince of Qi to relinquish any ambitions of usurping the throne. Upon hearing this, the Master of Withered Leaves understood that she could expect no further assistance from Mr. Bai in advocating for the prince. With a heavy heart, she took her leave. As she gradually receded into the distance, a faint smile crept across Mr. Bai's lips. Yanjun, too, is a coveted prize for my demonic sect. Yet, I wonder which gallant hero took it upon themselves to eliminate Zhao Shun on our behalf. Should fate allow our paths to cross, I shall certainly raise a few cups in your honor. Though Mr. Bai was not particularly fond of alcohol, he deemed this occasion worthy of indulgence. Chapter 68 Night Raid. Zhao Shun's demise stirred considerable commotion and trepidation in Yanjun. However, it did not disrupt the daily life at Jishitang. Lin Mu maintained his routine of opening and closing the establishment at regular hours, exhibiting an unwavering consistency. Unbeknownst to them, the first month of the lunar calendar slipped by. With the conclusion of the New Year festivities, the weather grew increasingly temperate. One morning, Ji Wudong swept the ashes of burnt-out charcoal from the brazier, casually remarking, "It seems we need not stoke the fire excessively at night anymore." Lin Mu, seated by the bedside, remained silent, not daring to utter a word. For a time, the two had shared a bed, the rationale being the chill of sleeping on the floor. Yet, circumstances had shifted, the ice and snow outside had melted, and the coolness of the blue tiles on the bedroom floor was no longer biting. Should Ji Wudong request that Lin Mu sleep on the floor tonight, he would find himself devoid of any plausible excuse to refuse. Fortunately, her previous remark was merely a fleeting sentiment. Noticing Lin Mu's silence, she chose not to elaborate further and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, Lin Mu followed her out and, under Ji Wudong's attentive care, completed a brief morning ablution before reclining in a rocking chair in the front hall. On this day, Jishitang opened its doors as usual. However, Lin Mu overheard an intriguing piece of news from a patient who seemed to be a merchant. It was said that during this winter, numerous skirmishes had erupted among the tribes of the steppe barbarians. Historically, winter would indeed bring about friction among these tribes due to food scarcity. Yet never had internal conflicts been so frequent and brutal as this winter. "You should have seen it," exclaimed the merchant, propped up on the bed, his back adorned with silver needles. He gestured animatedly as he described, "The steppe is now rife with scattered refugees from the tribes, each one gaunt and wretched. I've even heard that one can purchase a steppe slave for merely 10 taels of silver or 100 pounds of millet at the borders. If fortune smiles, one might even acquire a wife." Upon hearing the merchant's words, the surrounding patients gasped in astonishment. Several middle-aged bachelors exhibited a glimmer of eager anticipation in their eyes. Lin Mu, however, paid little heed to the notion of buying slaves. What truly piqued his interest was the internecine strife among the steppe tribes. According to his historical knowledge from a past life, such internal discord often culminated in unification. Should a singular steppe kingdom subdue the myriad warring tribes, it would spell trouble for Yanjun and the entire Dayu dynasty. The duration of this process remained uncertain, as did the likelihood of the Dayu dynasty's timely response. "A tumultuous era looms ahead," Lin Mu mused, shaking his head in quiet dismay. The Dayu dynasty, though seemingly formidable and powerful, was, in reality, already weakened, beset by formidable foes both from within and beyond its borders. A moment's carelessness could lead to a plunge into an abyss from which there is no return. "What are you pondering?" At this moment, Ji Wudong approached Lin Mu, assisting him to sit down. "It is nothing," Lin Mu replied, shaking his head. With others present, he felt it inappropriate to elaborate. Moreover, should he be mistaken in his apprehensions, voicing them would only invite ridicule. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in Shuafang City, the commander, Lu Ping, sat atop the city walls, his brow furrowed in concern. In recent days, a number of nomadic tribesmen had infiltrated the city among the passing merchant caravans. Initially, Lu Ping paid little heed to these individuals, assuming they were merely slaves purchased by the caravans for transport to the south and the capital. However, last night, a group of merchants and these nomads, armed with weapons acquired from an unknown source, took advantage of the darkness to assault the city gate's guards. Fortunately, the defenders, all elite soldiers personally trained by Lu Ping, coordinated seamlessly and successfully eliminated the bandits, thereby safeguarding the gate. Lu Ping had no doubt that outside the city, a host of barbarian reinforcements awaited. Their numbers were likely in excess of 1,000. As anticipated, early this morning, scouts reported fresh horse manure found 5 miles from the city gates, indicating the presence of a substantial cavalry. Had the city gate fallen last night, allowing these reinforcements to pour into the city and seize control, the dawn would have surely heralded the arrival of the barbarian army. At that point, Shuafang City would be in grave peril. When had these reckless barbarians learned the art of strategy? Lu Ping pondered over the battle reports from the previous night, feeling a twinge of confusion. Furthermore, the tactic of masquerading as merchants seemed particularly despicable. Did they not fear the infamy that would follow them for eternity? "General, what should we do now?" Gu Xing, standing beside Lu Ping, could not suppress his concern. Lu Ping, upon hearing the question, did not rush to respond, but instead turned to Gu Xing and Su Mao, posing a counter-question. "What do you believe should be done in response to this surprise attack?" "I think we should promptly send word to the prefectural office." Gu Xing began, but abruptly closed his mouth. They were all aware of Zhao Shun's demise in his own water vat. At this juncture, even if Shuafang City reported the situation, it was unlikely anyone would be able to address it. As for notifying the court, that was an absurd notion, setting aside whether Lu Ping held the necessary authority. The journey of over 1,000 miles would consume at least a month. By the time they received a command from the court, the barbarian army would likely have already arrived. Noticing Gu Xing's silence, Lu Ping turned his gaze to the taciturn Su Mao, or rather, Gu Mao. He evidently placed greater importance on the mature demeanor of Gu Mao among these two young recruits, for reasons he could not fully comprehend. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the young man named Gu Mao. "General," Gu Mao, sensing Lu Ping's gaze upon him, quickly cupped his hands and spoke. "As far as I know, the barbarians have historically only launched attacks on Shuafang City during the summer or autumn. Just after the turn of the year, and even before the spring planting season, the barbarian tribes launched a surprise attack. Such an unusual occurrence must surely signify something sinister. Therefore, I surmise that the barbarians have learned of General Zhao's demise and intend to seize this opportune moment to invade our Yin County. It is likely that within a few days, the barbarian forces will be at our gates." Indeed, your analysis is sound. Upon hearing this, Elping nodded, finding that Gu Mao's conjecture aligned with his own thoughts. He then continued to inquire, "What do you propose we do? We must prepare for contingencies." Gu Mao replied with calm composure, "First, we shall dispatch someone to report to the court. Regardless of whether the court takes this incursion to heart, we can absolve ourselves of any negligence. Second, from this day forth, we shall completely close all city gates, allowing no one to enter or exit. Simultaneously, we will issue orders to the officials of each city within Yan County, instructing them to send their subordinate officers to rally their troops for reinforcement. We must strive to ensure the safety of Shuafang City." Upon hearing Gu Mao's suggestions, Elping's eyes reflected a measure of approval. Although these recommendations were not particularly remarkable, and many military leaders could have conceived them, for a youth who had only recently joined the ranks of the army, less than 3 months ago, this was indeed commendable. Especially the first suggestion, which demonstrated a profound understanding of governance, brought Elping considerable satisfaction. Chapter 69. Tuoba Dan Gu Mao, you are truly remarkable. After Lu Ping departed, Gu Xing approached Gu Mao, his face a mask of admiration. "I foresee that it won't be long before you are promoted to the captain of the Imperial Guards." "It is merely the influence of spending too much time by my father's side," Gu Mao replied, shaking his head, not allowing Gu Xing's praise to inflate his ego. He sensed an impending war between the barbarian tribes and the Dayu dynasty, a conflict that would undoubtedly be far more formidable than the minor skirmishes of previous seasons. Furthermore, the barbarians' cunning tactics of masquerading as merchants, employing unscrupulous methods to breach defenses, filled him with unease. It seemed that some unknown changes were afoot among the barbarians. Could these alterations be linked to the infighting among the tribes? Gu Mao furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. In the ensuing days, the sudden lockdown of Shuafang City stranded numerous merchant convoys, which had been traversing the grasslands for trade. Additionally, many citizens from Yanjun, who had come to the plains to purchase slaves and wives, found themselves trapped. It was estimated that their numbers exceeded 10,000. They clamored day and night at the city walls, demanding that the guards open the gates to allow them entry. This predicament greatly troubled the city's commander, Lu Ping. Reports from scouts indicated that the barbarians had already assembled a formidable force of 100,000, currently encamped by the river, merely 20 miles from Shuafang City. Should he order the gates to be opened, the barbarian cavalry would need no more than half an hour to storm the city. At that juncture, both the citizens outside the walls and the entirety of Shuafang City would be at the mercy of the barbarian horde. Conversely, keeping the gates shut appeared to be the safest option for the convoys and citizens outside. They could abandon their goods and slaves, navigating the mountain paths to return safely to Yanjun. Regrettably, those outside seemed oblivious to this possibility. Even if they were aware, they would be loath to relinquish the hard-earned possessions and slaves. Adding to Lu Ping's woes, many merchant convoys outside were backed by influential figures from the capital, each with formidable connections. To offend these powerful patrons could spell the end of his career. Moreover, the influx of Yanjun citizens following the merchants posed another dilemma. Ignoring them would undoubtedly affect the morale of the troops stationed to defend the city. What a conundrum this is, Lu Ping lamented, his headache intensifying as he contemplated the intricacies of the situation. He was merely a humble commander tasked with guarding Shuafang City. Absent Su Zhong's orders, how could he possibly confront the formidable barbarian army outside? Of course, he did not direct his frustration at Gu Mao. The strategy of sealing the city was, after all, the best response he could conceive. Yet, Lu Ping had never anticipated that the barbarian forces would arrive so early this year, nor that they would assemble with such swiftness, leaving him little time to react. Gu Mao, with the barbarian army poised to attack at any moment, do you have any further strategies? Elping sat beside his desk and inquired of Gu Mao, who stood behind him. Upon hearing this, Gu Mao stepped forward and after a moment of contemplation, replied slowly, "General, as the commander of the city, your merit is assured as long as Shuafang City remains secure. The loss of a few common folk and merchants is, in my view, negligible. At worst, it is a matter of balancing gains and losses. However, should you risk the city to save those individuals, you may find that they will not advocate for you in the court. Ultimately, it is you who would bear the misfortune." Gu Mao's reasoning was sound and compelling. After this reminder, Elping found clarity in his resolve. He summoned a soldier to relay orders, commanding a steadfast closure of the city gates and forbidding anyone from entering. Simultaneously, he instructed the military scribe to draft a notice, elucidating the rationale to the citizens and troops within the city. He conveyed that such measures were taken to prevent further ambushes by barbarian spies and were ultimately for the safety of all citizens of Yin Prefecture, necessitated by the circumstances. Whether this notice would pacify the morale of the troops was left to fate. Gu Xing, standing behind El Ping, listened intently to their exchange, his expression growing somber. He refrained from speaking out, yet felt increasingly troubled. As a commoner himself, Gu Xing understood the hardships faced by the ordinary people. Most of those outside the city served as the backbone of their families. If they were to perish in this conflict, their wives and children would likely not survive long thereafter. Regrettably, the lives of the citizens within Shuafang City also held equal value. In this dilemma, the nearly 10,000 souls outside the city appeared insignificant by comparison. He could only hope they would grasp the gravity of the situation and return to Yin Prefecture via the mountain paths as soon as possible. Gu Xing sighed deeply, his heart heavy with helplessness. Days passed. Outside the camp of the barbarian forces, a robust middle-aged man sat upon a wooden couch, engrossed in a travelogue of the Great Yu dynasty. Within the royal court of the grassland tribes, few could read the characters of the Great Yu dynasty, and they scorned the study of Central Plains literature. To them, true strength resided in physical prowess, relying on muscle and curved blades, rather than the ability to recognize characters or recite poetry. However, this middle-aged man was evidently an exception, for besides the travelogue in his hands, nearly 100 books lay arranged behind him. The capacity to carry such an abundance of literature while on campaign clearly demonstrated his appreciation for knowledge. At that moment, a burly man clad in barbarian attire burst into the tent, exclaiming loudly, "Great Khan!" It was Zhuodan. "What brings you to me?" Tuoba Dan glanced up, but did not set aside his book. "Great Khan, several days have elapsed, yet the gates of Shuafang City remain firmly shut, showing no intent to allow civilians entry. Shall we not commence the siege?" Zhuodan, filled with impatience, inquired. He was not alone. The warriors from various tribes within the entire barbarian encampment were equally restless, eager to unleash their fervor upon Shuafang City, yearning for the opportunity to engage in battle and satiate their thirst for bloodshed. "Are you urging me?" Upon hearing Zhuodan's question, Tuoba Dan set down his book and straightened his posture slightly. "I dare not." Zhuodan, noticing this, immediately knelt and bowed his head heavily to the ground. "If you are not urging me, then rise." A subtle smile graced Tuoba Dan's lips as he bent down to retrieve a seal from beneath the table leg. Tossing it before Zhuodan, "Take 200 men and charge at those you people. Consider it a little indulgence for you." "As you command." Zhuodan's face lit up with joy at the sight of the military insignia. He scarcely remembered to perform the customary bow of respect before he dashed out of the tent like the wind. Observing this scene, Tuoba Dan could only smile wryly before retrieving the royal seal and placing it back under the table leg. Given his current stature among the barbarians, these items held no more significance than mere stones. Chapter 70. The trap. Moments later, over 200 cavalrymen surged forth from the barbarian camp. Under the leadership of Zhuodan, they charged violently towards the citizens and merchant caravans gathered at the foot of Shuafang City. Initially, these individuals were unaware of the impending onslaught, but as the thunderous sound of galloping hooves drew nearer, it became too late for them to flee or resist. At the forefront, Zhuodan wielded his curved blade, plunging into the throngs of people. Though he appeared reckless, in truth, he harbored a treacherous heart. He refrained from attacking the merchant caravans that were well guarded and instead directed his wrath towards the defenseless civilians, unleashing the pent-up frustration and agitation that had built within him over the past few days. The 200 barbarian horsemen indiscriminately struck down anyone in their path. In an instant, the anguished cries echoed throughout the city gates of Shuafang. These scoundrels, El Ping, alerted by the cacophony, ascended the city walls, his fury igniting. "General, we must dispatch troops to drive these barbarians away. Otherwise, it will adversely affect our morale." Gu Xing, witnessing the chaos, was equally incensed. Drawing his sword from his waist, he boldly volunteered, "I am willing to venture out and engage the enemy." Upon hearing this, Gu Mao immediately unsheathed his own blade, expressing his desire to accompany Gu Xing. "Do not act impulsively." Seeing Gu Xing and Gu Mao eager to join the fray, Ping felt a surge of gratitude. However, he understood that, given their skills, they were unlikely to match the barbarian leader below. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to send his deputy, leading 500 cavalrymen, to confront the foe. If Gu Xing and Gu Mao wished to accompany him, they were welcome to do so. At your command. Ping's deputy and the two volunteers promptly descended from the city walls. Ping, mindful of the potential chaos at the gates, instructed them to exit through the south gate, circumventing the area before approaching the northern city gate to engage in battle with Zhuodan. Meanwhile, at the northern gate, Zhuodan felled a civilian from Dayu with a single blow before halting his horse. His ears perked up, faintly catching the sound of numerous approaching hooves. Have they finally mustered the courage to emerge? Zhuodan scoffed, a disdainful smile crossing his face. From the sound of the hooves, he deduced that Shuofang had dispatched at least 500 cavalrymen, far exceeding his own forces. Thus, he promptly ordered a retreat, turning his horse back towards his camp, commanding, "All troops, withdraw." By the time the cavalry from Shuofang arrived, Zhuodan had vanished without a trace. Ping, observing the maneuver from atop the city walls, could not contain his anger, cursing vehemently. What a cunning thief of a general. When did the barbarians produce such a figure? He could see clearly that Zhuodan and his 200 men had not retreated far, but were instead stationed 3 miles away, watching the movements of Shuofang's cavalry. Should Gu Xing and the others return to the city, Zhuodan would undoubtedly regroup and return to slaughter the citizens below once more. General, what shall we do? Ping's deputy stood at the foot of the city, vociferously seeking his counsel. It was only at this juncture that Ping realized he had once again fallen into the trap set by the barbarian horde. Outside the city, nearly 1,000 wounded and deceased citizens lay, and he could not turn a blind eye to their plight. Moreover, the looming threat posed by Zhuodan also weighed heavily on his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Ping reluctantly declared, "I shall send physicians forth. You remain outside the city and attend to the injured citizens." However, this decision rekindled hope among the merchant caravans that had just been preparing to circumvent back to Yin County. They halted, clamoring once more for Ping to open the city gates. The following morning, Tuoba Dan dispatched Zhuodan, leading 500 cavalry towards the citizens beneath Shuofang City. In response, Ping had no choice but to deploy another 500 cavalry, uniting with his deputy to confront the foe. Yet, upon witnessing the reinforcements from Shuofang City, Zhuodan retreated mid-journey, leaving Gu Xing and his companions once again thwarted. On the third day, Zhuodan returned with 1,000 men, once more advancing towards Shuofang City. After multiple encounters, Ping had already dispatched all 5,000 of his cavalry. This is dire, Gu Mao thought, his heart sinking as he glanced at his comrades. According to Ping's initial strategy, these citizens were to be disregarded. Yet now, under Zhuodan's threat, an unexpected number of troops had been dispatched. Should the enemy charge forth, what would they do? Just as Gu Mao resolved to rush to the city gate to alert Ping, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. Turning around, he beheld thick smoke rising ominously from the direction of the barbarian encampment, as if a mighty army were thundering towards them. Ha ha! Zhuodan laughed heartily from his mount. Brothers, the Khan has sent reinforcements to aid us. Charge fiercely and engage the great Yu cavalry. With that, he spurred his horse, galloping towards Gu Mao and his companions like an arrow released from a bow. Meet the enemy. Do not panic. No one is to retreat. On the other side, though Ping's deputy was gripped by fear, he shouted at the top of his lungs, attempting to galvanize an effective counterattack. Unfortunately, the sheer number of citizens present made it nearly impossible. The formation he painstakingly organized was swiftly shattered by the throngs of fleeing citizens and merchants. It was over. Despair washed over Ping's deputy. The defeat was as catastrophic as an avalanche, and at this moment, he realized he could no longer stem the tide alone. Meanwhile, Ping atop the city walls found himself in a quandary. To save or not to save, those 5,000 cavalry were dear to him. Yet, should he open the gates, nearly 10,000 citizens would surely swarm in. Perhaps before the army could even emerge, they would be overwhelmed by the panicked masses. It dawned on him that from the very night of the surprise attack on the city gate, he had fallen into the barbarian snare. They had anticipated his decision to seal the gates. No, that could not be. Ping suddenly shook his head vigorously. Realizing that the internal strife within the grasslands and the rampant migration of refugees had paved the way for the barbarian tribes to dig their traps, awaiting his inevitable fall. Those slaves were merely bait, deliberately cast by the savages to lure the citizens of Yanjun, compelling him to step back and make concessions for military support. Confronted with this dreadful scheme, El Ping's heart was consumed by fear. He was acutely aware that he could never rival the enigmatic barbarian commander orchestrating such sinister machinations. Meanwhile, another deputy, gazing down at the battlefield where their comrades were being mercilessly slaughtered by Zhuodan, could no longer contain his urgency. "General, what shall we do now? You must give the order. Are we truly to abandon those 5,000 souls? Mobilize the troops." El Ping inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. "I shall personally lead the charge to rescue them." Under the deputy's relentless urging, he finally resolved to act. A resolute decision akin to severing one's own flesh. El Ping, however, lacked the fortitude for such a drastic measure. With a creak, the gates of Shuafang City swung wide open, and the populace surged toward the entrance in a frenzy. Gu Mao, upon hearing the commotion, cast a glance back and could not suppress an exclamation of frustration, foolishness. Yet, in the next moment, a flicker of relief crossed his eyes. For in this chaos, he no longer felt like a discarded pawn. A glimmer of hope for survival remained. Chapter 71. Last while the bitter winter has passed, and the ice and snow have melted away. The willow tree in the backyard of the Jishir Hall has begun to sprout tender green buds once again. "Come, let us change into some new clothes today," Ji Wudong said to Lin Mu, who had just awakened, as she approached the bedside with a freshly tailored outfit she had commissioned for him from the tailor, Master Hao. A few days prior. "Do we no longer need to wear winter coats?" Lin Mu remarked, feeling the fabric and noting its lightness with some astonishment. "The weather isn't so cold anymore. It's unnecessary to wear one. Winter has finally passed, and the cotton coat feels too heavy and uncomfortable," he chuckled. "Once you change, I can wash the cotton coat and put it away," Ji Wudong replied with a slight smile gracing her lips. Unbeknownst to her, it had been over 4 months since she arrived at the Jishir Hall. She had also begun to find a way to restore Lin Mu's sight, which greatly uplifted her spirits. "Have there been any updates from Shuafang City in recent days?" Lin Mu inquired while he washed up after changing into his new attire. "None." Ji Wudong shook her head. "Wait for a few days until Old Li passes by. You can ask him then." After so many days, the barbarian tribe's large-scale offensive was no longer a secret. Troops and supplies were seen leaving Yinshan City almost daily for the front lines. However, according to merchants returning from that direction, the situation in Shuafang City was dire. After falling victim to the barbarians' cunning, the city's defenders had suffered heavy casualties. In just one battle, over 10,000 soldiers had lost their lives, while the entire garrison of Shuafang City numbered only 30,000. Even if Lu Ping chose to avoid conflict now, it was unlikely that they could hold out much longer. The reinforcements attempting to reach Shuafang City had also been intercepted by the barbarian reinforcements, unable to enter the city, and were forced to retreat to Shuiyang City, establishing a second line of defense. As it stood, Shuafang City had become a besieged fortress, and its fall seemed inevitable, as if summoned by fate. Old Li arrived shortly after the Jishir Hall opened its doors, carrying 2 freshly caught fish. Lin Mu seized the opportunity to inquire about the status of Shuafang City. "It has fallen." Old Li sighed deeply, stating slowly, "Yesterday, I heard from an old friend I was drinking with that the barbarians breached the northern gate of Shuafang City 3 days ago. Several deputy commanders were killed, and the main commander, Lu Ping, was gravely injured. He has now retreated to Shuiyang City under the escort of the remaining soldiers for treatment. It's all Zhao Shun's fault. If General Su Zhong were still alive, how could Shuafang City have fallen? The barbarians haven't breached our great used cities in 30 years. Old Li's face was etched with indignation, unable to contain his anger. "What has the court done? Has there been any movement?" Lin Mu nodded, pressing for further details. "I have heard that Chang'an has dispatched Li Sun as the commander and Prince Qi, Zhou Su, as the military supervisor, and they are making their way to Yenzhou. They are expected to arrive in just a few days. It appears that in the contest for Yanjun, the Qi King ultimately emerged victorious." Old Li, resembling an informant, conveyed all the intelligence he possessed to Lin Mu. "Li Sun." Lin Mu murmured the name twice, feeling a slight sense of relief. Li Sun, approximately 50 years of age. hailed from a renowned military lineage established during the previous dynasty. He is also one of the most distinguished generals in the Diyu dynasty. Even Su Zhong pales in comparison to him. With his arrival in Yanjun, it is certain that the barbarian tribes will soon be repelled, and Shuafang City will be successfully reclaimed. However, Lin Mu pondered the current circumstances of Gu Xing and Su Mao, wondering if they were in peril. Oh! Suddenly recalling the purpose of his visit today, Old Li slapped his forehead. The government had issued a notice today. They were summoning farmers, young men, and physicians to proceed to Shuayang City. Lin, the healer, would you consider closing your shop and seeking refuge in the south? The battlefield is no jest. And if you venture to Shuayang City, the danger is immense. At this moment, with war erupting, the entirety of Yanjun could hardly be deemed safe. Thus, Old Li genuinely wished for Lin Mu to refrain from remaining in Yanshan City. However, upon hearing this, Lin Mu shook his head. The Jishur Hall was the culmination of the old curator's efforts. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never abandon it. Rest assured, Lin Mu chuckled. I am but a blind man. Even if the government seeks physicians, they would not find me. That is indeed true. Old Li nodded, refraining from further persuasion. Moreover, should the day truly come, he would simply forcefully take Lin Mu away from here. Old Li did not linger at Jishur Hall for long. After merely sitting for a while and sipping a cup of hot tea, he rose to depart. The hall was left with only Ji Wu Tong and Lin Mu, devoid of even a single patient. With the chaos in the north, the citizens of Yanshan City were also reluctant to venture outside. Fortunately, Lin Mu had considerable assets, and even after a few years without patients, he would not starve. In the blink of an eye, over half a month passed. Suddenly, two burly men burst into Jishur Hall, startling Lin Mu, who had been dozing in a rocking chair. In the next moment, Ji Wu Tong rushed out from the kitchen, brandishing a wooden stick and demanding, "Who goes there?" "Lin, the healer, help us." A desperate cry rang out. Ji Wu Tong looked over to see one of the strong men carrying another person on his back. The other burly man knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head towards Lin Mu and pleading for help. Upon witnessing this, Ji Wu Tong hastily discarded the wooden stick and rushed to assist in laying the injured man on a bed in the front hall. Only then did she recognize the wounded individual, none other than the ruffian Nyo San, who had previously harassed her at Old Li's fish stall and was later punished by Lin Mu with a month's worth of silver needles. At that moment, one could see Nyo San lying on the bed, his abdomen gashed open with a gaping wound, a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. Blood mingled with his clothing, and the intestines and internal organs were visibly exposed. What had transpired? Lin Mu cautiously probed Nyo San's breath and grasped his wrist, inquiring further. "My brother, he..." Nyo Air wiped the tears from his face, choking on his words, unable to articulate his despair. Observing the scene, Nyoda took the initiative to continue. "My brother was conscripted by the authorities to transport grain to Shuayang City. Unfortunately, he was ambushed by barbarian scouts en route. By the time the officials arrived, he had already been reduced to this state. Lin, the divine healer, what will become of my brother?" Hearing this, Lin Mu let out a silent sigh and turned to Ji Wudong, saying, "Wudong, please fetch me the silver needles." Moments later, Lin Mu inserted a dozen needles into Nyo San's head and chest. Instantly, he expelled a mouthful of stagnant blood, and his consciousness began to gradually return. However, before Nyoda and Nyo Air could rejoice, Lin Mu's subsequent words extinguished the smiles from their faces. If there are any last words, speak them quickly. Chapter 72. Where does the sorrow arise? The last words? Dr. Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, Nyoda and Nyo Air were instantly taken aback, their faces displaying a plea for hope. Is there truly no other way? Lin Mu shook his head. Nyo San's injuries are far too severe, and the journey has consumed too much precious time. Given his current state, even in a modern surgical ward, I cannot guarantee his survival. Moreover, in the rudimentary medical environment of Jishur Tang, the inflammation and infection of his wounds, along with a series of complications, are sufficient to claim his life. Even if I exert all my strength, I fear I can only extend his life by a month. Lin Mu explained with a heavy heart. Considering Nyo San's character, he would likely not wish to suffer in bed until his end. It would be better to grant him a swift release, wouldn't it? At that moment, Nyo San had already opened his eyes, a weak smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Dr. Lin truly understands me, unlike you two, who only know how to weep and wail. You rascal, Nyoda stifled a sob, forcing back his tears as he inquired, "If you have any final words, speak them now." Nyosen coughed, expelling a large quantity of congealed blood that stained his clothing and the bedding. "I have no children or heirs, so I possess no final words. Merely, my father, he is entrusted to your care in his old age. Furthermore, if possible, I hope you can also look after Widow Lu, who sells tofu on East Street." "I understand." Neo-air nodded, tears brimming in his eyes. "And Widow Zhang, who sells noodles, and Widow Zhao, who makes clothes, and Widow Sunday." "How do you know so many widows?" Neo-air exclaimed, wiping his tears in frustration. Had it not been for the knowledge of Nyo-san's impending demise, he would have been inclined to give this rascal a good thrashing. Nyo-san chuckled. "Who can blame you? I'm such a scoundrel that no one would wish to marry me. I initially hoped to change the neighborhood's perception of me by assisting the army in transporting supplies. Alas!" As he spoke, Nyo-san suddenly noticed his vision blurring. The words he intended to utter remained unvoiced. He realized that the breath he had been holding was finally slipping away. "Shall I administer 2 more needles for you?" Lin Mu inquired softly, observing Nyo-san's silence. Breathing heavily, Nyo-san shook his head. Ji Wudong pressed her lips together and conveyed his response to Lin Mu. Nyoda and Nyo-air exchanged glances and nodded. One of them hoisted Nyo-san onto his back, while the other gathered the bedding. They then placed all the silver they had in their pockets onto the counter. "We shall not disturb you any further, Dr. Lin. Thank you for your efforts on behalf of my foolish brother. Once I have cleaned the bedding, I will return it to you." Without waiting for Lin Mu's response, they carried Nyo-san homeward. "Do you think I have erred?" Lin Mu sat by the bed, softly inquiring, "Where did I go wrong?" Ji Wudong, perplexed, replied, "If I had not killed Zhao Shun, perhaps Shuafang City would not have fallen so swiftly, and Nyo-san along with those soldiers would not have perished at the hands of the barbarian tribes. No, you must not think this way." Ji Wudong gently grasped his hand, offering solace with a tender voice. "If we follow your reasoning, then Zhao Shun bears far greater blame than you. Had he not conspired against General Su Zhong, Shuafang City would have remained secure. Zhao Shun's demise was purely the consequence of his own actions. You merely did what was right, nothing more." "Really?" Lin Mu tightened his grip on Ji Wudong's hand, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Of course, you are Lin the healer, a paragon of virtue," Ji Wudong affirmed, her tone resolute. "What you did was a noble act to rid the people of harm. The loss of Shuafang City is their incompetence and has nothing to do with you. You need not feel guilty." "Thank you." Hearing Ji Wudong's comforting words, Lin Mu's spirits lifted considerably. Yet, his heart ached for Nyo-san. Despite being a scoundrel, he held genuine respect for himself. Occasionally, he would bring Lin Mu some wild delicacies from the mountains, which made Lin Mu feel a pang of sorrow. "Wudong, please take some silver and deliver it to Nyo-san's home." "All right." Ji Wudong nodded, saying nothing further, knowing that this gesture would ease Lin Mu's heart. If it meant giving all the silver to Nyo-san, she would not mind. Nyo-san's home was not difficult to locate. Just as Ji Wudong stepped outside, she heard the sound of a swona coming from the east. She realized that Nyo-san had passed away. Following the sound, she soon encountered Nyoda and Nyo-air. The 2 brothers were engaged in a heated argument, surrounded by relatives and neighbors who were attempting to mediate. After listening for a while, Ji Wudong grasped the situation. Nyoda and Nyo-air were unwilling to accept that Nyo-san had been slain by the barbarians, and thus they sought to enlist in the army to avenge their brother. However, one of them had to remain to care for their father and wives, leading to their relentless quarrel. For some reason, as Ji Wudong observed this scene, she suddenly understood the source of Lin Mu's sorrow. After leaving the silver, she hurried back to Jishir Hall. Upon entering, she swiftly leaped into Lin Mu's embrace, inhaling the familiar fragrance of his hair. Lin Mu struggled to suppress the impulse to lift his foot, instead gently stroking the ends of Ji Wudong's hair, asking, "What is it?" "Nothing." Ji Wudong took a deep breath, then pushed Lin Mu away and turned toward the kitchen. "What would you like to eat tonight?" Her voice echoed from afar. "Anything," Lin Mu responded loudly. After speaking, he groped for his rocking chair, settled into it, and lay back, feeling increasingly puzzled. Ji Wudong had never taken such intimate actions towards him. Could it be that she had faced some form of adversity outside, necessitating her need for comfort? Yet, with Ji Wudong's prowess, who could possibly intimidate her? Unfortunately, even as Ji Wudong prepared the meal, Lin Mu could not fathom the reason behind her unexpected gesture. He considered inquiring but feared provoking her ire, ultimately stifling his curiosity. Eat more, she urged as they sat together at the table. Ji Wutong deftly adding more meat to Lin Mu's bowl with her chopsticks. Lin Mu exclaimed, eagerly devouring his meal without concern for its contents, simply swallowing it down. Slow down, Ji Wutong remarked, a hint of exasperation gracing her features as she poured him another cup of tea. The crackling of the firewood in the heater filled the spacious hall of the Jishir Hall with an uncommon warmth and coziness. Meanwhile, outside Shuyang City, Prince Qi, Zhou Su, and Li Sun, under the escort of several formidable masters, stealthily infiltrated the city. Chapter 73, Flip-Flop? A few days later, Old Li returned to Jishir Hall, holding an unopened letter in his hand. Lin Shini, I have come to deliver a letter, he said, entering with a lackluster demeanor. Ji Wudong noticed the unusual air about Old Li and curiously inquired, What's troubling you, Old Li? It's all because of those young rascals from the Niu family. Old Li sighed, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. I have watched them grow since they were little, running around naked. Who would have thought that Niu-san would? He trailed off with another sigh. Being a native of Yanshan City, he often returned here for brief visits during his earlier travels, thus forming deep connections with the neighborhood children. What has become of the eldest and second son of the Niu family? I heard they are planning to enlist. Ji Wudong continued, pouring a cup of tea for Old Li. Niu heir has left. Old Li remarked, taking a sip of tea with a sense of resignation. Nyota couldn't dissuade him, so he let him go. And when Niu heir departed, he seemed determined, spouting nonsense about killing one barbarian to break even, two to profit. That infuriated Nyoda and their father. Ji Wudong nodded in understanding, quietly exhaling a sigh. Her mind drifted back to Lin Mu's murmurs before sleep the previous night. Do not speak of titles. For every general success, countless bones lie beneath. It seemed that brothers from the Niu family, mere commoners, would ultimately become pawns in the game of nobility, exploited for status and gain, whether by choice or not. Their fate was sealed. Niu heir, consumed by a desire for vengeance for his brother, had unwittingly forfeited his freedom. Enough with the lamentations, Lin Mu interjected, fumbling with the letter and presenting it to Ji Wudong. Please read it for me. Who sent it? Ji Wudong rolled her eyes at the spectacle. You think you've become so sentimental because of your own troubles? It's all due to your wretched poetry. Taking the letter, she glanced at the signature at the end, her brow furrowing slightly. The owner of Tsangjian Villa, Mo Pingsheng. Why would he send you a letter? She muttered, then began to read from the beginning. The letter contained little information. It conveyed that Mo Pingsheng's daughter, Mo Ying, had fallen into a dangerous state while practicing martial arts and was on the brink of death. Consequently, Mo Pingsheng was seeking a physician to rescue her, promising that should they succeed, that Tsangjian Villa would honor them as esteemed guests and express eternal gratitude. This letter is intended for the old curator. It appears Mo Pingsheng is still unaware that he has long since passed. Ji Wudong softly remarked as she returned the letter to Lin Mu. That fellow Mo Pingsheng has always been quite proud and never one to ask for help. At this moment, Old Li expressed his perspective, revealing the lengths he would go to for his daughter, as evidenced by his widespread search for medical help. It is clear that he holds her in high regard, that Sangjian Mountain Manor stands as one of the most formidable forces in the Jianghu of Dayu. Moreover, Mo Pingsheng is not only the martial arts leader of Dayu's Jianghu, but also once held the title of the foremost martial artist. It was only when Master Kai transcended to the Grandmaster realm that he relinquished this title. Nonetheless, securing the friendship of both Sangjian Mountain Manor and Mo Pingsheng would undoubtedly be a fortuitous endeavor. Dr. Lin, what do you think? Old Li tentatively inquired. Truthfully, he sincerely hoped that Lin Mu would make the journey to Sangjian Mountain Manor. The manor is situated in the southern region, and a round trip from Yanshan City would require at least 6 months, regardless of whether Lin Mu could save Mo Pingsheng's daughter. Merely the time taken for this journey would allow Lin Mu to temporarily avoid the calamities of war at the borders. This, indeed, was Old Li's true intention. However, he was aware that Lin Mu was reluctant to leave Jishitang. Thus, he swallowed his words before finishing his thought. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Mu's words left Old Li wide-eyed with astonishment. We should go after all, Lin Mu stated softly, his eyes closed. Huh, Old Li exclaimed, overjoyed, and quickly stood to ask, Dr. Lin, do you truly mean that? Upon seeing Lin Mu nod in affirmation, Old Li laughed heartily. Then I shall return to pack my belongings. What do you need to pack for? Lin Mu arched an eyebrow in response. Of course, to accompany you. Old Li rubbed his hands together, explaining, the journey to Tsangjian Mountain Manor is long, and there are bandits along the way. It would be prudent for me to accompany you for safety, wouldn't it? Lin Mu, however, waved his hand dismissively. If you go with me, what will happen to your home? Then I shall ask Old Ming to accompany you instead, Old Li suggested after some thought. That won't be necessary. Once Old Ming returns with the medicinal herbs, just inform him to help look after Jishitang, Lin Mu replied while holding Ji Wudong's hand. This time, having Wudong with me is sufficient. Old Li glanced at Ji Wudong and reluctantly nodded in agreement. He had previously heard from Xianyun Yehua that Ji Wudong was exceptionally skilled in martial arts. If even Xianyun Yehua praised her, she would surely be capable of ensuring Lin Mu's safety. Ji Wudong appeared to have anticipated Lin Mu's decision to bring her along, her eyes reflecting no surprise, only joy. When do we depart? Ji Wudong asked, tightening her grip on Lin Mu's hand with a smile. We will leave once you are ready. Bring more silver and fewer clothes. Lin Mu advised gently, not wanting Ji Wudong to carry too much luggage. After all, he was not lacking in funds, and he preferred a more convenient and manageable journey. I will rent a carriage for you, Old Li declared, hastily turning to exit Jishitang. His eagerness suggested he was anxious that Lin Mu might change his mind. Once Old Li departed, leaving only himself and Lin Mu in the Jishir Hall, Ji Wudong could no longer suppress her curiosity and inquired, what prompted you to agree to go to the Tsangjian villa? Just days ago, Old Li persuaded you to retreat to the south, yet you were unwilling to comply. Such inconsistency is not characteristic of you. Is it merely to gain a favor from Mo Pingsheng? Lin Mu chuckled softly and casually replied, indeed. Is that so? Ji Wudong retorted with a cold snort, shaking off Lin Mu's hand and turning towards the rear courtyard. Previously, when the carefree Yiyun had taken the initiative to repay a kindness, Lin Mu had been quite receptive. It seemed implausible for him to undertake the arduous journey to Jiangnan solely for the sake of Mo Pingsheng's goodwill, even if Mo Pingsheng possessed greater strength than Yiyun. Ji Wudong surmised that it would not be sufficient motivation. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Mu's words had indeed contained a kernel of truth. However, that was merely one of the reasons. The other was the return of Prince Qi, Zhou Su, to Yanjun, coupled with the absence of news regarding the traitorous cult. Thus, Lin Mu believed that he could seize this opportunity to take Ji Wudong to Jiangnan. This endeavor would not only secure Ji Wudong the protection of Tsangjian Villa, but also allow them to evade the scrutiny of Prince Qi, achieving two objectives in one stroke. Were it solely for his own interests, Lin Mu would certainly not engage in such exertions. Everything he undertook was for Ji Wudong's sake. Chapter 74. The clay figurine, the actions of Ji Wudong and Old Li were swift. In less than an hour, they had assembled their clothing, essentials, and the horse-drawn carriage. Dr. Lin, do you truly not require my company? I could assist in driving the carriage. Old Li inquired once more. Having traversed the land for many years, he believed he had garnered some experience and could be of service. There's no need for that. For the next few days, until Old Ming returns, please look after the Jishir Hall for me, Lin Mu replied, shaking his head. Following his words, he was assisted by Ji Wudong into the carriage. Ji Wudong, meanwhile, took her place outside, embracing the role of the driver. Yet, there was no hint of displeasure in her eyes. Instead, a glimmer of excitement shone through. Do you not think we resemble a pair of wandering heroes? Ji Wudong asked casually, guiding the carriage along the southbound official road. I fail to see the heroism. Lin Mu chuckled from within the carriage, jesting, a maidservant at the reins is indeed a rarity. Focus on your herbal studies. Ji Wudong retorted with a huff, cracking the whip sharply against the horses' backs. The carriage rented from Old Li was drawn by two robust horses, spacious and comfortable. With Ji Wudong's commanding whip, the horses surged forward with vigor. Lin Mu, seated inside, felt the abrupt jolt of the carriage, accompanied by the rushing wind. Fortunately, they were on an official road, fairly smooth in its terrain. Otherwise, such speed would have surely left him rattled. Their journey to Jiangnan necessitated a passage through Yinyang City, so Ji Wudong did not rush the horses, allowing them to gallop for a brief moment before easing their pace. Regardless of their speed, they would not reach Yinyang City by nightfall. As evening descended and stars twinkled overhead, Ji Wudong halted the carriage and tethered the horses to a nearby tree. It's still a distance to the post station, Shall we make do in the wilderness for the night? She gently proposed, climbing into the carriage. Due to the ongoing conflicts, the post station had been occupied by passing officials, making it prudent for common folk like themselves to keep their distance. You may decide. Lin Mu nodded in agreement, retrieving a bundle from behind him. Inside were a set of custom-made bedding, which when unfolded, perfectly covered the entire carriage interior. A thoughtful gift from Old Li. Though it was spring, the nights could still harbor a chill, and the bedding would provide some warmth. After arranging the bedding within the carriage alongside Lin Mu, Ji Wutong assisted him down to sit upon a stone. You must be hungry. Wait a moment. I'll prepare something for you. With that, she retrieved dried provisions and a water flask from the carriage, soaked them in a basin, and stirred until they formed a paste. There is not much to eat here. This will have to suffice. Ji Wutong divided the food into 2 portions, handing one to Lin Mu. Lin Mu held a spoon and cautiously took a bite. The taste was, frankly, less than commendable. However, if mere sustenance was the goal, it sufficed. In contrast, Ji Wutong savored her meal with great enthusiasm. Unlike Lin Mu, who had grown up in the Jishir Hall, indulged and accustomed to a life of comfort, she had faced her share of hardships. Over the years, Ji Wutong had traveled extensively with her master, honing her martial skills while evading imperial pursuit. She had eaten fare far less palatable than this. Having consumed only 3 or 4 bites, Lin Mu noticed Ji Wutong was already scraping the plate with her spoon. If you're still hungry, feel free to share my portion, he offered, amused by the sounds of her smacking lips. Upon hearing this, Ji Wutong's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she inwardly regretted her momentary lapse in decorum. After a long day of traveling by carriage, she was ravenous, and her growing familiarity with Lin Mu had momentarily led her to forget her composure. Thus, she silently vowed to herself not to act recklessly again and risk losing face before him. Clearing her throat softly, Ji Wutong adopted a serious demeanor and said, "No need. I'm quite full." Her tone was flat and devoid of emotion. "What are you pretending for in front of me? Go ahead and eat," Lin Mu urged, nudging the plate closer. "Who is pretending?" Ji Wutong reluctantly reached out to accept the food, hastily justifying, "There isn't too much to eat in the wild. I'm merely concerned about waste." "Yes, I understand," Lin Mu nodded. "I'm grateful for your company today. It made the journey much easier." Upon hearing this, Ji Wutong carefully assessed Lin Mu's sincerity, confirming that he was not jesting. With that reassurance, she began to eat heartily, though the blush of embarrassment lingered in her eyes. Sharing a meal in such a manner before Lin Mu was a novel experience for her. However, as children of the martial world, they were not bound by trivialities. "I'm full now," she declared after a brief moment, letting out a satisfied burp. "You stay here and don't move. I'll gather some firewood for a campfire." The journey had been quite monotonous, yet Lin Mu found no boredom in Ji Wutong's company. She, too, showed no signs of fatigue, busily gathering wood with increasing fervor. Listening to the sound of her footsteps, Lin Mu wished to assist but feared to cause disruption, so he remained seated patiently on a rock. This ground feels quite soft," he mused idly, pressing down on the soil beneath the stone, discovering its unexpected softness and fineness. He speculated that there must be a rich clay layer below, nourished by the melting snow. Inspired by this thought, he stood and overturned the stone, gently kneading a handful of clay in his hands. Ji Wutong, not far away, observed Lin Mu's actions with a hint of curiosity, but to expedite the fire. She suppressed her intrigue and continued to gather dry twigs nearby. As the last remnants of debris were gathered and the campfire was ignited, Ji Wutong approached Lin Mu, glancing around in curiosity. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "I am crafting a clay figurine. Do you see any resemblance to you?" Lin Mu proudly lifted a rather rudimentary figure, which bore a faint human shape. It was sculpted from his recollection of caressing Ji Wutong's cheek, though regrettably, his lack of skill and vision rendered it utterly unrecognizable as her likeness. "It resembles you," Ji Wutong exclaimed with delight, accepting the figurine with praise. "It is both lifelike and beautiful. Where did you find the clay? I wish to make one as well." "Right here." Lin Mu pointed to the ground beneath them, where stones lay scattered. The night was serene and lengthy. Neither felt the urge to sleep. They settled beside the crackling fire, each engrossed in their own clay figures. Lin Mu occasionally shared a jest, eliciting peals of laughter from Ji Wutong. In his presence, she felt liberated from pretense, able to shed all her defenses without reservation. Do you have any more jokes? I wish to hear more. Alas, none remain. How about I tell you a story instead? What story? The Butterfly Lovers. Chapter 75. The Oracles. After a night's rest, Lin Mu and his companion continued their journey. As they passed through Yinyang City, Ji Wudong took the opportunity to replenish their supplies, acquiring a variety of spices and convenient provisions such as dried meat and noodles. Understanding Lin Mu's aversion to consuming water-soaked dry rations, she recognized the arduous nature of their travels, often spanning 10 to 15 days without encountering another city. It would be unthinkable to allow Lin Mu to endure hunger throughout the journey. With these spices at her disposal, she could at least prepare simple meals for him, while she would manage with dry food to stave off hunger. Their journey was marked by intermittent stops, and after approximately half a month, they departed from the territory of Yanjun, arriving at the neighboring Daijun. Ji Wudong recalled a nearby Guanyin temple that had been bustling with incense offerings. As she guided the horse-drawn cart, she turned back with a gentle smile and said, "I paid my respects there during my previous visit. Should we go again?" "Indeed," Lin Mu inquired. Ji Wudong nodded, expressing her desire to return and fulfill her vow. Months prior, when she had journeyed from Daijun to Yanjun, she had made a wish at that temple, seeking the Bodhisattva's blessing to find a benefactor. It seemed that the Guanyin temple had indeed proven to be extraordinarily effective. Now, passing by once more, she felt compelled to return and express her gratitude while also making a new wish. "Let us go and see," Lin Mu chuckled. Although he had always been skeptical about such supernatural matters, he was willing to accompany Ji Wudong. It would provide her with peace of mind. The temple was not difficult to locate, situated atop a verdant hill at the border of Daijun and Yanjun. However, reaching the summit with a horse-drawn cart was infeasible. Fortunately, a small town lay at the foot of the mountain, which boasted an inn. Ji Wudong first drove the cart to the inn, where she secured a room and requested the innkeeper to tend to their horse. Only then did she lead Lin Mu toward the mountain's peak. "Take it slow," Ji Wudong said, supporting Lin Mu as they navigated the narrow path. "Truly, you could have left me at the inn and gone up alone to fulfill your vow. There is no need to bring along this burden," Lin Mu replied with a hint of resignation, leaning on his walking stick. "What nonsense! You are not a burden," Ji Wudong retorted, playfully pinching his wrist. "Besides, how could I possibly leave you alone at the inn? If you grow weary, just tell me, and I will carry you up. Then I would become a laughingstock." Lin Mu shook his head vigorously at the thought. The mountain path was frequented by townsfolk returning home, and it would be embarrassing for them to witness Ji Wudong, a delicate woman, carrying such a large man up the hill. "Very well, but do let me know if you tire, and we shall rest," Ji Wudong conceded, continuing to support him as they ascended the mountain. Fortunately, due to the temple's popularity, the trail had been well-trodden and flattened over time. Thus, even Lin Mu, who had difficulty seeing, could navigate it without the fear of falling. After walking for quite some time, approximately 2.5 hours, the two finally reached the summit of the verdant mountains in the afternoon. Lin Mu caught a whiff of incense wafting through the air, confirming that the Guanyin temple was indeed, as Ji Wudong had described, rather efficacious. Otherwise, it would not attract such a multitude of devotees who traversed great distances to ascend the peak in search of blessings and fulfillment of vows. "Let us enter and take a look," Ji Wudong suggested, setting down the cloth bag slung over her shoulder to retrieve a substantial bundle of incense sticks. These were procured from the town below, much cheaper than those offered at the temple. While Lin Mu thought he could spare the silver, he was unable to dissuade Ji Wudong from her insistence. As she often said, the essence of lighting incense and praying lay in sincere devotion, rather than squandering money that would merely benefit the temple's monks and nuns. Upon entering the temple's grand hall, Ji Wudong expertly approached the statue of Buddha, bowing in reverence and murmuring indistinct prayers. Lin Mu discerned that her words resembled a Buddhist scripture, though the specifics quickly escaped his memory. After completing her recitation and fulfilling her vow, Ji Wudong neatly placed the incense and tugged at Lin Mu's sleeve, urging, "Why are you just standing there? Kneel down and pray for peace. Hurry." Reluctantly, Lin Mu knelt upon the mat. Although the saying goes that a man's knees are as precious as gold, in Ji Wudong's presence, he felt indifferent to the matter. If kneeling is what it takes, he thought. Ji Wudong pulled him closer, and after 3 resounding bows, she produced a divination stick from an unknown source and began to shake it vigorously. Eventually, One stick fell from the bamboo tube, prompting her to pause and glance at it. What does it say? It appears to be an excellent omen, or perhaps a moderately good one, she mused. Shall we consult a master for interpretation? Lin Mu suggested. No need, Ji Wudong replied, shaking her head as she returned the stick to the bamboo tube. Since it is a good omen, we merely need to await its fruition, lest we harbor excessive hopes and invite unnecessary worries. Lin Mu, impressed, raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, You speak with great wisdom. Of course, Ji Wudong replied with a hint of pride, silently reciting the divination text once more to ensure she would not forget. Heaven and earth are in harmony, unity above and below, as the flames of the mountain rise in layers. Wise counsel illuminates the path, while worldly troubles resolve themselves. What could this possibly mean? Ji Wudong shook her head, increasingly perplexed. Should I also draw a stick? Lin Mu inquired playfully. That won't be necessary. Ji Wudong contemplated for a moment before declining. Mine is a favorable omen. As long as you remain by my side, you shall surely share in the blessings. This is far simpler than attempting your own divination. That is true. Lin Mu nodded in agreement, no longer pressing the matter. After all, if he were to draw a favorable omen as well, it would be inconsequential, but should he encounter an ill omen, it would only invite misfortune. With that, the two exited the hall. In the next moment, Ji Wudong let out a soft exclamation, Oh, when was that place repaired? Following her gaze, one could see a newly renovated side hall behind the Guanyin Hall, with the barriers that once obstructed the path now removed. Ji Wudong distinctly remembered that during her last visit, only scaffolding had stood there. A passing young monk, overhearing her, chimed in with a childlike voice. It was completed just last night, so not many are aware of it, and there aren't many visitors at the moment. Pray tell, young monk, which bodhisattva is enshrined within? Ji Wudong inquired with curiosity. The young monk assessed Lin Mu and Ji Wudong with a beaming smile, deliberately creating an air of mystery. Amitba, esteemed patrons, why not visit in person? You may find it quite intriguing. Shall we go take a look? Ji Wudong gently tugged at Lin Mu's sleeve, her voice a whisper. Lin Mu, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. Chapter 76. How can there be fate without conflict? The distance between the side hall and the main hall was not considerable. It took merely about 15 minutes to reach the entrance. The surroundings were enveloped by trees, rendering the area seldom visited by people. Only an elderly monk was found meditating in the courtyard. Upon hearing the gate creak open, the old monk lifted his gaze and, upon noticing the arrival of a man and a woman, comprehended the situation immediately. The incense and candles start at 100 coins. With greater offerings come greater blessings. And sincerity begets divinity. The old monk murmured incantations, but did not rise from his seat. Let us disregard him. We shall take a look inside, Ji Wudong remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the monk before tightening her grip on Lin Mu's hand. For reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling aura about the old monk. Sensing he was not of benevolent nature, the side hall was modest, housing a singular statue of Buddha, the Guanyin of childbirth. The moment Ji Wudong beheld the statue, she understood why the young novice and the old monk outside spoke in such peculiar terms. It was a misunderstanding regarding her relationship with Lin Mu. What is this place dedicated to? Lin Mu inquired, leaning on his cane, his expression one of confusion. It is merely a statue of Guanyin. Nothing remarkable, Ji Wudong stammered, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Lin Mu did not question her, as it was entirely reasonable for a Guanyin temple to enshrine such a figure. Since it is a statue of Guanyin, let us offer our respects, Lin Mu suggested, smiling. And no, that may not be necessary, Ji Wudong replied, her demeanor reflecting reluctance and shyness, recalling that they had already paid their respects earlier. Precisely for this reason, we must not overlook this statue, otherwise it would seem disrespectful to the bodhisattva. Fine then, Ji Wudong acquiesced reluctantly, reaching for the cloth bag behind her. Yet, she suddenly realized that the incense and candles she had prepared were already used up in the grand hall. Hurry up, we've come all this way, Lin Mu urged, detecting Ji Wudong's lack of intention to kneel. Wait a moment, Ji Wudong sighed helplessly. Stay here, I will go purchase some incense and candles. With that, she turned towards the direction of the old monk, who was still meditating. 6 incense sticks, Ji Wudong stated with an icy demeanor, betraying no hint of emotion. Only in the presence of Lin Mu and familiar friends, such as Old Li and Granny Lu, did she employ a more normal tone. 200 coins. The old monk replied, his eyes cast down, too apathetic to even lift his head. Didn't you just say 100 coins? Ba, my dear benefactor, you must understand. That was the previous price. The old monk smirked coldly, continuing, I perceive that you lack affinity with the Buddha, thus the offering must be increased. Lacking affinity with the Buddha warrants a higher fee? Indeed. Ji Wudong responded with a chuckle, her right hand forming a fist, producing a crisp cracking sound. We in the martial world have a saying, without conflict, there is no acquaintance. Once we have fought, it becomes destiny. Old monk, do my words hold merit? With that, Ji Wudong swung her fist toward a distant tree, unleashing a surge of formidable inner strength. In an instant, the massive tree that was as thick as the embrace of two individuals was shattered in half, causing wood chips to scatter and branches to litter the ground. The old monk, utterly terrified, fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Old monk, I shall inquire once more, how much for the incense? And no cost. Do I share a connection with the Buddha? Why yes. The brow of Ji Wudong arched slightly. And no. Her brow arched again. Dear benefactor, I shall no longer dare. Please spare me. The old monk, at a loss for words, crawled towards Ji Wudong, weeping profusely, making a futile attempt to clutch her leg. However, Ji Wudong was not to be trifled with. She raised her foot and delivered a powerful kick to the monk's face. I have already stated that one must engage in conflict to truly know one another. Without conflict, how could there be a connection? The next moment, the old monk's anguished cries resonated throughout the courtyard. Moments later, Ji Wudong entered the side hall, carrying a substantial bundle of incense, and smiled at Lin Mu, saying, Come, let us pay our respects. What was that commotion outside? Lin Mu inquired curiously. Nothing of consequence. That old monk lacked understanding, so I imparted some worldly wisdom to him. Upon saying this, Ji Wudong began to light the incense. She had procured a considerable amount, and merely lighting and placing them took a quarter of an hour. By the time she had arranged all the incense, the hall was enveloped in thick smoke, the fragrance of incense intensely pervasive. Lin Mu sniffed and sneezed several times in succession. Perplexed, he asked, How many incense sticks did you buy? About a dozen pounds. Ji Wudong recalled the weight of the incense and waved her hand dismissively. Do not worry, it cost me nothing. It was all a gift from that old monk. Did you not seize it? I am using the temple's incense to worship their own bodhisattva. How could that be considered theft? Ji Wudong urged Lin Mu to kneel on the mat, saying, Come, let us kneel and pay our respects to Guanyin. Although she had no desire to worship the Guanyin of fertility before her altercation with the old monk, now that the incense was properly arranged, it seemed appropriate to proceed with the worship. 1. Ji Wudong called out. Lin Mu bowed his head in reverence. 2. Ji Wudong continued, and Lin Mu followed suit. 3. With two loud thuds, both Lin Mu and Ji Wudong rose together. Why do I feel as if we are in a wedding ceremony? Lin Mu, eyes closed, instinctively brushed the dust off his knees, casually asked, What kind of Guanyin is this? It is merely the ordinary Guanyin. Ji Wudong's cheeks flushed deeper. Initially, she had not realized the peculiarity of their actions until Lin Mu's comment made her aware. Reflecting on their previous movements, it indeed appeared somewhat akin to a wedding ceremony. Realizing this, Ji Wudong hastily pulled Lin Mu out of the side hall, eager to escape the flustered atmosphere. In the courtyard, the old monk lay on the ground, bruised and battered, groaning incessantly. Upon hearing this sound, Ji Wudong felt a twinge of annoyance and cast a glare at the old monk. The old monk, upon witnessing the scene, hastily covered his mouth, refraining from uttering another sound. It was only after the two individuals had departed that he, enduring excruciating pain, managed to rise from the ground. Limping, he proceeded in the direction of his humble abode. The temperament of Mr. Bai's disciple is excessively irritable. How could such a person possibly become a saintess? No, I must write to Mr. Bai and file a complaint, demanding compensation for my medical expenses. Alas, the pain is unbearable. Just as he was speaking, a figure leapt over the wall and gracefully landed before the old monk. Raising his gaze, the monk was astonished to find that the newcomer was a young man he had never encountered before, who was now surveying his injuries with an expression of schadenfreude. No need to write a complaint. I have arrived, the young man declared with a smile. Upon hearing this, The old monk's eyes widened in disbelief, and he inquired in a hushed tone, "Mr. Bai?" "Indeed, it is I," Mr. Bai replied, elegantly fanning himself with a folding fan. "Pray tell, what did you say about my disciple?" "A master of martial arts, truly a dragon among men and a paragon of beauty," the old monk proclaimed, thumping his chest with fervor. Chapter 77. The higher moments later, in the grass hut beside the side hall, the old monk sat facing Mr. Bai. He had long heard of Mr. Bai from the demonic sect, renowned for his mastery of disguise, his visage ever-changing. Upon meeting him today, the rumors proved true. The old monk clasped his hands in admiration. "Such trivial tricks are hardly worth mentioning." Mr. Bai waved dismissively, chuckling lightly. "I happened to pass this way today, but now I find myself in need of a significant favor." "What is it?" The old monk's heart skipped a beat, his smile vanishing instantly. The fact that Mr. Bai, a high-ranking elder of the demonic sect, personally approached him indicated the gravity of the matter at hand, demanding his utmost seriousness. "Do not be alarmed. What I seek is a task well within your capabilities, O thousand poison monk." As he spoke, a flicker of malice crossed Mr. Bai's gaze, which the old monk perceptively noted, allowing him to breathe a little easier. If it was merely a matter of killing, it was indeed a trivial task for him. "Who is it that you wish me to eliminate?" the old monk inquired with a smile. "You have encountered him. He is the man beside my disciple, named Lin Mu." "The blind man." The old monk was taken aback, perplexed. "He seems quite young and blind. How could he possibly have offended you, Mr. Bai?" "Do not concern yourself with the details," Mr. Bai replied, shaking his head coldly. "All you need to know is that if you succeed in killing Lin Mu, I will reward you with 1,000 taels of gold." 1,000 taels. Gold. Upon hearing this, the old monk's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had no other passion but wealth, valuing it above all else. Even the discovery of a single coin would bring him joy for days, let alone an astounding sum of 1,000 taels of gold. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. With his objective accomplished, Mr. Bai made no further delay and turned to leave the grass hut. However, before departing, he cast a glance at the distant statue of the Guanyin of childbirth and sighed softly. Mr. Bai was initially aware of Ji Wudong's quest to find Lin Mu to repay her debt of gratitude. He had not intervened excessively because, in his view, as long as Ji Wudong remained in Yin County and awaited the visit of the Prince of Qi, other matters were inconsequential. Whether she resided in the Jishir Hall or elsewhere was of little concern. Yet, over time, Mr. Bai sensed a change in Ji Wudong, as she began to slip from his control. First, she took it upon herself to kill the Amei sect's master Ku Dai, nearly jeopardizing his alliance with her. Furthermore, her relationship with Lin Mu became excessively intimate, sharing meals and sleeping quarters, displaying an undeniable inclination towards him. How could Mr. Bai endure this? Ji Wudong was destined to be the empress. How could she be promised to a blind man? Even if this blind man is the disciple of the renowned Lin and Tong, it matters not. Had it not been for Mr. Bai's awareness of Ji Wudong's unblemished maidenhood, he would have likely taken matters into his own hands, dismantling Lin Mu into 1,000 pieces. Upon learning that Ji Wudong had departed from Yin County, he hastened after her, intent on escorting her back. After all, once Ji Wudong left, it would be an insurmountable challenge for the Qi King to locate her. Moreover, this departure would disrupt the agreement he had made with the venerable Kai Master and the Qi King. Little did Mr. Bai anticipate that upon finally catching up to Ji Wudong, he would witness her kneeling alongside Lin Mu in reverence to the Bodhisattva of mercy. In that instant, Mr. Bai felt as though he might faint from rage, nearly succumbing to the impulse to strike Lin Mu dead with a single blow. Fortunately, his mastery of internal energy allowed him to suppress this urge and remain concealed. However, Lin Mu could no longer be allowed to live. At that moment, he fortuitously laid eyes on an old acquaintance, the reclusive Qianju poison monk, and an idea sparked within him. The poison monk, a notorious assassin revered in the martial world, ranked among the top 3 on the assassin's leaderboard. It was said that any target he marked would not survive beyond 3 days. With his intervention, Lin Mu's demise was assured. Once Lin Mu was dead, Mr. Bai could reveal himself and persuade Ji Wudong to return to Yin County. He believed she would not refuse at that juncture. Lin Mu, though you once saved Wudong's life, I cannot permit you to thwart my grand designs. If blame is to be assigned, it must be attributed to your unfortunate fate. Mr. Bai's tone was laced with resignation, yet brimmed with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Ji Wudong had already assisted Lin Mu back to the inn. Upon entering the bedroom, she first checked whether the clay figurine he had gifted her remained intact. She then inspected the valuables, relieved to find everything in order. After a day of travel, are you not weary? Ji Wudong helped Lin Mu settle onto the bed, gently removing his shoes and socks as she inquired. Shall I have the innkeeper prepare some warm water for a foot soak? I shall defer to you, Lin Mu nodded. His acute sense of smell detected a faint odor of sweat as Ji Wudong removed his shoes, a consequence of their day-long trek. Though it was a natural result of their journey, it nonetheless left Lin Mu feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thankfully, Ji Wudong said nothing further, merely tidying up before exiting the room. Upon her return, she was accompanied by an inn attendant carrying a large wooden basin. Place it here, Ji Wudong instructed softly, gesturing to the side of the bed. Certainly. The attendant responded eagerly, setting the basin at Lin Mu's feet while casting a glance filled with envy at him. This man is truly fortunate to be accompanied by such a remarkable woman. Unlike her usual self, even Cui Hua from her hometown could not be pursued. Once the innkeeper departed from the room, Ji Wudong moved a chair and sat opposite Lin Mu, explaining with a hint of shyness. The inn has no smaller footbaths available. Only this double-sized one remains. We shall have to share it, or else the hot water will cool down shortly. Naturally, Lin Mu harbored no objections and nodded with a smile. Strangely, despite having trekked the mountain path all day just like him, when Ji Wudong removed her shoes and socks, Lin Mu detected no unpleasant odor. As she grasped Lin Mu's ankle, she guided his feet into the wooden basin. Then, she raised her own feet and immersed them in the warm water. Oh! The soothing warmth enveloped Ji Wudong, instilling an immediate sense of comfort that coursed from her soles to the crown of her head. Her body involuntarily shivered, and a soft gasp escaped her lips. Observing Lin Mu, his reaction was even more pronounced. Indeed, after a day of travel, soaking one's feet could be deemed one of the most relaxing indulgences. Chapter 78. Poisoning Lin Mu was unaware of how long he had been submerged, only noting that the water was becoming cooler. Ji Wudong, amidst the sound of splashing water, withdrew her feet. After drying them, she gradually crouched down, lifting Lin Mu's legs with tender care to wipe them dry. Do you require my assistance with a massage? Ji Wudong inquired softly. Perhaps not, Lin Mu mused, feeling a stirring in his heart before shaking his head. You lack knowledge of acupressure. Allow me to massage you instead, and I promise it will alleviate your fatigue and leave you feeling invigorated. I don't need it. Ji Wudong's face flushed crimson upon hearing his words, her toes curling tightly together. I will fetch the innkeeper and request some food. With that, Ji Wudong bent down to carry the basin of water and exited the room. After about half an hour, the table was laden with exquisite wine and delicacies. The enticing aromas wafted irresistibly into Lin Mu's nostrils. He inhaled gently, discerning at least 7 or 8 distinct scents of dishes. With so many dishes ordered, do you think we can finish them? Lin Mu chuckled as he picked up his chopsticks. After such a long journey, one must indulge a little, Ji Wudong replied, deftly placing a piece of meat into Lin Mu's bowl. However, as he took a bite, his brow furrowed slightly before he had even swallowed. Ji Wudong's gaze remained fixed on Lin Mu, and she immediately noticed his discomfort. Setting down her utensils, she asked, What is it? Is the food not to your liking? Lin Mu shook his head and spat the food onto the table. He then retrieved a silver needle from his sleeve, piercing it into his chest and neck twice. In the next moment, a dark stream of toxic blood flowed from Lin Mu's mouth and nose. Lin Mu, what is the matter? Ji Wudong sprang to her feet, rushing to support the swaying Lin Mu. Her eyes brimmed with tears, filled with shock and concern, her voice tinged with a hint of a sob. Lin Mu, eyes tightly shut, waved his hand at Ji Wudong, signaling that he was all right. After rinsing his mouth with tea, he gradually regained his composure. He then groped for Ji Wudong's chopsticks and took several bites of food, a knowing expression crossing his face. All the dishes and Ji Wudong's chopsticks were clean. The poison resided solely on his own utensils. The chopsticks had been prepared by the innkeeper and placed conveniently at hand. How careless of me. Fortunately, this poison was specifically meant for me, Lin Mu thought, wiping the toxic blood from the corner of his mouth with a lingering sense of trepidation. If such a rapidly acting poison had entered Ji Wudong's system, by the time she sensed something amiss, the toxin might have already spread throughout her body via her meridians. At that point, it would not be so easy for Lin Mu to purge the poison from her. Ji Wudong evidently contemplated this and was poised to confront the innkeeper, yet was restrained by Lin Mu's hand. Let it be, he advised. The innkeeper is likely merely an intermediary rather than the mastermind. As for the true orchestrator, it is improbable they would reveal their identity. You would gain no insights by questioning them. Upon hearing Lin Mu's analysis, Ji Wudong huffed coldly and resumed her seat beside him. She also realized that if she ventured out to confront the innkeeper, it might provide an opportunity for someone to harm Lin Mu, an obvious ploy to lure her away. I shall not leave your side until the perpetrator is apprehended, Ji Wudong declared, her eyes brimming with a murderous intent. Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent, yet deep in thought about who would target a blind man such as himself. He spent his days at the Jishir Hall, never having antagonized anyone. The only family with whom he had a dispute, the Gu family, was unlikely to resort to such drastic measures. Could it be Zhao Shun's people? Or perhaps the Prince Qi? Lin Mu shook his head. He believed Zhao Shun's demise was executed quietly. Unless he confessed, no one would suspect him. Who then? Could it be? Lin Mu was baffled. Yet, since pondering over it yielded no clarity, he decided to dismiss the thought. He took Ji Wudong's chopsticks and shoveled a large mouthful of rice into his mouth. Having recently lost a considerable amount of blood, he needed to replenish his strength. What are you doing? Ji Wudong exclaimed, hastily reaching out to stop him, but Lin Mu's laughter interrupted her. It's fine. None of these dishes are poisoned. Wouldn't it be a waste not to eat? But you cannot use my chopsticks. I'll return them after using, Lin Mu replied, extending the chopsticks back to her. Ji Wudong cast a glance at the chopsticks, her tone playful yet firm. No, they've been tainted by your saliva. With that, she slowly rose and retrieved her own chopsticks from her pack, eating heartily without a hint of concern about being poisoned. Just as Lin Mu trusted Ji Wudong unconditionally, she reciprocated that trust. If Lin Mu claimed the food was safe, it must indeed be so. Perhaps she was truly hungry, or perhaps she wished to defy the poisoner. The pair, determined to consume every morsel on the table, indulged until they could eat no more. I can't take another bite. Ji Wudong sighed, slumping in her chair, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Lin Mu, unabashed, loosened his belt, allowing his satiated belly some relief. The following morning, as they prepared to depart, they inadvertently overheard the inn staff discussing the mysterious disappearance of the innkeeper who had delivered meals to Lin Mu the previous day. Ji Wudong remained silent at this revelation, merely squeezing Lin Mu's arm gently. Lin Mu nodded and smiled in response. They both understood that the innkeeper had likely met with an unfortunate fate. The mastermind behind the poisoning of Lin Mu would undoubtedly not leave such a liability unaddressed. However, this served as a stark warning for the two. The perpetrator would certainly not rest easily and would seek another opportunity to strike. The persistent sensation of being watched was indeed infuriating. Ji Wudong, driving the carriage down the road, exhibited rare frustration. She furiously whipped the horses, as if such an action could rid them of the lurking menace. True to her earlier words to Lin Mu, she remained almost inseparable from him throughout the journey. She even stood vigil outside while he attended to his needs, waiting patiently. Not to mention the meals Lin Mu consumed or the water he drank. Anything that fell outside her line of sight was first tasted by her, as she sought to test for poison. Only after confirming its safety would she pass it on to Lin Mu. Despite his numerous pleas, Lin Mu ultimately relented, allowing her to act as she wished. Remarkably, whether due to the supposed evasion of the assailant or Ji Wudong's meticulous guardianship, Lin Mu did not encounter any further poisoning incidents during the remainder of their journey. Chapter 79. Luring the tiger from its mountain, Lin Mu and his companion journeyed southward, reaching the vicinity of Lingyi River in just over a month. This river, the largest within the realm of the Dayu dynasty, traverses east to west and stretches across the north and south. Once they crossed Lingyi, they would officially enter the territory of Jiangnan. Upon reaching the town ahead, we shall leave the carriage behind and take a boat across the river, Ji Wudong remarked, rubbing her sore shoulders with a smile. For this period, she had been tirelessly driving, day and night, and now felt utterly exhausted, as if her body were falling apart. However, once they crossed the river, her burdens would lighten. She could simply accompany the merchant convoy or board a boat to reach the Songjin villa. Meanwhile, the Qinjua poison monk and Mr. Bai sat before a tea stall, exchanging glances and simmering in frustration. Over a month has passed, and you have yet to eliminate Lin Mu. I see you have truly aged and become ineffective. Mr. Bai scoffed, the first to voice his grievances. You speak nonsense. The Chinjua poison monk slammed the table and stood up abruptly, exclaiming, Your disciple clings to Lin Mu day and night, tasting everything she consumes first. How am I to strike? A top-tier master standing guard was a privilege even the emperor might envy. If you are indifferent to your disciple's fate, I shall poison them all by tomorrow. Do you dare? Mr. Bai glared fiercely, instantly quashing the momentum the old monk had mustered. Your threats are all you possess, the Qianjua poison monk retorted, rolling his eyes in defiance as he resumed his seat. What shall we do next? They are about to cross the river. I must make it clear. If I am forced to chase them to Jiangnan, I shall not go. There are many enemies there. I do not wish to risk my life for a mere pittance. Over the years, the Qianjua poison monk had slain no fewer than 80 significant figures, most of whom held power in Jiangnan. 15 years prior, they had collectively placed a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold on the monk's head. Such a sum was enough to tempt not only the other assassins in the martial world, but even the old monk himself, who envisioned a day when, nearing death, he might simply hand over his own head for a lucrative reward, enabling him to construct a grand and lavish tomb. On the other side, upon hearing the old monk's words, Mr. Bai furrowed his brow. Given Ji Wudong's strength and her vigilance, it was indeed challenging for the monk to act against Lin Mu. After much contemplation, he realized that only by personally intervening alongside the monk could they hope to eliminate Lin Mu. Let us find them first, Mr. Bai sighed resignedly as he slowly rose to his feet. Should Ji Wudong discover his intentions today, she would likely be furious, potentially severing their master-disciple relationship. Nevertheless, for the sake of his disciple's future, he felt compelled to strike decisively against Lin Mu. The whereabouts of Lin Mu and Ji Wudong are not difficult to ascertain. A blind man combined with an extraordinarily graceful masked woman creates such an unusual pairing that it is nearly impossible to avoid attracting attention. Mr. Bai merely made a few inquiries and soon learned the whereabouts of their temporary lodging. As night deepened and the streets fell silent, Mr. Bai stood atop the inn and leaped down. Inside the room, Ji Wudong heard the sound and instantly sprang from her bed, grasping her dress hanging on a chair and donning it with remarkable speed. What is happening? Lin Mu asked, yawning as he rose from his bed. Nothing. Just stay put on the bed, Ji Wudong replied, remaining in the room while cautiously approaching the door to listen to the sounds outside. In the next moment, a claw-like hand suddenly shattered the wall, lunging towards Ji Wudong. She swiftly recoiled, regaining her stance before dashing forward. Her right hand, mirroring a claw, retaliated, completely demolishing the wall that stood between them. Who are you? Ji Wudong's eyes glinted with murderous intent as she regarded the young man before her. However, upon hearing her question, he remained silent, merely raising his hand once more to attack. Ji Wudong had no choice but to parry his strike, only to realize in astonishment that his internal martial prowess was on par with her own. A shock surged through her. First rank. At that moment, Ji Wudong's confusion deepened. What kind of person had Lin Mu offended to provoke an assassin of such caliber? Yet, the current circumstances left no room for contemplation. The man's assault grew increasingly fierce, forcing Ji Wudong to exert all her strength to fend him off, gradually pushing him away from Lin Mu's room. Meanwhile, Mr. Bai was equally astonished. He had personally trained Ji Wudong, and thus was acutely aware of her abilities. Although she had just recently broken through to the first rank, she had yet to fully integrate her martial arts. Logically, she should not have been his match. Yet now, he found himself being pushed back by Ji Wudong, reduced to mere defense with no means to counterattack, even though he was holding back to conceal his identity. This was enough to astonish Mr. Bai. Why had this girl's martial prowess advanced so rapidly? The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. If this continued, he would inevitably be compelled to reveal his full strength and identity. Unbeknownst to him, since arriving at Jishir Hall, Ji Wudong had taken to perusing the manuals left by the old master during her free time. Later, she received handwritten notes from Master Kai, which further accelerated her understanding of martial arts. By her own estimations, she was at least 30% stronger than when she had first broken through to the first rank. In her current state, even if Mr. Bai were to unleash his full power, he might not gain any advantage. Fortunately, Mr. Bai's task was merely to ensnare Ji Wudong, rather than to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Thus, he was able to withstand the confrontation for a moment, As for the Chinjua poison monk, he had already seized the opportunity to infiltrate Lin Mu's chamber, standing before him. A diversion. Who would have thought that I, Lin Mu, would be deemed worthy of two martial arts masters attempting to assassinate me simultaneously? What an honor indeed. Upon hearing the footsteps of the Chinjua poison monk, Lin Mu chuckled, his expression devoid of fear. After all, one must bear the consequences of offending the wrong individuals. The old monk shrugged his shoulders and retrieved a pill from his sleeve. He preferred not to resort to direct violence. Instead, he favored the use of poison. This way, his victims could depart from this world without enduring any suffering. It could be considered the last remnant of compassion in his heart as a monk. Come now, take this. The old monk placed the pill near Lin Mu's lips, softly urging, "Do not compel me to resort to violence against you." Lin Mu, upon hearing this, offered no resistance and opened his mouth to swallow the pill. Then added with a smile, "By the way, I ought to thank you for the incense and candles you provided, allowing Wudong and me to pay our respects to the Bodhisattva." Chapter 80. Poison blood. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, the old monk's smile froze, and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. "You recognized me?" "Of course," Lin Mu nodded, maintaining his calm and composed smile. "Though my eyes may be blind, my nose and ears remain quite functional. Your voice is identical to that of the man who suffered greatly at the hands of Ji Wudong. Additionally, the scent of incense and candles upon you is something I remember vividly." As he spoke, blood began to trickle from the corners of Lin Mu's mouth. Strangely, he felt no pain at that moment. Instead, a sense of comfort washed over him. It was the first time he had experienced such peculiar poison. Had he known, he would have taken more time to savor this unusual sensation during his previous detoxification. With a sudden cough, Lin Mu expelled another mouthful of blood. Witnessing this, the Thousand Curses poison monk once again wore a smile. "The poison has taken hold. Even a deity cannot save you now. At this point, even if I wished to save you, I would be powerless." Thinking this, the old monk turned to leave, only to suddenly feel his legs weaken beneath him. His body fell forward uncontrollably. With a thud, the old monk crashed to the ground, his face turning ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably, a clear sign of poisoning. How is this possible? How could I be poisoned? The old monk, who had spent a lifetime mastering poisons, could hardly fathom that he would one day fall victim to silent treachery. Who did this? At that moment, Lin Mu wiped the toxic blood from his lips, groped for support, and slowly made his way to the table. The old monk, witnessing this, felt a surge of fury and shouted, "So it was you. Why are you not poisoned? How did you poison me?" Lin Mu did not respond to the old monk's inquiries. Instead, he quietly poured himself a cup of tea. After rinsing the taste of blood from his mouth, he spat the tea onto the old monk. The monk watched in disbelief as the mixture of tea and blood dripped from his body. It dawned on him. Lin Mu's blood was tainted with poison. "You thought you could deceive me once and not expect my vigilance?" Lin Mu sat in a chair, smiling as he spoke. "Your poison is rather intriguing. And since you are about to meet your demise, why not share the formula with me? In return, I can grant you a swift end." The old monk scoffed at this, disdain evident in his voice. "Do you think I require your mercy for a swift end?" At that moment, he felt the strength draining from his body, excruciating pain coursing through him, as if 1,000 insects were gnawing at his insides. Yet, in his quest for clarity in death, he forced himself to endure the agony and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "I." Lin Mu chuckled softly, admitting his blindness. "Yet, my master, renowned in the martial world for his dual mastery of medicine and martial arts, is none other than Lin Hetong." The old monk suddenly comprehended, murmuring to himself, "So it is him. Ha ha, my death is not in vain. Indeed, I die with clarity." The old monk collapsed onto the ground, laughing heartily, spewing forth dark, toxic blood from his mouth. After sufficiently indulging in laughter, he reached for his waist, retrieving a book bound with golden threads from within his robe. Summoning all his strength, he hurled the book towards Lin Mu. "You have made my demise abundantly clear. Your skills with poison are commendable, and your character is admirable. I bestow upon you this book. As for my reasons for wanting to kill you, that is a matter best left unspoken. As one of the top 3 assassins in the realm, I possess a modicum of professional ethics." With a tight-lipped expression, he bit down, swallowing the poison hidden within his mouth. Thus, he fulfilled his earlier boast, granting himself a swift release. Upon sensing the absence of the old monk's breath, Lin Mu shook his head in resignation. This assassin truly could not allow him a moment's peace, even in death. As a blind man, what use was a book thrown at him? It seemed he would have to wait for Wu Tong's return to assist him in reading it. Lin Mu held no concerns for Ji Wu Tong's safety. If the assassin possessed the strength to defeat her in a direct confrontation, why resort to such elaborate schemes to draw her away? Listening to the sounds of combat echoing in the courtyard, Lin Mu calmly poured himself another cup of tea. Choosing not to intervene, the other patrons of the inn mirrored his behavior. Being ordinary folk, they adhered to the principle of remaining uninvolved, each hiding in their rooms and keeping silent. The bolder ones dared to peek through the window cracks, while the timid remained tucked under their blankets, feigning sleep. In the courtyard, Ji Wu Tong fought with increasing ferocity, her bright eyes filled with murderous intent. She heard the old monk's hearty laughter clearly before his demise, realizing she had fallen into the assassin's trap. However, the person before her seemed remarkably familiar with her techniques, making it impossible for her to extricate herself to rescue Lin Mu. Fortunately, through the shattered wall, she caught a glimpse of Lin Mu seated at a table, sipping tea, alongside the motionless form of the old monk on the ground, which eased her anxiety somewhat. In stark contrast, Mr. Bai was utterly astonished by the old monk's defeat. He had never anticipated that the renowned assassin, known as the Thousand Deadly Poison Monk, would fall to Lin Mu. Even if Lin Mu were Lin Hutong's disciple, such a swift defeat was unfathomable. Moreover, Lin Mu was blind. How could this have transpired? Truly, a case of being more a hindrance than a help. Mr. Bai inwardly cursed, promptly retreating to maintain distance from Ji Wu Tong. Hold your horses. Mr. Bai waved his hand and loudly called out to Ji Wu Tong. This time, I concede. However, even if you continue to strike, you will never be able to kill me. Why not grant me a favor and allow me to take that old monk away? How naive you are. Ji Wu Tong replied with a sharp cry, resolutely advancing once more. She understood that if this man were to escape, he would undoubtedly seek revenge against Lin Mu in the future. Thus, to eliminate any future threats, she had to eradicate him completely today. Why are you so obstinate, girl? Mr. Bai exclaimed in frustration. Yet he had no choice but to raise his hand to counter Ji Wu Tong's assault. Just then, Lin Mu's voice floated in from the room. Wu Tong, enough. After all, he is merely a dead man. Let him take him away. It will save you the effort of collecting the corpse. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Ji Wu Tong reluctantly halted her attack and stepped back. Mr. Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. The Thousand Poison Monk dead? With no time to ponder further, Mr. Bai leaped several times, reaching Lin Mu's room. Ji Wu Tong quickly followed, positioning herself between the two to prevent any sudden ambush from Mr. Bai. Chapter 81. My favorite, the revered monk, Qian Ju Du Song, has truly passed away. Mr. Bai bent down to check the old monk's breath. Unable to suppress a deep sigh, a tinge of self-reproach welled up within him. If it were not for their bond of friendship, the old monk would not have recklessly intervened and met with such a tragic fate. However, with the situation as it stands, Mr. Bai found himself without any recourse, compelled to carry the monk's lifeless body and make his way outside the inn. He feared that any further delay would attract the authorities, making any attempt to leave far more complicated. Wu Tong, please find the innkeeper and arrange for another room, Lin Mu whispered. Yet, after a considerable pause, he heard no response from Ji Wu Tong, which prompted him to repeat his request with curiosity. Ji Wu Tong snapped back to reality, her gaze still clouded with confusion as she nodded slightly. What troubles you? Lin Mu inquired. Nothing, Ji Wu Tong replied, shaking her head, and proceeded towards the inn's courtyard. Meanwhile, her mind was occupied with a nagging thought. The tone in which that person spoke just now felt oddly familiar. Yet, she was certain she had never encountered him before. The puzzlement only deepened as she and Lin Mu were assigned to a different room by the innkeeper, leaving her still pondering why that individual seemed so familiar. And what was the old monk's motive for attempting to kill Lin Mu? Surely it couldn't be over a mere dozen or so incense sticks. Ji Wu Tong shook her head and turned to Lin Mu, seeking his perspective. Regrettably, Lin Mu was equally baffled regarding the monk's motives for the assassination attempt. Never mind. If it eludes us, let it be, Lin Mu said with a gentle smile. You've saved my life once more. I suppose this repays your debt of gratitude, doesn't it? What do you mean? Ji Wu Tong's expression hardened as she turned to Lin Mu, suspicious that he might be trying to dismiss her. Don't misunderstand. Lin Mu quickly clarified. Sensing the shift in Ji Wudong's tone, what I meant to say was, in the future, perhaps we could interact as friends. As he concluded, Lin Mu's explanation morphed into a nervous probe. A friendship would surely be more intimate than a mere debtor relationship, and it wouldn't end after expressing gratitude, would it? Ji Wudong remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Mu. Observing the anxious tension etched on his face, a smile crept upon her lips. So, you care so much about the reason for my presence in your life? Are you afraid that once I have repaid my debt, I would depart from you? You seem unusually quiet. Lin Mu feigned calmness and asked again, though his expression betrayed his inner turmoil. Ji Wudong gently placed her hands on Lin Mu's cheeks, drawing him to face her directly. Do you know? I feel incredibly fortunate. I once believed that the chance of encountering you was exceedingly slim, yet unexpectedly. Fate has allowed me to meet you so soon. Consequently, the duration of our time together has been significantly extended. It is precisely for this reason that I shall cherish every moment spent with you and shall not part easily. No one could fathom the joy and excitement that surged within Ji Wudong upon seeing Lin Mu that night, especially upon learning that Lin Mu had sacrificed his sight to save her. A tempest of emotions surged within her heart. To exchange a pair of eyes for a life, what a fortune it is. Lin Mu's smile when he uttered those words was both carefree and sincere, a memory that lingers vividly in her mind. His kindness was pure and fervent, devoid of ulterior motives or selfishness. It turns out that there are indeed individuals who find life worth living simply for having saved another. Whenever she recalls this event, her heart invariably stirs with emotion. I am fond of the Jishur Hall and the nearby neighbors. Ji Wudong slightly parted her crimson lips and took a deep breath, and of course, what I cherish the most is you. Do you understand my meaning? Lin Mu nodded and then shook his head, speaking only halfway. He could hardly grasp the essence. That elusive you mentioned by Ji Wudong, was it referring to the former or the latter? In that moment, Lin Mu felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. He hoped that you referred to the former, yet feared that he might be indulging in self-delusion. He dared not gamble, for he was merely a blind man. Upon seeing Lin Mu shake his head, Ji Wudong couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration and cast him a glance of disdain. Such insensitivity epitomized the type of man he was. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable that Lin Mu, being unable to see, could not accurately decipher her meaning, and thus she quelled her anger. What you just said. Ji Wudong lifted her hand to cover Lin Mu's mouth. The courage she had mustered dissipated in the face of the girl's shyness. Such matters should indeed be initiated by a man. To divert the conversation, Ji Wudong asked stiffly, how did that old monk die? He was poisoned by my blood. Lin Mu finally discerned Ji Wudong's thoughts, recognizing her embarrassment, and ceased to press further. Instead, he explained the circumstances surrounding the death of the 1,000 absolute poison monk. It transpired that while Ji Wudong dashed out of the room to confront Mr. Bai, Lin Mu had prepared the poison beforehand, holding it in his mouth. This particular poison required blood to activate its toxicity. Upon contact with blood, it released a colorless and odorless gas that was exceedingly difficult to detect. Its drawback was a limited coverage area and a brief duration, becoming neutralized by air within mere breaths. However, at that moment, the 1,000 absolute poison monk was only a step away from Lin Mu, making him an easy target for the lethal substance. After listening to Lin Mu's explanation, Ji Wudong, still shaken, patted her chest and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking how fortunate she was. Had it not been for Lin Mu's life-saving measures, the old monk might have succeeded, leaving her with lifelong regrets. I am sorry, it was my failure to protect you. Ji Wudong bit her lip, her eyes filled with remorse and self-reproach. Who said that? Lin Mu gently stroked Ji Wudong's hair, offering comfort. If it weren't for your presence by my side, I would have been killed by another. Next time, I shall not make such a mistake again. Ji Wudong nodded resolutely. Meanwhile, Mr. Bai located the disciples of the demonic sect concealed near Lingyi and entrusted them with the old monk's corpse, commanding them to ensure he received a proper burial. He hoped that this act might alleviate his own feelings of guilt towards the old monk. After completing these tasks, Mr. Bai gazed towards the inn where Ji Wudong resided and sighed despondently. A foreboding sensation lingered in his heart, suggesting that his plans might come to naught. However, he took comfort in the fact that he had a contingency prepared. Chapter 82. The young couple. Initially, Mr. Bai had devised a meticulous plan. Following his collaboration with Prince Qi, he intended to leverage the power of the demonic sect to assist the prince in seizing the throne. Furthermore, he aimed to facilitate a union between Prince Qi and Ji Wudong, ensuring the birth of an heir bearing the Ji lineage to be positioned as the crown prince. Ultimately, he would find a way to discreetly eliminate Prince Qi, allowing Ji Wudong to govern from behind the curtains. In this manner, he would fulfill the demonic sect's ambition of restoration that had lingered for centuries. There was even a possibility of the crown prince renaming the nation, transforming the Great Yu dynasty into the Great Qin dynasty, owing to the crown prince's dual heritage of the Ji and Zhou bloodlines. Both the court and the demonic sect could compromise, minimizing factional conflicts, a truly ingenious strategy. Regrettably, given Ji Wudong's current disposition towards Lin Mu, it appeared that this plan was unlikely to proceed. Especially regarding the matter of marriage, it had become exceedingly difficult. Although Ji Wudong was Mr. Bai's disciple, she was also a royal descendant of the Ji lineage. Should she refuse, Mr. Bai could not impose his will upon her. Fortunately, he had prepared an alternative course of action. A softness flickered in Mr. Bai's gaze. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to ensure Ji Wudong's survival and her ascendance as the sovereign of the realm. As for whom Ji Wudong would choose to wed to continue the Ji lineage, that was beyond his purview, and he had no desire to interfere. On the banks of the Ling River, boats of various sizes traversed the waters incessantly. Ji Wudong and Lin Mu found themselves aboard a covered fishing boat, leisurely casting their lines. This vessel, owned by local fishermen, was modest in size. Apart from a couple of fishermen, only Lin Mu and Ji Wudong occupied the boat, making it far from crowded. The journey from the northern to the southern banks would take approximately a day and a half. With time at their disposal, Lin Mu and Ji Wudong borrowed 2 fishing rods and settled on the deck to fish. Ji Wudong, as was her custom, exhibited extraordinary luck, reeling in 3 fish in less than a quarter of an hour. Amidst the intermittent cheers resonating in the air, Lin Mu clicked his tongue in envy. Logically, Ji Wudong had accompanied him for several months of fishing. Her novice protection phase should have long since expired. Yet, how was it that she consistently returned with bountiful catches? Could it be that Ji Wudong possessed an innate affinity for fishing, akin to a divine gift? Lin Mu furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation. Why the frown? Ji Wudong glanced over, noticing Lin Mu's unusual expression, and inquired with curiosity. Naturally, Lin Mu would not confess that his furrowed brow stemmed from envy. He merely shifted the topic, saying, "I am concerned that the assassin might return." "That is unlikely," Ji Wudong mused, pausing for a few moments before reassuring him with a smile. "He doesn't seem capable of using poison, and in a one-on-one confrontation, he is no match for me. Therefore, I believe he will not strike again." Lin Mu considered her words and nodded, recognizing the validity in her reasoning. As the conversation flowed, Ji Wudong's fishing rod was once again graced by a catch. Merely by the sound of thrashing, Lin Mu discerned that this fish was certainly substantial. What remarkable skill this young lady possesses. The fisherman's wife remarked with a smile, "I have been ferrying on this river for over a decade. Yet I have never encountered someone so adept at fishing." "Perhaps it is merely luck," Ji Wudong replied with a slight nod and a smile. Although she recognized that the fisherman's wife's words were likely embellished, they nonetheless brought her joy. "Do not doubt it, my dear." The burly fisherman, his bare torso marked with old scars of blade and arrow, spoke with a thick southern accent. Upon hearing Ji Wudong's comment, he immediately interjected to validate his wife's praise. "My wife never lies. You truly are an exceptional fisherman. Go on, this is not your place to speak." The fisherman's wife playfully chastised her husband, giving his chest a gentle slap, though the affection in her eyes was unmistakable. Ji Wudong was touched by the couple's affection, and she couldn't help but engage in conversation with them. From the fisherman, she learned that he had once served in the military. However, a grievous injury to his lungs had forced him to leave the service and return home. Through a matchmaker, he had met his wife, who lived on the northern bank of the Ling River, and thus their union was formed. Both husband and wife were diligent workers, and over the years, they had accumulated significant wealth through ferrying and fishing along the Ling River. They had managed to purchase brick houses on both banks of the river and had 3 children attending school, with their eldest already having passed the county examination and achieved the title of scholar. The pride on the faces of the fisherman and his wife when discussing their son was palpable. "How wonderful!" Ji Wudong couldn't help but exclaim. her gaze towards the couple filled with envy. "My dear, are you two visiting relatives in Jiangnan?" After sharing her own experiences, the fisherman's wife inquired of Ji Wudong. As she spoke, a twinge of regret stirred within her. Such a striking and graceful young lady seemed perfectly matched with that man. Alas, if only the man's eyes were. Meanwhile, upon hearing the term young couple, Ji Wudong's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She shyly cast her gaze downward, murmuring softly, "We are not." "What?" The fisherman's wife, distracted by the surrounding noise, failed to catch Ji Wudong's clarification and asked loudly, "Are you two going to Jiangnan to visit family?" "Indeed," Lin Mu interjected with a grin. "We are visiting a relative and taking the opportunity to explore Jiangnan." Ji Wudong shot him a sidelong glance, but chose not to continue her defense. Perhaps he simply wished to conceal their identities to avoid complications, she reasoned to herself. Jiangnan is truly a splendid place. The fisherman boomed with laughter, extolling the beauty, wealth, and vibrancy of Jiangnan. A wave of emotion surged within Lin Mu, for he had never ventured to the southern banks of the Yangtze, nor had he ever beheld the ancient charm of Jiangnan. If circumstances permitted, he would truly wish to witness it firsthand. Unbeknownst to him, nightfall gently descended upon them. The fisherman ceased his rowing, igniting a fire to prepare dinner for his wife and Lin Mu. His wife emerged from the cabin, carrying a small table to set upon the deck. "The fish from the Ling River is exquisite. You must certainly savor it." "Then we shall graciously accept your hospitality," Ji Wudong replied, delicately lifting the corner of her veil to sample the fish soup. After a brief moment, having assured herself that the soup bore no ill intent, she extended her bowl towards Lin Mu. "You should drink from this bowl. It is not too hot." Afterward, she took a bite of a baked flatbread and, with the same rationale, offered it to Lin Mu. Witnessing this tender exchange, the fisherman could not help but feel a tinge of envy. Your bond is truly admirable. Yet he believed that even if he were to lose his sight one day, his wife would remain steadfast, just as Ji Wudong had done, unwaveringly by his side. Chapter 83. Colors. The night slipped away in an instant. By noon the following day, Lin Mu, with the assistance of Ji Wudong, made his way to the dock. "Esteemed healer, we can only accompany you this far. Beyond this is the inn in town." The fisherman, standing by the shore, bowed in gratitude to Lin Mu, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. I feel much better." The previous night, Lin Mu had taken it upon himself to administer a few acupuncture needles to the fisherman and employed his internal energy to alleviate the pain from his lung ailment. It was but a trifling effort, Lin Mu nodded, as Ji Wudong promptly offered the fare for the boat. However, the fisherman's wife resolutely declined. "Esteemed healer, you treated my husband's lung ailment last night. We are already immensely grateful. How could we accept your silver?" "Indeed," the fisherman echoed, urging, "Miss, please take back the money. We would not wish to offend you." Though they were illiterate, they understood the rarity of receiving treatment from a healer as skilled as Lin Mu, and thus they adamantly refused to accept the fare. Ji Wudong and the fisherman's wife exchanged polite refusals several times, but ultimately could not sway the couple, and thus the silver was returned. "Once you return home, if you follow the prescription I provided for a year and a half, your lung condition should improve significantly, allowing you to engage in heavier labor without issue. Additionally, practice the massage techniques I taught you. They will be beneficial for your health," Lin Mu advised with great care. The fisherman's lung injury was a consequence of a severe stabbing wound, which had persisted for over a decade. Complete healing was nearly impossible, thus, Lin Mu could only offer what assistance he could. "Very well." The fisherman nodded repeatedly, patting his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, esteemed healer. I will follow your instructions diligently to restore my health. When you return, I shall be ready to ferry you again." "That settles it then." Lin Mu chuckled in agreement. "We shall seek you out upon our return." With that, Ji Wudong supported Lin Mu's arm, and they turned to leave. The dock was bustling with people, and they needed to find an inn quickly to avoid spending the night on the streets. Fortunately, Ji Wudong was somewhat familiar with the southern bank of Lingyi, and within half an hour, they discovered a reasonably pleasant inn. Ji Wudong, as was her custom, requested only a single room. Although the weather was warming and they were in the south, both Lin Mu and Ji Wudong tacitly avoided mentioning separate accommodations. After all, the threat posed by Mr. Bai still loomed, and there was a possibility of his return, necessitating caution. This is merely to protect Lin Mu. It is not that I wish to share a bed with him, Ji Wudong thought to herself, casting a glance at the bed in the room, her cheeks faintly flushed. Sometimes, a pretext is unnecessary for a man to pursue. If a woman is enamored, she will find justifiable reasons on her own. Conversely, even if a man prepares meticulously, a woman will always concoct reasons to decline his goodwill. They decided to spend the night here today, and tomorrow, I shall take you to purchase a lighter attire. Followed by hiring a carriage. Ji Wutong gently assisted Lin Mu to sit on the bed while softly discussing their forthcoming itinerary. Initially, their plan was to find a merchant caravan after crossing the river to accompany them to Suzhou, the location of the Zhangjian villa. However, following the incident of Mr. Bai's nocturnal assault on the inn, Ji Wutong deemed it wiser to minimize interactions with others for safety's sake. Lin Mu nodded in agreement, having no objections, fully entrusting the decisions to Ji Wutong. The night passed without conversation. The next morning, Ji Wutong rose early and instructed the innkeeper to bring breakfast to their room. As before, Ji Wutong sampled every dish first, even taking a bite of the buns before offering them to Lin Mu. Although Lin Mu felt it unnecessary, he did not reject Ji Wutong's kindness. A few buns that had been nibbled were of no concern to him. After breakfast, the two walked hand in hand out of the inn and began to meander through the town. This place, named town like the one on the northern bank of Lingyi, was indeed comparable in scale to a city. Even when juxtaposed with Yinyang City, it appeared smaller by a third. Countless pedestrians and merchants traversed the streets, resulting in a remarkable variety of goods available. It seemed to amalgamate all the finest products from both the southern and northern banks of the Dayu dynasty. As Ji Wutong leisurely led Lin Mu along the bustling street, surrounded by the continuous calls of vendors, she felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. What color of clothing do you prefer? Ji Wutong twirled her wrist, causing Lin Mu's arm to sway in tandem. You may decide, Lin Mu chuckled dismissively. However, Ji Wutong, sensing his lack of enthusiasm, let out a playful huff in mild annoyance. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes sparkled mischievously as she asked, "What if I buy you a pink outfit? I have yet to see a man donning pink." Lin Mu detected the dissatisfaction in Ji Wutong's tone and realized his earlier response had been overly perfunctory. He smiled in apology. "My mistake. Perhaps a gray or black outfit would be more suitable." "Now that is more like it." Upon hearing Lin Mu's sincere apology and his expression of preference, Ji Wutong nodded with satisfaction and led him towards a nearby shop. The shop attendant, noticing their approach, greeted them with a beaming smile and, without waiting for Ji Wutong to voice her needs, promptly poured tea for them. "But I haven't even mentioned what I wish to buy." Lin Mu lifted his teacup, teasingly remarking, "But as a merchant, we believe every visitor is a guest." The attendant replied with a grin, presenting them with dried fruits and pastries. "Even if you two do not purchase anything, your presence brings us much-needed patronage." "Indeed, that is quite reasonable." Lin Mu nodded in agreement, clearly amused. Setting aside other matters, the fervent enthusiasm of the young attendant brought considerable delight to his heart. Ji Wutong felt similarly. She could no longer restrain her gaze from the fine fabrics and garments within the store. In no time, she had selected 4 or 5 ensembles. "Please find a suitable size for him, and let him try them on," Ji Wutong instructed, gesturing towards Lin Mu while addressing the attendant. In the Dayu dynasty, the common folk might not be able to afford even a single piece of clothing in an entire year. Thus, it was exceedingly rare for someone like Ji Wutong to choose multiple outfits in one go. The shopkeeper, who had been reclining in a chair, immediately recognized the arrival of a significant customer upon hearing her words. He hastened to step forward, gently dismissing the young attendant, exclaiming, "What a discerning young lady. Allow me to assist this young master with his fitting. Should anything be amiss, I shall personally make the alterations for you." "Indeed," Ji Wutong nodded, then turned to the dismissed attendant, saying, "Please find me several skirts in the same colors as these garments." This establishment lacked the couple's attire found in the clothing stores of Yinyang City, so she was left to resort to this approach in order to complement Lin Mu's outfits. Chapter 84. Confession. Upon hearing this, the attendant was momentarily taken aback, his expression wavering with uncertainty. Yet, he could not help but advise Miss, "Have you truly made up your mind? The gray and black dresses lack the vibrancy and beauty of other colors. Indeed, I desire the gray and black ones. Please fetch them," Ji Wutong affirmed with a nod. Observing her resolve, the attendant could only turn away with a troubled countenance. The scarcity of dresses in these 2 colors meant they were stored away, making their retrieval rather cumbersome. However, in pursuit of fulfilling this order, he resolved to exert his utmost effort. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper had begun altering the neckline and sleeves of Lin Mu's garments. Time passed gradually. Just as Ji Wutong was growing somewhat impatient, the attendant finally returned, cradling several long skirts from the storeroom. "Miss, I've only managed to find these. Would you care to try them on?" he inquired. Ji Wudong accepted the garments, measuring each one against her form before ultimately selecting 3, declaring, "No need for further fitting. Please pack these for me and deliver them to the Yulai Inn," informing the waiter that they are for room Jiazi number 3. She sought merely to don attire akin in color and style to Lin Mu's. The aesthetics of the clothing were of little consequence. "Truly no need to try them?" The shopkeeper pressed once more. "If there are any sizing issues, I can make adjustments for you right away." "Unnecessary." Ji Wudong shook her head defiantly. "My eyes serve as the measure." With that, she left a deposit, grasped Lin Mu's hand, and exited the shop. The day was still young, and she wished to avoid wasting time on such trivial matters. Throughout this exchange, Lin Mu had remained silent, offering no opinions until they stepped out onto the street. At which point he playfully queried, "Why choose gray and black dresses? Surely other colors would be more appealing?" Feigning ignorance, Ji Wudong scoffed lightly, her tone playful. "Need I remind you that as a divine maiden, I am naturally exquisite. I would look splendid in any hue." "Indeed, you are correct," Lin Mu retorted. "But how can you ascertain my agreement when you cannot see? My heart perceives it." With a gentle laugh, Ji Wutong covered her mouth, while her other hand playfully squeezed Lin Mu's palm. Feeling the softness and smoothness of her hand, he instinctively tightened his grip in return. "Lin Mu," Ji Wudong called softly. "Yes, I shall ensure that you will see again." Her gaze was earnest, her tone resolute. "I am determined to restore your sight. You need not be so anxious." Lin Mu replied with a light chuckle. "Perhaps one day, I shall mend my own eyes." "Is it truly possible for you to heal your vision?" Ji Wudong's face betrayed skepticism, her belief wavering. "Not before, but now I can." "And what brings about this change?" "Because I long to see you as soon as possible." As he spoke, a powerful surge of inner strength coursed through their tightly clasped hands, flowing into Ji Wutong's meridians. This marked the first occasion since his blindness that he had openly displayed his inner power in front of another. As Ji Wutong widened her eyes in disbelief, she stammered, You possess martial arts skills?" Hastily, she pulled Lin Mu to the side of the road, her curiosity evident. "What is there to be astonished about? I am the disciple of the illustrious Lin Hutong, proficient in both medicine and martial arts. Is it not natural for me to possess such abilities?" No. That is not what I meant," Ji Wudong interjected, waving her hand dismissively. "I had long suspected that you were skilled in martial arts, but your level of mastery, how can it be so advanced?" From the internal energy radiating from Lin Mu, she sensed a force that surged like a mighty river, relentless and boundless. Upon comparing her own prowess with his, she realized that Lin Mu's internal strength was, astonishingly, on par with her own. Did this imply that Lin Mu had attained the first-grade realm? A blind individual, 3 years my junior, at the first-grade level? Could it be that the legendary title of dual mastery in medicine and martial arts was about to resurface? Ji Wudong had always believed herself to be an unparalleled genius in martial arts, a rarity in the world. Yet, she had not anticipated that the unassuming Lin Mu could surpass her innate talent. In that moment, a feeling of unreality washed over her. "How did you achieve this?" Ji Wudong pressed again. "Perhaps it is because I matured at an early age," Lin Mu replied. "What kind of reasoning is that?" Ji Wudong scoffed, unconvinced by his explanation. But she chose not to pursue the matter further. "Do not dwell on the minutiae," Lin Mu smiled, understanding that Ji Wudong would require time to absorb this revelation. He continued, "The reason I divulged my martial arts prowess to you is not to astound you, but to convey that you need not place excessive pressure upon yourself. The advancement in martial arts is a gradual process. One must not be overly hasty. Rushing will only lead to self-harm and irreparable regret." Perhaps this was the cause of Mo Ping's daughter succumbing to her own demons. Ji Wudong fell silent for a moment, then nodded, "I understand." However, due to Lin Mu's blindness, he remained unaware of how much of his words Ji Wudong had truly absorbed. "Besides me, who else is aware of this matter?" Moments later, Ji Wudong suddenly inquired, "Do Old Li and Old Ming know of your high martial arts realm? They may have suspected my familiarity with martial arts, but they should remain unaware of my actual level. I have not disclosed it to them, Lin Mu responded honestly. What about Gu Yu? The members of the Gu family? Ji Wudong began to ask before altering her question. Lin Mu contemplated for a moment and elucidated. Gu Ming and Gu Yueling, being siblings, have trained alongside me since childhood, thus the Gu family must be aware of my martial prowess. However, since my blindness, I have refrained from displaying my skills in front of outsiders. Consequently, they likely remain in the dark about my true level, perhaps even believing that my martial arts have stagnated over the years. Upon hearing this, Ji Wudong's lips curled into a subtle smile, her eyes glimmering with mirth. So, are you suggesting that this secret is known solely to me? Indeed. Lin Mu nodded, having discerned her thoughts. Therefore, will you assist me in safeguarding this secret? Of course. Ji Wudong gently squeezed Lin Mu's palm, affirming that this is now a secret shared between the two of us. After discovering that Lin Mu also belonged to the first-tier realm, she felt a considerable weight lifted from her heart. Throughout their journey, she had not only attended to Lin Mu's daily needs, but also dealt with the lurking threat of the old monk, which had indeed left her somewhat fatigued. What do you think the expressions of others would be if they knew of your remarkable prowess? After sharing a laugh, Ji Wudong couldn't help but envision the faces of old Li and old Ming upon learning the truth. It would surely be quite amusing. In truth, I am more eager to witness your reaction upon uncovering this secret. Alas, you have already missed that moment. Perhaps you could feel for yourself? Ji Wudong took Lin Mu's hand and gently pressed it against her cheek. Chapter 85. Yearning. This was not the first time Lin Mu caressed Ji Wudong's cheek. Yet, with each gentle touch, he found himself irresistibly drawn to the smooth softness of her skin, unable to let go. It felt as cool as ice, as refreshing as snow. It was as delicate as silk, imbued with a subtle fragrance upon contact. Lin Mu could only speculate on Ji Wudong's complexion, imagining it to be as fair as snow. Otherwise, how could it be so cool and soft? Unfortunately, his hand lingered on her cheek for merely 3 seconds before she stepped back to evade him. There's too many people here, Ji Wudong said softly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Shall we return then? Lin Mu inquired with a raised eyebrow and a playful smile. How naive, Ji Wudong feigned indignation, pinching his arm lightly. What do you take me for? I am the esteemed holy maiden of the demon sect. Allowing you to touch my face even once is an immense privilege. You'd best not overstep your bounds, she added, her breath brushing against Lin Mu's ear, warm and teasing, accompanied by a whiff of her enchanting scent. However, I merely wish to deepen my impression of your visage and make a few adjustments to the clay figure, Lin Mu replied, unabashedly defending himself. Upon hearing this, Ji Wudong reminisced about the rudimentary clay figure Lin Mu had gifted her, which barely resembled a human form, and a smile graced her lips once more. Then let us first indulge in some food before we return tonight, she suggested, taking the initiative to grasp Lin Mu's hand and leading him toward the tavern ahead. Having spent several months in Yin County, she had long been yearning for the culinary delights of the South. Before they knew it, nightfall enveloped them. The pair wandered through the town until the curfew set by the local authorities compelled them to return to the inn, fully satisfied. Upon entering her chamber, Ji Wudong promptly secured the door. She began to rustle about, trying on several dresses she had purchased from the clothing shop. Her figure was graceful and slender, particularly her waist, which was delicately petite. The black gown she adorned, while lacking the vibrant allure of other colors, accentuated her slimness and exuded the aura of a spirited heroine. Ji Wudong nodded in approval, thoroughly pleased with her selections. Subsequently, she retrieved a black veil from her bundle, replacing her original white veil, which rendered her appearance both mysterious and elegant. Gazing into the bronze mirror, she scrutinized her reflection and smiled in satisfaction. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Mu was oblivious to her self-absorption at that moment. He busied himself, approaching the bedside and retrieving a book that the old monk had tossed to him before his passing. Wudong, would you read the contents for me? He asked with a smile. All right, she replied. Though Lin Mu's inquiry had interrupted her admiration of her own beauty, she was not angered. After nodding in agreement, he turned and sat beside Lin Mu, quietly beginning to read from the first page. Despite the old monk's martial arts rank being merely second tier, he was renowned in the martial world by the moniker Thousand Deadly Poison Monk, demonstrating unparalleled mastery in the art of poison. Even Lin Mu, when compared to him, fell somewhat short. As he listened to Ji Wudong recite the contents of the book, Lin Mu realized that had it not been for the old monk's habitual mercy in allowing his targets to die without suffering, he would not have unleashed his most potent toxins. The outcome of that night remained uncertain, particularly concerning the 10 types of poisons recorded at the end of the book, which were exceedingly vicious and exceptionally difficult to counteract. Furthermore, Lin Mu gleaned from the text a method to neutralize the internal poison, a technique unknown even to the old curator. Thus, he could not guarantee its efficacy. It appears I must seek an opportunity to test it, Lin Mu murmured to himself, a rare spark of excitement illuminating his face. For even if the method documented by the old monk proved ineffective, it nonetheless offered him another avenue for antidote exploration. Perhaps, he mused, he could restore his vision without needing to break through to the master level. What troubles you? Ji Wudong, perceptive as ever, sensed the shift in Lin Mu's emotions and curiously inquired. Nothing, Lin Mu replied, shaking his head, choosing not to reveal the truth. He wished to spare Ji Wudong any excessive hope, fearing that disappointment would be more profound should those hopes be dashed. Additionally, he yearned to surprise her. Ji Wudong, respecting his silence, refrained from pressing further, trusting that he would share when he deemed the time right. This was the unspoken understanding between them. You do not ask. I do not tell, for I know you will eventually speak. As night deepened, Lin Mu and Ji Wudong lay side by side on the bed. They refrained from any inappropriate actions, simply savoring the tranquility of the night. While it might appear impossible to outsiders, the reality was otherwise. They had long grown accustomed to this closeness, though a hint of shyness lingered in their hearts. Wudong, once my vision is restored, what shall we do? Lin Mu, unable to contain his excitement, asked impulsively. Let me think, Ji Wudong replied, sitting up and lazily leaning against the wall. I will take you to Chang'an. With the spring breeze and swift horse hooves, we shall behold the blossoms of Chang'an in a single day. I wish to fulfill your dreams regarding this poem. The journey to Chang'an was a plan they had long made, one that Ji Wudong held dear in her heart. After speaking, she playfully kicked Lin Mu's abdomen and countered, And you? What do you wish to do? I haven't decided. Lin Mu contemplated for a moment, unable to conjure an answer, yet he smiled and said, But I can assure you, I will take you along. I have a suggestion, she said. What is it? Lin Mu sat up, resting his shoulder against hers. Once your vision is restored and we return from Chang'an, how about we go hunting on the grasslands? Ji Wudong shifted slightly on the bed, ultimately settling into a comfortable position, gently resting her head upon Lin Mu's shoulder. Throughout the years, I have traversed numerous places from north to south, yet the northern grasslands remain unexplored. The grasslands, you say? Lin Mu murmured, nodding in agreement. His heart stirred with a flicker of excitement. He yearned to experience the customs and scenery of the Dayu dynasty and the northern tribes alongside Ji Wudong. That night, Lin Mu and Ji Wudong sat side by side, leaning against one another, sharing countless words until the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon, at which point they both felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them. Ji Wudong stifled a yawn, her head tilting as she tumbled onto the bed, exclaiming in a muffled voice, I'm so sleepy. I need to sleep a little longer. Her tone was both endearing and languorous, clearly indicating her extreme fatigue. Upon hearing her yawn, Lin Mu could not help but follow suit. He was unaware of the hour, only vaguely perceiving the distant calls of breakfast vendors from the street below. Enough is enough. It would be wiser not to venture out today. A little extra sleep is far more important. Lin Mu chuckled softly, then turned to lie down comfortably. Chapter 86. The Hidden Sword Manor in this slumber. Lin Mu and Ji Wudong slept until the afternoon. It was only when their stomachs grumbled incessantly that they reluctantly opened their eyes. Are we leaving today? Ji Wudong inquired sweetly, rubbing her eyes as she lay in bed. Let us depart tomorrow. For now, we shall venture out to procure some sustenance. Lin Mu replied with a yawn, snuggling deeper into the warmth of the blankets. Ji Wudong, displeased, huffed softly and playfully kicked at Lin Mu's thigh. When her attempts proved fruitless, she resigned herself to the situation. Curling her body, she instinctively nestled her head against Lin Mu's chest. Before long, her gentle snores resumed. As Lin Mu lay there, enveloped by the soothing rhythm of her breath, he felt increasingly at ease. Time passed, though he could not discern its passage, until Ji Wudong awoke once more. This time, she appeared much more spirited, propping herself up with her arms. Are you thirsty? She asked, moistening her slightly parched lips. A bit, Lin Mu nodded in response. Then I shall fetch some water, Ji Wudong declared, crawling over Lin Mu to reach the edge of the bed, where she slipped on her shoes and descended to the floor. Had Lin Mu replied that he was not thirsty, she would have lingered a while longer. But that was no longer an option. She staggered to the table, poured herself a glass of fresh water, and eagerly drank half of it in one go. A few minutes later, feeling no discomfort, she refilled the glass and carried it back to the bedside. Drink slowly, she advised. Lin Mu acknowledged. And in the next moment, he gulped down the contents of the glass. Ji Wutong, seeing this, was momentarily vexed. After shooting him a glare, she gently asked, "Will you have more?" "Yes." "Then drink slowly this time. Don't choke." With that, she poured another glass for him. However, scarcely had she finished speaking when Lin Mu drained the glass once more. "Are you a water buffalo reincarnated? Can you not drink slowly? No one is competing with you." Ji Wudong was utterly speechless, shoving the handle of the water jug into Lin Mu's hands. "Go ahead, it's all yours." Lin Mu, taking her words to heart, removed the jug's lid and took several hearty swigs. At last, the discomfort of his parched throat began to abate. Shortly thereafter, Ji Wudong summoned the innkeeper to bring their meal to the room. After they had feasted and quenched their thirst, they regained their vitality. However, after all the commotion, the sun was once again nearing its descent. With no other recourse, they settled in for another night within their chamber. On the following morning, Lin Mu and Ji Wudong finally set forth, hiring a carriage to journey to Suzhou. "Do you think by the time we arrive in Suzhou, Mo Ping's daughter will have been cured by someone else?" Ji Wudong asked, guiding the carriage leisurely along the official road while glancing back at Lin Mu within the carriage. "If she has been cured, then so be it. There is nothing we can do," Lin Mu replied. Lin Mu dared not make rash assertions, choosing instead to offer gentle consolation. "Let us consider this an opportunity to take a leisurely stroll and clear our minds." However, he harbored no desire to have embarked on this journey in vain. Upon hearing his words, Ji Wudong frowned slightly. She recalled Lin Mu mentioning that he had traveled from Yanjun to Suzhou solely to gain the favor of Mo Pingxing. To have exerted themselves for nothing would indeed be a waste of their sincere efforts. After contemplating, an idea suddenly sprouted in Ji Wudong's mind. "If Mo Pingxing's daughter has already recovered, then I shall inflict severe injury upon her once more, and you can step in to provide her with treatment. What do you think of this plan?" "Quite ingenious," Lin Mu chuckled, reluctantly flattering her. Yet, within the confines of his heart, he silently prayed that Mo Pingxing's daughter would not recover too swiftly. For if Ji Wudong were to strike too hard, and he failed to heal her, it would indeed lead to an absurd predicament. Moreover, it could potentially offend both the Tsangjian Villa and Mo Pingxing. During the subsequent journey, the pair encountered no further dangers. They set off early and rested at sunset. After a month, Lin Mu and Ji Wudong finally arrived at Suzhou. The Tsangjian Villa is situated atop a verdant hill on the outskirts of the city. Speaking of the Tsangjian Villa, one cannot overlook its contemporary master, Mo Pingxing. He is the grandson of the villa's first master, Mo Xiong, who entered the first realm of martial arts at the age of 35. By the age of 40, armed with his self-created falling leaves sword technique, he became unrivaled in the martial world. Thus, he earned the title of the Falling Leaves Sword Lord among his peers and became the martial leader of the Great Yu dynasty in the same year. Now, a decade has passed. Mo Pingxing is now 50 years old, his strength more unfathomable than ever. Under his stewardship, the Tsangjian Villa has transformed from a second-rate sect established merely a few decades ago into one of the most formidable forces within the Great Yu dynasty. Among the renowned swords of the realm, half are housed within the Tsangjian Villa itself. Mo Pingxing alone possesses 4 of the top 10 famed swords, a testament to his unparalleled status in the martial world. The mountain path is steep. The carriage cannot ascend. "We shall have to climb," Ji Wudong declared as she gazed up at the towering peak of the mountain, shaking her head in resignation. Fortunately, there was an inn run by the disciples of Tsangjian Villa at the foot of the mountain, where they could leave their carriage and belongings in safe hands. Given the villa's esteemed reputation, they had little concern about the loss of their valuables. After Ji Wudong presented the invitation that accompanied the letter to Mo Pingxing, they were guided up the mountain by the disciples of Tsangjian Villa. During their ascent, they encountered no disdainful glances or scandalous incidents fueled by envy of Ji Wudong's beauty. Within the Tsangjian villa, there were over 1,000 disciples, many of whom practiced martial arts amidst the mountains. As Ji Wudong walked through, she observed that each disciple possessed keen eyes and an invigorated spirit, exuding the essence of chivalry, and she could not help but offer her silent admiration. Truly, they are swordsmen. Their righteous demeanor is unmatched by ordinary folk. If one were to venture into the world, it is likely that numerous virtuous ladies and valiant heroines would find themselves enamored. As Ji Wudong assessed those around her, the disciples discreetly observed her and Lin Mu, a strikingly handsome blind man accompanied by a mysterious woman clad in a long gown and a black veil. They appeared to be anything but ordinary. Could they be seekers of the master at the manor, or perhaps troublemakers? Several disciples exchanged curious glances, intrigued enough to follow, eager to uncover the origins and intentions of the pair. Noticing their interest, Ji Wudong did not deter them. She continued to support Lin Mu, engaging in light-hearted banter as they ascended the mountain. Upon reaching the summit and arriving at the entrance of Tsangjian Manor, they finally paused. Ji Wudong inhaled deeply, her voice resonating with internal strength as she proclaimed, "The dual talents of medicine and martial arts, Lin Hetong's disciples, have come to pay their respects at the invitation of Master Mo." Her words, though softly spoken, were distinctly heard by all present. Such profound internal power left the disciples in a state of astonishment. Chapter 87. Mo Pingxing. Ji Wudong was not one to act ostentatiously in her daily affairs. Her demeanor was governed by a rationale of her own. Given her youth alongside Lin Mu, even with an invitation from Mo Pingxing in hand, they were likely to be underestimated. Thus, rather than inciting discord, it was wiser to first demonstrate their strength and earn the respect of others. This way, harmony could prevail, benefiting all parties involved. As anticipated, no sooner had Ji Wudong spoken than several figures gracefully emerged from the manor, landing before them. The foremost among them, an elderly man with hair as white as snow, scrutinized the two before him, incredulity etched upon his face as he inquired, "Are you both disciples of the esteemed Lin Hetong?" No, Ji Wudong interjected, gesturing towards Lin Mu. "He is the disciple of Lin Hetong. I am merely his attendant." The elder's astonishment deepened, for he distinctly recalled that the resonant voice had belonged to a woman. It was clear that Ji Wudong had spoken, yet she humbly referred to herself as an attendant, which implied that Lin Mu was even more formidable. "May I inquire your name, young brother?" the elder asked Lin Mu, bowing respectfully, his demeanor notably cordial. "I am Lin Mu," he replied. "Is it true that Lin Hetong is your master?" "Indeed it is," Lin Mu affirmed, and with that, he retrieved a letter and an invitation from his robe, extending them forward. The elder glanced at Lin Mu's closed eyes, receiving the documents with a mix of skepticism and hope. Upon confirming their authenticity, a broad smile illuminated his face. "Oh, you must be the esteemed physician invited by the manor's master to tend to the young lady. Please, come in at once." Just as Ji Wudong had anticipated, upon witnessing their capabilities and Lin Mu's esteemed identity, the inhabitants of Tsangjian Manor treated them with utmost respect, despite Ji Wudong being a woman and Lin Mu being blind. They welcomed the pair with great enthusiasm, leading them to the hall where they were seated comfortably while the elder continued, "Please wait a moment. I shall notify the manor's master." During their journey, the elder had already introduced himself as Mo Xiaoyan, the second elder of Tsangjian Manor and also the uncle of Mo Pingxing. "Please do so," Ji Wudong acknowledged with a nod, her voice soft. Mo Xiaoyan bowed once more before turning to depart. He traversed through the serene courtyards nestled among the trees, eventually exiting through the back gate of Tsangjian Manor. He arrived at the entrance of a cave on the rear mountain, a forbidden zone of the manor where numerous martial arts secrets and renowned swords were safeguarded. Typically, this place was watched over by the first elder, Mo Xiaofeng, and entry was restricted to only the manor's master, Mo Pingxing, and the second elder, Mo Xiaoyan. It was precisely due to this exclusivity that Mo Xiaoyan was not present in the hall with Lin Mu and Ji Wudong. Instead, he had come personally to seek out Mo Pingxing. Since his only daughter, Mo Ying, had succumbed to madness, Mo Pingxing had confined her within the forbidden grounds, alternating with the first elder to clear her meridians in a desperate bid to prolong her life. All matters of significance at the Tsangjian villa have been entrusted solely to the second elder for over a year now. However, the condition of Mo Ying shows no signs of improvement. In fact, it has worsened considerably. As they stepped into the cavern, Emo Xiaoyan, guided by the dim candlelight, was the first to behold the grand elder Emo Xiaofeng, who was seated in meditation upon a stone bed. "Brother, it is Xiaoyan," he announced. The grand elder slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue, and inquired, "Your sudden arrival, could it be that something has transpired at the villa?" "Fear not, brother. The one whom the master has long awaited has finally arrived." Upon hearing this, Emo Xiaofeng's expression shifted sharply, his brow furrowing as he asked, "Lin Hetong?" "Not him, but his disciple, Lin Mu." "Then go and inform the master. I shall tend to Inger in the meantime." With that, Emo Xiaofeng gracefully leapt from the stone bed and pressed several stones along the wall. The stone bed split apart, revealing a descending tunnel. Following this, Emo Xiaofeng and Emo Xiaoyan descended one after the other, traversing the tunnel while evading numerous traps and secret chambers, until they reached the entrance of a stone room deep within. Inside the room, a frigid spring emanated an astonishing cold, causing frost to blanket the surrounding walls. In the icy waters, a woman lay bound by chains, her eyes gently closed, her complexion serene, as if she had succumbed to a tranquil slumber. 10 meters away from her stood a middle-aged man, channeling his inner strength to ensure that the woman remained unscathed by the cold emanating from the spring. Hearing footsteps behind him, Emo Pingxing exhaled a warm breath and halted his actions. "Grand Elder, Second Elder, what brings you both here?" His eyes were bloodshot, and he appeared equally fatigued. "The master, Lin Hetong's disciple, has arrived." The second elder, Emo Xiaoyan, spoke up. "Disciple?" Emo Pingxing paused, as if recalling something, and with a hint of inquiry in his tone, he asked, "But isn't he a young man who is blind?" "Indeed, his name is Lin Mu, and he is accompanied by a mysterious woman of considerable prowess." Emo Xiaoyan nodded in affirmation, only to express some confusion as he inquired, "Does the master know him?" "Only by reputation." Emo Pingxing sighed and continued, "If I am not mistaken, Lin Hetong must have passed away. Hence, his disciple has come to Zhangjian Villa in his stead. I am merely curious about the proficiency of this individual's medical skills and how much of Lin Hetong's abilities he has inherited. Nevertheless, let us first meet him to ascertain the truth." With this, Emo Pingxing exchanged a meaningful glance with Grand Elder Emo Xiaofeng, signaling him to continue tending to Emo Ying's injuries. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of Zhangjian Villa, Lin Mu and Ji Wudong had been waiting for nearly half an hour. Yet there was still no sign of Emo Xiaoyan's return, leaving them somewhat puzzled. However, they maintained their composure, refraining from sending anyone to urge for a response. Instead, they requested another pot of fine tea from the disciples of Zhangjian Villa. With a delicate sip, Ji Wudong savored the tea, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Over the past 2 months, she had not indulged in tea of such exquisite quality. Indeed, the Zhangjian Villa truly deserved its reputation as one of the foremost powers in the martial world. This tea could rival even the rarest treasures pilfered from the imperial palace by Old Li. "It seems that upon my return, I must ensure that an ample supply of tea is procured for me, as I am nearly out of Old Li's stock," Ji Wudong mused to herself. Lin Mu, however, was not as contemplative. Lacking the finesse to appreciate tea, he gulped it down like a beast, finishing his cup in mere moments. After traversing the mountain paths for so long, he felt both parched and famished. In truth, he yearned more for the feast to commence than for the tea. "My apologies for the delay. I, Emo, have arrived late. Dear divine healer, do not hold it against me, for I am a mere pawn of circumstance." Just as Lin Mu was on the verge of dozing off in his chair, a hearty laugh echoed from the distance. Chapter 88. The reason Ji Wudong turned her gaze towards the sound and saw Emo Xiaoyan swiftly following behind a middle-aged man. It needed no further explanation. The only person who could prompt Emo Xiaoyan to willingly lag a step behind was none other than Emo Pingxing. Emo Pingxing had arrived. Ji Wudong rose and approached Lin Mu, gently linking her arm with his as she spoke softly. Upon hearing her, Lin Mu immediately stood and offered a respectful salute in the direction of Emo Pingxing. Noticing this, Emo Pingxing promptly stepped forward to return the gesture, undoubtedly recognizing Lin Mu as the esteemed disciple of the elder. Indeed, a remarkable figure. "Please, take a seat." "You flatter me, Master Emo," Lin Mu chuckled, assisted by Ji Wudong as he settled down. Once seated, Emo Pingxing discreetly glanced at Lin Mu's tightly shut eyes, then at Ji Wudong beside him, his heart beginning to form a vague suspicion. "May I inquire, Esteemed healer, why has Elder Lin not arrived? Please, just call me Lin Mu. Upon hearing Mo Pingxing's inquiry, Lin Mu pondered briefly before responding honestly. The old master passed away last summer. Given that Mo Pingxing was able to accurately send correspondence to Jishir Hall, it was evident he held some connection with the old master. Thus Lin Mu felt no need to conceal the truth. So it was. Mo Pingxing shook his head, a look of regret crossing his face as he let out a deep sigh. Master Mo, did you know the old master? Ji Wudong, curious, interjected. We met once in our youth, and I received considerable guidance from Elder Lin. Mo Pingxing's tone brimmed with nostalgia as he continued. 5 years ago, I also received a letter from Elder Lin, which mentioned matters concerning Lin Mu. Lin Mu felt a flicker of interest at this revelation and tentatively asked, might I inquire? Master Mo, was there a handwritten manuscript accompanying the letter? Indeed, such a manuscript exists. It contains Elder Lin's personal insights into swordsmanship, of immense benefit to me. Speaking of this, Mo Pingxing sighed once more, adding that his young disciple, Ing had fallen into a state of madness due to this manuscript. In her attempt to break through to the second tier, she had stealthily taken the manuscript from me, leading to her internal turmoil and disarray of meridians. It is essential to recognize that the insights documented in that manuscript could aid me in transcending to the master realm. Ing being only a third-tier warrior, was ill-equipped to bear such an opportunity. This is precisely why I reached out to Elder Lin, seeking his assistance. As Mo Pingxing recounted this, his face was awash with regret. He lamented his failure to safeguard the manuscript, which had precipitated this calamity. Lin Mu, unsure of how to console him, chose silence, feeling a twinge of sorrow himself. The old master was not adept in swordplay, thus, it was likely that he had invested considerable effort in meticulously compiling the insights from various swordsmanship texts. The intention behind this manuscript, much like the one given to Master Kai, was to ensure that the recipient could repay this favor upon transcending to the master realm, thereby assisting in the restoration of his sight and providing care thereafter. In the ancient family, General Su Zhong, Master Kai, and Mo Pingxing were involved. The old master had prepared numerous contingencies unbeknownst to himself. Old master, are you concerned that after your departure, I shall be left without care or subjected to bullying? Lin Mu pondered silently, pressing his lips together. Ji Wudong, sensing Lin Mu's melancholic mood, took the initiative to grasp his hand tightly as a gesture of comfort. I am fine. Lin Mu shook his head towards Ji Wudong and then stood up, proclaiming, do not worry, Master Mo. Now that I am here, I shall certainly heal your daughter. May I inquire, where is Miss Mo Ing at this moment? This matter is not urgent. However, upon hearing this, Mo Pingxing waved his hand and explained, Inger is currently recuperating in the forbidden cold spring, emerging only once a month. At present, many esteemed doctors have gathered at the villa. When the time comes, you shall all treat Inger together. For the time being, I kindly request that Divine Dr. Lin reside at the villa for a few days. Prior to Lin Mu's arrival, Mo Pingxing had already summoned numerous renowned doctors from the martial world to treat Mo Ing, yet regrettably, their efforts had all been in vain, and her condition had worsened. Presently, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Lin Mu was the last lifeline Mo Pingxing could grasp. I shall abide by Master Mo's arrangements. Lin Mu contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. After all, he was not in haste to return to Yin County, so staying here a few more days was no trouble at all. Upon seeing Lin Mu's nod, Mo Pingxing also let out a sigh of relief. He quickly instructed Mo Xiaoyan to ensure Lin Mu was well taken care of before hastily making his way to the forbidden area on the back mountain. The Grand Elder, Mo Xiaofeng, lacked his prowess, and Mo Pingxing was anxious about Mo Ying's condition, hence his swift return. Divine Dr. Lin, please, Mo Pingxing said as he departed. Second Elder, please. Lin Mu replied with a smile. Guided by Mo Xiaofeng, Lin Mu and Ji Wudong settled into a spacious guest courtyard. The courtyard was not only serene and elegant, but also attended to by 2 maidservants, making for an exceedingly thoughtful arrangement. According to Mo Xiaofeng, there were other esteemed doctors residing near this guest courtyard, some of whom had just arrived at the Cangjin Villa this month, akin to Lin Mu. There were also doctors who had previously treated Mo Ing and wished to attempt again after their earlier failures. Roughly calculating, there were nearly 30 individuals. However, the guest courtyard with the best environment was undoubtedly the one Lin Mu resided in. If Divine Dr. Lin has no further instructions, I shall take my leave. After ensuring everything was in order, Imo Xiaoyan bid farewell. Observing this, Ji Wudong immediately instructed the maidservants to prepare some food and deliver it to the bedroom. Are you all right? Ji Wudong asked softly, sitting beside the table and looking at Lin Mu. She could discern that ever since Mo Pingxing spoke of matters related to the old curator, Lin Mu's spirits had been rather low. It's nothing, Lin Mu said, forcing a faint smile, though tinged with melancholy. After a good night's rest, tomorrow will be better. The old curator had already passed away, and he understood that no amount of sorrow would change that fact. Rather than allowing this event to dampen his mood, it would be more fitting to embrace each day with joy, as a way to honor the old curator's spirit. How about I keep you company with a few drinks? Ji Wudong suggested after a moment's thought. Are you certain? Lin Mu replied, surprised, knowing that Ji Wudong was not fond of alcohol. Of course. Ji Wudong patted her chest, exuding a bold demeanor. It's just drinking, isn't it? Who's afraid of whom? I may not enjoy it, but if we do drink, you might not stand a chance against me. Then I shall challenge you to a contest. Lin Mu chuckled. Chapter 89, name as Ji Wudong mentioned. She merely harbored a distaste for the sharpness of alcoholic beverages. However, in truth, her tolerance for liquor was quite commendable, far superior to that of Lin Mu. After consuming several jars of wine, Lin Mu succumbed to inebriation, slumped upon the table. Conversely, despite having drunk a fair amount herself, Ji Wudong remained remarkably lucid. With a belch, she mockingly retorted, in terms of drinking capacity, you are still far behind me. After all these years of traversing the world, what potent spirits have I not encountered? Upon hearing her words, Lin Mu, feeling a slight sense of defiance, struggled to raise his head. His gaze unfocused and his speech slurred. One more? Come on. Ji Wudong, playfully swatting his head, draped his arm over her shoulder. It is late. We ought to retire for the night. With that, she exerted considerable effort to stand, supporting Lin Mu as they made their way to the bedside. His tall frame, rendered heavy by his drunken stupor, leaned heavily against her, akin to a cumbersome beast. Were it not for Ji Wudong's martial prowess, she might have found it exceedingly difficult to assist him. Nevertheless, their progress was unsteady, replete with sways and missteps. After much exertion, Ji Wudong finally managed to guide Lin Mu to the edge of the bed. Then, with a swift twist of her shoulder, she unceremoniously flung him onto the mattress. Huff! Huff! She panted, hands on her hips. If you ever drink to such excess again, I shall cast you outside to sleep. With this admonition, she bent down to remove Lin Mu's shoes, socks, and long robe, lifting his limp legs onto the bed. Once this task was completed, she returned to the basin, dampened a towel, and gently wiped his face, palms, and soles. Meanwhile, Lin Mu snored thunderously, having fallen into a deep slumber, oblivious to the world. You truly treat me like a maid, Ji Wudong remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow with a resigned smile. Oh well, I shall not stoop to your level. Shift over and make some space for me. As if he had heard her voice in his dreams, Lin Mu rolled over, mumbling her name in his sleep. Ji Wudong nodded in response. Not bad, at least you possess some conscience. She then quickly washed up and lay down beside him. Wudong? Ji Wudong turned to look at Lin Mu, momentarily taken aback. Wudong, what is it? She rose slightly to observe him, only to find him blissfully asleep. Calling my name even in your dreams. What kind of dream are you having? She pondered, her curiosity piqued, yet she refrained from waking him to inquire. Settling back down with a sigh, Wudong, Lin Mu called again in his sleep. Ji Wudong, though her eyes were shut tight, found herself unable to drift off. After enduring a night of intoxication, Lin Mu awoke once more, only to find it was already midday. Lying in bed, he groggily heard Ji Wudong conversing with someone outside, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Upon their arrival at the Zhangjian villa, who might come knocking at their door? Contemplating this, Lin Mu cautiously descended from his bed and approached the table to pour himself a glass of clear water. He then made his way towards the door. In the courtyard, Ji Wudong heard the sound of the door opening behind her. Without a moment's hesitation to continue her conversation, she promptly turned to assist Lin Mu. Who has arrived? Lin Mu inquired, grasping Ji Wudong's arm with curiosity. It is the physician residing in the adjacent courtyard, Ji Wudong explained in a hushed tone. He overheard the disciples of Zhangjian Villa mention that the illustrious Lin Hutong's disciple was visiting, and thus wished to pay his respects. He also expressed a desire to discuss methods for treating Miss Mo's condition of internal demonic possession. I intended to decline his invitation in your absence, but now that you are awake, the decision rests with you. Then let us refuse, Lin Mu replied without a second thought upon hearing Ji Wudong's explanation. He had his own plans regarding Mo Ng's condition and saw no need to collaborate with others. Meanwhile, the young man who had come to visit was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Mu, almost bursting into laughter. Is this truly a blind man who dares to claim he is a disciple of Lin Hetong? If that were the case, Lin Hetong's judgment must be severely lacking. Why would he choose such an unfit apprentice to inherit his legacy? The young man found it utterly implausible. Conversely, the woman clad in a black dress, exuding an air of mystery, appeared far more suited as a disciple of Lin Hetong when compared to Lin Mu. In that instant, the young man concocted various theories in his mind. Perhaps Ji Wudong was the true disciple of Lin Hetong, while Lin Mu was merely a smokescreen she had deliberately set up. The intention was to navigate the martial world incognito, thereby evading those who coveted Lin Hetong's legacy. After all, had it not been for the respectful treatment they received from the villa's master, Mo Pingsheng, one might have suspected their identities were fabricated. Anyone who beheld the two would hardly associate them with Lin Hetong. Furthermore, the sharp voice of the woman that had echoed at the entrance of Tsangjian Villa the previous day had also attested to Ji Wudong's formidable internal energy, aligning more closely with the image of a disciple of Lin Hetong. How could a disciple of the dual-skilled Lin Hetong lack martial prowess? The young man felt a surge of satisfaction at his astuteness, grateful for his quick wit that had prevented him from being deceived by Ji Wudong's subtle ploys. However, now that he had discerned the truth, that Ji Wudong was indeed Lin Hetong's true disciple, he could not let such a golden opportunity slip away. He must cultivate a rapport with this woman before anyone became aware of his intentions. Perhaps this could lead to a romantic entanglement, allowing him to embrace a beauty while simultaneously securing Lin Hetong's legacy. Truly a double boon. As he stroked his chin, excitement coursed through him, and he regarded Ji Wudong with a gaze full of desire. Just then, noticing Ji Wudong approaching him once more, he hastily adjusted his attire and clasped his hands, preparing to speak. Yet, she was abruptly interrupted by Ji Wudong's voice. Lin Mu declared her disinterest and turned away without a backward glance, guiding Lin Mu back into the house, not even sparing that individual a single glance. This left the person standing outside, eyes widened in bewilderment. Was he so easily dismissed? Not even a courteous excuse was offered. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, calling out from beyond the courtyard gate, "I am Wei Lun, a direct descendant of the Wei family from Yangzhou. May I ask for the young lady's name?" After calling out once with no response, he repeated it a second, third, and fourth time. "He is calling for you," Lin Mu remarked with a chuckle as he sat at the table. "Are you not going to respond?" "Respond to what?" Ji Wudong scoffed, a flicker of impatience crossing her features. "I have encountered many such individuals. If everyone were to respond, would it not be utterly exhausting? Besides, I find myself far more intrigued by what you dreamed of last night." As she spoke, Ji Wudong gradually approached Lin Mu, her voice softening as she inquired, "Why do you keep calling my name?" Chapter 90. A hidden treasure. Last night, I called your name? Lin Mu was taken aback. Ji Wudong nodded. "You called it many times." As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Mu's cheek, observing the subtle shifts in his expression. Indeed, upon hearing Ji Wudong's words, Lin Mu's countenance changed, revealing a blend of embarrassment and unease. Witnessing this reaction, her curiosity about Lin Mu's dream deepened. However, Lin Mu refrained from divulging his thoughts and instead pressed on, "Besides calling your name, did I say anything else?" "No." "Oh." Lin Mu sighed in relief and continued, "I dreamt of a strange tale I once heard, in which you transformed into a snake spirit." "A snake spirit?" Ji Wudong was momentarily startled, then urged, "What kind of snake spirit? Hurry and tell me." "A 1,000-year-old snake spirit repaying a debt of gratitude." Lin Mu then recounted a segment of the legend of the white snake. In his dream, Ji Wudong took the place of Bai Suzhen, becoming a white snake that had cultivated for a millennium. Meanwhile, Lin Mu remained the doctor of the Jishir Hall. The two engaged in a candlelit conversation, consuming copious amounts of wine. Ultimately, Ji Wudong, overwhelmed by drink, transformed into a massive white python. In his astonishment, Lin Mu repeatedly called out Ji Wudong's name. Yet, He concealed the part of the dream in which they became husband and wife, as well as his calling her my lady. The tale of the 1,000-year-old white snake's spirit repaying a doctor indeed resonates with us. After hearing Lin Mu's narration, Ji Wudong inquired with a smile, "Is this a complete story?" "Yes, I heard it from someone else," Lin Mu explained. "Perhaps it is true that what we think by day manifests in our dreams at night. We do share some resemblance with the protagonists of this tale. What is the full version? Do tell me." Ji Wudong's curiosity could not be contained, and she eagerly pressed for more. Lin Mu, with no alternative, recounted the entire story of the legend of the white snake. After listening to the tale, Ji Wudong wrinkled her nose and muttered softly, "I dislike this ending. It is even worse than the conclusion of Liangzhu. It is merely a story and should not be taken to heart," Lin Mu reassured with a smile. "There is no Baisuzhen in this world, nor that detestable monk Fahai. But there is a vengeful holy maiden of the demonic sect." Ji Wudong took a deep breath and asked, "If someone were to force me to leave you, what would you do?" Lin Mu chuckled at her words, his formidable inner strength surging forth, billowing his robes. "I am no fragile Suxian. How coincidental." Ji Wudong's face broke into a smile. "I am not the gentle and kind Baisuzhen either." Upon realizing Lin Mu's stance, Ji Wudong's melancholy dissipated, and her gaze took on a mischievous glint. "By the way, you just mentioned that Baisuzhen and Su Xian were husband and wife." "Yes, what of it?" A sense of foreboding arose in Lin Mu's heart. "In your dream last night, what was our relationship?" Ji Wudong elongated her tone, articulating each word. "Are we friends, or perhaps spouses?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's countenance grew awkward once more, leaving him speechless. Witnessing the shift in his expression, Ji Wudong instantly comprehended. No wonder Lin Mu had relentlessly inquired whether, aside from calling her name, he had spoken any other words before recounting his dream. It turns out that in his dream, their relationship was of such nature. At that moment, Ji Wudong felt an overwhelming curiosity about how Lin Mu had referred to her in the dream and what intimate dialogues they had shared. Naturally, she understood that no matter how much she probed, Lin Mu would likely remain tight-lipped. Nevertheless, she thought it prudent to tease him a little. "TSK. Observing Lin Mu's increasingly flushed face, Ji Wudong jested, "I never imagined you harbored such improper thoughts about me." "Wait, let me explain." Being caught in such an embarrassing situation felt akin to having a lever pulled on him. Lin Mu could only attempt to defend himself. However, he was swiftly interrupted by Ji Wudong's cold laughter. "Explain what? What is there to clarify?" "No, you truly must allow me to elaborate." Lin Mu continued to struggle. "I never said it was unacceptable." "What?" Lin Mu was initially taken aback, but in the next moment, enlightenment washed over him, and a relieved smile graced his face. "As long as you are not angry, that is sufficient." Meanwhile, Ji Wudong feigned calmness as she sipped her tea, her voice cool and composed. "So, what do you plan to do next?" Lin Mu was no fool. With Ji Wudong's hints so overt, he could no longer remain silent. "I will strive diligently to turn the dream into reality." "You are quite perceptive," Ji Wudong nodded in satisfaction. If Lin Mu had continued to play the fool, she would have truly been vexed. The next moment, Ji Wudong leaned closer to Lin Mu, softly inquiring, "What did I look like in your dream?" Lin Mu pondered for a moment, but could not recall any specifics, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. "I cannot remember, only that you were exceedingly beautiful." "How beautiful?" "Like a celestial fairy." "Humph," Ji Wudong rolled her eyes. That statement was virtually meaningless. Who has ever seen a fairy? What if the fairy had a face full of blemishes and was hideously ugly? Yet, upon further reflection, perhaps in Lin Mu's heart, a fairy represented the epitome of beauty. With this thought, Ji Wudong's eyes sparkled with mirth once more. "When you eventually behold my visage, you shall surely not be disappointed." Concerning her appearance, Ji Wudong held more confidence than in her martial prowess. Lin Mu, upon hearing this, smiled and praised her. "I have always known you to be more beautiful than a fairy." "Then you have struck gold. And what about me? Am I handsome?" "Handsome. More so than the celestial beings above." Ji Wudong's smile radiated a rare joy, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. After opening their hearts to one another, the distance between them diminished further. Their conversations flowed effortlessly, devoid of excessive contemplation or the fear of seeming insincere. Compliments came easily. They praised each other generously. Lin Mu remarked on Ji Wudong's perceptiveness and gentle nature, to which she reciprocated with words lauding his exceptional medical skills and kind heart. In that moment, they regarded each other as paragons of virtue, devoid of any flaws. It continued until their voices grew weary, and they could conjure no further expressions. Thus, they reluctantly concluded this shameless and juvenile game of flattery. After the laughter subsided, Ji Wutong rested her head on the table, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Mu, her gaze imbued with tenderness and affection. She had never anticipated that she would find herself so deeply enamored with a man, and everything seemed preordained, as if there were signs that had long foretold this connection. Chapter 91. The Ninth Prince. Today, the breeze is pleasantly warm, much like Ji Wutong's current state of mind. Outside the courtyard, Wei Luan had long departed, unnoticed and uncared for by anyone. Lin Mu had not heard Ji Wutong speak for quite some time, which left him feeling somewhat perplexed. "Are you watching me?" he inquired. "Indeed," Ji Wutong affirmed, her gaze unwavering. Leaning against the table, her chin resting in her hands, she gazed intently at Lin Mu, a smile playing at her lips and her eyes curving with delight. "You have been watching for quite a while," Lin Mu pointed out. "I know," Ji Wutong nodded, yet her posture remained unchanged. "This isn't fair," Lin Mu protested, feeling like a prey under scrutiny, making him uneasy. "I cannot see you, yet you can see me. What if I do this?" Ji Wutong responded, gently taking one of Lin Mu's hands and pressing it against her face, softly asking, "Can you feel me now?" The act of caressing each other's cheeks was something they had done many times before, yet each occasion quickened Lin Mu's heartbeat. For him, who was blind, it was one of the most stirring gestures imaginable. Had he and Ji Wutong been this intimate for so long? Lin Mu mused, his heart swelling with joy. If only he could caress Ji Wutong's cheek every day. No, 10 times would be necessary. With this thought, Lin Mu playfully squeezed her cheek and rubbed against it. Although Ji Wutong was puzzled by his actions, she leaned in closer, offering the other side of her face for his touch. Their tender moment was interrupted by a cacophony of voices outside, prompting them to cease their playful exchange. "It seems many people have arrived," Ji Wutong remarked, rising to open the window and peering through the crack. "They are heading to another courtyard." Mo Pingxing was among them, suggesting that a significant figure had arrived. "Perhaps even more important than you," Lin Mu said, intrigued and curious. "Who could it be? Another physician?" "Not quite." Ji Wutong shook her head, her gaze drifting over the impressive line of attendants, which resembled a majestic dragon. There were maidservants, young servants, and even guards clad in armor. They appeared more like officials, and their rank must be considerable, as only a governor could command such a fully armed escort for protection. "What brings government officials to Tsongjian Mountain Manor?" Lin Mu furrowed his brow, grasping Ji Wutong's hand, speculating, "Could it be for you?" Given the circumstances with Prince Qi and Zhao Shan, he harbored no fondness for government officials. Moreover, with Ji Wutong, the holy maiden of the demonic sect, by his side, caution was paramount. "That shouldn't be the case," Ji Wutong replied, shaking her head. "No one here knows my identity." Yet, despite her words, unease crept across her features, and her expression grew increasingly serious. As far as Ji Wutong is aware, the Tsongjian Villa, a force in the martial world, has long held a mutual disdain for the imperial court. Even when their paths occasionally intersect, the resulting conflicts far outweigh any moments of harmony. However, the arrival of a significant figure at Tsongjian Villa, requiring the personal accompaniment of Mo Pingxing, is no trifling matter. Could it be that Tsongjian Villa is poised to submit to the court, similar to the Amei sect? Might this individual be connected to Prince Qi? The more Ji Wutong pondered, the more plausible this seemed, prompting her to suggest, "Perhaps I should pay a visit tonight?" Lin Mu contemplated for a moment before responding. "I propose we maintain our course. Once Miss Mo Ying is healed, we shall return to Yanjun. Whether Tsongjian Villa aligns with the court is of no concern to us. As long as you keep your identity concealed, the authorities shall not trouble us." "Very well." Ji Wutong nodded in agreement with Lin Mu's counsel. Thus, over the ensuing month and a half, Lin Mu and Ji Wutong remained steadfastly within their courtyard. Regardless of the bustling activity beyond their walls, they feigned indifference, remaining oblivious to the happenings around them. However, due to the courtyard's location, they inevitably overheard snippets of gossip from passers-by. For instance, 3 days prior, Wei Luan had brazenly sought an audience with the influential figure, eager to forge a connection. Unfortunately, he was apprehended by patrolling guards before even reaching the gate, mistaken for an assassin. Had it not been for Mo Xiaoyan's timely intervention on his behalf, he might have perished at their hands. Lin Mu could only remark, he reaped what he sowed. Nevertheless, his curiosity regarding the identity of this prominent individual grew increasingly intense. Finally, on the eve of Mo Ying's treatment, Mo Xiaoyan unexpectedly visited under the cover of night, discreetly rapping at Lin Mu's door. Startled awake, Ji Wudong quickly donned her clothing and lit a candle. At that moment, Lin Mu had also risen, signaling Ji Wudong to open the door. "Dr. Lin, Miss Wudong, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. It is out of necessity." Upon entering the chamber, Mo Xiaoyan immediately bowed deeply, adopting a remarkably humble demeanor. Witnessing this, even Ji Wudong was taken aback, pondering what troubles could have befallen Mo Xiaoyan to warrant such deference. Without further delay, she rushed forward to assist him, softly inquiring, "Elder, is there something we can assist you with?" Sighing, Mo Xiaoyan settled into a chair and turned to Lin Mu. "Dr. Lin, have you heard any news recently?" "None," Lin Mu replied, shaking his head. "Then allow me to enlighten you," Mo Xiaoyan continued, aware that Lin Mu was feigning ignorance, but choosing not to expose him. Recently, officials from the court arrived, and among them was none other than the ninth prince, Zhou Heng. At the mention of the prince, both Lin Mu and Ji Wudong's expressions shifted, a palpable tension filling the air. The troubles brought forth by Prince Qi are so numerous that whenever the two of them hear the term prince, they cannot help but feel a sense of trepidation. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoyan remains oblivious to the change in their expressions and continues to elaborate. This ninth prince, Zhou Heng, is the full-blooded brother of Prince Qi, Zhou Su, and one of the supporters in the struggle for the throne. Perhaps you are unaware, but Prince Qi has already garnered the allegiance of numerous martial arts masters, with even the Amei sect yielding to his influence. Consequently, our Sangjian villa has become the next target for his recruitment. The ninth prince has come for this very purpose. Understanding dawns upon Lin Mu. As he realizes the implications, it appears that Prince Qi intends to consolidate all the major factions of the Jianghu under his command, though his ultimate objective remains shrouded in mystery. Meanwhile, Ji Wudong cannot restrain herself from inquiring, "May I ask, esteemed second elder, what is the current stance of Villa Master Mo?"